Good morning to you, wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to the European Cricket Network, and we are here in Belgium. It's finals day. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for ECN once again. And with me is Charlie Hunt. Well, you can probably tell from Charlie's jacket that we've had a few issues this morning with the rain. Of course, it was forecast the last couple of days, and we have had fairly heavy rain here, Charlie, and that is going to force a delay in the first semi-final.
Yeah, it is. It's not looking good. It's a bit of probably the greyest morning we've had. We've not actually normally been pretty lucky with the weather so far, but today just doesn't seem like it's going to be our morning.
Yeah, it doesn't seem it at the moment, and we do have the scope to try and push things back a little bit, and of course to shorten games. But such a disappointment actually, because we had been pretty lucky with the weather to this point. Just showing you some live pictures of the ground, you can see that there's been a fair bit of rain this week, but it seems to have been overnight. So we've had a lot of rain that has been coming down after hours, which has actually been great for this field because it actually started really, really brown. You can see how green it is now. So, I mean, obviously the continent needs the rain. It's been a long, dry summer, but at the moment it has forced us to delay finals day. But obviously, fingers crossed, we can get it on. Yeah, you can see the pitch is well covered, and thanks to everyone, obviously, that helped with that. But that is the situation at the moment. And it's a bit of a shame, isn't it, Charlie? Because we're all looking forward to seeing the top 4 teams in the tournament go for the trophy today, and hopefully we still will. It's just forced a bit of a delay to the start time.
Yeah, no, it has. Yeah, no, the cricket over the last 2 weeks now has been really good here in Belgium. There's such an abundance of talent in and around the entire country. So it's been really good to see it all in one place. But yeah, today is just a little bit of a delay in the morning, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, like I say, we have gotten pretty lucky with the weather so far. But anyway, just a reminder, there's plenty coming up on the European Cricket Network. Of course, I know a lot of people watching on FanCode in India, a lot of people watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. ECC isn't too far away as well. In fact, we're only 2 days away from the ECC, and well, that's something that's really exciting. Obviously, I'll be travelling there tomorrow. Charlie, I know this is your last day for a little while because you go back to your studies as well, and I'm sure you're looking forward to that. But I mean, a lot of people are looking forward to Group A, which is coming on Monday, and we're going to see the first 5 teams out of the 21 in the tournament. And there's some really good matchups there, right, Charlie?
Yeah, no, they certainly are. I mean, that first match for me is a crucial one. It's a really good way to get the tournament underway. Spain versus Austria, 2 very, very experienced teams in T10 cricket. But then I'm also looking forward to match 3 because we get the first look at a very young Ireland 11 squad, of course, with sort of an average age of around 20, 21. So I'm looking forward to seeing how they go ahead and take on the big stage.
Yeah, I think it'll be super interesting. That, for me, Group A is about the Ireland 11, how they compete with teams that are more experienced in the format, but maybe not as, what's the word? They don't have the pedigree of some, I suppose, of some of the Ireland 11. So I think that'll be very, very fascinating when that starts on Monday morning. Look, yesterday we had such a great quarterfinals Friday, didn't we? And you can see we had some very, very close matches. Antwerp only posted 89, but went so close to defending it. Just a couple of things went against them in the last over, and Ghent got over the line with 92 in 9.5 overs. Big thanks to Majid Ali from them, because he scored 43 off 21. They kind of countered the 42 of Niaz in the first innings there. But got to say that, again, a big thanks to Walid Azhar as well, the big man with 3 for 6, and even Fazal Khalik at the end with 3 for 12. So that meant that, unfortunately, Antwerp, after a pretty good group stage, they were out. Again, who started the tournament with 2 losses, actually swept their way into the top 4 here in Mechelen. So, I mean, that was probably known for Sherry, but getting a catch down at long on, just mistiming his jump slightly, tipped it over for 6, could have been a wicket. That was a really entertaining game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was, and it's, Antwerp with a lot of talent in their lineups as well. I mean, Burhan Niaz, of course, has just been picked up for the Pakistan Junior League, of course. So yeah, it's disappointing for Antwerp, but yeah, there were just moments in the game where it's the half chances that you take that really change the momentum, and that's exactly just what didn't happen for them. But credit to Ghent, because they struggled at the first couple of overs, didn't they? But they were able to drag themselves back into the game, mostly due to the man Majid Ali, of course, with the bat in hand.
Yeah, I just think it was a real sign of how games can to and fro, and especially in finals, there's a real kind of emotion surrounding it as well. So that was a highly entertaining game, that's for sure. And yeah, Sam Malikel, he was the man at the end, wasn't he? And he does seem to be a bit of a 10th over specialist with the bat. He got them across the line with a 6 and a 4, but they were both catching opportunities. Then we went to the second semi-final, and Beveren, of course, big favourites going to this tournament with a lot of people, but and it looked that way when they knocked 12 Stars down to 76 off their 10 overs, but then even they made hard work of the chase, didn't they? Their batting really faltered with the exception of Abdul Rashid. Well, they need to owe him a big debt of gratitude. He got them across the line with 2 balls to spare.
Yeah, once again, it was one batsman getting the chasing team out of a bit of a hole, wasn't it? Abdul Rashid, 50 not out, was a crucial innings, but I tell you what, again, there were just a couple of questions. 12 Star CC, of course, with their bowling choices. I think Manoj Nag, as much as you know, he's such a great character. He is a difficult bowler to get away, especially in T10 in the T10 format. So, of course, I reckon I have a feeling if you push him sort of earlier in the innings, it would have been a different story. But yeah, Beveren did eventually become the winners there by 2 wickets.
Yeah, again, they had a real scare, didn't they? Beveren, of course, they didn't qualify in the top place in their group. They actually finished second. So today we'll see them in the second semi-final, but they're actually the lower-ranked opponent taking on the Mechelen Eagles that finished first in their group. And speaking of the Eagles, they played in the third quarter-final. And this was a match against ICCB, or International CC Brussels. And, well, again, you know, it's probably a bit closer than those figures would show, with the Eagles posting 110, which seemed to be a bit of a pass score, maybe above pass score for yesterday, slightly less than the average we've seen for the tournament. And, well, in the end, ICCB could only manage 81. And their batting just didn't click, did it? They didn't have anyone get past 20. They needed someone to go on a little bit more, I think, if they were going to get across the line.
Yeah, the pass score yesterday was really about 110, and it was again mostly due to Shazad Subhanullah, who, of course, he had a couple of early lives, and I think that was just the issue for ICCB, was not taking opportunities when they were given to him. And then this was the last game of the day, and it was a real nail biter because it came down right to the last ball.
It really did, and it was the Exiles who finished 4th in their group, and they were taking on Liege, who finished 1st in their group. So I suppose this is an upset because the Exiles' form in this tournament hasn't been good, but we know they're a very good side. They represented Belgium at the ECL earlier this year, and Liege, they were only able to make 102 in response to the 109 scored by the Exiles. Bit of a team effort from the Exiles. You see 3 players in the 20s there. Shinwari's contribution at the end of 20 not out was pretty useful. But then, yeah, Falkenauer and Ibrahim Kel looked like they would get them across the line. That was after the contribution of Munawar, who scored 31. But Esnal Ibrahim Kel, he played his heart out. Quick fire 14, ran himself out, trying to sneak 1 extra run. And ultimately, Falkenauer looked like he would still take them across the line, but just fell late in the piece, got caught behind, and in the end, just 7 runs between those 2 teams. So that meant that we had our 4 semi-finalists, and I know that, of course, we really do want to see these teams today. And, well, we just come back to us here in the Cube, and I know that, unfortunately, if you just joined us, we have had a delay due to the rain. You could see it coming down pretty heavy. Their live pictures you saw just there are pretty heavy. We cannot start in this rain. If there's any breaks, we will let you know. So the schedule today, we've got the first semi-final, which is Ostend Exiles versus Ghent. Okay, that should have started around about a few minutes ago. We'll keep you updated with what's happening with that. We don't have any start time at the moment. We'll keep you updated in the chat and on our website, European Cricket Network. And later in the day, we'll see Mechelen Eagles versus Beveren in the second semi-final. That is a cracker of a game. Can't wait to see that. Then the teams that don't win will go through to the bronze final. The teams that do win their semis will go through to the final later in the day. Again, this is subject to change with the weather. We'll be as flexible as we can to get the games on. But at the moment, there's not much we can do. Now, look, yesterday, we had the lowest scoring day. Well, no surprises if you watched the games yesterday. It was a bowler's day, and perhaps the conditions had part to play, but also the pressure, I think, had a part to play. And only 93 per 10 overs. So is that a bit of a surprise to you, Charlie?
It is a little bit, but I also think it was a question of pressure on batsmen as well, because I think they knew going into quarterfinals Friday that it was a crucial element of the game was batting for all the teams, and I think that's where they crumbled under pressure really. So for me, it's not a massive surprise that it was the lowest scoring day so far. But again, I also think conditions certainly did have a part to play.
Yeah, it certainly did. The rain is really bucketing down at the moment. One thing I would say is this outfield, because it was so dry at the start of this tournament, I actually think that if the rain stops, we'd have a good chance of getting on. The pitch is well covered, so that, I suppose, is a positive. But what we are going to do is we're going to give you a little bit of a taster of what's to come. Of course, with the ECC coming up on Monday, we are going to give you some cricket to watch while we wait. Like I say, we will come back to you, we promise. If there's any developments, we'll come back on air. Also, like I said, the live chat will give you some live updates, and also the EuropeanCricket.com website. But for now, well, Charlie, this is going to be exciting because we're going to go back a year in time. We have ECC starting Monday, match 1 on Monday. So we're going to take you back to match 1 of last year's European Cricket Championship, and that was the first match ever in T10 international cricket. And Belgium, they were involved. It was Belgium versus Spain. Belgium, their captain Sheikh Shiraz, won the toss. They elected to bowl first. And of course, your guys, Spain, they had high hopes as well. So we're going to take you to that. The commentator to take you through this will be Rico 4. I'll be joining him very shortly. So we're going to take you into the time machine, but we'll bring you back here if there's any developments. So enjoy this classic match right here from the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Good morning, cricket lovers around the world. Namaste, salam alaikum, sat sri akal, aibowan, buenos dias y bienvenido a la España. Rico Full here of the European Cricket Network, and you're watching history in the making, the first ever Dream 11 cricket series. Yes, we are in Spain, the beautiful region of Andalusia, and from here, the host city Malaga, the capital of the Costa del Sol. Here from this magnificent Cardamom Oval, what a ground it is 15 European countries who battle it out during 4 weeks, almost 100 matches to see who will be crowned the kings of Europe. Bienvenido a España. En Cardamom, Málaga, durante un mes tenemos 15 equipos jugando para ser campeones de Europa. And first up is, well, Group A contest. Spain, the host nation, they take on Belgium. What a game this is going to be. And the setting here around this ground, well, it's unbelievable. You've seen nothing like this. And this is what it all builds up to. The big one, Spain, well, just fresh from a fantastic 2-1 victory in T10 competition against Germany. They'll be up for this. Well, they've been asked to bat first. The captain of Belgium, Sheikh Shiraz, taking the opportunity to take the field first. Let me get ready. And it's going to be Murid Ukrami. He's going to bowl the first ever European Cricket Championship delivery. The big one as we get ready. And Awais Ahmed is the batsman. Is it going to be a magical start for one of these two teams? This first ball. Here we go. The first ball of this, the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Tengo muchas ganas de ver este partido. This is cricket, European cricket history being made here. The umpires, Stefan Gooch and umpire Suleiman, they're ready. Awais Ahmed, a very strong batsman, very strong on his leg side, and no doubt both these teams would have done their homework. Here we go. The very first ball, European Cricket Championship, right here, right now. And plays it away for the first run ever in European Cricket Championship history from Awais Ahmed. Spain, Cricket España, they are off the mark. Yeah, just guides that down to the third man area. And, well, what a pleasure and privilege it is to be here. This magnificent setting. And alongside me, Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu. Buenos dias, senor.
Buenos dias, Rico, and to all the senors and senoritas, very good morning to you as well. What a beautiful picture this ground is. And we are in for some action today. 5 T10 internationals, the first ever T10 internationals. And right now we're seeing Ekarami, the left arm spinner, opening the bowling for Belgium.
Hamza Salim just pushes that down, third man area, takes a single. Hamza Salim, I mean, what a debut he made for Spain against Germany in last weekend. And he was really the match winner in that decisive third match. And he's been promoted to up the order, and why not? He's a left-hander. You know, Vinny, I like left and right-hand combinations.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, always creates a bit of an adjustment for the bowler. Let's see if they come out all guns blazing here, or where they just work their way into the game, the Spaniards.
Grami. Ahmed goes big, and he's gone. Ball! Balle, Ginna, Sona, Seis Guerrero.
Oh, there's your answer, Rico. Thought maybe they'd come out and push it around. Always Ahmed having none of that. Well, spectators, they're loving it as well. And this is the first Maximo of the ECC. The first 6 ever in T10 international cricket, and it comes off the bat of Always Ahmed.
Que golpe, que grande, espectacular. Always Ahmed, he's in the house and he's in the groove. He's in the groove to party, Vinny.
Certainly is. 50-metre boundaries here for the ECC this week.
This one's fuller. It's a full toss. And Ahmed, I think that was probably a little bit quicker than he expected. Would have loved to have been able to get hold of that and hit that in the square leg area.
That was the one to hit, wasn't it? But he just mishit it. And this will bring Hamza Salim on strike. A bit of a smoky for me, top of the order. Saw him batting in the middle order in the recent T20 internationals. I do think he's got the ability to hit with the spin. They do have a deep forward square leg. As one of their sweepers also along on, but big gap at mid-wicket.
And he's gone up in the air. This could be a chance, the first one, and it's been taken. So Hamza Salim is the first wicket to fall in the European Cricket Championship here, and it's Akrami, the bowler, doing the damage. So Hamza Salim going big, doesn't quite time this. Nice catch taken.
Yeah, I think he was going for that deep mid-wicket where they had left the gap, but he didn't quite time it, did he? And it brought the long-on fielder into the game. Looks so important you hold your catches. Credit to the spinner as well. Never easy bowling in the power play, especially with these size boundaries. Look at that background. Doesn't look magnificent. And I tell you what, the fielder, he was pretty happy as well. As is Mohammed. Well, we saw some of him recently. If you've been watching us on the European Cricket Network, he's playing in the Netherlands series. He holds on to the first catch, and that's the first wicket down. 9 for 1 with the ball remaining in the first over.
Yeah, that brings in Yasir Ali. Now look, how about these for some statistics between these two guys? In Yasir Ali in the European Cricket Series in Barcelona, in 3 series that he played, he scored 1,055 runs. And the man who's batting alongside him, well, Awais Ahmed, 849. So if these two get going, they can really motor on.
Now here's the new rule as well that we've got. Although they did cross, it doesn't matter. So the new batsman has to come back to the end that the last batsman hit the ball from. So we are going to see Yasir Ali on strike first up. Well, the last time I was commentating him in 2019, he got a duck very first ball of the tournament. Hopefully not this time. He's careful with this.
Yeah, Jeff, he let this one go.
Do you know statistic about Yasir Ali? Of course, we have seen him in a lot of European Cricket Series cricket in Barcelona. As we get to the end of the first over, it's 9 for 1.
Yeah, well bowled there from Murid Akrami.
I was going to say, though,
yeah, go on,
Yasir
tell
Ali, he has 1,055 runs in 28 ECS matches, hasn't made a duck. So although he made it first ball like the first time I saw him back in 2019,
yeah,
he's pretty reliable. And once he gets going, I think he'll feel really at home in these conditions.
Yeah. I like that new rule that you just mentioned. I think that's good. I know that we've seen it other formats of the game. I think, yeah, if you're out, then the new batsman goes on strike. Yeah.
I like it because normally you only cross if you make a run or you die trying. And so, especially I think it'll be more influential at the end of games in some tight chases where basically you don't get rewarded by getting the set batsman on strike if it's in the last over, for example. So 1 over down, second over on the way. Fahim Bhatti will be the bowler in the second over. He's going to take the keeper up to the stumps. And you see that still there's a few COVID protocols in place. The umpire not holding the hat goes behind the umpire at the bowler's end. If the ball does hit that hat, there won't be a penalty. Here's Fahim Bhatti with his first ball of the tournament.
Short, and he's miscued. This could be another chance, and it has been taken. That is a really, really good catch. It was dipping on him. It wasn't the best of shots, but what a good catch is Mamoon Latif. Another one goes, and it's the big wicket of Awais Ahmed.
It is, and we know that he can go big if he gets in, but didn't wait to have a look, did he, at Fahim Bhatti? And it was a good catch by Mamoon Latif. Had some ground to make. You see, it's just a slow medium. Maybe a little bit of seam back off the pitch, but always would have fancied this. It's into the hands of Mamoon Latif. So early trouble for Spain. They lose a second wicket. It's 9 for 2.
Yeah, the European Cricket Championship starting here on day number 13. Well, number 13 taking the catch there, so maybe 13 is going to be lucky for the Belgium side. But he'll be very disappointed in ways. He knows that's the sort of delivery that he should put away.
I was going to say, you see the COVID-style celebrations. There's the foot taps. That's what's in. The high fives are out. The foot taps are in. That'll be disappointment. This gives an opportunity to the captain, Chris Minos-Mills, who's coming out at number 4. Very experienced cricketer in the setup. And well, he's got to basically start with a bit of a rebuilding job, I think. I've seen a lot of these matches. We've broadcast over 800 matches this year on the European Cricket Network. In the T10 format, I think even when you lose early wickets, Rico, you still need to attack, don't you? Because there's no point just pushing it around. Generally, you'll end up with a well below par score, even if you don't get bowled out.
The Mills will be on strike. And well, what a start that is for Bharti. First ball, it wasn't the best of deliveries. I don't think he would have expected to take a wicket from that. But a miscue brings the captain, Mills. And this one scored wide. Sullivan stretches his arms.
Yeah, like the umpires out there, they've got a big job to do as well, don't they? But how about Bharti taking a wicket with his first ball in T10 international cricket? You see the wide indication lines there in blue.
And this one has been dispatched, and it's, I think, gone all the way. Manos arriba, Vitro, eso es 6 carreras.
Well, sometimes I wonder about his suitability for the T10 format, but if you bowl him half trackers, then you're going to go the distance. This one just carried. Again, that was short boundary. Says Muhammad Amran Khan, familiar face
The big man.
for us on ECN from the ECL 3 years ago. And maybe some of our international viewers on our broadcasting partners, they might remember the first ever European Cricket League back in 2019. It's an annual tournament. That's a club-based tournament. And it kind of went viral around the world. Pavel Florin from Romania shot to notoriety during that tournament. And we will see Pavel next week, but representing the Romanian national team, because these are national teams. We have 15 nations represented from around Europe. And I think we're going to have the first ball change, because this ground is pretty small and the surroundings not particularly easy to find the balls, sometimes in the shrubbery.
Leg side, Vinny. Now look, quick opportunity. Anybody new tuning in, just remind them that T10 format, we will be bowling just from the one end. And the other thing you need to know is the power play is the first 3 overs. So inside the first 3 overs can only have 2 men outside the 30-yard circle.
Yeah, that's right. Of course, every bowler is limited to 2 overs in the innings. So you've got to make the most of them. And Bharti, a bit hit and miss so far.
Oh, this one could go all the way. It's going to be a horrible one. That's going to be 5 wides. And that will certainly help Cricket Hispania accelerate the run rate slightly there. And Bharti, yeah, you're right. He's bowled a little bit of everything here. The short one, which got in the wicket, the wide one.
This is the movement for me. A bit of outswing beats the batsman, beats the keeper. It was pretty wide to start with. And this is a risk when you have your keeper up to the stumps. Ali Raza misses that, and that's costly. That's 5 extras, and they'll have to re-bowl that one as well.
Yeah, for those of you that have been following us around Europe, you know that these kookaburras, they do tend to swing around a lot. So Bharti, got to get his control right. It's in the air, he gets past the infielder. It will be fielded there on the boundary by Munib Mohammed. Gets the throw in, and yes, he was looking for the second, but no chance of that one. Good throw.
You just have so many things under the microscope in this compressed form of the game. One of the things is the running between the wickets. You know, obviously the fielding's really important. If you hold these catches in the first 2 or 3 overs, it can really set the tone for the rest of the innings, and also you remove the dangerous hitters. We typically see the best batsmen batting in the top 3 or 4.
Yes, here. Yet to get off the mark. Well, this one, well, I think he played that pretty well. Played it with soft hands. Managed to guide it down to third man, gets a single, gets off the mark, and I think that'll make him feel so much happier in this very first match of this European Cricket Championship. You want to get off the mark, and he's done that. And now he'll be looking to push on along with his captain. That was, so far it's been a productive over this for Hispania.
It certainly has, hasn't it? Look, despite losing those 2 early wickets, their run rate is very good. I think 120 is going to end up being around par. We'll have to wait and see.
It's well bowled, and probably the best one he's bowled in this spell so far. That was right up there, right in the slot. A bit quicker as well. And the captain of Hispania, Mills, just quite content to block that one out.
Last ball of the over.
It's been drilled to the fielder, Munib Mohammed, and take the single.
That'll be the end of the over. It's 24 for 2 after 2.
Yeah, so I think those 5 wides there, you can see what happens in this format. 1 good over for either side, and the complex of the game changes dramatically. In Spain there, it was 8 runs, well, 9 for 1 at the end of the first, and now all of a sudden accelerated 24.
Yeah, so
for
15
2.
off that over, but he did pick up a wicket,
He
I
did pick up a
suppose.
wicket, yeah.
But it's a great opportunity for the captain, Chris Munoz-Mills, to stamp his authority on the tournament. Sometimes I wonder what's the best way to use him, whether you use him up the top, whether you use him in the middle order. He's going to have one more over in the power play to deal with. Ikrami is going to come back to bowl his second, so he'll be bowling out.
Well, asking the question, and a little shake of the head from umpire Suleiman.
Yeah, quick work from the keeper, Ali Raza. You see here, we got the side on angle, which will give you a really good look at it. It did just creep out for a second there, but Mills got back in time.
Good hands from Raza. Doing a good job. It's very important when you're a slower bowler. You've got the keeper standing up.
That's a great opportunity to welcome everyone who's watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. If you don't already, why don't you subscribe? It's the home of European cricket, and there's a live chat on there. And a lot of people that are watching regularly, they're saying this just has a bit of a different feel about it. You can see why.
Back of the bowler, good bowling. Just held this one back slightly. Mills just trying to go straight over the top of him. But, it's a dot ball. Dot ball's gold dust.
He's not really turning it, is he? He's just kind of shaping it in, if anything.
This is up in the air, but it's through the gap. 4 runs. 4 carreras.
Yeah, that was nice straight hit. Again, making the most of the power play with only 2 fielders outside the circle. You're going to attack, and that time just took it 2 or 3 little steps. Found the gap, and 4 carreras it is, Rico, and I think we're going to see plenty of boundaries. You can see already lifting intensity, I think, from the club-based matches we've seen this year, which are highly, highly entertaining, but this is just it's a different class of cricket we're seeing at the moment. All these teams in Group A, they're really tightly bunched as far as their ICC rankings, so I think we're in some really close contests.
Up in the air, bowl! Balle, que grande es eso! 6 carreras más.
Well, Mills, you might as well call him Muscles, because this one, wow, he really gave it a whack, and you knew from the moment that left the bat, that wasn't coming back. Oh, this is up here to the commentary box, but the boundaries flying for Spain. We said we thought that they would be comfortable with the conditions, and it's hard as a bowler. What do you do? Do you gamble? Do you try and get one above the eye line if you're disappearing anyway? Not easy. The score is already up to 34. We're still in the power play. Mills, it's his next move.
Oh, he's gone across the line here, and they're asking the question, and well, there could be a run out as well. Well, yes, here, there was no communication there. I mean, Christian, you can understand, he was looking at the umpire to say, was I safe? Yes, he wanted it, but they end up being safe. This is going to be close. He does go across the line, I believe.
Yeah, he does. I think the bounce is always an issue on this surface. It's an artificial surface we're using. So I think there's a couple of things here. The angle, for me, certainly a good shout. Again, maybe missing leg, but also, yeah, the height for me is always a concern.
Crummy once more, this time Fuller. You can see the intent from the captain. He wants to go after it. Good batting from him so far, because I think, like you said, Vinny, there's no point hanging around in T10. You only got 60 balls, and you want to get there as quick as you can, and that's the end of another over. 35 for 2.
That's a good point you make, especially at the international level. You would back that you're going to have some depth with the batting. So I think sometimes we see at the domestic level in Europe, teams really relying on a top 3 batsman, let's say top 2 or 3 batsmen. But I think at this level, you back your batsman down to number 7 or 8 to be able to hit. So you don't want to be wasting balls, being too conservative. You don't want to just go down by a handful of runs thinking that you could have attacked a bit more. And that's also behind Belgium's decision to field first. I think they're thinking, well, we don't really know what a good score is, how to approach it. It might actually help to know exactly how many we need, and then make a plan accordingly. Change of bowling, and here's a man that we saw a bit of in a recent European cricket series, Shagrai Sefat. He was playing in the series in Capella, Rotterdam just a couple of weeks ago, and I liked what I saw about him. He's a bit of a wicket-taking machine. He typically bowls in the power play, but he's going to get a chance here in the 4th over. So 5 outfielders are allowed from this point. Here he is for the first time.
No ball straight away. And it looks like this is going to be courtesy of a foot fault. So free hit coming up. And well, this is a chance for the captain to go ballistic. He's got the opportunity to go the full Monty now.
Yeah, you see, just overstretching.
can see there, it's a good picture there of the footwork of Christian Muniz. He's really quick to get out there, but quick getting back as well if he has to. Free hit. And this is going for a good pace there. And, well, ends up being a dot ball, so he's done well, recovered well. Bit of pace there, Finney.
Yeah, and this is what we saw from him a couple of weeks ago as well. He's not afraid to bend his back. It's free hit or no free hit.
I think yes there, probably just saying to his captain, look, Skip, I know you can hit it and you want to hit it, but look, think about the singles as well. A lot of space. Let me get on strike. He's only faced 2 deliveries, Yasser Ali. Well bowled, very well bowled. I'd say that he's good at using his feet, Christian, when the ball's slightly slower, but when it's quicker, he's guilty of not moving him enough here. Look, there's very little foot movement and lucky to get away with it. That wasn't far away from that off stump.
It's a good place to be, I think. Full and straight at any time in this innings. I mean, we do associate it with kind of death bowling the last few overs, but it's always the last few overs in a T10. So I don't think Savat will mind attacking the stumps.
Takes the single. That's better. अच्छी प्लेसमेंट से की सिंगल ले लिया हुन क्रिस्टियन मुनिज नॉन स्ट्राइक रन चल गया द कैप्टन स्पेन दे यासिर अली 4th ओवर शुरू हो गया कल ये 2 बॉल ऑफ इसकी तियां 1 रन बनाया so Yassir would definitely want to start playing some shots here now.
Yeah, really exciting to see the pacement and the way they approach this series as well.
Trying to go big straight away, big swing and a miss. And at the moment, just struggling with the pace maybe for Sakhari. And a lot of noise out there. I'm liking this, and what a setup this is, Vinny. All of these,
the ground looks
cameras,
magnificent.
the microphones, we can hear the players. I mean, this is just, well, dream cricket in Europe, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Oh, well, I mean, no shape, no balance. I mean, yes, he's a better player than this. He's trying to hit the ball too hard, and I think that's what the Spanish team need to do. They need to think about turning these dot balls into at least singles. You can't be allowing those dots, and Christian's gone over to him. Now it's his turn to give a little bit of advice to Yassir to say, look, come on, don't try and hit it too big. There's plenty of room to take the singles. Let's rotate the strike.
Credit to the bowler, though. I mean, we're seeing he's got the control to be able to put it where he wants, and he knows he's bothering Yassir in that region. Not really giving him too full to drive.
Oh, he's gone for this one. It's in the air. This could be an opportunity, and it is brilliantly taken. Munib Mohammed gets the wicket, and the frustration of Yassir Ali. He played and missed, he swung and missed, and when he did connect, didn't find the middle. Another wicket. This is excellent bowling, though, I think, from Sakhari.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? He deserves that wicket, doesn't he? And well, finally, he had to bowl that extra ball because he bowled a no-ball first ball of the over. Got away with a free hit, and that is a bit of a game-changing over for me. It's the end of 4, and it's 37 for 3. And Yassir, he was disappointed, wasn't he? And well, credit to the fielder as well, because I thought he did very, very well, because he summed up where he was on the field. And there's Munib Mohammed there at long on, key fielding position. And he just made a little peek at the rope. And he knew he had the real estate to take the catch. So 4 overs down, and very good morning to all of you, wherever you're watching around the world.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. And, well, namaste, as I say. I know a lot of people tuning in all around the world enjoying the cricket here. And, of course, you can watch, of course, on our YouTube channel as well. Remember to subscribe.
And all of our broadcasting partners. We know we've got so many people that are interested in this series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. And let's get ready for over number 5.
Yeah, one thing there, I know a lot of people like to ask us questions about the length of the boundaries, and they are 50 metres, but it just goes to show there, it doesn't mean that hitting boundaries is easy. You still have to play the shot right, still have to time the ball, and otherwise you're going to get out.
Yeah, a very proud moment for you as well, being a Spanish resident here, Rico, for a long time now, to see your national team in action. Sabo Zakil, who gets the first one through, and well, after a bright start, and sometimes this can happen. The power play is over, the fielders go back, and sometimes the batsmen just try and start trying to overhit the ball. And these dot balls are all stacking up now. Spain just faltering a little bit.
Yeah, what a fantastic over though that was again from Sakhari. Just 2 runs from it, picks up the prize wicket of Yassir Ali. We were saying just what an important player that he is for Spain when he's on good form. And now the captain, he's got to pick up from there. And he's reached a long way for this, but the fielder is not going to stop this. Feeling cautious, the kitty, but Joka Lagya, well, it was a nicely placed shot, you have to say. And that's what he's got to do. I think anything that's loose, he's got to put away. He's been joined out there by Atif. And Atif can hit the ball pretty well as well. So these two now will be looking to get some acceleration in the next 3 or 4 overs and then really go big towards the end and try and get that score well, at least past the 100 mark.
Yeah, I think that's a bare minimum they'll need, although it's the first match. Anything can happen.
Oh, this could go the other side of the fielder. It does. 4 more. 4 carreras más. Tienes poquito de suerte en este, pero no pasa nada. 4 más. Vamos, España. Vamos, capitán.
Not where he intended to hit it. He's trying to go down the ground, and tell you what, his head spun around very quickly, making sure that it was going to fall safely. Shows you. And sometimes, as Michael would say, Michael Campbell will be joining us shortly, he would say, sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. How are those shoes as well from same as Akil. You see some great footwear in these European Cricket Series, and now here in the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, we're seeing just next level stuff. And European cricket has really taken off over the last few years. Of course, the kind of situation with immigration patterns, we have a lot more people coming from countries that are traditionally associated with cricket from the subcontinent in particular, and more players, more and more teams. And now that all member countries do get to play T20 internationals, we're seeing an explosion of international cricket.
It's well bowled, right up there, making sure that the captain, Christian Munoz, doesn't charge at this one. Now look, this bowler himself, I mean, Sabi Zakil, he's made a bit of history himself, hasn't he? But with the bat.
Yeah, he did. It's a remarkable match. It was only 2 or 3 weeks ago now, I think. It was a record partnership. An undefeated 132 for the 9th wicket. So if you look at that scorecard, you'd think it was made up. But it was amazing stuff. He's with the ball in hand now, though.
Well bowled once more, full straight. And well played also by Atif Mahmood, just content and rotating strike. I think this is where when Mills was out there, the captain of Spain, with Yes Air, that's what they failed to do. They failed to just push the ball around and get the singles. They put pressure on themselves by trying to hit the big shot. And in the end, you saw that was the downfall of Yes Air Ali. So hopefully these two will just bat slightly more sensibly. Yeah, well played again. Looked like he was ready to play the big shot there, Vinny, and just stopped himself.
Yeah.
And elected just to take the single.
End of the over as well. It's 48 for 3 at the halfway point. Yeah, it's a tough one, Rico. I think he's kind of between a rock and a hard place with his approach here. He knows he's the key to the innings now, I think, Mills, because he's gotten to 30, and he doesn't want to throw it away. But also, I think he got there by being attacking. So I think still, if in doubt, you choose the aggressive option. Over 6, 7, 8, setting the table for the bash and crash of the last couple of overs.
I mean, you say that, Vinny, but when I'm looking at that squad, players still to come in. Kuldeep Lal.
Yeah.
Now, Kuldeep Lal, guys, you'll remember in Barcelona, he scored a T10 100 and many more runs as well. So they've still got players in the bag, so they can afford to take the risk. They've also got Jack Perman. He's an aggressive hitter as well. Well, that's nicely played. That's a lovely shot. Hay veces que hay fuerza, pero hay veces que hay poquito de amor. And that one, well, that was a lovely shot. He just timed this away. 4 runs.
Well, Sefat, the pace can be used against him, and they had 2 in the circle in this area, and that goes between them. This is where sometimes we see bowlers bowling fast, but the ball disappearing pretty fast. That was just a deflection. There's Kuldeep in the foreground. He's always got a different colour hair. He's gone for the kind of the blonde look. I don't think he's a natural blonde, Kuldeep.
The old bleached look there from Kuldeep this time. I think last time we saw him play, he was blue, remember?
Yeah,
blue
had
in
the blue
Barcelona.
hair earlier in the season. That's right. Sefat, what's the comeback from him?
Oh, a spectacular effort from the fielder, but once it's gone past him on this outfield, it's like a carpet. 4 more runs, 4 más, que bonito.
It was a good effort from the captain, Sheikh Shiraz, who was at backward point. He gave it a real full dive, but once again you see, isn't this outfield in perfect condition? It's like playing on a pool table, Rico. But Sefat, he's been deflected away for a couple of boundaries now this over. I think when he's in trouble, he'll default to either going quite short or quite full. Which one will it be?
That's another nice shot, but this time the fielder makes the stop, keeps it to 1.
What I'm seeing so far is the fielding. That's the one thing I really notice. We have seen quite a few of these players in European Cricket Series, the domestic competition we've been covering on the European Cricket Network this year. We've seen quite a few of these players, but now as a unit, I don't see any liabilities out there in the field, and it's so important that your fielders back up your bowlers.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, the bowler is bowling to his field, offside field set. And once more, Atif Mahmood on strike. Short, and well, gets through, and the keeper there, just wondering whether that was the slightly slower one to fool the batsman, but also outfox the keeper.
Yeah, it was a good change of pace. You see, it's just a slight off-cutter, and this is what a good change of pace is to me, because it's not that much slower. We've seen some really slow balls, but they're quite pickable and it's easy to adjust. But that one was just probably 10% slower so far, showing all the tricks so far. 1 for 11, so it's been a pretty good couple of overs from him.
It's well hit, and the fielder's got work to do and does well. Nice looking shot, good bit of cricket that. Nice shot from Mills and Aziz Mohammed. Good bit of groundwork there in the field.
Doesn't the ball explode off the bat of some of these players? And one whistled straight past so far. And then nice bit of fielding, getting down. And very, very interesting contest between these two teams. First up in this series.
Be another single. This one goes on to long on. Here comes the throw. It's a good line actually from the bowler. He's just keeping it straight as that over comes to an end, and the score moves to 60 off 6 overs. Again at 10 and over.
This is where I normally do my 6 over check-in, and at the moment they're going at 10s, and I think that's a bare minimum to keep going at 10s from here, which would take them to 100. But I don't think 100 necessarily will be enough. Just looking at this field and this outfield, although Belgium, you would say it's their first bat in the series, so they'll probably have a few nerves of their own. I think from here you've got to go minimum 2 a ball, which would take them to 108. So I still think 110 plus is on. And like you say, they do have some good batsmen to come. They do have the depth, Spain, in familiar conditions. They were asked to bat, weren't they, by Sheikh Shiraz, the Belgian captain. At the moment, I think both teams will be pretty comfortable where they are at the game. So 4 overs critically important. Aziz Mohammed, we saw him in the Netherlands series a couple of weeks ago as well. He's going to come on to bowl over 7 and 9. Is used as a bit of a death bowling specialist.
Oh, well, this one may just, it's going to be taken. It was a horrible shot. I think the ball surprised him here. I'm not sure if he was surprised by the bounce or by the line, but it wasn't a nice looking shot from Atif Mohammed, and he has to go, and that's disappointing. That's a soft dismissal for Spain.
Yeah, well, it was a slight change of pace, I think. And it's the first ball he's bowled, but I mentioned that he's a bit of a death bowling specialist. You see, again, I think he just pulls his fingers down the right-hand side of the ball, and that's what fools the batsman, I suppose. The arm speed was still there. Once again, very good catch. Muneeb Mohammed, he's taken a couple of good ones, made no mistake. And it's 60 for 4 now. Jack Perman comes to the crease for Spain.
Yeah, this would be interesting for me. I think this is a good time for Jack to go. I mean, they've opted to go with Jack as opposed to Kuldeep Lal, and I think that's probably because what they're saying here is, well, okay, with the balls running out, Jack Perman, he likes to go in and starts playing his shot straight away, and if he clicks, well, they could quite easily accelerate and get past that 100 with balls to spare, whereas Kuldeep Lal, he sort of will pick and choose more. So, yeah, I think this is a fair call.
Enjoying the live chat as well. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube if you'd like to watch there. And you can actually interact with us live on air. It's one of the unique and special things about watching cricket in this way. And we're thrilled to bring the action to you today on ECN and all of our broadcasting partners all around the world. And what a great start for Aziz Mohammed. Once again, we see a second Belgian taking a wicket off his very first delivery.
Oh, I think there may have been a bit of bat on that from the sound I heard. We'll probably see it better on the replay. But again, a very, very good delivery.
Yeah, I heard 2 noises. Get a look at what the umpire sees. I don't think it was 2 noises any bat in it. I think he flicks his own pad with his bat, but he was forward and maybe outside the off stump, maybe going over the top. Just a few elements. A nervy start for Jack Perman.
It's a single.
It's that slow ball again. It's very clever.
Yeah,
it's got to
very
be
clever.
Disconcerting. And the clever thing about this slow ball, for me, is there's no discernible change in arm speed. And you haven't really had a good look at him yet. So you can see even Mills just having to make a slight adjustment. Happy to take the single. So Perman, again, not an easy bowler to start your innings against as we head into the final third of this first ever innings in a T10 international.
Straps him on the pads once more. He's got to be quick. And, well, I think he may have just made this, first of all, the leg by. So once again, not able to get bat onto ball. And he had to scarp her in, did Perman.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? I mean, this one, oof, would have been close.
Very close. Good work from the umpire as well. Stefan Gooch in the right place. This is hit pretty hard, and that's a great stop. Fantastic. Both अच्छी fielding सीगी, both अच्छा stop. नहीं तो मेरे ख्याल चौका लग जाना सीगा.
He saved 3 runs there. I mean, that was whistling to the boundary. Sabah Sakil, you've seen him with the ball. Now he's doing it in the field, and very, very fascinating format. This T10 does have its momentum swings. They just happen a lot faster.
Slow delivery, but this one has been picked. This has gone a long way. He sent that to orbit. 6 runs.
Well, it's third time lucky for Perman, who had his issues the first couple of balls, but he's picked that slow ball. And once you pick it, you can launch, and he does, and he goes over the leg side. Well, that one, don't know where it ended up, but it's going to take some finding.
Yeah, that was big, and I imagine we could get another Kookaburra coming out there. A lovely shot. Now that's what Perman can do. He can bring the acceleration at the right time. And you just think about it in this format. You get a batsman in like that who, gets cracking, hits a few big sixes. All of a sudden, it's a game changer.
Yeah, it certainly steadies your hand, doesn't it? And it's got to give him some confidence into the last 3 overs. 70 for 4 after 7 overs. And so let's have a look at these teams in Group A today. I mean, we've got 5 teams in every group, and you see there that all these 5 teams in Group A, they're pretty close together on the rankings, particularly the top 4. So Spain actually ranked below Belgium, but there's not much in it. And basically, these 5 teams will play all week, and on Friday, we'll know who the top 2 performers are that will go through to finals week.
Yeah, and those, of course, are the ICC rankings as well. And of course, this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship is sanctioned by the ICC as well. So all of these players, in case you're wondering, have had to go through the same protocols as they would if they were playing an ICC T20 tournament. So there's a lot of criteria they have to meet before they can play and represent their country. What a moment it is for them. Lakil. It's well bowled, and they're taking him on. And well, Christian Mills is very quick, running in between the wickets, and he got there, did well.
Yeah, well, they're hustling, aren't they? They want to get Mills back on strike. Once again, Perman not able to get any bat on ball, and it's a bit of a baseball time slide from Mills. That doesn't tickle. He's probably wearing about 3 thigh pads. That's missed all of them. And there's a slide from Mills. Basically,
well, if it had sideways. Hit, he would have gone, wouldn't he? He would have been well short. Well, he's probably right-footed and not left-footed, the bowler.
Well, we know that football is premier sport in Europe, and we're hoping that cricket can find its place on the continent, because there's certainly a lot of enthusiasm for it.
Oh, he's gone. He's got his man in the air. Well, Mills, the captain, goes. Well, he's batted very well, 42. And in the end, just trying to accelerate there. He was keen to get to the other end, but couldn't do anything. And sneaks this behind. But a good knock from him. I mean, he needed to perform. He has done. And let's hope that now, next batsman, which, well, just think it's going to be Paul Hennessy. Looks like he's coming in. So still no Kuldeep Lal. So I think Hennessy probably is coming in there to try and support and try and give the strike as much as he can to Perman. But there you go. Good work there from our team here from Spring Productions, bringing you all of these replays as well. Quality stuff, guys.
You said a little deflection there, couldn't you? Clearly, it was Big Nick. And good innings, though, from the captain, Christian Munoz-Mills. He's the 5th wicket to fall. He departs for 42. It's 72 for 5.
Yeah, he's done his job, hasn't he, the captain? And he's got more than half the run so far for his team, and now be hoping that the lower-end batsman can get them to, well, beyond that 100. And I think a score about 120 is what I think is going to be about par here.
My feeling is that 120 is about par, but nerves are a funny thing. I think all the players would be having a few of them on this first morning.
Sensible batting from Hennessy, just probably saying, okay, there you go, son. You like to hit it big. I'm just going to keep you on strike.
We're into the final quarter of the innings now. And Perman, he has to take over the role as the principal aggressor, I think, for Spain. We did see him earlier this year as part of the Spanish Championship Day on ECN.
Oh, balle, boom, shakalagia. What a shot.
How about that? Well, I hope he takes a packed lunch if he's trying to find that, because that's gone a long way up the hill. I don't fancy it at all. But this one just goes with the angle, doesn't he, Perman? He's already shown it's, if you drift into his pads, it can be dangerous. He hasn't hit all of them, but this one, well, he got most of it, didn't he? That's another 6 to Spain.
Yeah, great shot from a talented player. He's come through the ranks, come through the Colts in the Spanish system. Started as a junior and he's worked his way up, and now he's representing the national team. Well done to him, and let's hope not only does he go on to score good valuable runs in this match, but also in the series.
Yeah, all these batsmen really, I'll be wanting to have a good start to the tournament. And confidence is everything, especially in this form of the game where you don't have too long to make an impression, you don't have too long to settle. I actually think the fact that it is such a short format, and we've seen so much cricket this year on ECN, we've seen over 750 T10 matches, so we know a lot about the format now. Here's Akil. Pushes this one away, this one. But one thing I think is the players are a bit uncomfortable because they don't have much time to settle. And when they're bowling, they know the batsman's going to be attacking. I think the fact that the players are a bit uncomfortable makes it really gripping viewers, because you really see what they're made of.
Yeah. End of another over. So they're still just going on that 10 and over.
80 for 5 after 8. So head into the 9th. And well, we have a bit of a saying, don't we, here on the European Cricket Network? It's actually a saying that you came up with. Of course, we've worked together many, many times, probably hundreds of matches this year, Rico. But you always say it all happens in the 9th.
It happens in the 9th, yeah.
Just happens to be the situation. So often we see some real highlights, and sometimes the downright bizarre, as the second last over will begin. Aziz Mohammed, well, he's going to come around the wicket, and we saw him on that very, very clever slower ball. Just a bit of an off-cutter, but it's hard to pick. Harder to pick than a regular off-cutter, I think, from Aziz Mohammed. Here he is, bowling to Perman.
Well, that was a wild one. And keeper's done well there, Ali Raza. Could have been, they've already given 5 wides earlier in the beginning of this innings, and that could have been another.
Yeah, this one could have gone to the boundary very, very easily. Good work by the keeper. Didn't have too long to move the feet. Ali Raza. Mohammed, I think he's got to get outside that off stump.
And now follows up the wide with a no ball. And, well, this is a good opportunity for Paul Hennessy. He gets to the other end and he'll be facing a free hit. So he's got permission to go the full Monty here.
Yeah.
Here we go, free hit. And he's hit it pretty well, and the fielder will take the catch, but it won't matter. If it's a free hit, they get a single from it. Hennessy trying to clear that onside boundary. Nice catch taken, no mistakes. And once again, like you said, Vinny, the fielding has been spot on, been quality.
Has been, hasn't it? So often it's the difference. So once again, we see a free hit not cashed in. We've seen a lot of that over the last couple of weeks.
Short and nicely played. And, well, good work again. We're talking about the fielding. You had to watch the bounce on this, and it's always difficult when you're playing on a pitch for the first time as well. You don't know what it's going to do. Good bit of cricket all around here. Good, quick, short delivery. Nicely played. Probably just a little bit too wide, but good work from the fielder.
I think that change of pace is even more effective when he does bowl a few quick ones as well. That one again could have gone anywhere really off the edge of the bat.
And it's it down the ground. We take the single. Perman looking to come back, and well, fielder sends him back. Well, maybe now. No, still no.
Yeah, so at the moment, looks like they're on track for that 100. I think that'll test Belgium. I mean, I just think chasing first up in a high-pressure atmosphere. See if how they approach it. If it is 100, will they go hard in the power play, or that kind of a score? Will they just be happy to cruise at 10s, or do they really try and make a statement? There's a lot to look forward to in the second half. All these teams in Group A, like I said, they're very, very tightly bunched in the ICC rankings.
Yeah, nice to see the teams arriving for the second match. Should be coming up. That's nicely played. Again, it's that variation in pace. Perman got into good position, guides it through the gap, but they have got a fielder out there, just the one man. He's been there more or less since the power play was over. In sort of that the boundary on the point area. Not had too much to do, in fairness. It's a nice shot, made some room for himself, and he's trying to push. And well, this one has gone through the fielder. Wow.
Right there, I think. It's the first genuine misfield I think we've seen, to be honest.
Yeah, Shagari Safat. Well, eso es de culpa de Cerveza Victoria.
A lot of energy getting there. Tried to do everything right, and I think it certainly must have been put off a little bit. Manib Mohammed, they were both basically racing each other to see who could get there. Safat got there, but he couldn't stop it, so a couple of bonus runs. This is Mohammed, last ball of his spell coming up.
He played, and he'll take the single here. Yeah, so shout out to our beer partner, Cervezas Victoria, and just let you know that it also does come Shefa instant alcohol as well. The end of the over, the score moves on to 92 for 5.
So Spain, such an interesting innings, hasn't it? I mean, we've had that one over from Sefat that only went for 2. That was back in the 4th, and that one from Aziz Mohammed ended up going for 12. All the other overs have gone for 9, 10, 11 or 12 since that 4th over. So fairly consistent scoring from Spain, with the exception of that one over, which could make a big difference.
Yeah.
Because now it looks like it will be maybe in the low hundreds. I think it's going to be a really fascinating chase. 50-50 for me still at this stage, having not seen Belgium in the format as well. And I think it's one of the things, I think the Spanish guys, a lot of them have played a lot more T10 cricket than the Belgians, who have played a little bit. I think with these teams being so tightly bunched together in the T20 international rankings, I think the fact that the more experienced teams in the T10 might just have a bit more experience behind them as far as how to handle these situations. For me, T10 batting and bowling, it's all about decision making, and you have to make decisions quickly and on your feet. So
yeah. Fine Barty coming back, bowled a second. It's quite expensive in that one. Well,
this is bold, I think.
I think he's played this on. I mean, Hennessy was trying to get a bit groovy here. And let's see what happens here. Gets this all wrong.
This is off the head. Oh, maybe it's off the gloves.
No, it actually came. I think that came off the wicket keeper. It didn't go straight, and that's why he was inside. So he's not out.
Oh, okay.
Because he was rolling inside his crease. But I mean, that's a wide ball there. I think Paul. I think they premeditated the shot.
Yeah, it certainly was.
That's 3 dot balls in the last over.
He fooled all of us because he started walking towards the pavilion. But I think the reason was that was just the direction he was going. And when it came down to it, it was a dot ball, and that could be really important. That's another dot ball. So what a good start to this 10th over for Belgium.
Oh, this is not very good cricket from Paul Hennessy. I mean, you've got Jack Perman at the other end, the big hitter. You've just really got to be trying to get bat onto this, take the single. There's loads of space for that single. That's what he's got to be trying to do. And I think Jack Perman at the other end getting a bit frustrated.
4 consecutive dots.
Swan will get the single eventually here. So Jack Perman will have one delivery. Can he go big? And if he can, it means that the target could be 100. Exactly.
We're going to look back at this innings and we'll talk about 2 overs.
Yeah.
The 4th over from Safat only went for 2, and now this one's only gone for 1. There's only 1 ball remaining. That 100 now is a pipe dream. They're on 93. Last ball innings coming up.
It's hit really well, but it should be cut off. They've got to try and go for the 2, I think, here, where Hennessy's coming back, and Perman, he's not going to get there. So it will only be 1. Perman gets a run out off the last ball, so the score moves just to 94. 6 wickets down at the end of the innings, and well, they were looking like they was definitely going to get the 100. They were going at 10 and over, more or less all the way through, but you're right, Vinny, 2 overs made all the difference.
Yeah, I think so. For me, it's advantage Belgium. Let's go back and have a look at the last delivery, and that was unselfish play as well. I think you've got to go for those runs. Anything can happen, and you've got nothing to lose. And have a look at the ice cube in the background. I love the giant ice cube, giving you all the information. That's also smart work. I think they knew if they went to the keeper's end that they'd have a bit more time to effect the run out, and so it transpired. Perman, in the end, had a little contribution of 18, but he just kept away from the strike, wasn't he, towards the end? And well, what a great day it is in European cricket, in world cricket really, the first ever T10 International. And Rico, we just knew these 2 teams, there wasn't much between them. And Spain, the hosts, they were asked to bat first, and they have compiled 94 runs on the board.
Yeah, look, the other thing is, let's just tell people very quickly, if you're around this area, you can come down. We've got a fan zone here, and to come down and watch support and watch the cricket, it's fabulous.
Well, we knew that it was going to be all guns blazing as these 2 teams, what an honour to be involved in the first ever T10I. And early on, we saw Ekrami. Well, he got launched by Always Ahmed. That was the first Maximo in T10 International cricket. And Always, he looked set for a big one, but this one, yeah, we didn't find it. We had to find a new ball. It won't be the last time this week. Well, they did send Hamza Salim at the top of the order, and he was only able to make 1. It was the start of a few early wickets, and you just felt that Spain, especially when Always went, they were on the back foot, but then Mills, the captain, he came in, Christian Munoz Mills, and played a captain's knock to get them back on track.
Yeah, he needed to get a good knock in, Christian Mills. I mean, he's not been in the best of forms, but what a time to produce some magical shots. I mean, that certainly helped. The extras there, the extras in this form of the game can be so crucial. And we saw that it was 13 given away by Belgium. And of those 13, there were 7 of those were wides. And yes, Irali, well, he was frustrated. First, he couldn't get on strike. And when eventually he did, well, he was caught going for the big shot on the boundary, which left, again, just Christian Mills to do all the work. As we say, these boundaries may be only 50 metres, but you still got to hit it pretty hard to clear them. Well, this one did go to the boundary, 4 runs, but it was a bit lucky. But this one was a beautiful shot. That was elegant. That was class. It's not all about boom, boom. Sometimes it's just about perfect timing and placement.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that you'd have to hand it to the Belgians. Every time it looked like they might get away, they just worked themselves back into the game, and I think they did it with some clever bowling, some clever variations at the end. I think you're right, maybe a couple of times the ball got away from them. This one is almost football style, and eventually Mills, he nicks behind for 42. And it was a knock that got Spain back on track. And as the innings drew to its conclusion, it was Perman that took over with a couple of lusty blows. He scored 18 off 10 balls. But for me, they scored 5 sixes. They scored 6 fours in the innings. I worry it might not be enough. But one thing I would say is that Belgium, they haven't had to bat in the series yet. And so they'll be quite nervy. Interesting to see how they approach this target of 95. And gives us a chance to have a look at what transpired in the first 10 overs of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Spain, well, they lost the top 3, only 10 runs between the top 3, but Mills, you see they're 42 off 27, 5 fours and 2 sixes, for he was caught behind. Perman, like I said, he was the other one towards the end, 18 off 10, and Hennessy, look, he just missed those 4 balls, first 4 balls of the 10th over, which could be crucial if this game is close. And have a look at the bowling figures, Rico. well, I think a fairly consistent effort. I particularly liked Shagrai Safat. We saw him a couple of weeks ago. He only conceded 13, but every single bowler took a wicket, and that must give them a lot of confidence as a bowling unit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they bowled well. And the most important thing was they bowled to the field. I think they were well supported by the field. And other than just that one error in the field, I think Belgium were fantastic in the field. And well, talking about the field, what a fantastic ground it is as well. But the midway summary, well, you can see there that Chris Mills, 42 of 27 balls. He led the way. Jack Perman, big hitting there towards the end. He'll be disappointed he didn't get more strike towards the end there. Could have accelerated and got that to about 110. But he's 94 for 6. And Belgium, well, 95 to win.
Yeah, it will be. So when we return, it'll be Belgium requiring that target of 95. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Hope you're having a great day. We'll see you shortly for the second innings. This is match 1 of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
Hello and welcome back to this beautiful part of Spain. We are in the Andalusian region and we are in the host city of Malaga, which is the capital of the Costa del Sol. We are in Spain and there's the Spanish captain, Christian Mills. He batted very well, 42 of 27, but his team, well, I think they know that they've a bit low par with the score, 94 for 6. They would have liked that at least another maybe 15, 20 runs on the board there. But look, they do have the ability. They have got some good bowlers, but they're going to be have to be at their best to perform. And nice to see them just having a team huddle there as the umpires make their way out. Stefan Gooch and umpire Suleiman. And it's a great privilege for me. I said we're here in Karma, the Karma Oval, to have Jorge Gallardo with me. He's the alcalde here, the mayor of Karma. Buenos días, señor. ¿Qué tal? ¿Todo está bien?
Sí, ¿qué tal? Buenos días, todo muy bien.
Mira, ¿qué pensando por ese campo? Es increíble, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad que no estoy muy relacionado con cricket, pero un campo espectacular, las instalaciones y bueno, bienvenidos a todo el público en general, a vosotros, a Cártama. Welcome to Cártama.
Muchas gracias. Yeah, just welcoming the whole world to Karma. He's saying he knows of cricket, hasn't seen too much cricket, but what he's seeing here is just world class. Es un nivel espectacular, ¿no? Es un campo con todos los equipos, 15 equipos de Europa aquí, y todo por una cosa, para hacer historia y para ganar de primero Dream 11 European Cricket Series aquí en España, en Málaga, Cártama.
Esperemos que sea España, que España gane este torneo y bueno, encantados de recibiros aquí en estas magníficas instalaciones que tenemos en Cártama y yo creo, bueno, estamos viendo un partido muy interesante. No estoy muy acostumbrado a ver cricket, pero bueno, lo que estoy viendo me está gustando y bueno, aprendiendo estas reglas de cricket.
Sí. He's saying that wouldn't it be great if Spain go all the way? Well, first of all, they've got to try and to win the group stages here, and that's to finish in the top two. Finish in the top two, then you come back into that final week. Remember, 4 weeks of cricket. Atif Mahmood, first ball for Spain, and that's well bowled. Nice line from him straight away. He's almost getting that through the defences of Mohammed. And that's what Spain have to do here. They need to pick up these wickets quickly. Y vale, tú nunca jugar cricket, ¿no?
No, la verdad que no, nunca.
Okay, ahora quieres jugar?
Sí.
I just asked him if you ever played cricket, but he wants to now. Atif Mohammed. And once again, nice full and straight, asking the question. Looked like a double sound there for me. Let's just have a look at this. It's Atif, the left armour, getting this to swing in. Well, it's certainly worth it. The umpire here will need to think, well, was that going to go into hit or miss? There was that swing in there. Very good shout, very close. Atif Mahmood once more. This time shorter, and he's got it fine off the man there. Fine, it's going to be 4 runs. 4 carreras, and the first boundary coming off the bat from Mohammed off the Belgium reply here. So they start with the boundary, third ball, just changing his line slightly, Atif. They have got a man there, but that was just a little bit too fine for him. So Aziz Mohammed gets a little bit of luck there, first time around. Y de Cártama, después de esa pelota. Oh, this is a nice shot. He's flicked his away, and that's a Maximo. 6 carreras. So back-to-back boundaries here, just straying there down the leg side. It just goes to show the small margins of error. There's that swing again, but again, it started on leg, swinging away, and no mistakes from Aziz. He puts that away for 4 more. Y Cártama, por la gente que nunca venir aquí en esta parte de Andalucía, ¿qué es especial de Cártama? What's special about Cártama?
Pues Cártama tenemos una ermita del siglo XVII, está la Virgen de los Remedios, y bueno, pues tenemos restos arqueológicos, basílicas romanas, siglo I de nuestra era, murallas.
Once more, goes for the short one, gets it past outside. So, entonces hay mucha historia, ¿no?
Sí, hay
porque
historia.
Hay de romanos también aquí.
Romanos, fenicios,
sí.
Y bueno, pues la verdad que íberos también estuvieron en Cártama, y la verdad que hay mucha historia y muchas cosas que visitar en Cártama.
A lot of history, dates back many years. Short and punished for more. Both short sigi ball, gandi sigi, lag gaya chauka, and well, after a good start from Atif Mohammed, he's just got his line wrong there, and the last ball of the first over goes to the boundary as well. So it is 14 without loss. Started very well and then just lost his way a little bit. Qué pena. Otras carreras,
Parece fácil darle, pero tiene que ser difícil.
He's just saying to me there that it looks easy to hit the ball, but he's had a little go at a bat and he said it's very difficult. Sí, hay necesita mucho práctico, como muchos deportes. ¿Por qué es de deporte que es en Cártama que es de más popular?
Pues bueno, casi como todos lados, el fútbol. Fútbol
en
y
España,
baloncesto, de lo más popular.
Yeah, most popular
Aunque
sports
también
here.
tenemos un gran equipo de tenis de mesa.
¿De tenis también?
Sí, tenis de mesa.
So football, of course, in
Ping pong.
Spain. And then you have basketball and ping pong as well, table
Sí,
tennis
sí.
as well as tennis, yeah.
Campeones de España también.
The new bowler, second over, and they need to hit back quick here. So it's going to be Adil Raja. He had a good time with the ball against Germany in the T20 internationals. Let's see how he starts here today. Well, start short, and how short was this one? The umpires will have to decide whether that's just one for the over, whether it did go over the head of the batsman. We'll may get a chance to see this on the replay, but he certainly did bang this in really short. Now, looks like that's been given as one for the over. Looked like it was, I mean, looking at that, I think that's gone right over the head of the batsman. Lucky not to be called a wide there. Raja, it's better. He'll take the single. And the left-hander Latif gets himself off the mark.
Son 60, ¿no? 60 lanzamientos que tiene que hacer cada equipo.
Perdona, 60.
60 lanzamientos.
Sí, en total 60 lanzamientos. Y hay 6 6 por una persona de lanzamentador. Es un over. Just going through the number of balls that will be in the whole inning. 60. Short again. Taking the short approach. And this one will be called a no ball. And I think we'll see this signal coming through in a minute, because that's the second one that's over the shoulder height. Remember, only allowed one short ball. So this will be a free hit. So this is not the start that they would have wanted from Adil Raja. So free hit signaled. It's a good opportunity for Aziz Mohammed to go big. Moves early and he plays a very nice shot. Good use of his feet and got into position really well. And 4 runs, cuatro más. Well, just straying a little with the line here. I think Raja has to get fuller, has to get straighter. And at the moment, this is being made to look pretty easy by these two batsmen, especially Aziz Mohammed as he moves on to 18 off just 8 deliveries. A few words of encouragement from Paul Hennessy to the bowler Raja, and he comes once more. This is hit beautifully. Balle, balle, balle. Ginna Sona, Ginna Bada Shaka. 6 carreras. Porque esos 6, ¿sabe, no? Eso es un 6.
Malo para España.
Malo para España, sí. It's not good for Spain. 6 more runs. Vamos a ver, chicos. Vamos a España. Raja, can he get a good reply in here? Go short once more, and this is going to be 4. And not very intelligent bowling. And you can see frustration in from the captain, Christian Mills. Just looking at the bowler saying, come on, look where your field is. He's got look at this field. You've got all the men basically on the offside. The only man you got on the leg side, remember, can only have 2 men outside the ring. Yeah, he's been forced to put the square leg back and the long on his back. Everybody else is on the off. He's got a bowl outside that off stump. Raja, can he get it right? And that was better. He will take the single. And very good work from the captain himself. Chris Mills picking up, clean pickup, has a shy. But that probably would have been pretty close. It was a sigh of ooze as Christian Mills threw himself at that. But the end off, not a very good over. You see here, great work, good pickup. And yeah, I think he would have gone. He hit the chalk, but not the stumps, unfortunately, for Spain. The score racing along here now, 31. Of 2 overs, no wickets down. Something needs to happen. And the game for Kuldeep Lal, we haven't seen him. We didn't see him with the bat. And let's see if Kuldeep can do it with the ball. So Kuldeep Lal. Vale. Kuldeep es un jugador que es muy bueno, tiene mucha experiencia jugando en este formato en Barcelona.
Ajá.
Y ahora, vale, tiene poca suerte por España, ¿no?
Bueno, a ver, si hay suerte para España y conseguimos eliminar a algún jugador de Bélgica.
Pero una pregunta después de esa pelota de Kuldeep. Así, sí, toma, así. This is what they needed. They needed a wicket and Kuldeep Lal. Well, what a start for him. We said he didn't have to bat. He wasn't called upon to bat for his very first ball. Gets a wicket and it's that number 13. Yo creo que hoy número 13 es un número de suerte. And yeah, look, there was no doubt about that. That was going on to hit the middle stump. So number 13 is the number of the day. The 13th is today. And well, number 13, well, we said, was it going to be lucky for Belgium when their number 13s were doing well? Well, Kuldeep Lal, number 13, gets the first wicket for Spain. Now, could this be the start of more to come? De primero.
Primer eliminado de Bélgica,
Primero eliminado. And, well, that's what they needed. They needed something special straight away. And they've got the wicket as he's batted really well. 29 of just 12 deliveries. And he gets a good round of applause from not just his teammates, but also from some of the spectators that are here quite early in this ground. Kuldeep comes once more, bowling to Mahmood. There could be another one. They're asking the question, and he's given him, has he? Well, we'll have to have a look at this. And I think they've gone to the third umpire here. Well, let's have a look here. It's very quick work from Aways. There we go. Excellent delivery, great hands, and we'll probably see it from side on coming up. And this is what the third umpire, here we go, we'll be having a look at. And well, it's all about, I think his foot's probably just in. Yeah, I think he's probably just there. Remember the line, and he would be out, but he's just on the other side of the lines. So I think he's going to be okay. Yes, he is. And the umpires, the men in black out there, working well with the third umpire and with the tournament referee. Adrian van der Drijs is the third umpire for this Dream 11 European Cricket Series. Rob Kemin, the tournament director, working well with the two umpires on field to get the right decision. So not out, but again, a fantastic delivery from Kuldeep. Really is applying the pressure just when they needed it. Then he comes once more. Kuldeep Lal. Oh, and a big swing again from the new batsman. And Faisal Mahmood is looking to go big straight away rather than choosing to have a look at the ball. Maybe that's what he's been sent out to do.
Buenos lanzamientos lleva, ¿no? Lleva muy buenos lanzamientos.
Sí, muy bueno, muy bueno. Eso cambiar los pace, poquito. That one's Fuller, straight to the fielder. Good throw, and he could be in trouble. And it's a direct hit, is it? They're asking the question once more. We may have to go upstairs one more time. I think we are. Well, Spanish players are jubilant. They think they've got their man. Well, let's see. Once more work to be done by the third umpire, Adrian. And here we go. Well, necesita espera. Yo creo, madre mía, sí, yo creo que sí. Yo creo que eso es fuera de campo. Eso es un otro. And that is absolutely brilliant work. I think he's got to go here. We'll see. This will go back to the on-field umpire. We should be seeing the decision any minute now. Just double checking one more time. Just need to make sure you've got the technology, you've got to use it. There he is, waiting to hear. And what's the decision? You're seeing one more time here. And just keep an eye on when the bails come off. And the ball hits the... Here's the bails. Yeah, I think he's... I mean, you can see how close it is. That's why they've gone upstairs. And let's have a look. Yes, he's been given out. So the umpire puts the finger up, umpire Suleiman, and you can hear the cheers. You can hear the roar of the Spanish team. It's another one. They've sent another one back. Well, that is massive. And Spain, all of a sudden, after that very expensive over from Adil Raja, they've come back strong. They've taken another wicket. And it's all happening with that man doing the bowling. But what a great bit of fielding that was as well. Sensational, ¿no? Sí. Mira, ¿qué tú quieres decir por la gente de españoles que no sabe cricket y no sabe del deporte? ¿Qué quieres decir por ellos para venir aquí y para mirarlo?
Y te gusta, una vez que estás aquí, la verdad que es muy interesante. Invitaría a todos los que no pudieran ver que vinieran a estas instalaciones de Cártama.
Yes, I was just asking the mayor there, what would you say to the people watching? And he's saying he would say, look, come down, it's a great game, it's very exciting, come and have a look. Porque aquí tiene espacio para espectadores también, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad que tiene una zona de espacio ahí para tomar también un café, una cerveza y...
Lal once more to the left-hander now. And once again, hesitant running. They will get there this time. But what a run out there from Yasser Ali was absolutely fantastic. Sí, y también hay de cerveza de Málaga, ¿no?
Cerveza de Málaga, Victoria.
The cerveza Victoria. So yeah, come down to the fan zone, sit, enjoy the cricket, have a beer or two. And es una zona muy espectacular, ¿no?
Sí, una zona, bueno, mucho zona de campo.
Lal once more. And there's, well, a little bit of luck involved here. Has a big swing, gets a slice, goes wide of the third man, 4 more runs. Well, es mala suerte. Mala suerte, pero hay 4. Mira, de último cosa. Por la gente que no sabe dónde está ese campo, direcciones por el campo que puede visitar y mira más cricket.
Pues dirección, una vez que llegan a Cártama, dirección Coín, cogen la carretera de Coín y se van a encontrar el campo. Ya está señalizado a la entrada. Y bueno, eso, Cártama y dirección carretera de Coín.
Fantástico. Jorge, muchísimas gracias. Y mira, yo quiero hablar mucho más. Y vale, toma una cerveza o dos también.
Ok, eso.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to the mayor there, Jorge Gallardo of Cártama. And we right on cue to bring back to the action. And what action we got here as well to Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandu. It's all happening.
To say the least. How's that direct hit?
Oh, fabulous.
How good is the third umpire as well? Was able to make that one in the end. And
well, the man involved in that run out, the direct hit, superb quality. Look,
yes,
we've got world-class facility, and that was a world-class run out.
Sure
and now
was.
He's coming back onto bowl.
Yes,
Ali. Did a bit short, gives the left hand a bit of room to work that away. And Mahmood will get his first runs. So he gets off the mark.
it's really fascinating power play, wasn't it, with the 2 wickets. Just throwing cat amongst the pigeons a little bit. They've got that rate down below 8.5 and over. If you can grab a couple of ones early, get the top order batsman out of there. Yasser Ali with his off spin.
Hesitation again, a little bit slow, the fielder getting to that. And then the bowler and the batsman getting in each other's way.
Well, was there a little edge on this? No, it's called buys in the end. It's just the extra bounce that does. Always Ahmed. And he had no idea where it is after it bounced off his gloves and scrambled through for 1.
Yeah, interesting they're keeping an eye on that bounce, Vinny. as Jesse comes in once more. That one's sort of been flat batted. Goes towards Hennessy. Will take a single because there's been some close calls, isn't there? LBWs, but the umpires. Now remember, these two umpires. They've umpired some matches on this pitch. They know about the bounce, and you'll be seeing there quite clearly that quite often, though the ball's pretty full, it still does take a good bit of bounce and is going over the stumps. Ali once more. Quicker delivery. That's well bowled. Asking the question, and we certainly. Well, that's going to be close. Clever bowling again from, an experienced campaigner. Yes, Ali.
Through, didn't he? I think he's probably just going down the leg side. Look at this one here. So it does actually come back a little bit. Hits him in line, but I think it was sneaking past. Good decision from the umpire. They've been excellent so far.
Yeah, men in black. Short. Very clever. But I mean, that's one thing with Yes here. He's always bowling a different variation. Always different variations, always keeping the batsman guessing.
Yeah, I agree. Good person with this period of the game as well.
Up in the air, and it's, oh dear, dear, dear. Well, it was one of those where you either committed to the catch or you try to save the boundary. And I think on this occasion, Kuldeep Lal maybe just got this wrong, and now he's got to go in the area where the snakes are. Be careful in there, Kuldeep.
There are a few snakes in there. I think he makes the right decision. It's a bad outcome. I think you're hunting for wickets at this stage. I mean, you're hoping, even if you don't catch it, you can at least block it, but it was difficult. Well, Kuldeep is a very, very highly skilled fieldsman. He's trying to make something out of nothing. It's the end of the fourth over. And loving what we're seeing at the moment here in Kartama. And Kartamania is what you were calling it, Rico.
Yeah.
And look, Vinny's hand here, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico Full. And look, we do expect Michael McCann anytime as well. So the McCann clan, you know, they're looking forward to seeing Michael again. I remember him from ECL 19 and also from the European Cricket Series this year. So it's wonderful to have your company, whether you're watching from Europe or anywhere around the world on our broadcasting partners, and settle in because we have 5 T10 matches and it's going to be huge, and plenty more cricket to come today after this one as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Kuldeep Lal is going to bowl himself out. He's second over. And just held this one back. Just lost the line slightly there. Just straight down the leg side. I mean, batsman pretty disappointed. Didn't make more off that. Wasn't the best of deliveries.
Yeah, you're right. Just angled down the leg side, I think. And so he's going to pick up the pace. Faisal Mahmood, another man we saw recently in the ECS. We're hoping to make an impression. But Kuldeep, how's the hairdo? Can't say I agree with that one. Dragged across the line. How great was it to speak to the mayor as well, Rico? And I was hearing bits and pieces, and also, you know, I'm always trying to work on my Spanish. It's getting there, but he certainly seemed very excited about the prospect of having the tournament here in the Andalusia region of Spain.
Yeah, I mean, he's we'll go back to it after this delivery. Oh, Chakka there, Fatte! The castle has been destroyed. Estupendo, que genial. Kuldeep Lal delivers again for Spain.
Well, does he ever? And he's just been angling in every time, hasn't he? We're talking about the mayor being excited. Well, Kuldeep's pretty excited after that one. Well, bad hairdo or no hairdo, he is still a really dangerous cricketer. And look at this one. For me, it's that seam movement again. We've seen some pronounced seam movement, especially when these balls are being used at the start of the innings. And really, it's going nowhere fast, wasn't he? Faisal Mahmood, he's got to go for 4, and now it's 46 for 3. A bit disappointed, but we'll have more opportunities in this series, Faisal. As we see Sabir Zakil coming to the crease at number 5. So it's kind of at the crossroads for me now. I need a partnership just to get this innings back on track. A bit like the Spain innings, which seemed to be getting away. It was Safat that shut the door in the 4th over. Kuldeep here, doing it in the 5th. 2 for 5.
Whoa. I mean, they needed, after that second over, they needed something, and Kuldeep Lal has delivered. I think he's got more to give. At the moment, Belgium quite happy to just take the singles and just try and get this partnership back together.
Yeah, it's been an excellent spell, especially when you only get those 2 overs with the ball. You don't want to waste too many. Kuldeep hasn't. He's a fan favourite on the ECN. You can see why. Here he is, bowling to Munir Mohammed.
One's up in the air. This could be another one. Shaba, Shaba. Another one bites the dust. And Kuldeep Lal doesn't he like it? And don't the boys out there as well? Vamos, equipo de Roja. Una más.
Oh, Kuldeep's an impact player, and he's gone 1, 2, 3 here in the tournament opener. And Munir just tried to roll the wrist on this one, tried to time it out of the park, but it was close to the bottom of the bat. Nice catch taken out there. They have been good for the most part, Spain. I know they have missed a couple, but that one safely into the hands of Hamza Salim. He's thrilled. So's the natural blonde Kuldeep Lal. And now a bit of trouble. It's 47 for 4, Belgium.
Vaya espectacular eso partido. This is brilliant stuff. And look, if you're loving it, you know what the doctors say. They say you need your 5 a day. Well, that's exactly what the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship is doing for you. 5 matches every day. And, well, entertainment like this, how can you be dragged away? It's no wonder that we're taking the world by storm. And you know what? You've also got the weekend to have a break. Monday to Friday, 5 matches a day.
And this also brings in the new rule. I'm not sure if they crossed or not, but the new batsman will have to face up, because regardless of if you cross or not, you have to go back to the end that the batsman hit the ball from. So the new batsman, Sheikh Shiraz, the captain, will be on strike. He'll have to face 1 ball from Kuldeep. He's got 3 for 6 now. And he has really stepped up. Nice ball of his over.
The ball right in the slot, and you can hear the appreciation and the acknowledgement, because his performance with the ball has been absolutely outstanding. And I think this here from the batsman is the case of, well, I know you've only got 1 ball to come, but I'm just going to see you out and just see if we can take on some of the other bowlers.
Yeah, I think so. I think he realises also leaves the other batsman on strike to start the next over, but Sabir Zakil, he's only faced 1 ball of his own. You can see there the scorecard. And pretty disciplined bowling, just the 1 no ball, 1 by. Sometimes I talk about the avoidables, because the runs given away, no balls, wides and byes in this form of the game. You don't want to be giving too many freebies. Yasser Ali, he bowled a pretty good first over in the 4th, only conceding 8. And only 2 runs off, 3 runs in fact, off that last over from Kuldeep.
He's up in the air, but this is hit well. It goes all the way. Boom! Shaka Lagya.
Yeah, this is just a stand and deliver job, isn't it? And I thought the US Open was finished, because this is just pretty much a 2-handed tennis shot. He says, take some of this, and he bangs it into the side screen. Close to it anyway. And a couple of those, this game could turn its head really, really quickly. For me, I mean, maybe those 4 wickets, you just have Spain slightly ahead, but if they go past 50, anything can happen.
This one shorter, and he's hit, trying to get it through the gap. Hennessy does the fielding. Good hands, good positioning. Keeps it 2-1.
Yeah, and I think that's good field placement as well. I think Hennessy's just come a little bit straighter there after seeing that shot. Once again, you see Zakil hitting that forehand down the ground. I'm interested to see who they go to as well, because Kuldeep's bowled out. And we know that the openers, Atif Mahmood and Adil Raja, both were pretty expensive in the first 2 overs. So I think they'll go for another option. See who they use coming up next over.
It's really short. He's sort of flat batted this. It was like a tennis shot. And the fielders, well, between them, they do stop it and get the 2 runs.
There's a bit of the Spanish football for you. We won't see much foot fielding this week. I know we do see that technique employed sometimes, but I think it had almost pulled up. So a bit of teamwork there from the Spaniards.
Ali. In the air. Well, this one, has it got the legs? Fielder just looks it and sees it go over him. Ravi Panchal for a moment thought he was going to be in the action, but he's gone all the way over. He didn't quite find the middle of the bat, but he had enough muscle in it for it to go for 6 more.
Yeah, Yasser Ali trying to get it outside the off stump. The batsman says, I'm going to go and fetch it. And that's the 3rd time we've seen that kind of a stroke from Sabir Zakil. Ali, can he close out this over?
Oh, this is coming our way. It is going over us. Well, that's right on the top of the commentator station. That is huge. That is massive. Oh, what a shot this is. That is still going.
Yeah, that one's gone miles. And Yeah, that crashed onto the top of our commentary box, didn't it? Well, I don't know what these are made of, but hopefully they're sturdy. That's us up there. I said, watch out, Rico. I was a bit worried about losing you for a second. I know you've got a family, but it does take us to the end of the 6th over. 69 for 4. What a blow.
Look, we know all about this batsman, Sabir Zakil. I mean, he was involved in that record partnership for 132 runs for that 9th wicket stand, and he just hits the ball big. He hits sixes for fun, and we've seen this strength and his power. They've got to find a way to get him out, otherwise this game is going to go.
Magical over. We call a magical over 20 or more, and there were 22 off that over from Yasser Ali. Can you believe it? Game turning on a dime.
They're calling upon Paul Hennessy is the captain.
It's all happening so fast. I didn't get a chance to ask a bit more about the Mayor of Andalusia in here. He must have been very, very excited to see the opening morning of the tournament.
Yeah, very excited. Doesn't know and seen too much cricket as Hennessy comes in. Nicely bowled, good start. Paul Hennessy, that interesting bowler. He's one that can give you, very similar perhaps to Kuldeep Lal. He gives you good variation. He has got the quicker ball. But the key thing is he gets the ball in the right areas, makes it very difficult for the batsman to play the bigger shots because the pace is not on the ball. And well, I think he's a good replacement for Kuldeep, who's bowled out. This one's too full, but it could be a catch, and it has been. Well, it was a full toss. The umpires looking at each other. Well, that's fine. So the only thing they had to worry about was the height, and Hennessy does a celebration. It wasn't the best of deliveries, but the catch has been taken. Another one bites the dust, and I think that could be Kuldeep Lal taking the catch as well.
Yeah, it was just below the waist, wasn't it? So there's nothing wrong with the delivery from a legal point of view. He was lucky to get away with it. Taking your chance, it's going to be crucial. They try and stay in this. And a nice catch, and can't keep him out of the game, can you?
Kuldeep Lal, what a performer. Well, I'm not sure what this is. He's sort of like the old bullfighter here.
That's what it is, I think.
The red rag and say, come on, bull, el toro, venga aquí.
We did see some bullfighting, some of the promotional content we've got coming your way. Cricket in the ball ring. Oh, Hennessy, he's yet another bowler that comes on, takes a wicket with his first ball in T10 cricket.
Was he second, I think?
Was he second?
Yeah,
I
was he
missed the
second? First one was
first over
defensively
anyway.
played. First over, yeah. And it was a full toss. Wasn't the best of deliveries.
True. Oh, no,
Anyway,
right.
Spain, they still got to get the danger man out. But if they can keep plucking away at the other end, Shirazi goes for one. Kuldeep Lal taking the catch.
I stand corrected. We're going to dot wicket this over. So 69 for 5. And the run rate required isn't anything to be too concerned about. And Zakil at the other end has been whacking them. Would love to stay at the other end, of course.
Wicket-keeper Ali Raza. Strike. And there you go. That's that slower delivery. And that's good from Hennessy as well.
Let's talk about the game situation.
Yeah.
I mean, Spain, they ended up making 94. Looked like they should have made a lot more than that. They were 15 short, I think, because of their finish. Only 2 runs off the last over. I mean, they would have hoped to make 105 minimum. And those 10 runs would be very, very handy right now.
Full smashed, big 6. Well, Toma, take that, he says. You bowl that to me, he's going to go. No messing around there. And that's what he does. Such a good hitter off the ball. And Sabir Zakil, he's not in the mood to be messing around. And this time the full toss does get dispatched.
Yeah, got away with it once, but he couldn't fool Belgium twice, could he? This one disappears. Zakil, he was having none of it. He's 28 off 7 balls.
Well, that one was slower, gets a bit of the toe end of it. Good reply from Hennessy. It's a brave move. He gets such an attacking force to try that delivery, but they do get the single, so he has a chance to bowl. At Ali Raza now.
Under a run a ball now, so cruise home Belgium, you'd think.
Oh, that's good work from, and I think we're going to go upstairs again. So, Adrian van der Dries is over to you again.
I think this is out. Oh, that's close.
That
All right, let's wind that back a
close.
bit. Let's have a look at this.
Excellent work there.
Oh, how quick was it? I mean, this is world-class wicket-keeping. So he's fine there, and then I think he's just home. I don't even go back a frame there, but I think he just gets back. I mean, it's so close.
Yeah, I mean, that one's really close to call. I think you've got to, well, me looking at it, make your own minds up back home. I would say probably not out, but
I
The
think
technology is all there.
while we're waiting.
Adrian. Well, I think well, there you go. What do I know?
Well, I mean, it was pretty close, wasn't it? And third umpire, he's gone. That's a remarkable piece of work. And he's going to have to go. He'll be stumped off a wide. I'm sure he'll be called a wide as well. Just a reminder, if it does go right down to the wire, we will decide it with a golden ball. And basically, the golden ball is an additional ball in the second innings where the batting team has to score 2 runs off it. If they do, they win. If not, the fielding team will win. Now, we've seen it quite a few times in the European Cricket Series this year. I wonder if we'll get a golden ball to break a tie here at the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And right now, I mean, remarkable bit of cricket. Leg side stumping off a wide. Oh, you know I love that as a former wicketkeeper myself. And that makes the score 78 for 6. So, I mean, the runs required don't seem too bad. The run rate required, but those wickets, if they lose one or two more, I think might have a bit of a nervy finish for the Belgians.
Yeah, I mean, Spain have to do exactly what they're doing. Just keep taking the wickets at the other end. I mean, if they can keep doing that, they'll leave the big hitting Zakhil stranded at the other end. They'll be happy with that, but that take, Vinny, I know you're a keeper yourself, that was world class.
Oh, that was, it really was. And you see, he was by the barest of margins. So Hennessy gets a second. He can thank his keeper for it.
Nicely bowled, no run there.
But the man they got to get Zakhil. I think if Zakhil stays there, and I feel like Belgium going to get home. End of the over, 7 down. It is 78 for 6. And just a reminder, Rico, we have more cricket on the way. This is just the beginning, and we still have 4 more matches today on the first ever day of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Coming up next, we have Sweden-Norway, which we'll show you shortly. That was game 1, which we've been loving, but I would be curious to see the lineups for the next match. Now, I have done the toss for that one. I can tell you, Norway, they won the toss, and they have elected to bowl first. So it's a bit of a clash between the northern neighbours, and I'm sure we'll get that graphic up for you maybe after the next over, and we'll have a look at exactly who's on the park, because we have spent a fair bit of time in Sweden recently. Okay, so we're going to go Zulkarnain Haider. He's going to bowl over number 8. Try and close this out for Spain.
Big swing and a miss. I think, I mean, they've gone with pace. Go with Zulkarnain. You've also got, obviously, Ravi Panchal. We know that, again, another pace bowler. Just looking at the lineup, I mean, you've also got Hamza Salim. Hamza Salim performed brilliantly in Barcelona as well. So they've got the options there. They're going with Zulkarnain. Zulkarnain is just, they're looking for the pace and the extra bounce. But, of course, the pace will also help the batsman. Slices this in the air. Big opportunity. Oh, big moment of the match, this one. And you just wonder whether Adil Raja had to throw himself at this. I'll look at this again. I said you have to try and go for the catch. This is the big wicket. This is the one you have to take. Yeah, I mean, what do you reckon, Vin?
Live, I thought he wasn't getting there. That was just my instinct. I think he had the same instinct. But, regardless, Zakhil survives.
Good ball, good wheels there from Zulkarnain. Así me gusta.
These are the important deliveries now, because you've got Rahimi out there who's yet to score, and this is where we're still, there's some balls left in the over. You can sneak a few dots in and just try and get that equation back in your favour. I always think the fielding team have a chance if the runs required is over the balls remaining, because you're only ever 1 wicket or 2 or 3 dot balls away from at least being in the conversation as far as the result goes.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about the field after this delivery. Comes Zulkarnain once more. It's up in the air, and how long and where will it land? 2 fielders coming together, and it looks like it's just been kept in play. They do opt to take the 2 and they get there. The 2 runs. Yeah, I mean, you're bowling to a new batsman, hasn't really got off the mark. You know you want to keep the main man off strike. I mean, look at the third. I mean, Zulkarnain's going to bowl with some wheels, with some pace. No third man on the boundary, no filing on the boundary. Would you be tempted to bring one of the... You've got 3 men on the leg side. Bring one in, push third man back?
I think third man would be a necessary position with the new batsman, I'd agree, because he can just kind of deflect away. Let's see what he does here. He's off the mark now, Rahimi.
And you can see the way he's slashing at that, gets an edge. If you don't go for the keeper, that's 4 runs. You've got to have, for me, you've got to have the third man back.
That's the pace and carry, though, from Zulkarnain Haider, a man who we saw a bit of in the opening European Cricket Series of the year. Now, if you don't know about the European Cricket Series, you can always check it out on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. We have played over 700 matches, 747 to be exact matches. It's an unprecedented amount of cricket that we bring you every day on ECN. It's domestic cricket from around Europe, various locations.
Last ball of the over. Short. And it's another dot. And that's exactly what Spain needed. It keeps them in the game, but it does mean, though, at the end of the over, that Zakil is going to be the man on strike.
That's true. So I'd be more than happy to give him a 1 and try and choke up from the other end. Just a reminder, we do have that game coming up next. Is Sweden versus Norway. Well, we were in Sweden recently. We spent a month there in the European Cricket Series, and you see some familiar names there. Rahul Khan, the winning captain of Al Bizami, is up there. Sher Ali, we saw him as well. Azam Khalil. So very strong top 3 for me. Samuel Rahmani brings a lot to the table as well. And look, Ismail Zia, he's listed at 9. He's a very good batsman. Okhtar Galami, he can bowl right-handed and left-hand spin. Norway, though, you've seen a bit of them as well in the T20 Nationals that you covered in Germany, Rico. And Norway, they will be bowling first, so they will have to work out how to keep the top order at bay for Sweden. Really interesting clash coming up next. That game will begin in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network and all of our broadcasting partners.
Hennessy. 14 required to try. This is hit flat and hard. 6 runs, and that'll do. That's what they need after that tied over from Zuka. Zakil does what he does best. He absolutely mullers this. 6 more.
Well, the sight screen's nervous because he keeps peppering it. And for me, Hennessy just gives him the length he wants. I think you've got to decide how you deal with it. I think you've got to get right up there in the block hole. Because if you miss and if you give Zakil something he can get under, he'll make you pay. They needed a tight start to the 9th. They didn't get it. And now it's 8 required off 11 balls.
Slower, and Zakil, he'll take the single. So this is where Spain, I think this is where they've got to apply the pressure, Vinny. I think this is where you've got to get the field right.
Yeah.
You've got to be thinking, let's try and not give the single. I would be pushing a man out. I mean, Chris Mills, the captain, is on the boundary on mid-wicket. Get him up in the ring, stop that single.
You've got 4 to come in the over, so your only chance is a hatful of dot balls here in the 9th. You've got to get the field in tight. There's still no one on the leg side in the circle.
This will be leg buys. It gets him back on strike, and that's what we're talking about here. Just try to keep the pressure on, try not to let the danger man back on strike, because if they're going to win this match, it's the man that's on strike secure that's going to do it for them.
Yeah, exactly right. That's exactly what Rahimi wanted. He wanted to be 22 yards away from the action and leave it to Zakil. What an innings this has been. 37 off 12. He's on strike now.
And that's gone all the way. Balle, Shaba, Shaba. Well, that's the man of the moment. Sabir Zakil smashes another 6. Game, set, and match. The very first Dream 11 European cricket match goes to Belgium.
Well, Belgium, they came in and it was a bit of a topsy-turvy contest, but when it came down to it, it was Zakil that stood up, and well, what a blast to finish things. And look, he'll fall just short of his half century. 43 not out off 13 balls. So his straight hitting was a feature of this innings from Belgium. 6 sixes out of the 43 runs. And Belgium, they win the first ever T10I, and they do it with 8 balls to spare. Once again, Hennessy just giving him some length, and well, the margin for error almost 0. Spain, well, they'll be disappointed. The host country for this championship, they walk off without a win, but they will get a chance to make amends a little bit later in the day. But right now, let's have a look at the highlights from the second innings of this match 1 of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And Belgium requiring 95 for victory. They sent out Aziz Mohammed. Well, they weren't afraid to start with a bang as we got the chase underway.
Yeah, I mean, there was the first 2 overs didn't quite go the way Spain wanted. 14 came on the first, and then the second one was expensive as well. That went for 17, but then things started to happen, and it was that man, Kuldeep Lal, number 13. Well, it's unlucky for some, but it's lucky for Kuldeep, and he was in the wickets. That one was given not out, but there was another close one. This was a moment of magic from Yasir Ali, direct hit it, and umpire Suleiman, after going to Adrian Double Z says, you got to go, mate. And another one goes, but they just kept getting the boundaries. Yes, Hirali, well, he was expensive, wasn't he? And this one was one that went through, called it, diving forward, trying to stop it, but called it, got his revenge. He did check a very good catch, but he came back and knocked those stumps over.
Really brought Spain back into the game, didn't he? Gouldy. I said bowled better than his hair colour, but I love the way he just kept the pressure on, didn't he? And brought them back into the match. But I think when it's all said and done, it was Spain through the middle overs that got themselves back in it. But, you know, for me, Aziz Mohammed, important contribution, 29 off 12. And Sabir Zakil, didn't he bat well? Yeah. 43 not out. The fact that 2 batsmen got going, whereas in the first innings, really it was only Christian Munoz-Mills that really put together a meaningful contribution, although Perman hit a couple towards the end of the innings. And, well, you just thought, is this game squeezed up? They needed everything to go right. Well, he was thrilled, wasn't he? The bullfighter. He was here and he was ready for action, taking a wicket in his first over. You can see all the emotions on the players' faces. This was world class. Absolutely world class from Awais Ahmed, who stopped him by about 2 or 3 millimetres. Third umpire was called into action. He made his decision. And Hennessy, this is where, towards the end of the innings, when the game was in the balance, he just didn't get his length quite right, I think. And unfortunately for Spain, fortunately for Belgium, it is a Belgian victory. And just have a look at this ground. Doesn't look
Hello and welcome back to Mechelen here in Belgium. It is finals day of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Charlie Hunt, and look, we had some hope that we'd have this game started on time. It was rescheduled for 10:30 local. It has just ticked over to 10:30. It was looking good until a few minutes ago, Charlie, but then we had a bit more thunder, a bit more rain set in, so it does look like we'll have a delay here to the first semi-final.
Yeah, no, it certainly does. Yeah, it's just one of those. Sometimes it stops and it only stops for about a couple of minutes and it just keeps on coming. It's just one of those. You just can't get it away.
It's one of those frustrating ones. I can actually show you the updated schedule because there was a change and a decision that was made. I think it's probably a sensible one that instead of abandoning the first semi-final because it couldn't be played this morning at the scheduled time, instead the bronze final would be abandoned, and that allows both semi-finals hopefully to be played. So both the semi-finals have been pushed back by 2 hours. There'll be no bronze final, so that has officially been abandoned. And then the final will still take place at the same scheduled time of 1:30 p.m. GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe and 7 p.m. in India, 7:30 in Bangladesh. So that is what we're waiting for. Austin Exiles versus Ghent in semi-final number 1. It's match 45 on the calendar. So right now, probably it seems inevitable we might have to shorten games because we are kind of running out of the window. I do think probably makes sense to abandon the third game rather than the first. At least gives all 4 teams an opportunity still to make it through, because we know if this semi-final gets abandoned, then Austin Exiles, they'll be out of the tournament.
Yeah, it gives if there is any hope of getting cricket in, it gives the teams that are participating an equal chance of being able to get through to that final, which is always nice because it's a bit of a little bit of sour taste when a team goes out without playing a game.
Yeah, it certainly is. But that's why, and we actually talked about it in the group stage, it is really important to try and get as high up the ladder as you can, because you can see Exiles, they played some really good cricket yesterday in their quarterfinal. They knocked off Liege, who were the table toppers in the other group. But because they had such a poor group stage, they are at jeopardy if this game can't be played. So probably it's going to be one of those days where we have to keep an eye on it. But what we will do, we've been bringing you cricket, some classic matches, and we just saw the first ever T10 International from the 13th of September last year, and that was a really memorable one. And it was Belgium, actually, that won the first ever T10 International over Spain. But we are going to go to the Championship week now, and this one was an absolute banger of the game. England 11, who would ultimately win the tournament in the final over Belgium, but this is a really memorable match. And I don't give anything away, but do you remember it? It's when they take each other on during the Championship week group stage.
I have a vague memory of what's coming, and it's certainly, well, it's fitting as well. Obviously, that first game that we saw in due to the delay was Belgium taking the win, of course.
Yeah.
Here in Belgium, Belgian ball.
Yeah, Belgian ball.
I have a vague memory of what's coming up.
Well, you're going to watch some Belgian ball now. So again, we do apologise for this delay. It's unavoidable. Everyone at the ground is doing everything they can do to get the cricket on. I do think if the rain does stop for any length of time, we will be able to get on, because the outfield, it's really hasn't had too much water at all over the last few months. The pitch is well covered, but we just are going to have to wait for this rain to stop for an extended period. But we will take you to the Championship week of the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship last year, and it was match 10. It's England 11 versus Belgium. Belgium, they won the toss in this one, and once again they elected to bowl. So we're going to take you to the action right now. Enjoy this classic match, and hopefully we'll see you right back here very, very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Welcome to a glorious early sun-kissed evening on the Spanish coast, where we've got Belgium versus England, one of the most anticipated fixtures of finals week, no doubt. 2 teams who are both unbeaten, and they are the only 2 left who are still able to say that. The England 11 with 2 wins from 2 so far, victories against Spain, and then the Netherlands 11. As for Belgium, they're in the same boat. The England 11, of course, have only lost 1 game in the entire tournament. They can count on decent support in the fan zone and supporting me in the commentary box. Pleasure to have his company, a man who can really provide a bit of insight on all things Belgium cricket as their former national team head coach. Corey Rutgers, good evening.
Hi Michael, thank you for the lovely introduction, and yeah, I think this is match of the day, if not match of the tournament. It's a bit of cricket technique and cricket education versus braveness and power hitting. What a contrasting style this will be, and interesting to see how England go about it, because for them, what is a good score to stop this Belgium juggernaut?
It's a great question, and I'll give you some credit in that you were one of a few people that called it to me before it happened that the Netherlands 11 game against England 11 was going to be very low scoring, very technically correct as such. And that was what we saw. 88 for 8, chased down by the England 11 with just 7 balls to spare. We would think this might be a higher scoring affair. Harrison Ward, the Sussex left-hander, is out there alongside Dan Lincoln. Now I know that they decide who's going to face the first ball in a bit of cat and mouse after seeing who's going to bowl the first over. So Ward faced up first against the Netherlands 11, but it will be Lincoln here against the medium pace of Fahim Bhatti.
It's interesting to see Belgium not go with Mareed Ekrami. He's done quite well with the new ball first over as a little left arm in-swinging off spinner. So interesting to see that, but no, I can understand why the right-hander wants to take strike here. And Fahim Bhatti, medium pace, gentle, but an efficient bowler.
It's a decent start from Bhatti, and that's what he'll do. He'll just shape it in a little bit like that. And he's got some that are cross seam that he pushes through, and then some that swing in a long, long way. 2 for 16 against Italy, the very first match of finals week, his best figures. Just pulled out of his delivery stride there. So we are in the power play. We've got square leg and long on out, a ring of 5 on the offside. And this pair are the same pair that, of course, put on 178 without loss in the late evening match yesterday against Spain. But I don't think it's unfair to say we anticipate a much tougher test for them here.
No, like you mentioned earlier, this is a really tough one to call. So can they get themselves up to that 120 mark?
It's a great start from Bhatti. And it's good work behind the stumps as well from Ali Raza. Medium pace is only ever as good as his wicket keeper.
Yeah, bringing the keeper up early as well makes the batsmen feel like they're stuck at home. And nice hands there from Ali Raza. And look, a lot of in-swing there for Fahim Bhatti. So that probably justifies the deep square leg and the long on. But yeah, a lot of in-swing there.
Swings this one away, mistimed. And out! The captain, Dan Lincoln, has gone for a 3-ball duck. It's a horrible start for England. And the gamble of bowling Fahim Bhatti in the very first over of the match pays off. None for 1.
Yeah, well, you've got to have your boundary riders in the right spot, and they've got Mareed Ekrami out there, and he's got lovely hands, but we said he's bringing it in. He's bowling big in-swing, and well, Dan Lincoln wants to help it on its way, but sort of cloths it a little bit, and nice safe catch from Mareed Ekrami. So it's a huge catch and a huge wicket for Belgium. And, well, they've shocked a few teams over here. Not surprised. They play a lot of T10 cricket back in Belgium, and that's a duck for the captain of England. He'll be disappointed. But Belgium make the early running in this one, Michael.
So Dan Lincoln twice today goes without making much of an impression at all. Disappointing day for him, and that just sums up what T10 cricket can be like. Yesterday he hit 82 not out off 30 against Spain and was the hero of the hour. Well, one of them alongside Ward. Now out comes Andy Rishton, who's made a really good habit of playing useful innings in difficult circumstances. Off the mark there to short fine. Rishton, who made a pair of 25s against Finland and the Czech Republic in tough circumstances. 31 not out to steer them to victory against Germany in their qualifier. And then 24 in that Group C final to get them home against Italy. And he scores his runs at a decent rate. He's sort of a bit of a middle order stabiliser, but he doesn't chew up dots, which is quite a handy thing to have.
Yeah, if you don't chew up dots, that's definitely helpful. And it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, Belgium, I think they'll be confident chasing almost anything, scoring scores of 170, 150 yesterday. So they'll be feeling like if they can restrict England to anything around 130, I think they'll back themselves to chase that. It really is an interesting contrast of teams and styles.
Sits deep in his crease, Ward, and gets the wide. And this is a notable change about Harrison Ward's batting style this week compared to what we saw from him last week. He was sat so deep in his crease last night, always against Spain, looking to get underneath the ball as his first option, and then, if he couldn't do that, cut or pull. Goes short, and this is going to be 5 wides. That's a poor ball from Bhatti, not bowling to his field at all. He's completely released all the good work he's done so far earlier on in the over.
Yeah, the right word is released. That's an absolute long hop, and he hasn't given Ali Raza much of a chance there. And he started so well. He got the big wicket. He had a couple of dot balls, but that's just 5 free runs. And yeah, look, Belgium have played a good tournament so far, but they need to keep it up. This is a crucial stage in finals week. Both these teams vying for one of those top 3 spots for Super Thursday, Michael.
And I was crunching through the permutations, and it is confirmed if either side wins this game, they will secure their finals week spot with a day to spare. Serve ball missed by Ward. So for those unfamiliar, top 6, everybody plays everyone once. Top 3 go straight through to finals day on Friday. The other 3 have to fight it out for one spot. You don't want to be in that bottom 3. Hit hard by Ward through the covers. He'll pick up 4. Nice boundary to get his run tally off and running. 11 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, I had a lovely chat the other night with Phil Salt, who played for Sussex, and he's moved to Lancashire now, and he had high raps for this Ward. And Harrison Ward, lovely shot, traditional shot, short, wide, you've still got to put it away. And he now has become the key with Lincoln being dismissed early. And it'll be interesting to see if they're going to turn now to the left arm off spin of Mareed Ekrami and using him in the second instead of the first.
Ekrami's a rare thing. Ewan Woods is in the same category, albeit they're different types of bowlers, in that he's a spinner who is regularly trusted by his side to bowl in the power play. It's a role he's developed throughout this tournament.
Yeah, I was lucky enough when working with Belgium in the last few years. There's just something about the young man. He's good at a big occasion, and we decided that most teams don't like facing spin early. And it's sometimes he keeps that one finger on the seam of the ball, and he just gets it to tail into the right hand. It's almost, we call it a nude nut almost. He keeps that's what it's called. That's the actual terminology. Okay. And he keeps his finger on it, and he runs his finger down it, and it just keeps coming on with the angle. So
it's that quicker, straighter one where you're playing for the turn and the turn's not there.
Correct, correct. Yeah. It's a little bit like Roelof van der Merwe likes to do it as well. So how will he go here?
His first ball is overpitched and gets what it deserves from Rishton. Rishton's first boundary, and you can't give a man like him a freebie.
Well, it doesn't matter if you're going to be bowling anything. You've got to hit the pitch. You've got to hit the pitch, step 1. So a low full toss, and that's given Rishton the ability to free his arm to get his first boundary underway. And, well, England, after a slow first few balls, they've got the motor running now.
Use the facilities, as you might hear people say in village cricket. Shorter. That's not a bad length, and it is well stopped cleanly by Sabah Zakil at cover at the expense of 1. You mentioned Harrison Ward. His links to Sussex. He's come through their academy since he was 15 years old from Abingdon Vale in the south of Oxford. There's a very close link between Oxfordshire and Sussex, and he's kind of benefited from that in terms of getting his national counties cricket at Oxfordshire and then starting to break through into the Sussex side as well.
Yeah, and he's a big, strapping young lad, isn't he? He's very big, very strong, very tall. So when he hits it, it stays hit.
So I'm aware you can't sometimes necessarily see from our coverage just sort of the physical features of some of the players. Miscued by Ward. And gone. Caught at short third. What a moment for Mareed Ekrami. He's removed one of the key pillars of this England 11 lineup. And it's a second low score in the same day for Harrison Ward. He has to depart 16 for 2.
I tell you what, Belgium are ticking here. And, well, Mareed Ekrami stayed around the wicket. He just slid it right across him like we were talking about it. Going into the rise across the left-handers. And a safe catch from Aziz Mohammed, I believe, there at backward point. So, well, 2 early ones. And, well, Belgium, they decided to bowl first. It's being vindicated here.
Well, we saw that both Ward and Lincoln didn't make scores of note against the Netherlands 11. The, of course, different context of that game was that they were only chasing 89 to win. Here, they're in a run-setting exercise against arguably the most explosive batting lineup of the tournament. So Ward gone for 4 of 3. Ekrami has a wicket to add to his growing tally. And what's so impressive about him is he really does bowl in a way that belies his years. He's the youngest member of this Belgium squad. He's only 20 years old. Now he made his international debut as a teenager, and yet I've seen him bowl with such maturity in the power plays throughout this tournament. And what's even more impressive is at finals week against a higher level of opposition, he's raising his game again and learning.
Yeah, he's a courageous young boy, and he used to travel 2.5 hours just to come to training for 2 hours. He's so motivated with his cricket, and he's doing really well this tournament, and good luck to him.
Now bowling to Alex Mellor, once of Warwickshire. He does like to play all sorts of funky shots, Mellor. And, well, let us know on the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat what your name is for this one. Anything come to mind?
the late cut. He's let that come the whole way. He's just worked it for one. But he gets his scoring going. And well, it's an important power play, this, because we know Belgium can chase almost anything. So they're going to have to get a couple more boundaries if they can.
Held back, lovely bowling from Ekrami, just teasing in Rishton.
And just keeping it wide of Rishton and looking maybe to overhit that. And I think this was the traditional off-spinner, just a little bit of change on the ball and beats the bat on the outside edge. So really good start from the young left-arm off-spinner, as we mentioned. And he'll be pretty happy if he can get another dot or another one off this over.
He's able to get out of it without a boundary. Shai hits Rishton as opposed to the stump. So 7 conceded from the second. And after that full toss to start with, got so much better, so much quicker from Murid Ekrami. 17-18 for 2, beg your pardon, after 2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how England apply themselves in this innings. Obviously, they've watched Belgium and what they've done. I mean, look at the table here. Belgium, they're 2-2. England are 2-2. It's battle of the toppers of the table. And like you mentioned, Michael, it's all to play for. The winner of this game will guarantee themselves in the top 3 for Super Thursday, meaning they're already guaranteed to be finals day, final 4, correct?
Yeah, and they're not under... That means that tomorrow is a non-pressure day.
Yep.
I mean, there's a better term for that than what I've just come up with, but you get the point. You can be the one team of the 6 turning up tomorrow knowing you're already there. You can maybe try some different combinations. Slog sweep from a long way outside off. Not got any of it. And out. Rishton caught. 18 for 3. It was an ambitious shot. He tried to fetch it from a long way outside that off stump. Didn't get all of it. And Fahim Bhatti has a second wicket. England in all sorts of trouble.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. I mean, the boundary ride is a deep square and deep mid-on, and I know he wants to help it on its way with the swing, but what's happened to the traditional offside shots? I mean, that was that wide. He could have stayed still and hit it over the offside, over cover, over point. So I'd be disappointed with that. And Muneeb Mohammed, one of the better fielders in Belgian cricket, takes a very comfortable catch. And, well, we said it was a big game, but the running is all Belgium at the moment.
Oh, what a time to be a Belgian. 7 off 6 for Rishton. And this England middle order that was tested earlier on against the Netherlands 11 is going to be tested possibly even more this time. And out comes a key man in it, Tom Bevan, the 21-year-old. Hard-hitting bat. He also bowls off spin, which we haven't really seen because they've got so many spin options, like many from Wales. Rugby, where he first started his sporting life, as a yappy scrum half. Just a conventional cover drive for 1 for Bevan. Now, he can hit it around 35 off 10 against Germany, a 14-ball 50 against the Czech Republic, which was the fastest 50 in the competition at the time. And he started this finals week with the second highest strike rate of the entire tournament, behind only Clayton Floyd, striking at 252 per 100 balls. So if Bevan gets in, he's seriously dangerous. He's probably the one, if you gave them the option, Belgium, I said you can have one more wicket early here, they'd have Bevan. Albeit Mellor's very, very good as well.
Yeah, I can
imagine. More of a steady player. He just takes 1. And I mentioned the steadying influence of Mellor. He played a very good steadying knock in that run chase against the Netherlands, got 27 off 24, which sounds pedestrian for T10, but in the circumstances of the game was very good. So he's already been in this scenario once today, Alex Mellor.
Yeah, well, it's always handy to be batting in certain situations and get used to your role. I think England, they'll be thinking, what can we get to rival this dangerous Belgian batting lineup?
Full toss. He's missed out on that touch, Bevan, but it's only the second ball he's faced after all.
Yeah, it is. And it's always difficult to come into the top of your innings and get away straight away. And, well, Fahim Bhatti's doing a good job. He's been given the permission to take the first over and the third. He's bowling 2 in the power play, and it's a really good start for him. 2 key wickets, only 14 runs. He's got 2 balls left in his spell. If he can go for anything under 20, he'll take that with both hands.
Straight back at him. Experiment to bowl Bhatti for both overs in the power play. He's working a treat. We know that, well, par for the whole tournament, actually, the stats have said, is about 110. but we're going to have to get some numbers on finals week, because that definitely seems to be high this week. It feels like it's the batters who are figuring out all the more how to score quicker and quicker.
Yeah, some of the ball striking today in particular has been pretty exceptional.
Goes inside out, Mellor. I think this could go for 4. Tumbling stop. I'm not sure he stopped that though. Signal is 4 up here in the box from both of us. It's not the initial stop that's the problem. It's that he seems to knock it back when his body is behind the rope. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is one of those things, the boundaries are so small. He's got to dive on it there. It's really difficult to turn and chase. He does an okay job here, but this is the touch. Well, sorry, if your feet and body are behind the line, it will be signalled 4. So correct decision by the officials. But that does bring an end to the power play. And, well, Michael, you'd say Belgium, they've come out the blocks quicker of the two.
Just chipped away, haven't they? A wicket in each of the 3 overs so far, albeit we do have to, and we're guilty of this occasionally in the commentary box, you can't overvalue wickets too much. You've got 10 overs and 10 wickets. Now, it does make a difference, though, when you have a batting lineup like the England 11, where the top order have done a lot of batting, and the middle and lower order have rarely got an opportunity. So it makes more of a difference, say, with England than possibly, we'll come to it later on, with Belgium, where they seem to have had this brilliant sort of explosivity all the way down, where everybody can hit their first ball for 6 and everyone is pretty much equally capable. So that's a good start from Akrami to his second.
Well, what a lot of people don't know about Belgian cricket, in the last few years they've had what they call Ricky tournaments and specialised tournaments that were 8-over tournaments and T10 tournaments for 3 or 4 years. So most of these players will be more experienced than the English.
Big shot from Bevan. I mentioned he had the second highest strike rate heading into finals week. That's why his first 6, maybe the start of a counter-attack from the English.
Yeah, and Mareed Akrami, he'll be disappointed with that. It's a lovely shot from Bevan, but that's probably the first ball he's flighted up. It's the first one he's gone, we'd like to call it shopping a little bit, meant shopping just a tad, and he's missed his line, he's missed his length, and well, you've still got to put it away, and it's a lovely shot from Bevan.
Bevan, one of the 3 Welsh representatives in this side. He's got a bit lucky here, and that will scoot away down to short third for 4 more. Well, this was more fortune, but it's back-to-back boundaries nonetheless.
Yeah, and that's what you need. I mean, if your last name's Bevan, you've got a pretty high standard you need to live up to. Old Michael Bevan from Australia is one of the best ODI cricketers, and well, Bevan, he looks like he might have been a little bit of strife here with playing that shot. He's holding his shoulder, and hopefully he's okay because he is keep it. Maybe there might be a little dislocation, or I'm not too sure. Michael, did you pick up what happened there throughout the shot?
He seems in real discomfort here, Bevan.
This is where
soldiering on, but I mean, so we saw this with Aziz Mohammed in Group A finals day. You've got to be careful, because if you've got someone out there and you try and be brave and stay out there, you can make the injury a lot worse. And he's...
I think he might be in quite a bit of trouble and discomfort. You can tell maybe, look, he's gone for a back foot punch, back foot cut, and maybe his shoulders just jarred out a little bit. I didn't see it live as I was watching where the ball was running, but you can tell he's in a lot of discomfort.
Well, the 12th man's coming on with a bit of water.
Always helps.
Well, I mean, this goes back to something we see in the European Cricket Series, where a bit of spray seems to be used for everything. Ooh. Yeah, it's just as he's done it, and that's nasty to even watch. Just jarred his shoulder there.
I have to admit, I've not seen something like that too often. You don't see a back foot punch and then all of a sudden the shoulder maybe dislocates or comes out. It looks like he will continue. And, well, this is where adrenaline, as a batsman, you've just hit a 6, you've got an edge for 4. You don't want to leave the crease, do you?
Yeah, but you've got to be careful. We saw Aziz Mohammed get really lucky, because if it wasn't for Belgium having a 2-week gap before they came back for finals week, the way he made the injury he had so much worse by playing on could have put him out of the entire tournament. So it is Bevan facing. He's got this away through backward point. Well, that will be 4 more.
Well, he looks all right to me. That's a lovely shot. Bit back of a length, sits back and cuts it for 4. And, well, the old story of Lazarus. He's come back and it's good batting. And just a little bit short here from the off spinner, but you've still got to put it away. And looks like they'll make a little adjustment to the field. Looks like cover's going to come into another backward point position. So you're going to have 3 people behind the batsman on the offside, and they're going to bring in deep extra cover. He's going to come a bit straighter to deep cover.
Steps down this time, Bevan. We'll get just one through to extra recovery. Does look in a bit of discomfort.
You are right, though, Michael. He is the key, isn't he? I mean, with that strike rate, he's already raced on to 17 off 7, so he's striking at about 240. It's pretty impressive, and the longer he stays there, the more calm that England dressing room will be.
There's a funny story about that we'll come to in relation to the run chase and Rich Edwards' pads. He bowls a full banger and he's got away with that. So end of the 4th, 41 for 3 after 4. Pretty decent spell from Ekrami, 1 for 23 from his pair. That's not bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad, but you're right. That last ball there is probably a great example as why this game's going to be interesting, because, I mean, if Belgium get a low full toss, they're going to try hit it to the bleachers, but the English players will like to work a 1. And we have a look at the format this week. As we mentioned, the winner of this game is basically guaranteeing themselves all the way to finals Friday, Michael, and then top 3, bottom 3 for Super Thursday. Looking forward to that. And it's pretty much a logjam in the middle of the group at the moment.
Correct. And what this victory would mean for either of these teams is that you are not really as part of the chaos of Super Thursday as everyone else. You can turn up and just say, look, we've got our 2 games. We know we're in the top 3. And to be honest, within the top 3 doesn't necessarily make a huge amount of difference whether you're 1st, 2nd or 3rd. It's just important that you're there. So then you can turn up tomorrow and actually try some different batting combinations, try some different bowling combinations if there's something you've been wanting to experiment with, risk-free.
Yeah, that is true. I wonder if teams do that, or if teams are a little bit more, we don't want to break the mojo of a winning team, because that is the flip side of it. But I guess feeling comfortable on Super Thursday, knowing you're through to finals day, would also be quite a welcoming feeling.
I think if either of the teams have that dilemma on their way back to the Sunset Beach Club Hotel tonight, they'll be very pleased to have it. It's just jabbed away for 1. But you're right, it's a dilemma nonetheless, and we've seen different approaches even to bringing your squad back for finals week. England didn't make any changes. Italy made a couple due to injury. Austria made 5, which quite a few people thought was rolling the dice a bit, but has worked. They've won twice today. They're right in the hunt. Yeah, and some of the players that have come in, like Bilal Zalma in particular, for example, have performed really well.
Yeah, Austria were mighty impressive today, I have to admit.
Horrible delivery, and it's so bad I think actually Sabah Zakil will almost be grateful that this is just 1 wide.
Yeah, and so Sabah Zakil is one of those traditional all-rounders. There's not many people that you can say is a traditional can bat, can bowl, and he really truly is. He's an excellent quick and an excellent power hitter as well.
LBW shout. Instead they'll come through for 1.
Yeah, and it's not signalled leg bias. So definitely a bit of bat on that. And I tell you what, he'll be happy he did get bat on that, because that was very, very straight. So nice start from Sabah Zakil. And we'll have a look here. Well, if you don't get bat on this, Michael.
Yep, that is salmon and trout, as I believe some say.
So that's
if
good.
You like your rhyming slang, I'm sure you can figure it out.
Yeah, that's good umpiring by Charles. And those little decisions can mean a lot on the future of this match.
Side out, just sliced away by Mellor. Think of 2. You know with this England side, until the ball is dead as dead can be, they'll be hunting more runs. Just ask Germany about that, who I think is still having nightmares about that 3 from the last ball of an innings last week.
No, they're a well-drilled side, England, and they do the 1%ers really well.
Just dug out again. They'll be eyeing off 2 here, but again, they won't get it. It's kind of a bit of a policy as well, almost reversing an old cricketing adage. They will run on any misfield or fumble at all. They almost don't need to call between each other, because everyone knows that's the policy.
Yeah, and when you have team communication at that level, it's that good to know and understand your partner so easy that if you are going to go on any misfield, you will steal a couple of runs throughout the innings.
Gets funky Mellor, and this is towards us in the commentary box, where he loves these little flicks and scoops through fine leg. And he's demonstrated it again there. Takes England past the half-century mark as a team in style with 1 ball left of the 5th. This is an outrageous shot.
Yeah, brilliant batting. Moved across early, kept a stable base and just helped it on its way, and he cleared the pickets quite comfortably. An important 6, because this over had been really good from Sabah Zakil, but now with 11 off 5, this last ball becomes very, very crucial.
Does Mellor go for the funky stuff again, or does he go back to being a bit more conventional?
Well, they've kept fine leg in the ring, and they've got deep, well, not deep square. They've got square leg in the ring as well, so I wouldn't be surprised if he does.
That's a great response from Sabe Zakil. Just pushing it across outside that off stump. Now it looks like Sabe Zakil has got a problem with his right shoulder, as well as Tom Bevan, which we saw earlier on. 52 for 3 after 5.
Yeah, and they're looking at him now, and he definitely does have a little issue with his shoulder, so it's not often you see that. You can see on your screens there, he's in a lot of pain, and I know Saba, he has a history of actually dislocating his right shoulder, so...
Oh, wow.
Yeah, this isn't...
I mean, that's, of all the things you could hear somebody say, a history of dislocating your right shoulder, I'm sure you, if you're watching at home like me, shuddered when hearing that from the former Belgian national team coach, Corey Buckley. So this happened in his time when you were working together as well?
We had a training session on a Thursday night, and at one stage he went to slide his bat in, it got caught in the turf bit, shoulder gone, and he had a couple of friends come pop it back in, and in the background now, not on your screens, he's in a lot of discomfort. So I hope he's okay, but I think that might be a serious injury, and I mean, with such a crucial player, if he can't bowl or bat later, well, the topsy-turvy match might change again.
And if you're unfamiliar with Sabe Zakil's batting, this is a man who's hit the 4th most sixes in T20 internationals this year across the board, not just for Belgium. For those that may be wondering, this is a man who is one of the best 6 hitters we've seen at this entire tournament. As we have reached the Norcane strategic timeout, whether you're watching, say, in England on BT Sport, one of our broadcast partners, or you're watching anywhere else across the world, maybe you're watching in Australia on Fox Sports, hoping that the English are going to get beaten once more, just like the Italians did to them a week or so ago. You are very welcome to join us in this late evening sunshine. 52 for 3 after 5. Pretty even, would you say?
I actually think Belgium's ahead. I mean, we can't forget that Belgium are scoring.
Hello once again. Welcome to Belgium. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. I'm here on finals day in this FanCode European Cricket Series, and I'm joined by Charlie Hunt, and we do have some good news to report. We are finally going to get play underway today, and it's somewhat 2.5 hours or so after we should have. We've got the rescheduled first semi-final coming up between Austin Exiles and between Ghent as well. Of course, it's Austin Exiles, they won the toss earlier today. They elected to bowl, so we'll see Ghent batting first. It's a 6-over game, but still, we're going to get some cricket. And one of these teams, Charlie, is going through to the final.
Any cricket's good cricket, Vinny. I'm looking forward to this one again. It's nice to see that we're going to get play underway here, of course, a couple of hours after the scheduled start this morning. But it's finals day. We want to get cricket underway, and that's what we're going to do.
We'll do everything possible, of course. Now, there has been a little bit of a let-up in the rain. It's not perfect. It's still going to get patches of drizzle here, but it's probably our first period in a while where it has become light enough to consider playing, and that's exactly what we're going to do. So looking at the live pictures here, you can see they're still pretty drizzly. You'll see those in a moment. First, let's have a look at the teams. And Austin Exiles, they finished 4th in Group A, but they are ECL representatives of Belgium. We saw them at the Champions League of European Cricket earlier this year, and they did pull off a good scalp yesterday. Liege, who were table toppers in Group B, going down in a pretty close one. It was the last game of the day. As for Ghent, well, they're a team that started slowly in the tournament as well. They lost their first 2 matches, but since then, they've put together quite a lot of good performances. You can see that since then, they have a 6-1 record. So a few players to watch there. Majid Ali, I thought, was very good under pressure yesterday. Faisal Khalik as well is one to watch. And I've got to say, Omid Malik-Kel is another one. I really like his work with the bat. Mahinda Deepak Bali, excellent wicket-keeper. Looking forward to seeing him as well. Look, Austin Exiles, though, they've got a fair few players as well that I'm looking forward to seeing again.
Yeah, no, they certainly have, and there are a few names on there that have been really crucial to get them to where they are at the moment in this stage of the tournament. Of course, the first semi-final is slowly getting underway. Manpreet Sandhu, of course, the man who took the hat-trick and also kept them in the game last time around. Syed Shah as well with ball and bat. He's proven to be pretty crucial in that lineup, but also at the top of the order. Sahel Kaleem and Zahib Hussain as well. Zahib Hussain is the man who came in at number 11 and hit 49 off of not very many. It's not very easy to do, but he did it and did a good job of it coming in at number 11 as well.
Yeah, and look, this is one of the things we've seen about a lot of these teams, and a lot of these teams have got to this stage. They have deep batting orders, and they can bat all the way down. So you can see there, it's pretty overcast conditions today. Look, to be honest, we got a bit lucky with the weather, I think, yesterday and the day before, where there was rain forecast all day. I don't think we even had a drop of rain during the day yesterday or the day before, even though we thought we would. We got a full schedule of matches in there. But yeah, today we've had to make a slight adjustment. We can actually show you today what's happening in the finals, and we've had a slight adjustment to the schedule because of the delay to this semi-final. And this match originally was scheduled to take place at 8:30 local. It's starting at 11:05 now, so even past the rescheduled start time of 10:30. But what has been decided is there won't be a bronze final, unfortunately, for this tournament, but we will have 3 matches. So we'll have the first semi-final, which is starting right now. It's going to be a 6-over game. We'll have the second semi-final, which is the Mechelen Eagles versus Beveren. So that should be a really interesting one as well. At the moment, that is scheduled to be a 10-over match. And then just the 1 hour standard break before the final, which hasn't changed in time. That's 1:30 GMT, which is 3:30 in Central Europe, and 7 p.m. in India later on today. And, well, it won't be too long now until the players head out there. And how are you feeling about this 6-over game, Austin Exiles versus Ghent? I mean, I also thought it was a pretty even game to start with. I suppose it's even more of a toss-up with the 6-over format.
Yeah, both these teams had 2 very interesting group stages, of course, both losing a couple of games, and Exiles only just scraping through to get into quarterfinals Friday yesterday, of course. But yeah, no, coming into this game, I do feel that if it's going to be a pretty close contest between these 2 teams, both have got international representatives in their lineups. Of course, there's Faizan Mahmood is the man that sticks out for me. He again is also really crucial with bat and ball in hand, because he's been proven to be so excellent on all the stages here.
Yeah, well, we watched those ECC matches this morning, didn't we? Those classic matches. Love watching back on those, and plenty of players that we have seen in this tournament playing on the big stage, and we'll be seeing them again, of course, in Group C, Belgium. Let's have a look at the format for this game, because I've got a lot of questions about this, and it is a shortened match. 6 overs per side. So instead of a 3-over power play, there'll be a 2-over power play. And only one bowler may bowl 2 overs. So everyone else is limited to 1. Only one bowler may bowl 2 overs. And everyone else, they just get the 1. So that, I think one thing I would be doing is I don't think I'd be bowling anyone out straight away unless anyone has a really outstanding first over. I think I'd probably want to keep my options open. Then maybe bowl the bowler at the end that had the best over in their first over. Anyway, they are the conditions for this shortened match. And it looks like the umpires are heading out there, just getting things ready. Again, as 2 teams, highly competitive. I think no matter who wins this one, I have a feeling they may be underdogs in the final. I just got a feeling because of these 2 teams, they finished 3rd and 4th respectively in their group stages. But, I mean, we always knew when it got to this stage that anybody can win any match, really.
Yeah, no, 100%. And I think really the thing for me here is how the conditions are going to affect the game and how players are going to change their game. Because I think one of the main things for me is the run-up's going to be difficult, of course, because it has been wet. There has been covers on the pitch, which has been really good. And credit to all the ground stuff here. They've done an incredible job of, getting us being able to play at least a 6-over game here. So, yeah, I think the way conditions are going to affect the game is going to be a real crucial element to whoever comes out on top.
Yeah, it's a good point you make. And I think you need to adapt to these conditions. So, I mean, we saw it in Bulgaria, of course, when we had that series, which was affected by the weather back in April. I think that, you have to consider shortening your run-up, just trying to get some rhythm at the crease. You can't rely, I think, on the fact that you're going to have very, very, I suppose, sure footing in that run-up. But also affects the kind of bowlers that you're going to choose to bowl as well. And, well, both these teams, as lower-ranked teams, essentially, even if this was to be washed out, which hopefully it isn't, they'll be the lower-ranked team in the final. So, I mean, they obviously want the rain to stay away. They want to get out there. They want to win fair and square. And so we are going to get a cricket match in here on finals day. Just want to say a quick hello to a few people in the chat. Hello to Danush and hello to Binge Watcher in the chat. Binge Watcher, did you used to have a different screen name? Maybe let us know in the chat. But thanks for your patience this morning. I know it's been a frustrating morning. Of course, it always is that way. Hello to Fangirl as well, asking how many overs per bowler. Well, you can see there that one bowler can bowl 2. All the others are limited to just the 1 over. And a 2-over power play. Sundori, good morning to you. And yeah, we get to see Belgian ball on steroids, I guess. It's going to be a 6-over game as opposed to the 10-over format, which is already pretty aggressive. But it looks to me like it'll be Wakas Raja. And you see him there, just having a few practice runs to get his footing. I mean, it's always going to be a little bit difficult for the fielders. I think it's something you just have to be conscious of. Obviously, catching the ball won't be super easy in these conditions as well. And I think batting is super easy in these conditions because the ball gets heavy. It's harder to hit further. But ultimately, as Darwin would say, adapt or die. And like I say, only one of these teams will survive to the final.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what we're going to see here. It's almost coming into the unknown, really, because it's not easy out there. It's still raining. I mean, credit to the players for saying that they're up to the challenge of coming on here, because this is not going to be easy. And for the likes of Wakas Raja, who carries quite a lot of momentum through the crease, I'm interested to see how the pitch holds up here.
Yeah, I mean, they're tough cookies here in Europe. In European cricket, kind of part and parcel that you're going to play in suboptimal conditions. So it looks like Mohammad Arshad is going to open up here. And he's out there with Omid Malik, Kel. So buckle up. It's finals day here, day 12 in Belgium. And it's going to start with Wakas Raja bowling for the Exiles. And starts with a 6. Maximo! Well, easy as you like, and this might be the best time to bat as well with the ball new before it gets too waterlogged. It just turned out to be a fairly drivable ball in the up. What a shot start the day by Arshad.
6 overs is all it is, and realistically, you've got enough wickets in hand that you can just go from ball 1. There's no need to take any weight and see if you try and get yourself in. Just got to swing from the hit. We know in Belgium they can bat down all the way down to the order. So, yeah, got to go from ball 1.
Got to be fearless. Top balls will be gold here today. Comeback ball. This turns into a low full toss. A slide over compensation. It goes the same way. 4 more. And Arshad off to a flyer.
Yeah, another good shot. Just gets that front leg out of the way. Just sort of stand and deliver. Batting from Arshad. Nice shot. 4 more. Could see him at the top of the order for Ghent.
This is one time I think that I would consider bowling a slightly shorter length, because I think the pitch is probably going to skid on a bit more than usual. It'll add a variable. I think the full one in the batter is pretty confident there. This one's pitched up as well, dragged out to the leg side, and the chase will be on. Well handled out there by Ali Abbas. In fact, they're going to take on an extra one, and they'll get away with it. It'll be 2 in the end.
Yeah, everyone's getting the old spikes out if they could, because anywhere in and around the ground is just trying to make sure they don't fall over and make a bit of a fool of themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I think this would have been out if he'd hit. You look at Sultan Diwan Ali, so they take on a 2 that's probably not there. I suppose you can push the running as well.
Syed Shah doesn't do us any favours.
That's true. I've got a feeling he might have just been out. Anyway, edged, and this will fly away for 4 as well. So it's a very good start, really, for Ghent, who are swinging the bat. And they picked a good man, I think, to face up Arshad. He hasn't wasted any time here.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. 6 overs is not a lot of deliveries. So just going ahead and just saying, look, go in there, swing from the hip. And, well, I'll tell you what, Vinny, doesn't look very good hit.
Yeah, it does look like the rain has just picked up a little bit. So this isn't ideal, really. You can see the Exiles pretty hesitant to go off as well. I know it's not easy conditions, but they're the team at jeopardy here. So only after 4 balls. See some discussions about it at the moment.
Well, one of the umpires looks a little bit more reluctant to walk off than the other. But tournament referee Stefan Gooch is going to come on, and he's going to have a conversation, see what's happening.
I think it has just picked up a little bit.
There he is.
And there's project manager Medadab as well out there. And they'll have some conversations about this, obviously, regarding the conditions. And so I'll see exactly what the situation is at the moment. But, I mean, it's a tough one. There's no real winners here. I suppose Ghent, who will be the winners if it's a banner. But even then, I mean, they're at jeopardy later on. They'll be in the same position as the lower-ranked side. So, yeah, just a really frustrating morning. Unfortunately, cricket is one of those games. It's hard to continue in these kind of conditions. And at the moment, we have another stall in the game with Ghent at 16 for no loss after 4 balls.
Yeah, and of course, well, with delays like this, we've had to adjust the timing of games. Huge thanks to our official timekeeper, Frederic Constant, coming in to save the day, of course.
Very excited to have Frederic Constant on board. There they are. And you know what? They'll be a big part of the ECC as well, which is coming up. And look, if you want to know what's coming on Monday, it is the ECC. There's only 2 days to go now. Maybe we can have a look at all of the teams that we'll see in the ECC. And there you go. And we've got Group 8, which is the first week. Ireland 11 taking on Spain and Austria, as well as Czech Republic and Portugal. For me, Spain and Austria, I have them a shade above Czech Republic and Portugal, based on what I've seen. Ireland 11 are the real wild card. I mean, they're younger on the whole than the other teams, but they're also much more inexperienced in the format. But I think they're going to be really good cricketers with, you know, a good kind of coaching setup, probably more traditional coaching through their juniors, and I think that's going to be a really interesting group on Monday.
Yeah, I think for me, really, I think Ireland, their fielding is going to be top notch, because of course that's, you know, traditionally brought up on is you know, the classic coaching on your fielding. And I also think we're going to see them have to adapt, because they would have been taught, you know, over history to play correct cricket shots. So for me, I think they'll have to adapt pretty quickly to go ahead and try and work, if they can see, as to how to adjust their batting to try and hit those shots all around the ground. Of course, they're going to be very, very talented, that's for sure.
You mean, that's for sure. I can't wait to see that, and won't have to wait too long either. Group B, I mean, we talked a bit about Netherlands 11 yesterday, and they've got a lot of players on the cusp of their T20 World Cup squad in Australia, which will be coming up, of course, in the next couple of months. So that's another one to watch out for. Denmark, new to the format, because they didn't play in the ECC last year. Sweden, I think they put off one of the best chases I've ever seen last year, where they chased 150 against Belgium, in fact. And then Hungary, who they've already said outwardly, we're playing Belgium ball. We've got a team, the T10 specialists. We're going to swing from the hip. We're going to pack it with power hitters. And Finland, who, look, I think last year it was obvious they maybe hadn't played as much of the format as some of the players in the tournament, but I think that they really provided a lot of highlights, including, I think, the 8 slips to start the game once, which was one of our most viral clips of the year. But, I mean, they got someone like Peter Gallagher, who bowls leg spin. They got the wild thing, Amjad Sher. And so you're looking forward to watching Group B as well. Group C involves Belgium, and that's where we are at the moment, of course. Scotland 11, as well as France and Malta, who are new to the competition. And so that's 3 new teams out of 5. So it's the newcomers in Group C, really, as well as Luxembourg, who were a last-minute call-up last year. That'll be super interesting to see if Belgium can replicate what they did last year, where they went all the way to the top 2.
Yeah, we were in between the second game that we saw of them this morning. But I realistically think it's going to be 5 weeks of serious cricket, of exciting T10 cricket, international quality, all in one place from all around Europe. One huge continent, all being able to bring the best cricketers in and around the land, all to one place in Cartama in Malaga, which is going to be very exciting. But yeah, that Group D as well, it's just looking like it's going to be very interesting with Italy, Germany, Norway, Romania and Switzerland. There are teams in there that we've been to before and played a lot of T10 cricket. So I think that's going to be a really competitive group as well.
Yeah, Group D, I think Italy, Germany, Norway, I actually think that they'll be pretty even. Those 3. I think Romania, no Taranjit Singh. I don't believe he'll be in the squad, although it's still to be determined. And Switzerland, who are making a return. So, look, I think it'll be a fascinating one. So, yeah, England 11, of course, we didn't talk about them because they're automatically through to the championship week. Do you see a group of death in there? I mean, that's the thing. I don't see an obvious group of death. I mean, they're all challenging in their own way.
I think, yeah, this is the thing. Over the last couple of years, we've seen, especially in this shorter format of cricket, that anyone can go ahead and beat anyone. And I think that's what we saw last year with Italy and Belgium beating the England level, which everyone going into the tournament thought were unbeatable, and they thought they were going to go ahead and dominate. Of course, they did go on to eventually win the European Cricket Championship. But I think that's the beauty of what's coming up is everyone's there. Everyone's going to be able to beat everyone. And, for example, Group A and Group D for me stand out. But also at the same time, Group B and Group C are also going to be really tight.
There's no easy ones. Look, let's look really to the immediate future, which is Monday. And this is the first day of play. It's going to start a little bit later in the day than you probably used to. So starting 9:30 a.m. GMT. It's 11:30 in the morning in Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India, 3:30 p.m. in Bangladesh. But we're going to have Spain-Austria. That's going to be an absolute banger of a match first up, because I think they're really even according to pretty much most judges at the moment. Then we'll see Czech Republic, Portugal. Again, I think they're pretty even based on what we just said. Ireland will get their first opportunity to play match 3. Then Spain, Portugal, always a big rivalry. And then the first ever night game between Ireland 11 and the Czech Republic should be a magnificent spectacle.
Yeah, no, it certainly will be, and I think there's games there that are just going to provide so many different twists and turns in the tale. So I'm so looking forward to watching it.
Yeah, it should be great. Look, I don't see any movement here. Again, the rain eased off enough for us to get a start in, but then it came back pretty quickly. The score's 16 without loss for Ghent after 4 balls. Again, this match could be reduced further because it could go to a 3-over game, which is our minimum if we're going to get a result. Look, we're going to take a little bit of a break from live action here. Again, apologies for the break in transmission. We will take you back to that classic match, and we actually interrupted to bring you the live action. But we're going to go back. It is match 10 of the championship week. It's between England 11 and Belgium in the European Cricket Championship last year. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and Charlie Hunt. Hopefully we're back with some more action soon from Belgium. Until then, enjoy this classic match on the European Cricket Network.
One's after. It's a nice start from the Yorker specialist, as he's been dubbed. So he's going to bowl the 9th. Who are you giving the 10th to?
Well, you've got Muneeb Mohammed at deep mid-on, who hasn't bowled in this tournament, bowls leg spin, and it's actually not bad. Leg spin's quite quick. We used it in our T20s. And you've got the captain, Shiraz Sheikh, Sunny Sheikh. I think he needs to step up and bowl an over here. He needs to help his team if he can.
Down the ground from Bevan. Catching chance. And taken. Really important one. Even with a couple of overs to go, that could make a big, big difference. That could be 20 off the England 11 score with the damage of Tom Bevan going. But he's caused plenty of damage to the Belgians, it must be said. Great knock, out for 60 off 23.
Yeah, he's done his country proud. A really good knock, and that was actually there to go, but he just got under it. And Muneeb Mohammed, I've said he's one of the best fielders in Belgian cricket because he is. He's very calm after that skyer, and he had to hold that because if Bevan batted another 10 balls, I mean, he could end up with 90 odd. So it's a big wicket. 60 off 23 at 260.
You say he's done his country proud. I'm sure there'll be plenty of Welshmen and Welshwomen screaming at their TV that he is Welsh, of course, and it is the England and Wales cricket board. And we haven't actually seen Rich Edwards come out to bat yet, but I know he's actually got the Welsh dragon on his helmet. So that will be great to see when he eventually walks out to the middle. And there was a funny story in that batting collapse against the Netherlands. There came a point where Sam Pearce, another player for Wales, looked to the dugout and he sort of joked that he said he saw Rich Edwards with his pads on and he thought, cripes, I've got to finish this if Rich Edwards is having to get his pads on. Pearce starting like a man in form with a nice looking shot out to long off the mark. Pearce, who hit 28 off 10, including back-to-back sixes. The young spinner, Shariz Ahmed, to seal victory without the need for the nervous final over. Yeah, was telling me in the lunch tent afterwards, the moment I saw Rich padding up, I thought, right, let's not make this quite this close. Let's get this done. And he did. Well, the umpires are consulting briefly.
It looks like they're just confirming how many people were in the ring during that delivery. The England batsmen have actually, well, he's played a shot there and he said to the umpire, I think there's only 3 in the ring and this should be called a no ball. So we're just having a look and they're confirming. So we'll see here, they're counting now about who was in the ring and who wasn't in the ring, because the England batsman's played the shot, Pearce has hit a shot, and it is going to be called a no ball. Well, it's a big moment and it's a blight on this Belgium innings because 3 men were only in the ring at point of contact, meaning no ball free here. And I tell you what, that is
so needless.
It's a coach killer. It's, if you're a coach sitting in the box right now, you're pulling your hair out. That can't happen at this level. And well spotted by the English batsmen, though, to inform the umpires and get themselves an extra run and a free hit.
There's nothing quite like being alert in every sense of the word. It's good game awareness from Pearce and Mellor. So Razak has got to try and get out the free hit, the Yorker specialist. Free hit. It's out to wide, long off. They're going to try for 2, and they won't get there. You can still be run out off a free hit, of course, and that is exactly what has happened to Sam Pearce. To his credit, it's an unselfish sacrifice that at this stage of the game probably makes sense. 109 for 5.
Yeah, it's pretty unselfish that he's just let himself go there and try and turn back for 2. Him being run out, keeps the main batsman on strike. It's good fielding out there at deep mid-on from Sherry, but I like the cricket education from England because that run out isn't the worst then in comparison to what can go on for their innings.
And again, we talk about the overvaluation of wickets. They've still got 5 wickets left to throw at this one, and Alex Mellor, who's going nicely, will retain the strike. So Pearce can't repeat his excellence from earlier on in the day, but it's as honourable a way as to getting out in T10, really.
Yeah, and it's good fielding out there by Sherry, but he made some good ground to his left and a good throw. And I'd like to see Adnan Razak, he got back to the stumps. A lot of bowlers sometimes forget that, but little fundamentals. And yeah, it's good fielding by the Belgians and good cricket awareness by England. So a real crucial couple of balls coming up, though, in the context of this match, because it still feels like Belgium will be happy chasing this.
So out comes Luke Webb at the non-strikers, of course, at the bowler's end. Webb, the Dorset skipper. But it will be Mellor facing up. Alex Mellor, who's currently doing his level 3 coaching badges, but still a fine player as well. And he's got all of that over long on. 6 more for Mellor. Well, that shows the importance of attempting the previous ball, because despite the run out, it's kept Mellor on strike. The next ball goes for a maximum.
Absolutely. You've got to get the main striker on strike. And Mellor, who's in and set, gets an extra ball because of the unselfish run out. And he puts the next one away for 6. So really smart cricket from England. And well, they want a couple more of those to get that total, maybe, if they can, to around that 130 to 135 mark.
Well, that's going to be another 6. Lovely clean strike from Mellor. Razak trying the Yorker, but instead it's in the slot, and Mellor gets underneath it. This is fine straight hitting from Alex Mellor.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, if you want to try and hit every ball for a Yorker out of 12, you are going to miss a couple, and when you miss, it's just a half volley. And when you're in, you're going to put that away. Back-to-back 6s. He'll be looking to go one more here.
Instead, he's probably going to keep the strike. He will, so Mellor on to 40 off 20. Alex Mellor, who's now captain and coach at Staffordshire.
Hello and welcome back. Some good news for you. The rain's eased up a bit and we are back out in the middle to resume the first semi-final. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. To bring it up to date, originally this was rescheduled as a 6-over match. We lost a little bit more time, but now it is a 5-over game. We're going to continue. It's 16 for no loss after 4 balls. And, well, you can make that 22 after 5. Maximo Arshad. Well, he went and reloaded, and he smacked this. He sent this over magical. The score's up to 22 now, and joining me is another magical human being, Charlie Hunt, who has watched that shot. I'll tell you what, that one clattered off the fence of Adventure Island.
That's gone a long, long way. Well, again, probably Whackers are just thinking, actually, I was quite comfortable in the hut. I wasn't getting hit for boundaries. Last delivery of the over here.
Another one down the ground. This will take some stopping. In fact, this will be 4 as well. So what an over that is. In the end, it goes for 26. And, well, that will be the only over Whackers will bowl. I think he'll be fine with that. This one just misses Omid Malik Kel and goes to the boundary. So yeah, the score is 26 with that loss after 1 over. So it was shortened to 6 overs, but now it has been shortened to 5 overs per team. So that's just because we had that extra interruption. And you can see this is the new playing conditions. 5 overs per side. It's just a 2-over power play. That was one of the overs. Pretty well utilised. And then the other thing is that bowlers can only bowl 1 over each. So, wow, what a start that is, essentially, for Ghent. I'm trying to work out what a good score is here. Probably around 50 or 60, I'd think. And now this one will be out towards Ali Abbas for a single. Yeah, we saw a lot of 5-over cricket, Charlie, in the ECL. And we had a lot of rain issues in Championship week. And showed that kind of anything was defendable, but anything was chaseable, though, because the game was so short.
Yeah.
Short, gets lucky. Sultan Diwanali gets a finger on it. And this should hold up. No, it won't. It'll roll all the way to the boundary. So it continues, and Omid Malik gets off strike, and Ashad takes it back and says, I'm going to continue swinging, and he gets 4 more.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what he was asked to. He moves along to 30 now with that shot. Going pretty well. 30 off of just 7. Pretty decent. But even more than that, actually. 32 off of 8.
Finally swings and misses at 1. So
yeah, side sharp. He's coming off a shorter run-up now, isn't he? So
yeah.
That's the first time we've seen the rain affect the conditions.
That's just smart adjustment, I think. Smart play in these conditions. A short, misses out again. So, yeah, if you think there's a lot of momentum swings in a 10-over match, just wait till you see a 5-over match. It can change so quickly. And right now, we're seeing a little mini comeback from Syed Shah.
Yeah, they need a tidy over here. That's what they've got so far. Just 3 off it. Rain's still coming down, though.
This is going to be a wide outside off stump. This is again, digs it in. This is probably, yeah, wide-ish. But what I would say is I'd be trying that occasionally. I think trying to use the pitch, which would be a bit more unpredictable. This one's sliced away. Ashad is on fire at the moment, isn't he? And that's going to be another boundary.
Yep, another 4 to the over. Again, boundaries flying here this time. Well, as I say, if you're going to swing, you've got to swing hard. It's exactly what he does. And it's going to be another boundary to the total. And he's going well here, is Mohammad Ashad, who's on a 32 off of just 10 with a single delivery here left in the second over, the last over of the power play, of course.
Yeah, Silva, talking about the conditions here. But, I mean, this is European cricket. In European cricket, it will rain more than some other places. So the players are pretty used to playing in these kind of conditions. Last ball this over will be a wide. Swings after the pitch, actually. It's a pretty good stop down there. But what it does do, I suppose, it gets Ashad to the other end and gives Malik Kell a bit of a free hit at this one, I think.
Yeah, certainly does. He's just got to swing, hasn't he? There's only not many deliveries left in the innings, so yeah, field change. Cover goes to deep cover, and a man at long on becomes a regulation mid-on.
One comes back. I mean, Malik Kell will get 1. I'm not even sure I would have taken that one, to be honest. The way that Ashad's batting, I just feel like I'd want him facing as many balls as possible. But Oman Malik Kell, he's no tail ender. He's a pretty good batter in his own right. That's 2 overs, and it's the end of the power play as well. It's 37 for no loss, Gent.
Yep, finally getting through the overs now, which is always good to see. Glad to see cricket back on our screens.
Yeah, for sure.
Nice to be back out there. And of course, well, the Exiles, they probably would have been a little bit more conscious about getting the game going ahead, because it would of course be Gent that would go through if there was no cricket played to the final.
That's right. Yeah, so Austin Exiles, obviously, they're on the chopping block. Now, we've got another delay. Well, I don't know what's going on here, to be honest, because I don't think it's gotten a lot heavier. So some discussions at the moment about this, but I've got to say I'm a little bit puzzled about what's going on there in the middle.
The umpire doesn't look like it's. I think he's saying this isn't.
Well, I mean,
what he wants to be doing.
That doesn't make a lot of sense to me, because I think this is probably as light as we've had it, to be honest.
Yeah, it's light now as well.
The other thing is we haven't gotten to the 3 overs, which is the minimum as well. So, yeah, let's just see. Obviously, umpires are the sole judges of it. I mean, both teams probably happy to stay out there, because Gent are flying and they're smashing them all over the place. And Austin Exiles, they need the game in. So it's kind of coming and going at the moment, but it's been that kind of a game. And, well, once again, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. A bit of a strange one. You're going to see it all here on the European Cricket Network in the space of 1,000 games on the European Cricket Network. And, look, that's what we're saying at the moment. So, obviously, you know, it's really tough to judge because I guess the umpires, they will let it go a certain amount of time, and if it eases off, they'll continue to play. If it doesn't ease off, then they won't. So I suppose that's just a judgment call that's being made all the time. So it's not like a lights meter maybe where you can hold it up and say, yes, we're playing at this amount of light. Anyway, well, that's a good idea. I think that Andrews has given me a hint. We will wait now at this stage where the score is 37 off 2 overs. We'll get back to you with any additional information we have. We'll keep you up to date in the chat as well. And also, we'll give you some updates at our website, europeancricket.com. But for now, let's go back to the Classic match. Hopefully we'll see you soon here for more action live on the European Cricket Network.
Hello and welcome back here at the beautiful oval here at Cartama in Spain. There's the trophy. That's what's up for grabs. A glorious day here, and we're in finals week. We're in a crucial match here with the England 11 playing Belgium. And, well, England, they batted first after Belgium sent them in and made a pretty good score overall. It was 2 men, Tom Bevan and Alex Mellor, batted beautifully. And I think they'll be the happier of the sides going in. It looks like there's Aziz Mohammed on your screen. So obviously he's recovered from his ankle injury and he's with the young Muneeb Mohammed. And tell you what, this Belgian side, they don't mess about. They take on every ball and they've hit some really big scores this tournament. So they'll be feeling confident as well. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in this one. And as we mentioned earlier, whoever wins this will basically book their passage through to finals Friday and be playing for that trophy you saw on your screens earlier. And it gives me great pleasure to welcome back good friend, all-round good guy, Michael McCann. How are you, buddy?
Gonna have to send you a check in the post for that. Very much all about the characters that are out there on the field, and so much at stake, as you mentioned, bar any bizarre situation that led to any team having a points deduction and some obscure part of the rule book that no one's been anywhere near. If you win tonight, you then know that in your 2 games tomorrow, you can avoid the chaos that will be Super Thursday. England out there in those red shirts with the blue trousers. And that some of the Welsh boys have been jokingly saying that they've been visualising, wishing that it was a dragon on the chest as opposed to the England 11 emblem. But of course it is the England and Wales Cricket Board after all, and very proud to be here representing themselves and this England 11 chasing European Cricket Championship glory. Now, we've already spoken of these Belgian hitters. They obviously send out their very best too, but it's their depth that's so impressive. I'm going to start with Muneeb Mohammed facing Rich Edwards, who bowled magnificently earlier on against the Dutch. His very first ball. Well, we've spoken about the bludgeoning and the hitting. This is actually a gorgeous conventional cover drive, full, over-pitched, through the covers, 4 runs. Very nicely done.
Muneeb Mohammed is going to have a really long and big career for Belgium. He was plucked from the wilderness a few years ago, and he is so talented. Straight away with that shot, they're going to bring the slip out and put in an extra cover. I tell you what, Belgium will fancy themselves here. Only 13.22 and over to chase this down, and they really do bat deep.
Bouncer, gloved and gone. What a response from Rich Edwards. A good jumping catch from Dan Lincoln. And it's 4 and out for Muneeb Mohammed. And Edwards, who was player of the match earlier on against the Netherlands, taking 1 for 1 from his pair of overs, has another wicket to his growing tally.
Yeah, it just got a bit big on him. And there's an old adage, when you get your bouncers, get them right at the head. And that was hitting pretty much the right shoulder.
Hello, welcome back. Good news, cricket's on. Starts with a wide, and well, it's been one of those days where there seems to be some sort of indecision, but they are out. They've got to say it. The conditions haven't changed a lot since we restarted the 5 over game, And we are continuing with things as they are. It's still a 5-over game. Didn't lose enough time there for it to go down any further. I'm going to say Manpreet is the bowler in over number 3. Power play's over. I guess another one past the bat. Yeah, I'm Vinny Sandu here. Mr. Maximo joining me is Charlie Hunt. And hey, everyone will have opinions on this, and that's fine. What I will say, personally, I think sometimes cricket is a little bit precious. There's a few comments in the chat. I just think you need to adjust to the conditions. I think this is European cricket. We've got the toughest cricketers in the world. They want to get out there.
Yep. Yeah, it certainly is. That's a really good delivery, though. Manpreet Sandhu, yet again, he's proving pretty good with the ball in hand, even in these tough conditions. Yeah, but I think this is the thing as well. I think these players, they just want to play.
Yeah,
they just want to get out there.
All the players, when they're walking off, they were saying, what's going on? They were saying, well, what's the story? So, I mean, it's just light rain at the moment, very light. This field was a desert, don't forget, at the start of last week. So it's not so much that's the problem. The pitch has been well covered.
If we get a break where we can sort things out, maybe we can try and get a side on side with what the pitch was like at the start of the week.
Well, this is high, and this could be the first opportunity. Wakas is coming around, and he drops the catch. And that was always going to be a difficult one, and he almost gets a run out. And, well, it's a double chance, really. Almost made something out of nothing, of course. It's not going to be in easy conditions to be an outfielder today.
Never easy out in the middle, especially with that ball. That went very, very high off the bat. And, yeah, it's one of those. I think it's already in the back of his mind.
Back to live action. And the next ball flies away. It'll be called away. So that one will be a wide for height, I think, more than anything. And Manpreet, what a series he's had, and wasn't he brilliant even through the quarterfinals yesterday?
Yeah, no, he's been crucial to the Austin Exiles campaign here. Halfway through the over now. This one will be flat batted down the ground, collected by Faizal Mahmood, and will just be a single. The skipper, of course, Faizal Mahmood, he'll be really wanting to get this game going because of course, don't get into that third over, and the game it begins to go into the final. This is being slapped into the offside, and this is going to go all the way. Adventure Island, get your tickets out, please. 6 more.
Yeah, what a shot that is. You see Shiwari is one that almost, well, he doesn't field it, watches it go over his head, but I think he's the man that I wouldn't mind seeing him have a bowl and see him just change the pace here at the moment. I think the seamers have not been too effective at all. And Arshad, he's been fantastic. Threw everything at that one. Last ball of the over. And he goes again, and he gets 6 more. Maximo! Well, what an innings this is from Arshad. Say what you like about the conditions, but he hasn't had too many problems at all. He swings his way to 44, and that brings up the 50 now. Kent 54 without loss after 3.
Slot delivery, that is. It's right in the slot. That's where most of them have been. And Arshad, he's just going to pounce on a full delivery, and that's what he's done. Even the shorter balls have also been punished into the offside. So this is going to be tough. But this is that's the story so far, of course. Just the 2-over power play.
Yeah.
Due to the change in the game.
Yeah, geez, it's been pretty fast-paced stuff. Yeah, just in case you missed it, it is still a 5-over match, so 2-over power play and 1 over per bowler. That's the situation anyway.
Try and keep up.
Every bowler will be your last. Every over will be your last if you're bowling. Anyway, here's Faisal. He's going to bowl over number 4. It all happens in the 4th in 5-over Fiesta. And it's going to start with a very, very good catch. Well, got to say, Shinwari, I'd say take your hat off for that one because that was a magnificent catch. It was almost still going up, wasn't it? So Ahmed Malik plays his shot really well, but he's the first wicket of finals day. The score 54 for 1.
Yeah, just gets it out of the toe of the bat, really. And he has to make the walk back. First wicket falls. I think this is, again, that's such a really good catch in these conditions, has to be said. But he's going. It doesn't look like he's really certain he wants to go, to be honest.
I think maybe they want to have a look at it. But there's no issues with that catch at all. Ken Shinwari does very, very well. It's travelling. And yeah, there's no problem with the feet. Stays well inside. Yep. It looks probably closer than it is. Again, he's looking where his feet are going. You see there's a fair bit of distance, I think, between his feet and the line there.
I know, it's been called 6.
Wow.
It's been called 6.
Wow. What's going on here?
Are we seeing something that...
Am I missing something here? I mean...
I think it might be the next step here, because look where the line is. It's tough to call.
Nah. You can't call that. If there's any doubt, it goes to the fielder. Gotta say, don't agree with that. Speaking of opinions, I'm not afraid to share mine with that one. Wow. This is going leg side. Shinwari, can't believe it. This will be 4. Gotta say, I'd be ropeable if I was the fielder there. Oh.
Well. It's been an interesting day.
What is going on?
Adding to the drama.
Finals day is crazy so far. I said it all happens in the 4th.
It's all happening here. This is going to be... So another 4. So back-to-back boundaries. 6-4. So, yeah, I think for me, it's tough.
At best, it's inconclusive.
If
it's inconclusive, it should go to the fielder.
Oh, well.
I'm in Malik Kel. Buy a lotto ticket. This is hit as well. This will be 6. And, well, that one's not even close. Maximal. And just like that, getting her up to 70 and climbing.
Can I just say that if this was a 10-over match, 180 would be par.
Thank you.
I just thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, fair enough too.
They're motoring along at the moment. They're going really, really well here. Needs to find a bit of rhythm here, Mahmood. It's not easy in these conditions, though.
Goes leg side, and this is another one that's travelling out of the ground. Maximal from Alec Cal. It's on borrowed time. And yeah, this is just one he takes off Milan off. So far, the batters have obviously made the best of what's going on out there. Austin Exiles will get the right to reply, but I tell you what, looks like they'll be chasing a huge score, maybe even 100 here.
It could be getting up to 100 here. going at over 20 and over right now. So, but I think this is down to just bowlers not being able to hone their craft so much here.
This is going to be 6, just like the rest. Maximal, Malik Cal. Well, he has raced to 33 now off 11. He's so strong, both sides of the wicket, but I think he really does enjoy this area. Cover point, and that one is smacked away. It's hard to keep up at the moment. And right now, Faisal Mahmood, this over has gone magical to the tune of 28. And so, well, it could go supersonic. So, last ball of the over coming up. What I will say, take nothing away from the batting here. This stroke play has been sublime from Ghent. Goes again, gets 6 more. Maximal, 34 off the over. Supersonic stuff. Well, Belgian ball just got on steroids that over, as after 4, the score is 88 without loss.
Belgian ball is back, baby, and it's back with a bang, because that is a big over. 34 off it. Well, look at that score. Well, I tell you what, if this doesn't get you excited for T10 international cricket, I don't know what does.
Wow, incredible stuff, really. 2 days to go until the ECC starts on Monday morning. And we'll be...
Yeah, this is again 2 days to go. Very exciting stuff. Of course, this is the state of play so far at the moment, isn't it, Vinny?
So you know, their plan is anyway for the second semi-final to start on time. That'll be 12:30 p.m. local, which is 4 p.m. in India. Bronze final, if you missed it already, that match has been abandoned just to allow us to try and fit the semi-finals and the final in. And the final hasn't changed time, actually. So the plans are for the other matches to be 10 overs. Of course, all subject to the conditions. Here we go with Ali Abbas getting the 5th. And he gets launched, and he's going to get hit out of the ground as well. And Ashad brings up his 50 off only 13 balls. It's a Maximo fest here in this innings.
That is an astounding bit of hitting, and he's just going to try and carry on here because he will bring up his 50. An excellent, well-made half-century, and look at that score. Now into the 90s with 5 deliveries left here in the innings.
I often say 5 over cricket, anything's defendable, anything's chaseable.
I don't know about this one.
Testing the theory. I mean, what's more incredible about this is yesterday, this is a par score for 10 overs that they've got right now. And we talked a lot about the conditions there, this and that. But to be honest, the heavy ball, it's going to be just as heavy today. Ashad raced to 50. And he's going to hit this one. Doesn't get it quite as well. It's going to be caught. So another good catch taken. Faisal Mahmood this time on the deep square boundary. Holds it. So it's an even 50 for Arshad. And finally, we have a wicket. It's 94 for 1.
Yep, good catch out there in the deep at the moment from Faisal Mahmood. Really good catch. Watches it all the way. Looked pretty comfortable in the end. And interesting here, it's not going to be the skipper, Faisal Khalik, who's coming out to bat, because I think it's just due to the conditions. They want someone who can really just tee off from the start, and I like this move from the skipper.
Yeah, I do think you've got to be adaptable in these conditions, and I think this guy had a very good day yesterday, Majid Ali, coming out there. I mean, another one I would have considered maybe is Sia Malik, Cal, because he's a bit of a last over specialist, and we are into the last over. I've never seen 100 in a 5-over game. We've seen quite a few 5-over games as well.
This is above 180 par, by the way.
Yeah,
I'm just
true.
putting that out there.
Yeah, I mean, 100 is basically a magical score over 5 overs. There we are, Bust, the wicket taker. It's not a bad start from Majid. It's a little bit short, and that one's into the treetops. Maximo, and that one does bring up the 100. Quite incredible batting here in Belgium.
Yeah, it's bowling, machine bowling though, isn't it? It's right in the slot in the arc, especially when you're coming in with no pressure. First delivery, just swats it into the leg side. 6 runs.
Wow, 100 up in a 5-over game. Quite ridiculous striking. 2 to come. Goes again, doesn't get it quite as well, but it still will get him a boundary. I think that's gone for 4. Probably have a look at it. But gets it into the gap. This one was all about the placement. And the result is 4 runs. So 104. That slows things down, if anything.
Yep, certainly does. It's interesting not to see a 6 being hit, but it's still a boundary nonetheless. And this is still going really well for Ghent here.
Last ball then. Yeah, he's going to get another boundary. So they pull the right string with Majid coming out there. So he'll end up on 14. And yeah, this has been a crazy innings. You got to say it's been a bit stop-start. But every time they went out there, Ghent piled on the runs. Let me give you some stats about that innings, because it's really one of the most remarkable innings we've ever seen for many reasons. Of course, there's just 30 balls in the innings. 11 went for 6 and 7 went for 4. Okay, so only 12 balls didn't go to the boundary. And in the end, Ghent up and away, 108 for 1. And if this chase happens, it's going to be the proper impossible chase for the Exiles. But they'll need to do it. 109 they'll need to keep their tournament alive.
Yeah, they certainly will. But there was some excellent hitting by the batsman, and really it was that man, wasn't it? Mohammad Ashad going 50 off of only 15 deliveries. But with a little bit of luck, don't get me wrong, there was a few runs down to fine leg and third man. However, most of them were pure cricket shots, and it was just timing really more than anything.
I'm still curious to have a look at the catch. No, that wasn't ruled a catch, but before then you saw they also had a bit of luck there. I mean, a lot of it was fantastic batting, but a little lucky one from Arshad at the inside edge, then the outside edge there. But in amongst it, there were some really powerful strikes. Of course, Wakas couldn't handle this one, though. We did see a couple of good catches taken during the innings. This one also would have been a run out had it hit the stumps. But the batter's not afraid to go over the top. That one did get over the top of Shinwari. This one sailed over long on, so it was just Maximo up to Maximo really when it came down to it. Now this is the one for me, I've got to say, still think that's a questionable one for me, but to be honest, probably didn't make too much of a difference, because then maybe we just would have given Majid more time to come out there and hit a bigger score, because no matter who came out there, they were hitting him sweetly.
Yeah, raining 6s here in Belgium, and it was really good to see some counter-attacking batting. Of course, bowling isn't easy at the moment, but you still have to do the job and hitting the ball over the boundary. It's not always easy, but these three men made it look very, very easy. The likes of Mohamed Malik alongside Majid Ali, supporting Mohammad Ashad as well. It was just really good hitting, and then that was actually a good catch out on the deep to remove Mohammad Ashad by Faisal Mahmood. That's the only wicket to fall. Well, we didn't lose too many kookaburras, but I don't think we're going to get that one back.
No.
That one back.
No, I mean, yeah, like I say, crazy. I mean, 18 boundaries out of 30 lead deliveries, and that's even with the stop-start nature of the innings. He had 2 rain stoppages during the innings, but you can see, again, a team that started with a bit of a whimper in their first 2 matches on Monday morning, but I said don't judge them too quickly, because you know they're a team that can really can really swing the bat, and that's the way it proved here in the first semi-finals. They put 108 on the board, which I think is a very good score for 10 overs. They've done it in 550 for Arshad of just 15 balls. Malik Kell did get going. Got a bit lucky, I thought, with the decision going his way, but still batted excellently. 39 off 12. I love his cricket. And then Majid Ali put the dots on the I's and the crosses on the T's. 14 off 3. That run rate was 21.6 during that innings. 216 pace. They finished with 108 off their 5 overs. And these bowling figures don't make great reading. And there's a fair few magicals in there, even a supersonic one for Faisal Mahmood. So we're going to take a quick break, very quick turnaround here. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the second innings. It'll be the Ostend Exiles, I should say, chasing 109 for victory. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Charlie Hunt with me. We'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good morning, welcome back to the Vrijburg Cricket Ground here in Mechelen in Belgium for the second innings of a shortened game, a 5-over game here in the first semi-final of the FanCode European Cricket Series Belgium. You join myself, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for a very exciting and interesting battle here between Ghent and Ostend Exiles, of course. Had a couple of rain delays, but I think we're right in the middle of a red dry spout. No rain at the moment, which is nice to see. Nice and clear, makes life a lot easier for everybody in and around the ground, also out in the middle. So 108 for 1 after 5 overs from Ghent. Exceptional hitting from Mohammad Ashard, finishing on 50 off of only 15 deliveries, as the Exiles will require 109 in only 30 deliveries. That is a big, big ask of your batsman, and well, the opening pair, they're going to have a lot of work to do if they're going to go ahead and chase this down. It will be Mohammad Sajjad Ahmadzai who will take the first over. Of course, 5 overs aside, so only one over per bowler, of course, and a 2-over power play as well. So that's the conditions at the moment. Really looking forward to seeing the Ostend Exiles and how the 2 openers of Suleiman and Mahmood take on this chase. It's a big ask, but it is going to be Ahmadzai here for Ghent. Well, it was going to be. Bit of a false start. Batsman wasn't ready. And everything's ready, everyone's in place, and it's going to be Ahmedzai. It's big swing from Suleiman. He knows, they all know, every ball's got to go, almost every ball's got to go to the boundary here because they have to try and get a start. They've not got long to go. There's only now 29 deliveries left in this game, so every ball is crucial for both batting and bowling side. This is a shorter delivery, slapped down the ground, and it'll race away. 4 more, even though it's wet, it's still rapid on the outfield. Electric stuff. And finally, they get off the mark on the second delivery. 4 down to the boundary. Shorter delivery from Ahmedzai. I don't mind it, ask the question, see if he's equal to it, which he exactly was. So I think now, just push it right in the block hole. And that's exactly what he does. Executes the Yorker perfectly. It's a bit of a fumble from Ahmedzai. Good morning to everyone tuning in around the world, on whether it be on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel or on FanCode in India. I hope you're all dry and enjoying the 5-over cricket at the moment. Well, this is going to be a wide. Big wide from Ahmedzai. Trying to get that short ball in. Too much though. Not even Walid Azhar for Ghent would have been able to get a bout on that one, because that was about 4 foot over the batsman. So now 104 for victory now. Good delivery yet again from Ahmedzai. Gets a bit of seam movement off the seam, away from the batsman, plays down the wrong line. It's been a really tidy start from Ahmedzai here. And again, good to see that Deepak Bali is back to take the gloves. This is off the toe of the bat. It'll get over the infield, might plug a little bit, that's exactly what it does. And about 6-7 days ago, that would have raced away towards the boundary, but this time it's only going to be 2. So I think that just goes to show that Mohamed Ashad for Ghent was crucial at the top of the order for in that first innings of the first semi-final here, because it's not easy, and he made it look very, very easy. And the man who's just slightly struggling is Mahmood, yet to get a boundary. That'll be the end of the over, 8 off it, and already that run rate is up towards 25, 26 and over now. So 8 for none after 1, 4 overs remaining, a single over left in the power play. Of course, this is what's still yet to come here in the season. Of course, Cartomania, the ECC, gets underway 2 days' time. And certainly looking forward to watching that. I know Vinny and Rico are looking forward to bringing the coverage there. And of course, on Saturday and Sunday, we will have domestic T10 cricket as well. So for 5 weeks, 7 days of cricket. Plenty of cricket left to come here in Belgium, though. And it is going to be Walid Azhar off of a very short run up. Another dot ball, already batting them, already bowling the side out of the game here are Ghent. You can see there's overalls are on, especially for Sir Malik Kal, the man there. Well, this is Fuller down the ground, and this has been punished. Hasn't got quite all of this though, and it's a drop. But luckily for them, it doesn't seem to roll on again. Another one that just plugs. So it will just be a single. And well, does someone want to tell Sir Malik Kal to get out of the way, because he's blocking our view? Eventually, he has actually moved, so it'll be okay. Good time to welcome back Vinny Sandy to the commentary box. As Walid Azhar continues, this is down the ground, and this is hit better, and this will be 1 bounce, 4 more. Good shot there, but they're going to need a few more if they're going to get towards this total.
Yeah, it's good to be back, but tell you what, it's about as close to the impossible chase you get, really, with the exiles already, isn't it? I mean, still a bit dumbfounded by the display of hitting we've seen. I mean, you know, a lot of people, obviously we're focusing about what makes it tough to play in conditions like that, no matter what the aspect of the cricket you're doing. But you've got to say that those blows in the first innings were quite incredible.
Yeah, it certainly were. But it just goes to show that it really was something I think you see once in a blue moon, really, in the game of cricket.
This is going to go leg side, and it's going to go all the way. Maximo! Nice shot that by Mahmood. Well, it sends Majid Ali searching in the trees. That's a nice shot, not an easy shot, certainly, of a bowler like Walid Azhar.
Stand and deliver stuff from Mahmood. That's all he's got to do, is he's just got to swing. Every ball's got to go from this point in. So Can't ask for much more. If it doesn't come off, it's just one of those days.
This one's going to be another one that's going to go for 4. And so it's going to be cuatro carreras más. And it will be the end of the over as well, into the power play. And the score is 23 without loss.
Yep, good end to the over for the Austin Exiles. Already, though, that run rate is slowly creeping up, almost to a point where it's a point of no return. But again, it's so difficult for both teams to judge where they are in terms of the contest because of the change in all of the entirety of the game.
Yeah.
So
I just want to mention something, and this is just to make something clear to all the viewers, that the Federation here in Belgium, they play their league in these conditions, and that both captains agreed to play after that second break. So, obviously, the players want to be out there, and they're there of their own accord. So that was just something that we wanted to make clear to everybody, because I know it's a bit unusual against some people from, I suppose, more traditional cricket playing countries. This would be a bit foreign, but I mean, in Europe it's a bit different. In Europe they will continue to play, especially with the artificial pitch. The pitch holds up, so that's just something to emphasise here. Anyway, this is up in the air and it's a catching opportunity and is taken. I've got to say, Majid Ali takes that one. Dropped a similar one earlier in the tournament, but he wasn't going to do it that time, even in the dampness, and that will be a wicket for Saif Rahman. The first wicket falls in this innings at 24 for 1.
Yep, big wicket for Faisal Mahmood as well. So he'll make the long way back, and obviously he's the skipper, so they were just asking, I think, who do you want to come in next? Because it's unprecedented territory here, and I think they're just saying, well, this is a different bit of some different circumstances we've ever found ourselves in. So what do you want us to do? Lead us. Yeah. He's got them off to a good start, but again, that run rate already in the 30s.
The Exiles, they kind of made their own bed here, didn't they? And the reason that they're the ones playing catch-up in this shortened match is because they did finish in 4th place. So they've been out there, now they're chasing just a ridiculous amount of runs, but obviously they've had their ups and downs this season. You can see Manpreet's coming out there, a few smiles, saying, well, how am I meant to get 32 and over? But they're a team that have had such an exciting journey over the last 12 months or so, winning the domestic championship in Belgium last year, going to the European Cricket League. We really enjoyed their contribution. They brought us our first hat-trick of the year with Adil Diwan Ali. Anyway, Manpreet will face up now. Gets a slower ball, completely misses it, and so does the keeper. Deepak Bali regretting the dive, but that'll be a bye.
Big time regretting the dive. Because, of course, at this point, they look as if they're going to go ahead and take a victory here. And, of course, they'll be hoping that the final gets played later on. Of course, we will do everything within our power to go ahead and get the games underway, of course. We want to get as much cricket played here. Rahman continuing here, though. Leg side. Hasn't quite got all of this, but, well, I'll tell you what. That could be an exceptional bit of work. I think Majid Ali isn't quite sure if he's kept that in, but they'll come back for the second, and that could be an excellent bit of footwork from Majid Ali. Take another look at this one. He gets the chop in. Hits the back heel.
Yeah.
Look at this. That's an excellent bit of work, in fact.
All-round skills there from Majid. And so, well, now we're going to get a slow ball, sends into a full toss, and even Majid's not going to stop this one. Suleiman moves into double figures and takes the score past 30.
Yep, nice shot. Bit of a Gundy ball really from Rahman, who's has been called a no ball as well. So it will be a free hit, and needs to cash in here because at this point that run rate almost getting to a point of no return.
Free hit then, and it is hit. And it goes towards the field. He drops it, but doesn't matter. It's Mohammad Sajjad Ahmadzai out there. It was a free hit. It'll just be a single.
Yeah, just the one run to the total. And again, Rahman, I think they know already that this run rate is almost over. They're only 15 now behind where Ghent were.
Goes leg side, and more work. And this time, can't do it with the left. A few footballers like that. No left foot. It's good for walking on, but what it will be is 4 more runs.
Nice shot to end the over as well. So they will finish on 37 for 1. And of course, what's that now? That's 72 runs required off of just 12. So going to have to go
12,
pretty
12
well.
Sixes. How's your maths? I know you've been working on it.
I was on that one. I knew it. I knew that one there.
Yeah, it's good to know. You can see that. That's that has been It's been the end of the 3 overs, and look, now it does look like there's a few shaking of hands, and maybe they've decided once and for all that this one might be over. And so it looks like this is the way this one's going to finish. So on DLS, it will be a win for Ghent, no doubt about that. Hello to Nad, who's in the chat, and I will say that hopefully we get another break in this rain. Hopefully we don't have any delays to the 12:30 match. I won't kind of rule it out at this stage, but you can see that a few smiles for Ghent, and why not? Because assuming that this match concludes right there, which I'm sure it will be, hands are being shaken, that it will be Ghent that are the first team through to the final later on today. And so you can see a lot of players taking cover at the moment. And of course, Beveren coming up later on against the Mechelen Eagles. And you can see on confirmation there that Ghent have made it through to the final later on today. The next match is coming in around about 20 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. And we'll give you more updates as they come to hand. Anyway, well, it was always going to be tough to chase 109 in 5 overs. And so it would seem as we go to some of the highlights. And yeah, no doubt, despite the efforts of Austin Exiles, like I said, probably the hardest thing was they only won 2 of their 8 group matches. And that's why they found themselves in 4th place in the group. And so, well, they had to do the improbable to win from 4th place, but really they had to do the impossible to chase 109 in 5 overs, especially after this start. Despite some good shots, I guess they were never going to quite get close.
It's never easy, really isn't easy, because to go ahead and try and chase the total in 100 after just 5 is never easy. But again, credit where credit's due, they went for it, and that's all they have to do, because it just wasn't meant to be, though, was it, for the Austin Exiles today?
Yeah, so, I mean, not an easy day for anyone concerned, but, you know, I just want to say the Exiles, they've provided a lot of entertainment for us this year, of course, in the ECL, where, okay, they didn't quite make it to the top 2 in their group, but they provided a lot of highlights, including that first hat-trick. They end up going down to Albi Zalmi in qualifier 2 back in Group D. And you can see that there. They will finish with a 3-7 record. And Ghent, they'll be happy because they're 7-3 now, and they'll be the first team through to the final later on today. But coming up next, we have the Mechelen Eagles versus Beveren. And that is going to be a really exciting game, which is coming up in around about 15 minutes. And the Mechelen Eagles, who finished top of their table, and Beveren, who finished 2nd in Group B. But of course, there's a lot of hype about them. Yeah, this is what's coming up next. And news from the toss that Beveren, they've won the toss, elected to bowl first. The plan is for us to resume in 15 minutes then, and we will give you any updates. Again, it's all up to the officials. Just want to emphasise once again, and I was asked to say this on behalf of the Federation and all the officials, that, you know, they do play cricket in this weather here, and both captains agreed to play after the second interruption. And so even though I know it's a little bit strange to some people out there, I mean, obviously these players are a bit more comfortable in the conditions than a lot of other players would be. But anyway, that match coming up, Mechelen Eagles versus Beveren. A lot of feeling in that one, Charlie. Should be a cracker. 2
top teams in the domestic game here in Belgium coming together for that second semi-final. Only time will tell who will go ahead and take a victory there, but I'm really looking forward to seeing those 2 teams, and hopefully the rain stays away.
Yeah, so in the second innings, it was aborted at 37 for 1 after 3 overs, with Suleiman 14 not out, 16 for Faisal Mahmood. They both hit a couple of boundaries. Mahmood hit a 6 in there. Manpreet got 4 off 2 balls, but yeah, obviously they're a long way behind. Ultimately, this will be determined on Duckworth Lewis, but yeah, it's just one of those things. I think you knew after the first over wasn't magical. It was never really going to happen because, of course, the run rate required started at 21.8, so in point and over 10 territory. As far as the bowlers went, well, they did an okay job, of course. Mohammad Sajjad Amazai bowled an over for 8. Azhar, the big man, bowled an over for 15. Saif chipped in with a wicket there as well. It was a nice catch by Majid to pull it off. Charlie, we'll take a breath. We'll have a little cup of coffee or something like that. Hopefully we'll be back, and we will be back regardless in 15 minutes to give you an update with what's happening with the second semi-final. At the moment, it is scheduled to be a 10-over match, and it will be the Eagles batting first after being sent in by Beveren. Until then, Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Charlie Hunt. We'll see you very, very shortly for more action and excitement right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Mechelen here in Belgium as we're about to get the second semi-final underway. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for that second semi-final between the Mechelen Eagles. The Mechelen Eagles will be taking on Beveren in the second semi-final here today. And I'm really looking forward to what is a battle between two top domestic clubs here in Belgium. They battled it out for that last place in the final this afternoon, of course. And this is scheduled to be a 10-over match, of course, as per the schedule. Well, this is the fantasy dashboard. This is what's going on at the moment. So Beveren have won the toss, and they're going to go ahead and bowl here in the second semi-final, the 46th scheduled match here in the tournament. Again, looking at both sides, the Eagles, of course, they've got the likes of Yard and Saran at the top of the order. And then you've also got someone coming in sort of like, the likes of Subhanallah, who's coming off the back of a well-made half-century, of course. And then looking at Beveren as well, Abdul Rashid, he has been one of the main run scorers for Beveren, of course. He's one of the highest run scorers in the tournament, in fact. But then also Sabir Zakil. He's had an interesting tournament, has had starts, but he's often found himself getting out early in the single figures. But then also bowling-wise, the skipper really is led from the front, Hakeem Kagzad. And he's, with bat in hand as well. So he's a crucial element for Beveren, of course, here. And again, as I mentioned, both these teams are top of the game in the domestic game here in Belgium. And this game is going to be looking to get underway on time at 10:30 local GMT, half past 12 local time. And well, this is of course the bat versus ball, the supercomputer. Of course, this could be a different solution as obviously conditions in and around the ground are completely different to what we've had over the last 2 weeks of play. But yeah, Beveren being, well, the supercomputer's got Beveren winning by just 4 runs, which will be certainly an interesting call because both of these teams have got a lot of talent in and around their ranks, and plenty of international talent as well, especially in that Beveren side. They are very crucial, and while they've got a big man coming back into the lineup, it's Adesula Tarakal, who again has missed the majority of this tournament. However, the games he's played, he has had a big effect on the outcome, both with ball and bat as well, as he in fact has got a lot of the runs for Beveren, of course, but we won't see him. We'll be seeing him with the ball. He will be opening the bowling as the two openers for Mechelen Eagles make their way out to the middle. As that is Tajinder Saran alongside Mirkal Yar. And Mirkal Yar, well, in Group 8, he was able to tee off right from ball 1. Of course, this is scheduled to be 10 overs, so a little bit different to what we saw just a few moments ago in that first semi-final between Ghent and the Ostend Exiles, of course. Ghent beating Ostend Exiles by 27 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method, of course. Hopefully, we're going to get two more games in this afternoon. Of course, that bronze final is going to be abandoned just due to the surrounding weather in the air and wanting to ensure that the semi-finals get played so that it's fair for both teams, or all 4 teams. They get a fair shot at getting themselves into that final here today. Yeah, as you can see, it will be Tarakal who will be taking the first over here, and he is a big addition back into already a pretty successful Beveren squad. Again, they've had runs from Abdul Rashid, from the man, from Kakzad and Zakil. So, and also Mansour Mahbub is a real game changer for them, both in all 3 elements of the game, really, all across the board. But we're ready to get underway here in the second semi-final here today, and it's going to be Tarakal for Beveren. And this is a bit of a top edge, comes right off the splice of the bat. And Zabir Zakil, he has taken the gloves today, so he will be keeping wickets. Good start, though, for Tarakal, coming back into the lineup, back into the tournament, of course. Down the ground for Yar. Will get off the mark with a single. Well, I tell you what, this actually could be close because this looked like a bit of lazy running from Miyako Yar, and his body language doesn't look very confident here. This could be a big upset. Oh, that's going to be close. He doesn't slide his bat in, and he also runs across on the angle. It's going to come down to the millisecond here. Does he get his bat down in time? One more frame. No, that bat is not down, so he won't get off the mark because he won't complete the run, and he will have to go. Excellent bit of work from Beverin to get the first wicket, and it won't be one for none. It'll be none for one here. Excellent bit of work from the fielder there. That was the skipper, I believe, Hakeem Kagzad, getting the throw in. Made sort of something out of nothing, really, in that situation. Really good bit of fielding from Hakeem Kagzad. Steadies himself, gets the sidearm throw in, flings it in, and Tarakel does well as well to ensure that he lets that go, flows through to take the direct hit. And well, again though, from Yakalia, it was lazy running, wasn't it? Doesn't slide the bat in, also runs on that angle, so it makes it even longer for himself. And he has to go for what will be a duck. Mechlin Eagles none for one. Tarakel though, up to taking on Saran. It's a shorter delivery, high in the air, could be another opportunity. And it's been put down. It gets spilled. It's Hakeem Kagzad who is in the action once again. He had about 5 different opportunities to try and take the catch, but it goes down, and it's an early life for Tajinder Saran. Take another look at this one. Right off the splice of the bat. Bit of a top edge as well. Just goes sky high. And Hakeem Kagzad, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 attempts he had at taking that catch, and he ends up coming away with nothing. It will just be a single, and it brings the left-handed Ikramila Nasir on strike. But what a start to this innings. Plenty of action here. Belgian ball is more than alive here. Nasir facing up for his first delivery. A mixture of an over for both teams, and I don't mind this. Lets this one flow through. And it will be a dot ball. Very conservative dot ball though. Bit of away movement, bit of lateral movement, but then also getting the movement off the seam to come back towards the left-hander. Tarakel is just such a calm and collected customer when it comes to the sport of cricket. This time plays a shot, tries to target the shorter boundary on the leg side, doesn't come off. I didn't mind that though, for that first delivery that he faced, that leave. Again, he wants to see if the pitch has changed due to the rain we've had overnight and this morning. Tarakel looking to finish off a very tidy over here. This is lofted, and it will be down the ground, and it will go all the way for another boundary, and it will be 4 more. So 4 to end the over, and at the end of that over, a really tidy over from Tarakel. Mechlin Eagles, they are 5 for 1. So this is what's happened so far. So Ghent, of course, did take a victory in that first semi-final by 27 runs on the Duckworth-Lewis method, of course. And then we've got the semi-final, the second semi-final between these two teams, and of course that bronze final has been abandoned. That is due to the delays that we had this morning. We ended up starting around about 2 hours behind schedule. So of course just abandoning that game allows for all 4 sides to go ahead and have an equal opportunity at getting into the final fairly and playing the game with the right spirit, as it always has been here in Belgium. And this is Chocolate Shazad. This one, interesting to see what it's given. It's given as runs, signalled there by the umpire. And again, really tidy first over though from Mechlin Eagles. Fielding has been excellent here in Belgium over the last 2 weeks, and even in these conditions, still able to pull off a bit of magic. So there's a bit of a mix-up in terms of the fielding. There's a long off Correction, long on for the left-hander. Clatters into his pads. And, well, turned down by the umpire. This will be interesting. Take another look at this one. The angle of which he's bowling from never helps. And again, let's take a look at this one here. Where's it pitching? It's a tough one. He survives though, and he'll get a bit of tickle on this one, and it'll race away. It'll be another boundary. So Shazad, it's the tail of the game that we call cricket. Has a decent shout at an LBW. Gets turned down. Very next ball goes short, and gets a bit of bound on this one. 4 more. Yet again. Yeah, that one there, that one's interesting. I think for me, the where it pitches is probably umpire's call. You know, it's not easy without having that technology, especially even with replays. It wasn't easy. Steps across again and swats this into the leg side. And yet again, Shazad, he's just bowling into Nasir's arc. He loves to pump it into the leg side. That's exactly what he goes for here. Steps across onto the off stump and pulls this into the leg side. 4 more. And yet again, well, hang on a minute. What's happening here? I think this is going to be the first interruption to this game. And the man who can tell us a little bit more about what's going on is Vinny Sandhu, who joins me in the Ice Cube. Vinny, it's another interruption here.
Yeah, I can't tell you a lot more. I'm seeing what you're seeing. Firstly, LBW, really tight one. I've got to say maybe umpire's call on the leg stump. Pitching is what I thought. Didn't feel like the whole ball was in line with the stumps. You kind of need more than half the ball in line with the stumps. Really tight call. I can see where the doubt was. I mean, certainly he hit him in line, was going to go on to hit the stumps. But, yeah, it's just unfortunate, I suppose. It's been one of those days, like I said, that the umpires will let it continue for a little bit. If it gets too heavy, they'll probably leave it a little bit more. If it doesn't ease off, then we're going to get interruption. So it's probably one of the most frustrating days, I think, that we've seen on the European Cricket Network, which is such a shame because we've been spoiled with really good weather. This rain was expected yesterday and the day before. We never had any issues then, but it seems to have all come today. So, yeah, right now we are watching the Macklin Eagles versus Beveren here in semi-final number 2. I can show you exactly where we are as far as today finals goes, because we have made that slight adjustment. I think you mentioned it, that the bronze final won't be played anymore just due to the weather, and we're trying to get the 2 semi-finals and the main final in. And we had Ghent go through, of course, after winning the first game this morning against the Austin Exiles, which itself was a frustrating game. The players were on and off the field. Just one thing, we've mentioned this a few times, the players will play in slightly more conditions than you would see otherwise. Probably that is European cricket. And I'll tell you a main reason. Some of these guys, they've travelled 2 hours plus to play a cricket match, and they're not going to let a little bit of drizzle stop them playing. They're going to be out there, and they will want to be out there doing what they love to do. So that just kind of explains that away. But I mean, right now it's just it's one of those things, Charlie. I mean, being from England, you know all about rain delays and a lot of work for a lot of people as well. Spare a thought for them out there in the middle who are trying to keep the pitch area as dry as possible.
Yeah, no, it's certainly isn't easy. And again, credit to all the ground staff. It's one of those days, isn't it? For every cricket fan, every cricket fan or anyone who's played cricket knows how this feels, because it's just so frustrating, not only for players but for also everyone involved in the tournament, because we've had 2 weeks of insane cricket. This Belgian ball has been on top display, and unfortunately we're just having to battle with Mother Nature here. Yeah,
it's just the way it's going. Look, what we will do once again, we will leave you with a classic match, and we're going to take you to some more ECC action. Of course, Belgium will be featuring prominently in Group C. We will come back to you if there's any updates. I'll be in the chat as soon as I've got anything confirmed. Also, you can keep an eye on our website, europeancricket.com. For now, it's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, Charlie Hunt as well. Hopefully we see you shortly for more live action right here in the European Cricket Series. And don't forget one more thing before we go. They didn't quite get to the 3 overs, which would mean that's a little bit more complicated, because for sure you'll have to see the first team coming back to bat again first. So the Macklin Eagles do need to complete a minimum amount of overs to make sure that we get this as a completed match, if we are going to see a completed match here in semi-final number 2. For now, we'll have to leave you, and we'll see you very shortly for more action right here on the European Cricket Network. Enjoy these classic matches.
Hello and welcome back here at the beautiful oval here at Cartama in Spain. There's the trophy. That's what's up for grabs. A glorious day here, and we're in finals week. We're in a crucial match here with the England 11 playing Belgium. And, well, England, they batted first after Belgium sent them in and made a pretty good score overall. It was two men, Tom Bevan and Alex Mellor, batted beautifully. And I think they'll be the happier of the sides going in. It looks like there's Aziz Mohammed on your screen. So obviously he's recovered from his ankle injury and he's with the young Munib Mohammed. And I tell you what, this Belgian side, they don't mess about. They take on every ball and they've hit some really big scores this tournament. So they'll be feeling confident as well. It's going to be interesting to see who comes out on top in this one. And as we mentioned earlier, whoever wins this will basically book their passage through to finals Friday and be playing for that trophy you saw on your screens earlier. It gives me great pleasure to welcome back good friend, all-round good guy, Michael McCann. How are you, buddy?
Gonna have to send you a check in the post for that. Very much all about the characters that are out there on the field, and so much at stake, as you mentioned, bar any bizarre situation that led to any team having a points deduction and some obscure part of the rule book that no one's been anywhere near. If you win tonight, you then know that in your 2 games tomorrow, you can avoid the chaos that will be Super Thursday. England out there in those red shirts with the blue trousers. I know that some of the Welsh boys have been jokingly saying that they've been visualising, wishing that it was a dragon on the chest as opposed to the England 11 emblem, but of course it is the England and Wales cricket board after all, and very proud to be here representing themselves and this England 11 chasing European Cricket Championship glory. Now, we've already spoken of these Belgian hitters. They obviously send out their very best too, but it's their depth that's so impressive. I'm going to start with Munib Mohammed facing Rich Edwards, who bowled magnificently earlier on against the Dutch. His very first ball, well, we've spoken about the bludgeoning and the hitting. This is actually a gorgeous, conventional cover drive, full, over-pitched, through the covers, 4 runs. Very nicely done.
Munib Mohammed is going to have a really long and big career for Belgium. He was plucked from the wilderness a few years ago, and he is so talented. Straight away with that shot, they're going to bring the slip out and put in an extra cover. I tell you what, Belgium will fancy themselves here. Only 13.22 and over to chase this down, and they really do bat deep.
Bouncer, gloved and gone. What a response from Rich Edwards. A good jumping catch from Dan Lincoln. And it's 4 and out for Munib Mohammed. And Edwards, who was player of the match earlier on against the Netherlands, taking 1 for 1 from his pair of overs, has another wicket to his growing tally.
Yeah, it just got a bit big on him, and there's an old adage, when you get your bouncers, get them right at the head, and that was hitting pretty much the right shoulder, or if not in the head, and gets a bit of glove on it. He knew straight away and walked straight off. So good bowling, good response from Edwards, and that's going to bring in Ali Raza to the crease, but a short stay for Munib Mohammed. He'll be disappointed with that, only 4 off 2. And that changes it all as well, because it's not a lefty-righty partnership anymore, 2 right hands at the crease. But what I'm most excited about this innings and to look at, Michael, is you're going to have basically 11 destructive batsmen who really go at every ball, facing players that bowl a ball through an awkward height, that chest-to-shoulder height. And it's going to be quite difficult, I think, for Belgium to maybe attack as much as they did against other teams. So it's quite an enthralling contest, and it'll be interesting to see how they handle the short stuff, because I think they're going to get quite a lot of it.
Yeah, Edwards has got a very good sharp bouncer, and he's demonstrated it again there. And that's looped up and somehow landed safe. Lucky for Ali Raza.
Yeah, not too sure. I think Ali Raza there was actually thinking of a short ball first up, because he was held back.
Strange position.
And this is the difference. Playing the England 11, you are going to get a lot more quicker balls coming through at an awkward height.
No, he can get it up around 80 miles an hour, Edwards. And that's a huge swipe from Ali Raza, and a nervous swipe as well.
He has swung so hard at that. I could feel the breeze come through the commentary box. If he hit that, that might have gone for 12. Clever bowling, though, kept it away from him. And yeah, that is just a violent hit. But this is what Belgium does. They will do this throughout the whole innings.
I'll just go for it. Now he's bringing fine leg up. He's putting long off out. So he's got long off and third out. It's the power play, of course. And that's a massive hit. Crunch. Take that, Raza says to Edwards' short ball. The first 6 of the reply. You knew it wasn't going to take long. I'm actually a bit surprised it's taken 5 balls.
It's so fun to watch. Honestly, it's sort of you miss, I'll miss, then I'll hit one out the middle, and that has gone absolutely miles. I mean, as a bowler, it's so tough when you just know batsmen here are going to try and hit every single ball for 6.
Classic slow ball grunt. It is a wide. They're not going to run off Lincoln palming the ball away. So that's an extra to the tally. Rich Edwards, who earlier on bowled the most economical spell in the 4 weeks that is T10 international cricket history at the moment. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 1.
Oh, really?
Against the Netherlands. Nobody else has conceded fewer than 6 in a spell. So unless someone bowls 2 maidens, they're not going to get better than that. In the slot, and 6 more for Ali Raza. Second 6 of the over, and that's got the Belgian dugout loving life. 17 for 1 at the end of the first over, and if any over doesn't really sum up the sort of chaos that Belgian batting brings, I don't know if that maybe does it quite nicely.
Yeah, it sums it up perfectly. This is so exciting to watch. You're seeing bowlers that can get the ball through at a good pace, bowling to players that are so brave and have no fear and are just trying to clear the pickets every ball. So Aziz Mohammed, he's recovered from his ankle injury and he'll be facing his first ball now.
And you saw Abhijit Khan, the Belgian coach there, played his cricket in Bombay growing up, and he said to me, the format suits us. We're fearless cricketers, and we've certainly seen that throughout this tournament. He's had a very interesting journey himself, Abhijit Khan. He's coached men's and women's teams in Brazil. He's coached under-19's German team. He's also done a spell in Chile before coaching Belgium. Now Russell on in the power play. That's a huge swipe from Aziz Mohammed, who's limping to the non-strikers. And this is a real concern for Belgium because still got a long time left here at finals week.
Yeah.
Some discomfort.
Interesting to see the leg spinner in the power play. They've obviously spoken about this and maybe feel it's harder for them to get a hold of him compared to the quicks.
Well, that's nicely bowled from Alex Russell, who spent quite a few years, the academy side of things for Gloucestershire and then was with Essex at the back end last summer. Again, flighted, but in the slot, and that's 6 more for Ali Raza. That's his 3rd, and he's getting Belgium up and running in this chase.
The format suits them so well. When you just have to think about clearing the pickets, they're so good at doing it. That is just slightly over pitch, but you've still got to hit it, and he hit that really cleanly. 18 off 6 now for Ali Raza.
Pushed through quicker, and he's hit that into his own helmet. Raza does seem okay, and Lincoln takes it a moment to breathe before throwing the ball back to Russell. They've generally been using Woods as their spin power play option, just bowling darts. And this is a very different proposition, Russell. And that's slog swept. 6 more. Second 6 of this over. And it's the Ali Raza show at the moment. No doubt about it.
I think he's going 6, then a pretty awful looking shot, I might say, and then a 6, and then a pretty crazy shot, and then a 6. It's really, it's licorice all sorts. It's licorice all sorts at the moment. But I tell you what, he's already got 4 6s on his telly, and he's got Belgium off to an absolute flyer. We said they're fearless.
He's got 4 sixes and 4 dots.
Unbelievable batting.
Dot coming now, you'd think. Oh no, actually, this is going to break the sequence. It's 4 through square leg. It's a long hop from Russell. Maybe the pressure just getting to the leggy a bit, so he concedes 17. Both of the first 2 overs of the reply have gone for 17, and Belgium are 34 for 1.
Well, we said they wouldn't mind chasing anything. I mean, even if they hit 150, 170, we look at the table, these are the top of the table. One of these 2 will be undefeated and get a free passage basically to finals day Friday, but a little bit of momentum and bragging rights over the opposition. This is a really big game.
And speaking of big games, Belgium versus the Netherlands tomorrow is particularly huge. If the Netherlands win that, they will guarantee their spot in finals day Friday. If they lose it, they will be in serious danger of being caught, particularly by Austria, who are now just 1 point behind them and breathing right down their necks. Tomorrow starts with England versus Italy. England's last game is against Austria in the middle of tomorrow. Andy Rishton on with his wide Yorkers, but his first one is just a touch too wide.
Yeah, absolutely. And you could see he was holding the ball cross seam there, so he's not looking to swing the ball. He's basically just looking to keep it on the inside of that tram line. And, well, he'll be doing anything he can to not give Aziz Mohammed a flying start, which he loves to try and get off to.
The kids from Felton Fleet School, where he teaches, will be watching. That's a low full toss and just cleverly sived away by Aziz Mohammed. He opens his body up, and Abhijit Khan, as always, celebrating every boundary as the batting dugout were. And it's Aziz Mohammed's first. He might be limping, he might be somewhat on one leg, but he's still pretty handy with a bat in hand.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's charged down the wicket there to change that into a low full toss and then got enough bat on it to get it through. So good batting from him, and a really interesting contest unfolding in front of our eyes here.
So that will be a wide. And Andy Rishton has got his head in his hands in frustration.
He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's devastated with that call, but I think it is the right call from the umpire. That is outside the tram line, so a bit of emotions on the line. This is a really big game of cricket, but good call from the umpire.
A grunt of frustration, and this one probably would have been another wide, and instead Aziz Mohammed hits it straight to Rich Edwards for a dot at backward point.
Well, England desperately needed that dot, and I tell you, they need a few more. There's 4 balls left in this power play, and Aziz Mohammed and Ali Raza will be trying to hit every single ball for 4 or 6. Looks like point's gone back, and then he'll be the extra sweeper now in this power play.
That is going to be another wide.
I guess when you're doing this tactic and trying to hit the wide tram line, it is such a difficult art to do, and he's done it really well all tournament. But I mean, even if you err just a tad, it is going to be consistently wide. But they're so afraid of going close to these batsmen who hit it so well over leg side. It's difficult. And it looks like the keeper, Lincoln, the captain, is called for his helmet. And well, this will be because Aziz Mohammed, the last 3 or 4 balls, has been running down the wicket. So they're going to try keep him in his crease, and well, he better be up to the standards, the keeper. This is going to be very tough.
He's a very good keeper, Lincoln. And he's demonstrated it there. Lincoln's gone up for this. Umpire doesn't seem too interested, seems pretty happy that Aziz Mohammed's back foot was grounded. Beautiful. This is very, very smart glove work.
Oh, that's beautiful hands. Great to see. He comes up and then makes a half chance, almost a full chance straight away. It hasn't been referred to the third umpire, so the umpires are very confident that that is not out. And lovely keeping from him. And great to see the captain take initiative and take himself up to the stumps, keeping Aziz Mohammed in his crease at the moment.
Low full toss and straight to one in the ring, so that's a dot. This is an intriguing over from Rishton with this plan.
You've got to love the battles in battles, and you've got the bowler battling here, Rishton with Aziz Mohammed. Then Lincoln gets into the contest, comes to the stumps, and all these little angles, all these little tactics, they matter so much.
Dug out. This time they are going to get one. And they're shying constantly at Aziz Mohammed's end. And I've actually just heard a few of the England players say that no matter what happens here, they're now going to throw just at the end of that man, Aziz Mohammed. And it does, as brutal as that sound, make sense because he's hobbling around here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, if that was a direct hit, it might have been a lot closer than we were thought. But what a good over this is from Rishton. A couple of wides, but he's hitting that Yorker consistently now.
Straight to long on. That will be just one. So Rishton concedes 8 with 1 ball of the over left. Andy Rishton, who actually is, well, in fact, beg your pardon, that is the end of the over. So 43 for 1 after the third. Rishton concedes 9 from it, and that's just dragged things back. I was going to mention he's actually by no means the fittest person in his family or people that he knows. He said to me there's someone that tries to keep fit, but it's actually his partner, Charlie, who sort of drives him on. So she's been with him for 5 years and does triathlons and Ironman competitions, which when I see some of the stuff that people have to do in that, and they choose to do it out of fun, it does make the mind boggle. But whatever keeps you happy, I guess.
Yeah, that won't be me. A triathlon scares me. I don't think I'd make it halfway through, but he's a very talented bowler, and that was a really impressive closing to that power play. Only 9 conceded. And, well,
would you bring Briston straight back for a second?
No, you have to hold on to him. You have to hold on to him.
Arthur Godsall on. It's a nice start from Godsall. Raza has, in keeping with this, the most Belgian of Belgian innings, gone for this time the huge wild slog that he's missed out on, which probably means the next one is going to be hit well over Longon's head for a huge 6.
I hope he's got a good chiropractor, because his neck was looking at the moon then. He is swinging so hard at the ball right now.
Short, and that's hit him. And does seem okay. It's nice to see Alex Mellor as he ran past, and Dan Lincoln, the England captain, just checking in on him.
It's a perfectly bowled bounce of that. You have to get your direction right, and that's hurried him up a bit. That was quite quick, so it'll be interesting to see what Godsall does as the follow-up delivery. Now, does he go bouncer again at maybe that chest height, or does he put it wide? Does he go slow ball? What's the follow-up to that?
I know he's got this really good slow ball, the undercuts, because of his action, Godsall. It's one to watch for. A few teams are very wary of it. He's completely mistimed that one, Raza. This is quality bowling.
Yeah, and what a bouncer does, a good bouncer, you could see there Ali Raza wasn't going to get in the line of that ball no matter what. That bouncer has frightened him a little bit, and you can see there he's a bit apprehensive about what shot to play. It's really clever bowling. And, well, this is what England have. They do have a pace attack that can frighten any batsman. So clever bowling, and 3 dots to start this over.
Well, that is the slow ball, and he prefers it with the pace off. I think that's actually hit the rope directly for 6. So you didn't think there was much chance of a maiden, I should say, against the Belgians, did you? And that has not happened.
It's one of the more extraordinary innings here. There's a lot of dot balls in between, but then there's just a 6 coming every now and then, and it just shows this dangerous Belgian lineup. Well, very, very talented. Ali Raza plays his cricket in the Netherlands for Sparta, so he's faced good attacks before, and he's living up to his name here as a dangerous power hitter. So just waiting to confirm if that was a 4 or a 6 from my view. It did look like it just got over the rope. But Ali Raza really exploding here, and it has been signalled 6, so another 6 for him.
No ball, and the middle stump's out the ground, and they're going to run a single. Oh, terrible that for Godsall, who gets to direct it at the bowler's end, which we're going upstairs for to check with the 3rd umpire. So it's all happening here, folks. Where on earth do we start? Belgium past the team half-century mark in the most unorthodox of fashions. There may yet be a run out as well. So it was the middle stump pulled out of the ground off a no ball, so a free hit will follow. And then Godsall, one of the very best fielders at this tournament, uprooted the stumps at the other end as well. This really is crazy cricket.
Yeah, unbelievable turn of events. I think Ali Raza might, yeah, he has just gotten home there. But he'll be absolutely, he couldn't have landed that Yorker any better, and to overstep, oh, it'd be disappointing for the England coaches. And Ali Raza has gotten himself there, and good awareness from Aziz Mohammed to call him through for an extra single.
Yeah, it was wise from Aziz Mohammed, because initially he had Ali Raza saying to him, well, what are you doing running at me, mate? And then, of course, realised there was a good reason for it.
Pretty tough on Dan Lincoln as well, because that goes down as a bye.
That's true. That's a good point. Free hit. Steps down. He's not going to really fully capitalise on the free hit. In by Bevan at the expense of 1, to the frustration of Aziz Mohammed.
Yeah, overstepping, and that was the big wicket of Ali Raza, because it's been a bit of an interesting innings, but he's still there and he's still hitting a lot of 60s. 35 of 15, so I mean, they don't want him to bat much longer because if he does, Belgium will chase us down comfortably.
He's hit 5 sixes and a 4 and a single. Slow ball, and that's another 6 to add to the tally. Following the pattern, Ali Raza, and either goes out of the park or it looks very ugly indeed, and that is the former. 6 more to end the 4th, 58 for 1.
Well, I think Godsal's missed a trick there. You could tell the pace wasn't comfortable for him. The bouncer hit him in the head and he beat him with the Yorker. So the 2 slower balls he bowled actually both went for 6. So maybe he should have just kept pace on for the whole over.
So let's unpack this, because this is the most T10 of T10 innings. Because we've got a moment to do it. He's got 41 off 16 balls. 6 sixes, a 4, a single, and 8 dots. So Ali Raza's dot ball percentage is 50%, which in modern parlance, generally that's seen as pretty abysmal. But if all the balls that aren't dots are going for 6, it makes up for it. And speaking of things to be excited about, that was our schedule coming up. The cricket truly is relentless here on the ECN. More pace, Akhtar. And he's got that away. Down to fine leg. I'm not sure whether it was bat or pad. I think it was always going to be going down leg in terms of an LB appeal as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, Akhtar coming into the crease and Zaman Akbar. Well, I think right now the English bowlers should be communicating with each other. Nothing more off speed. It's going to pretty much be speed because the Belgians, when it's quick, they're struggling a bit. Any slower ball has been going the journey. So don't expect to see anything too slow this over.
Pretty quick and just jabbed away for 1 by Ali Raza. Just the second single of this innings from him that has had.
Yeah, it sort of feels like this Belgian team, they must scare every opposition because it is just going at every single ball. And I mean, these small boundaries, a decent pitch, for their batting unit, it is really impressive power hitting.
Hit hard by Aziz Mohammed, but again he'll pick up just 1. England have been as good, if not better, than anyone else in this competition in the field so far. So Zaman Akhtar charging in, he's got a very good bouncer. That time it's straight back at him. He did get a hand on this, and then it's good covering fielding from Harrison Ward to ensure that it will only be a single. They're a very dynamic fielding side, and well, this would have been probably the Corton bowl of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely, but he's probably saved himself 3 runs in the end. That was hit so hard, and getting a little bit of a hand on that slowed the pace down, and Harrison Ward does the mopping up at deep mid-off. But a good over from him so far. 4 balls bowled, only 3. 2 huge deliveries coming up here.
I promised you that he's got a bouncer in him, Zaman Akhtar. He's actually hustling for a stumping there. A bit of frustration from Lincoln and Akhtar. I think the replay will show that this is a fair call from umpire Charles Croucher.
Yeah, been signalled a wide, but I did think that was over the head high. I think it was the right decision by the officials. As you can see here, yeah, I feel like that is overhead height, which has to be signalled a wide. It'd be tough to tell from there, but that does look high. And a little bit of frustration. He's deep in his crease, but no, that's well overhead height.
Comes down the track.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to Mecca, and we're back. And it looks like we're going to get things underway here in this second semi-final. Of course, due to the interruption, we have got a change in the conditions, so it will be a 7-over match here between Mecca Eagles and Beveren. It will be 7 overs aside here. 2 over power play, and 2 bowlers can go ahead and bowl 2 overs. Of course, this is if we don't have any more interruptions, which fingers crossed we don't. But welcome back to Mechelen here for the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium for the second semi-final, as there is going to be an introduction. As we're going to continue here, it will be Shokrila Shahzad here for Beveren. And they're almost ready to get things underway. So 2 more deliveries left in this power play here. Shahzad continuing. Pulled into the leg side. And it's actually a good bit of work by Mohamed Oman. And it will just be a single eventually. They're probably just having a little discussion, just saying, everything okay? Yep, all good, carry on. Yeah, so what's that now? So a single delivery left in the power play, yes. So 7 overs per side and 2 over power play. And 2 bowlers can go ahead and bowl 2 overs. So Saran, this is the situation now. So that's now 15 for 1. Saran is on strike now. Big swing. And this looks like it's going to go over the top, and it will be 1 bounce 4. So a flourish of a boundary to see that this is going to be another boundary. 4 more. Good way to end the over. Good way to end the power play. Mechelen Eagles 19 for 1 after 2. And thank you very much for tuning back in here. It's a tipsy-turny day, isn't it? We've been on and off a couple of times. We do apologise again. There's not much we can do. It's Mother Nature taking her course. And yeah, hopefully we can get this game over and keep going here. Yeah, so this is that was obviously the Mechelen Eagles in Group A. They did top their group, only losing the 1 game, of course, and that's how they're here, because they were able to get a victory in quarterfinals Friday as well. And it is going to be Tarakel to bowl his 2nd over here. That's it. Once more goes leg side. Noman is the man who collects it. Just a single. Good afternoon to Helix, to Ivan as well. Luke's in there as well. I can see you. Keanu also. Yeah, no, Mother Nature is she's toying with us today, isn't she? She's getting us on and off. Hopefully we can get through the 7 overs now. This one is a big swipe into that leg side. Misses out completely to Saran. This is completely different hitting to what we saw in that first semi-final. Of course, that was just a 5-over game, which was eventually won by Ghent due to the Duckworth-Lewis method. So Tarakel, he's going to be the first one of 2 bowlers to bowl 2 overs here in this innings. Of course, unless there's any other interruptions, this will just be a single down the ground for 1 run. All forms of wildlife in and around this lovely ground. It really is so picturesque, and of course the outfield's a little bit greener than what it started as at the start of this tournament. Nasir back on strike. This will be a wide, signalled by Abdul Rahman, the umpire. Tarakel, of course, will be one of 2 bowlers to bowl 2 overs here. That's the situation. 7 overs per side. It's going to be back-to-back wides. Tarakel just dragging this one a little bit. Beveren were very keen to try and get this game underway. Of course, if there is no result, then it would be the Mechelen Eagles who would go ahead and go through to the final. But hopefully we're going to get through to 3 overs. Looks like we will. Driven nicely, and that's a really nice shot. Nasir this time doesn't opt for the leg side swipe, plays a textbook cricket shot, and he gets rewarded. Lovely shot, 6 more, and that's what happens when you play the ball on its merit. Don't take a big step across and try and hoik it into leg side. There's a lovely lofted cover drive. That's 6 more to the total. 2 deliveries remaining here in Tarakel's final over. Oh, this is going to be a no ball signalled. He's got a bit of inside edge onto that, into the thigh as well. I think he's okay, which is good to see. And Tarakel clearly wasn't meaning any harm. Yeah, wasn't going to be wasn't intentional. Good time to welcome back Vinny Sandy to the ice cube. And Yeah, Tarakel, that's got that one wrong, didn't he? No ball coming, free hit up on the way.
Bit of self-inflicted damage as well, I think, from Nasir. Yeah, hi, Charlie. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Again, apologies for the frustrating conditions at the moment. It's on and off. It's not if it's raining or not. It's how much it's raining, really, that matters. Anyway, free hits coming up.
This is down the ground. He gets this one all wrong, does Norman. Forgets that it's a free hit. Also tries to take the catch. It was a slower ball. And it's going to be costly because it's going to be 4 more.
Yeah, just kind of gets lost. Left turn on the way to Albuquerque, as Danny Hudacek would say, and ends up thumping into the ground and going across the line. So, yeah, it's a handy boundary to Nasir and gets a bit of immediate revenge.
Yeah, it certainly does. Needs to finish or close off this over, really, does Tarakel. It's been a good one for Mechelen here. Slower ball. Takes a bit of a bobble. Won't cost them anything, so it'll be a dot ball. Good comeback in the end, and at the end of the third, Mechelen Eagles 34 for 1.
Yeah, it's a good slow ball, isn't it? So 3 overs down. Of course, the game was adjusted after it was stopped after 1.4 overs with the score at 14.1. So this is the updated information. It is a 7 over per side match, and you've got a 2 over power play already done with that in this innings. 2 bowlers can bowl 2 overs. Everyone else is limited to 1. And the other thing is, because we did get the game started and we stopped in the middle, then it means there will be a slight DLS adjustment after the first innings. Now, in such a short game, like when it went from 6 overs to 5, and we stopped after 4 balls, that adjustment actually was pretty much 0. Well, it was 0. It was a fraction of a run. So it may not be a huge adjustment, but we just have to be aware that there could be a slight adjustment one way or the other to the score. And that's because for the first 1.4 overs, Mechelen Eagles thought they were going to get to bat 10 overs. Turns out they only are going to get to bat 7, weather permitting. Anyway, here we go with Kaksar in the 4th.
A wild swing right off the edge of the bat. Will come through for a single. Yeah, Kaksar's been very influential with the ball, hasn't he, as the skipper? He started the tournament, in fact, with bowling sort of medium pace, didn't he? But he switched to off spin, and it sort of never really looked back, has he?
I think he got with the program because the spin's been effective, hasn't it? I just think in this tournament, the players love that ball coming onto the bat, just smacking it. So, yeah, Kaksar coming around the wicket now to the left-handed Nasir.
Leg side, pumped, and that's going to go a long, long way. 6 more. On Nasir. He often likes to target that leg side, and that's exactly what he does here. He drags it from a long way outside off, and he goes all the way. 6 more.
Got to say, I'm quite surprised about how much batters dominated ball so far today in the cricket we have seen. And yeah, I often find the ball's a bit hard to hit further, but not a problem for these guys.
Needs a response. This is sort of targeted. Darts this one in, and he collects it cleanly in the end, and it's just a single. Good comeback, but good rotation of the strike as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think bowlers have to accept they're going to get hit a bit as well. It's how you can come back from it, and I think Kaksar seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He's a good leader of the side.
Saran this time will go leg side, and it goes through. Abdul Rashid getting this one all wrong. Well, he's a man who hasn't put a foot wrong really in this tournament, but gets this one completely wrong. Gets muddled up in between his hands and his feet, and it goes all the way.
He literally puts a foot wrong, doesn't he? Because it just actually backheels that across the line after he fumbles it. Anyway, it will be 4 more runs. And once again, I want to thank everyone. I hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. I know that a lot of people are looking forward to what's coming up over the next few days.
Leg side again. This time it's pumped and pumped hard. And he checks himself on this one. And this is going to be another boundary. 6 more lovely shots. Saran gets in on the action.
Yeah, the batters have had no worries at all out there, have they? And this is a big Maximo sent away over the leg side. Just a check swing as well from Saran. He's a guy who hits boundaries or gets out trying, so I think the shortened game suits him. Last ball of the over. Well, he's not quite ready for this one.
Just sort of had to pull away out of that one there.
I'll tell you about Saran on Saturdays as well in a second.
Uh-oh. Tries to play this into that leg side again. It's straight into his pad. So it will be the end of the over. And at the end of the 4th, it is 52 for 1.
Yeah, so just quickly with Saran. Last Saturday, every single ball, he hit for a boundary or he got out.
There you go.
That was last Saturday and he's in that same mood. Well, it won't be the weekend for too long. It's just today and tomorrow. And then it will be time for the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship with 21 nations from all around Europe taking part, including 6 newcomers to the tournament. Bigger and better, 120 matches over 5 weeks will be in Cartama, just outside Malaga in Spain for the second ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. ECC is on the way. A lot of people excited. Helix, to be fair to him, said, no, I kind of like the charm of the ECS and the kind of slightly more amateur game. All right, I'm a bit worried because this rain, I think it's gone up a notch, but who knows what's going to happen.
Leg side, left armour against left armour, and this will be 1 bounce, 4 more. Not the start for Madina Karami. He would have wanted a bit of a seam-up delivery, if anything, and it's going to be another boundary, 4 more. And there's questions being asked now.
Ekarami is the man who opened the bowling for Belgium a lot of the time in the ECC. Really good left-arm spinner. I haven't seen him in this tournament so far, but just keep an eye out for him. But he's coming in a bit later in the innings. Again, it won't be easy for him to grip the ball. But Beveren, of course, they're the low-ranked team in this match, so they certainly want to get this game in and try and win it.
Full toss, clipped and clipped nicely. This will go all the way. Back-to-back boundaries. We'll add 2 more, though, because this has gone all the way. 6 more.
Not a good ball either. So, yeah, Ekarami taking a bit of time to find his feet. You don't have that much time because, to be honest, it's looking like if he just gets the 1 over, he's already a third of the way through. So, well, let's just see how he goes here, see if we can get things back on track.
Left hand in the sear has gone really well here. And, well, can only apologise because Mother Nature's taken a course again. And it looks like we're going to be making our way off the field once more. And yeah, it's again, can only apologise. It's not a lot we can do, but it just keeps coming and going, and we all are so desperate to get play underway, and the teams and the players more so than anyone else. But it's just so difficult.
It is. Yeah, we've had days where we've had some rain. Don't get me wrong. We've had some days where we've had a lot of rain even. But this is the kind of day, and of course being a finals day, everything's being done at any possible break in the rain. And not even a break, even if the rain eases off a bit, to try and get the players out there. The players want to play. It's finals day in an ECS. Of course they want to play. We don't really have the ability to do reserve days and things like that in ECS cricket. The only days we'll have reserve days for are probably the ECL final for the Champions League and the ECC final for the Euros, which you're about to see. Apart from that, because we travel tomorrow to get to a new location, it's unprecedented what we're doing on the European Cricket Network. We have to try and get the finals day in today. So that's been the situation so far. Obviously, the bronze final getting abandoned in advance just so we can try and get the 2 semi-finals and the final in later on today. So look, one thing that did happen during that period is now the Mechelen Eagles, they are 62 for 1 of 4.2. So they have gotten to the minimum 3 overs that constitutes an innings. So potentially now you just need to find a window for 3 overs for Beveren to get the right of reply. But whatever they're chasing, if that is the situation, if we do have a further reduction, it's going to be a tough chase for Beveren. They do have the players to do it. But, I mean, Mechelen Eagles have batted really well so far. Yeah, it's just a tale of the story, isn't it? Sometimes it's just not meant to be. And Beveren, they are so keen to get back out there. But in this weather, it's one of those things you just got to be careful with. But yeah, no, unfortunately, only time will tell how it's going to play out. I like to try and be positive. And one thing is this area really needs the rain. That's for sure. I mean, you saw how dry the field was. It was barely any green at all. The only green out there was the pitch pretty much at the start of the week. But we have had rain over the last few days. Mostly it's been outside the hours of play, which has been a bit lucky, basically, that we haven't had any rain during play over the last few days. And now the field's looking very green. Unfortunately, it's another interruption. There is a positive there that they do get to the minimum 3 overs to constitute an innings. Got to say that they have looked very good. But once again, we are going to leave you for some more classic footage here on ECN. But we will be back as soon as there's an update. Keep an eye on the live chat. Keep an eye on the website. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Charlie Hunt. And we'll see you shortly. Hopefully right back here for more live action in Belgium in the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Blasted over extra cover for 6. That is a huge strike. Well, Aziz Mohammed has mainly been watching the Ali Raza show. He says, look, buddy, I can do it too. His first 6.
Yeah, he's turned that into a full toss by coming down the crease and down the wicket. And a nice shot. You still got to put it away, but turning it into a full toss just helps him get the elevation. And that went a long, long way.
But it takes a lot of bravery to walk down the pitch at someone bowling around 80 miles an hour.
Tell you what, his ankle looked fine then.
And it's another full toss, and this is even bigger through deep backward square. That's gone over the fan zone, over the marquees, to the delight of the Belgians. It's back-to-back sixes. This excellent over from Zaman Akhtar gets totally ruined. 75 for 5. And as we come to the final, Norkane's strategic timeout of the day, it is 2 big blows from Aziz Mohammed that mean that at the midway point of this run chase, it is advantage Belgium.
Absolutely, and the Belgian players, after working with them for a couple of years, I've never seen ball striking in any associate country like Belgium. I remember one of my first days on the office, we went and played an intra-squad game. It was 220, played 200, and the amount of sixes was just absurd. They do play on small boundaries there, but I think they've just got more experience at shorter form cricket and power hitting than most of the country. I think they're favourites to win the tournament.
And do you think one thing they've done well too, it's something we've had a lot of people in the European Cricket Network YouTube live chat asking, is they've picked a T10 squad rather than a T20 squad?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just got power hitters from 1 to 11. And I mean, if you're a batting unit and you're a coach and you're saying, we're going to try exacerbate everything out of these 60 deliveries, we're going to go at everything, you'll get luck with edges, you get thing. Whereas some other teams are still probably playing 15 balls out of their 60 technically and hitting ones. They don't. They are going at everything and backing their hand iron. Well, Ali Raza and Aziz Mohammed once again have just shown if you go at everything, you'll get 1 or 2 out the screws.
And I think it is worth repeating as well, something that dug out over the weekend that stunned even me. No team had more than 8 players who managed to hit a 6 in the first group rounds of matches across those 3 weeks, as we see that very eventful delivery from Godsall again. Belgium had 11 players who hit a 6 in their Group A, and all of them didn't just do it once or twice, but to prove it wasn't a fluke, everyone's done it at least 3 times. And it is a target of every player in the squad, regardless of whether you bowl or not, to make sure that at least once in this competition, you hit your first ball for 6. And most of the squad have already ticked off that as an aim. So there's plenty more depth where this has come from. And for now, England 11 haven't even got to having a look at that. Now, Rich Edwards is coming back in an unfamiliar role. He normally bowls the first over and the third over. Bowled one up top that got hit for 17, so they took him off. I think this is going to be short and quick. Well, instead it's Fuller and lifted away. Tough chance. Oh, and it's palmed over the road. 6 more for Ali Raza, who goes on his merry way. A bit of luck. It was a brave effort out there by Tom Bevan, but nothing he could do.
No, nothing he could do. He just got enough bat on that and palmed over the bar again. Another 6 to Ali Raza. And yeah, this was just in the slot and he just got enough elevation on it. And yeah, you can see the brave effort from the fielder, but yeah, couldn't keep it in the field of play.
It's on 49. And he's going to get to his 50 here. And it's very, very out of keeping with the innings that he's got there with a single. Ali Raza goes to 50 off 20 balls, featuring 7 sixes and a 4. 46 of the 50 runs coming in boundaries. And, well, almost half the deliveries he's faced have actually been dots. Extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is, and credit to him, 50 off 20. He set his nation up for a really big win here. They're in the driver's seat. I mean, another over or 2 of this hitting, this clean hitting, they're going to get there in a canter.
A couple of wickets, though, makes it look so different. That's what England will keep trying to tell themselves. That's down the ground, 6 more. They just cannot stop the Ali Raza and Aziz Mohammed train at the moment. And Belgium are flying along. Add that to the tally.
Well, if you're an England player here, I mean, what are you thinking? What can we do to try and stop this onslaught? And yeah, it sort of feels maybe they could go back to some leg spin, get the keeper up to the stumps. I'm not too sure because they're hitting the ball so cleanly and they're not just clearing the boundary by a metre or 2. They're really clearing the boundary. This format suits Belgium cricket. They're going to go deep in this tournament. And if anyone's been watching throughout the last few weeks, I think they're favourites to win this tournament. And they've got extremely good power. I mean, you've still got Sherry Butt and Sabah Zakil in the lineup. I mean, it's extraordinary.
Well, they've only had 1 over of spin so far. Russell, the second over. Edwards coming right arm around now. Well, he's come right arm around, but it's the same result. It's 6 over the sight screen. It's a raucous Belgian batting dugout. And it is a carry-on of this partnership that just gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And Aziz Mohammed, who's mainly been watching Ali Raza do it, he's now joining in the fun himself.
Yeah, lovely shot. It's just another wide half volley, but I mean, it's just extraordinary hitting. It really is extraordinary hitting. And the amount of sixes, I'd love to know the amount of sixes in this innings. I can't keep up at the moment. And I dare say we're in for another big swipe here.
Found 11. And that's not going to be a 6, but it will be 4 over the keeper's head. So you can add that to the boundary tally. It's the 4-4 of the innings. And Belgium just racing along. Suddenly the required run rate is only just above 9.
Well, we said they'd be happy chasing anything. That's a little bit fortuitous for the batsman. But this is what I mean. When they're swinging at every ball, you're going to get a lot of that as well. So, I mean, as a bowler and as a fielding unit, your mind must be racing, trying to think, where can I deliver this ball without being hit for a boundary?
Slow ball wide from Edwards, who's conceded 41 here. Now, Rich Edwards was, coming into finals week, the most economical seam bowler in the entire tournament. His economy rate is around just over 7. He conceded just 1 run earlier on against the Netherlands and bowled a maiden. And if anything sums up T10 cricket, in his very next spell on the same day here, he's gone all over the place. Steps across, and the last ball of Edwards' spell goes for 6 more. Well, you just cannot believe what you're seeing here. We know that Belgium can hit big, but to do it against this England 11 in this style is truly astonishing. 105 at the end of the 6th over, and the most economical seam bowler of the tournament up until this point has conceded 47 from his 2 overs. That over goes for 30.
Well, we've been saying it. This Belgium team is fearless. They're brave. The format suits them to a T, and it's now only 29 required of 24. So they're looking like running away with this and booking their spot into Friday. And what power hitting we're seeing here.
So they are going to spin. I suppose the question, yours truly and the man to my right would probably think is it a touch late? Sam Pearce on. This is only over earlier in the day against the Netherlands 11, going for 17. It might have been why they were reluctant to bring him on. And that is a nice start. Just deceiving.
It's tough to come in this late as a spinner with not much to defend, but I mean, they can't keep up with the pace because the pace is going the dream. The partnership's now over 100 as well.
Well, the spin's on, but it's the same result. It's another maximum. Well, I think even the Belgian batting dugout can't believe what they're seeing. Even by their high standards, they're raising the bar once more. It is raining 6s.
Yeah, they're just putting away anything that's in their wheelhouse, and it is travelling distance. I mean, we saw Austria, well, technically we call it an upset over the Netherlands this morning. I think we're about to witness the second one of the day. I think England would have gone in his favour, but Belgium are going to race home here if they keep this up.
Short. He's actually missed out on this one. Could be out, is out. So England finally have a wicket. You would think it will be too little, too late, but the spin of Sam Pearce gets them a scalp. So 111 for 2. It brings to an end one of the most magnificent partnerships we've seen across this competition. They've added 107 from 36 balls at almost exactly 3 a ball. But the Ali Raza show is done, folks. He's gone for a magnificent 56.
Yeah, brilliant innings from him. And credit to him, he got a couple of short balls early that ruffled his feathers, but he stayed brave and he's put his team in a commanding position. 10 dot balls, but look at that other team. 8 sixes. Phenomenal ball striking.
I don't think we might not see an innings all week that quite summarises the boom and bust of the way Belgium bat. A dot ball percentage that would actually make a lot of coaches tear their hair out, but it doesn't really matter if most of the balls that aren't a dot ball are going for 6. And his coach, Abhijit Khan, understandably, is very happy with that indeed.
Yeah, I can imagine. It brings Sherry Butt to the crease. And this is the thing with Belgium cricket. They all can go. I mean, Sherry Butt and Sub as a killer, the next list in, they're probably, if you ask me, the 2 biggest hitters in Belgium. So it's pretty phenomenal.
This is a man who does have a T20 international ton. But he can't get off the mark there. Stumping appeal, back foot grounded. 125 not out that innings off 50 against the Czech Republic in August 2020.
I was there that day, and he went in the 8th over and walked off in the 20th over with 125, and yeah, I was pretty happy with that effort.
If he went in the 8th over, he must have kept the strike pretty relentlessly as well, and all the best players, they always know how to tick that one off, make sure they're doing that, and why not when he's hitting like that? Short, and almost taken at point. A really tough chance diving around for Rich Edwards. It would have been one of the catches of the tournament. I think he might have just got the edge of some fingernails on it, but it scoots away for 4 more.
Yeah, he's just got that in the gap, but that gets Sherry Butt going. And yeah, like we're saying, it's so impressive that you've got Aziz Mohammed and Ali Raz have done their job, but now Sherry Butt coming in at 4, I think's the biggest hitter in Belgium, and then Sabah Zakil's the 2nd biggest hitter in Belgium.
And he's out injured.
And he's out injured. I mean, it is really phenomenal what they've brought to this tournament.
Short, horrible delivery, and gets exactly what you would expect it to. Oh, and it's taken in the crowd brilliantly. No, I thought he caught it for a second. Not so. Regardless, 6 more, and Belgium edging their way towards victory. Well, we should really say smashing their way towards victory.
Yeah, that's an absolute long hop, and it's gone the journey. I think that's our co-commentator, Mr. Maximo.
Thought he caught it for a second.
If he had caught that, we would
never have heard the end of that.
I'm so happy.
I think we'd be talking about that at the 2031 Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
I couldn't be happier he's dropped it, but we look tomorrow, and I mean, well, Belgium, Netherlands, there's a bit of a derby, England, Italy in the morning, and there's some good cricket coming tomorrow, 5 live fixtures.
What are you thinking if you're the Netherlands 11 at home at the Sunset Beach Club Hotel? You've just lost 2 games and you're watching this. Steps across, 6 more. Well, they're finishing this in style, Belgium. This isn't even going to get anywhere near the penultimate over, you'd think, never mind the final over. And Aziz Mohammed is now 1 blow short of his 50, beg your pardon.
Yeah, it's unbelievable ball striking, and they're just moving across the crease to get it in the wheelhouse and just helping it on its way. So many 6s.
Alex Russell on, and he could have a wicket hit. Chance for Mellor. And takes it running back. Not an easy catch, but he holds on. So Alex Russell gets the breakthrough. Again, should be nothing more than dotting the I's and crossing the T's. Belgium really, you'd imagine, will finish this game off from here, but credit to Mellor, did his job, 1-2-7 for 3.
Yeah, really good catch from him, running back with the flight of the ball. And, well, Aziz Mohammed, he'll be stoked with his effort. He's done his job for the team, but he'll be disappointed to get out there and maybe not go on and get a 50 for some self-recognition, but a sensational innings from him. And him and Ali Raza, well, they've done everything they can, 48, and look at the amount, 6 sixes.
And again, 44 of his 48 runs coming in boundaries. Sensational strike rate. Couldn't ask for much more than that. And rightly getting a huge ovation as he comes back into the dugout. Belgium going to secure their spot in finals day Friday. You'd imagine it's just a question of when rather than if. As out to the crease comes Omid Rahimi, who hit 29 off 11 against Austria in match 4 of finals week.
He hits a big ball as well, doesn't he?
You could say that about any Belgian. It does seem like at this point you could sort of grab someone off the street of Brussels and it would probably turn out they could hit their first ball for 6.
I'm telling you as well, there's 3 boys back home that hit it just as big. They are honestly an amazing ball striking team.
One thing I'd say, is Rahimi again can't make contact, is, you know, they're much stronger with the bat. I think the way you beat Belgium is you ruthlessly go at their bowling, go at their fielding, and then try and put this batting unit under pressure. So that's another dot. So well bowled by Russell, 3 dots in a row. Now, I'm not saying England batted badly, but they did have a slow start. Maybe if you can pile up 150, 160, and also do seem to prefer the pace, you would say. That's skied up. And this is another chance. Tough one. And it's landed in between 5 fielders. And if anything sums up how the small things, maybe in terms of luck, have gone with Belgium in this game, it's that. So end of Russell's over. Rahimi gets off the mark in the most fortuitous of fashion. 6 to win off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, you still feel the damage has mainly been done here from the Aziz Mohammed and Ali Raza show. But you're right, maybe Maybe they could have gone to the spinners earlier. It looked like they were pretty comfortable against the pace, but it's easy to say that in hindsight.
Yep.
We just witnessed some beautiful...
Because we did also see some quick bumpers that had Raza Mohammed looking in trouble, so it's always two sides to it. Pierce back. Down the ground, hit hard. Well fielded coming around, and the quick release throw as well ensures there's only a single. Arthur Godsall, one of the very best fielders at this entire tournament.
It's an important one, that. You didn't want a couple more dot balls to put some nerves in, but it gets Sherry Butt back on strike, who's 10 off 3, so I think he'll be, dare say, he's looking to close this in one big strike.
It's an orthodox defensive shot for one.
Sorry?
Yeah, I mean, I'm as surprised as you. I felt like we'd just sort of both fallen into a brief collective dream state for one ball there. 15 sixes in this innings. Is it going to be finished off with maximum number 16? You bet it is. Sums up the Belgian spirit. How else were they going to finish the game? Another 6. They have beaten the England 11 by 7 wickets with 9 balls to spare. They are the only unbeaten side left at finals week. They're the first team to book their spot in finals day Friday, and deservedly so. They've made an above par target look quite simple for them. Outstanding batsmanship from the Belgians. They will be there on Friday, and the England 11 have got thinking to do. What a result, what a game, and what a team, and what a way they play their cricket too.
I think they're just reading T10, the format, better than anyone else. They are the only batting unit that is actually understanding the format and batting and acclimatising to it quicker than everyone else. I mean, there's good at having touch players and working the ball through the offside for one, but when you've got 11 players that can just swing through the line and clear the ropes, have a good enough hand-eye, well, they're setting big scores and they're chasing big scores. So they're going to be hard to beat, and I actually think they're the favourites. When they play Netherlands tomorrow, there's going to be such a hard clash for the Netherlands. So credit to Belgium. It was Ali Raza, though, and Aziz Mohammed, a sensational partnership after the first wicket.
Well, I think they have to start that game against the Netherlands 11, the favourites. They're applauded off the field, and rightly so. It is, as we'll see when we look back at the scorecards as well, Aziz Mohammed and Ali Raza who deserve the bulk of the ovations, but it's Sherry Butt and Omid Rahimi that were there at the very end. But they are the team to beat now. They're the only unbeaten team here at finals week. They've earned the right to be the side that everybody else is hunting down. They face the Netherlands 11 tomorrow and then Spain, and they already know that regardless of what happens in those two games, they'll be in the top 3. As we take a look back at this run chase, it all started so well for the England 11 when Edwards had Munir Mohammed for just 4, but back they came, and Edwards went for 47 from his pair of overs, one of the most expensive spells of the entire tournament, if not possibly the most expensive spell, in the same day where he conceded just 1 from his 2 overs against the Netherlands. It was just remorseless hitting from Aziz Mohammed and Ali Raza. They went at pretty much free a ball between them. This was an extraordinary moment. Godsall rips out the middle stump, shy at the bowler's end, that also hit the stumps. So Godsall took out the stumps at both ends and didn't get a wicket. And that sort of summed up the luck for England, who tried all sorts of plans. They tried the quick stuff in particular, and it just didn't quite work, did it?
No, it didn't, and it was just an exceptional batting display from the 2 Belgian batsmen. That went absolutely miles. That pick-up sort of standing sweep shot from Aziz Mohammed. I mean, Belgium, credit to them. You've still got to clear the pickets. This was Ali Raza continuing his merry, but this was the first time he sort of didn't get out the middle of the bat and got out. A big thanks from his teammates, and that just brought more dangerous batsmen. Sherry Butt came in and then continued the energy, and Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu dropping one in the crowd. But, well, I'm a bit in shock up here, and I think the England cricket team will be as well.
I think we all thought that this was pretty much a 50-50 game. We knew that Belgium had excellent batting, but a lot of people thought of England as one of the very best bowling attacks in the competition. So if anyone could maybe tame this Belgian batting, it would be England. And in truth, they didn't really get close to doing so. I know that the game felt exciting because of the amount of sixes that were hitting, but when we look at the scorecard in the cold light of day, they've got there with 9.
So, roller coaster of emotions. How was that last ball win that England secured over Belgium? These two teams meet again just a few hours later. about just over 4 since that dramatic finish in the first qualifier. It's going to be Muneeb Mohammed out there with Aziz Mohammed. Belgium batting first. I think both teams wanted to chase. England were the ones that won the toss, and Dan Lincoln said, yep, I'll have a field. And the Belgian coaching staff, you saw the whole spectrum of emotions from then as well in that dramatic first qualifier. So here's Rich Edwards to start things off. It's the final. Only one will prevail. Starts with a slow ball that jumps on Muneeb Mohammed. And Michael, I'll be interested to get your thoughts about this final. I mean, 2 quite different teams, but I think 2 quite even teams.
Yeah, it's a proper 50-50 final. You'd probably say England started the minor favourites by virtue of the fact they've only lost twice in the competition so far compared to Belgium. Lost a fair few more games. They've also won 2 of the 3 head-to-heads between these teams. Maybe 55-45, I'd say, or even 60-40.
Swing and a miss. It's one thing about Muneeb Mohammed. Has struggled a little bit with the high-quality pace bowling of England 11 and the Netherlands 11. But Rich Edwards, he's had quite the series as well, hasn't he? And nothing sums up ECN T10 cricket as much as him conceding only 1 run in a 2-over spell. And then the very next game going for 47.
Well, it is going to be very difficult to beat that record of Edwards. Someone's going to have to bowl 2 maidens for the most economical ever T10 international spell.
Well, Muneeb's after him, but this hasn't gone too far at all. It's going to be a wicket. And so Muneeb Mohammed goes for a duck in the final. Rich Edwards gets early blood for the England 11. The first wicket falls without a run on the board.
Well, it's a great start, and he's made a really good habit of doing this throughout the tournament, Rich Edwards. He's been one of the most economical seam bowlers in the competition, and he's right up there for wickets too. Just bangs it in back of a length, and a good diving catch from Rishton. And enjoyed that moment with a big bank of England expat fans over the far side. Early blood to the English.
There's big crowd in for this one, biggest crowd of the tournament, as you'd imagine. Word has got around, and a lot of people travelling to be here as well. So disappointment for Muneeb Mohammed. He goes without scoring. It is none for 1. But having said that, every door that closes, there's one that opens, and I think it's not a bad thing to get some of the hitters in earlier. I think they're going to need a big score if they're going to test the England 11 chasing. And I think, you know, at least Muneeb Mohammed didn't waste too many balls in that duck, just the 3 of them. And now Ali Raza comes to the crease. Michael, he is capable of anything.
Yeah, this is a man who scored 3 consecutive half-centuries to power Belgium into a really good position in finals week. He hit 56 of just 23 balls in their victory against the England 11 on Tuesday. And he is a shot a ball, Ali Raza. You will get a massive 80-metre 6 followed by the ugliest swipe you've ever seen for a dot.
Let's see his approach to Edwards. Belgium normally attack everything, and he does. Here's one hard down the ground. It's on the ground. I won't get a run. Saw Raza come out and just bang 6s from the word go in that previous innings. And one thing about this T10 format that I've noticed, Michael, is teams that can bat deep and have genuine hitters that can come in and score from ball 1, which is pretty much what the Belgians are. They're well suited to it because they have the confidence to risk their wicket, knowing if they do get out, then someone else can come up and pick up the slack.
I know it's a target from Abhijit Khan, their coach. Wants every player to hit their first ball for 6 at least once.
Well, he goes short, and this one is going to go all the way. The first one of the final, Maximal. Raza gets Belgium off the mark with a bang.
Well, it was the short ball from Edwards, but it wasn't quite quick enough to bother Ali Raza. I just wonder whether it was maybe a snowball bouncer from Edwards. Just sits very deep in his crease, as that replay shows. That's towards the fan zone, not quite into it.
Well, the fan zone, they are in the firing line, and a lot of people have come from all parts of the country and even Europe to be here. And I know that following this, we will have a championship ceremony where the trophy will be awarded, and I'm sure a lot of them will be sticking around for that. Last ball of the over. They've had a 6, a wicket, and 3 dots. Edged and 4. This one flies away.
Oh, it's a bit of luck here. If you're going to swing, swing hard, and Ali Raza gets a fair few of these too in this tournament. 10 for 1 after the first.
Yeah, it was a thick edge, wasn't it? Goes hard at it, and Lincoln, he covers a lot of ground, but even he can't get to that one. So yeah, 10 off the first, all off the bat of Ali Raza. And the England 11, we saw them kind of get the staggers chasing. And a traditional theory, going back in finals matches, is you get the runs on the board because there's a lot of pressure on the team batting second, especially if it starts to go wrong. But both these teams have shown they're capable of chasing down big totals. The other thing is, occasionally they've fallen short. So I think when it comes down to it, whoever plays better will win. The batting first or batting second thing, perhaps not as relevant as we think.
Yeah, England's formula in this tournament generally has been always to bowl first. Speaking of bowling, on comes Saman Akhtar. He's great to watch. Saman Akhtar can get up into the low 80s in terms of miles per hour. I know his dad Ian and his mum Lala will be watching, very proud of him.
Wow, this one's totally mistimed, and this is going to be another wicket, I'm sure of it. And it is held by Alex Russell. So immediate success for Saman Akhtar. And he gets Aziz Mohammed very first ball. He's a very good puller of the ball normally, but this one, he was just a little bit late on it. It's a risky shot to play first up, but they live on risks. This one, the Belgians die on the sword, 10 for 2.
He's made a really happy knack of doing this, Saman Akhtar, as the tournament's gone on. As the enforcer of this England 11, he's become increasingly effective. 3 for 16 yesterday against the Belgians, and he's already picked up a wicket. It's just high quality pace that's not full and in that slot region that gets dispatched straight, and that is a big moment, because Aziz Mohammed, despite that leg injury, has been so often holding together this Belgian batting. He hit 56 off 22 against the Netherlands in the qualifier match to knock the Netherlands out and help get them here. So that's a huge psychological blow for Belgium. It's going to be left to the middle order to do the heavy lifting, and often when Aziz Mohammed and Muneeb Mohammed both fail, it doesn't tend to go so well for them. They have had their struggles with the bat recently. In 3 of their last 5 innings, they haven't got past 100.
And Sherry Butt is the new batsman. He'll be on strike, and they've got kind of a slip in a gully, but they're very deep, both on the circle, protecting against that edge. Sherry Butt just turns this one away behind square for a single. What do you think about that fielding position, or fielding positions? Essentially, they've got 2 short third fielders on the circle, but before that, let's have a look at the Stats Gun key insights from this week. I mean, England only dropped the 1 game this week. Belgium had a much more mixed time of it. They're 2-2 batting first. When they have batted first, post an average score of 128, and in the range of 94 and 171. Ali Raza been very good for them with the bat this week. So he goes upstairs, and he gets through Ali Raza.
Beautifully bowled by Saman Akhtar. Your margin for error as a bowler with the bumper is not huge. That's his one over the shoulder, as the replay confirms. I think it makes sense to have these 2 catches. You know they're going to be thrashing hard in the power play, and it's probably as likely to go there as anywhere else inside the circle.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double chance in that position. This one is away, and this is probably going to beat the fielder at will. And so Ali Raza, and a bit of luck as well. This one, I think he is a little bit late on it, to be honest, but goes away from the fielder. It was a little bit too square for him, and another boundary to Belgium.
Well, they're really dependent on Raza now. With the 2 openers out, it's got to be him who carries this innings through and sets up a total. Got plenty of hitters all the way down, but Raza's maybe the glue of it so often is.
This one's hit hard. 1 bounce to the fielder, who has a go. And just get the 1 here. So, I mean, all things considered, I think England 11 on top, despite Raza getting 15 of the 16 runs. But those 2 early wickets back in the shed, it's advantage England 11 at the moment. But you know, Belgium, they're going to keep attacking. They're going to keep coming at the men in red.
Yeah, their philosophy is, look, we've got 10 overs and 10 wickets. It's as simple as that. There's no reason to hold back. Sherry Butt certainly won't. He scored a T20 international ton.
Plays and misses.
There's not much he can do with that. End of a magnificent over from Saman Akhtar. He plays his national counties cricket with Herefordshire. He is a fast bowler who lets the ball do the talking. And I tell you what, the ball had a lot to say in that over. 16 for 2 after 2.
Very good over, following up the work of Edwards in the first. So let's see, will they go back to Edwards here? I don't think so. I think they're going to go for a slower option. I see the keeper coming out for Dan Lincoln. There's the 2 teams. And you can see just the 1 change for England, with Matt Utley going out and Luke Webb coming into the lineup. So they've gone for the extra batsman in this one. That's, I would say, that in our poll on our YouTube channel, actually 60-40 to Belgium. So a few people tipping what I guess would be considered an upset. But
dare I suggest that's quite a few who are rooting for the slight
could be
underdog, of course. The England 11, probably alongside the Netherlands 11, would have started this tournament as the two favourites. And I think after that, people were, there was a few other teams in the mix, but no one else who was quite clearly up there as a tournament favourite.
They're going for Alex Russell in the power play. They did this earlier. He gets this one away very fine. We're just lucky to get anything on it. I think it would have been a stumping chance for Lincoln if he'd missed it. And Russell, he's on you pretty quick. And you mentioned Woods, who unfortunately had to leave the squad injured, but Russell's picked up his position and done it pretty well since. Raza works this into the gap, and it's going to be 4 more. Cuatro carreras más. Raza doing all the scoring at the moment. He has 19 out of the 20 runs on the board for Belgium so far.
Well, he needs a bit of support, but he's at least making sure Belgium have got out of this power play with something to show for it. So just straying onto the pads a touch. Alex Russell, who's come through the Gloucestershire Academy, spent some time at Essex back end of this summer as well.
Tosses this one up slightly and pays the penalty. Well, this one is out of here. Maximo! Raza brings up his 25 and only 9 balls. At the moment, he's striking the ball very sweetly.
Well, it just looks like he's refound his timing. Ali Raza was struggling a bit against the England 11 yesterday, but we know that Belgium prefer facing spin. There's no doubt about it.
Pushes this one through, but he's mistimed this horribly. It's Webb who goes back, and he spills the catch. Wow, this one, you'd expect this to be caught. I think Ali Raza, he was already walking back. He knows England 11, they don't drop many. But this one, the moment gets the better of Webb, maybe grappling with the sun a little bit in his eyes. And that is a man that you don't want to drop.
Well, this is a huge let-off. It's a relatively regulation catch. He does have to make ground going back, but it's a surprise.
And this time, it's going to be rubbed in. It's a crowd catch. Where's Andrew down there? He's going to have to chase it. And Sherry Butt, he gets his first of innings. Maximal, 6 more to Belgium.
Well, it's almost a surprise when any Belgian batter takes 3 balls to hit their first 6. I did mention they do tend to prefer facing spin. Dutch found that out a couple of hours or so ago.
This one just has the batsman guessing. What he does do, he mixes up his pace pretty well, but that gets us to the end of the power play. Belgium are now 33 for 2, and 17 come off the 3rd over.
So in the 4 overs of the Belgian run chase against the Netherlands that saw spin being used, they did take 2 wickets, the Dutch, but they went for 67 runs.
Yeah.
And that tells you a story, and I know quite a few people around the ground from various teams, including Italy and Austria, who've, of course, departed, been knocked out, and Spain, were really surprised to see so much spin used by the Dutch. It will be intriguing to see how this very versatile England attack is deployed by Captain Lincoln, and whether he even brings Russell back. He does have 6 bowling options, and on is another of them, Andy Rishton.
Yeah, Rishton's been good in the series, hasn't he, as well? He's another one who has a few deliveries, bowls a lot of cutters, also has a pretty slippery Yorker that he throws in there now and then. So here he is. He's bowling to the number 3, Ali Raza. Starts with a cutter. This one will be called wide.
From my experience of watching Andy Rishton, he's just going to try and get 6 wide Yorkers in here against Ali Raza.
And this is the risk. This one just goes straight over the blue line. Good call. The officials, Charles Croucher and Stefan Gooch on field in this one.
Remember, that blue line can move if there's premeditated movement from the batter outside the off stump.
Well, it gets closer this time, but it's close enough for Ali to swing at. And this one's out of the ground. Maximo. That one is feeding the snakes into the jungle. 6 more to Belgium.
Well, he's just fallen into the slot, but it's a good shot from Ali Raza, because too often we see deliveries like this being hoiked through the leg side, but he went with the line of the ball, swung through that line nice and cleanly.
He's got a lot of confidence that he can go over that offside boundary. That's 2 full this time, and this is into the gap. It'll be 4 more. So Raza fighting back. He's really taking the ball by the horns, and that's something you see literally in this part of the world. Belgium move to 44.
It's a one-man show at the moment. Ali Raza is putting on quite the show. England 11 will just be getting a bit nervous here. Back-to-back boundaries against Rishton. Wonder, does he go to the bouncer as a change-up, or does he stick with those wide Yorkers?
He goes full, but this one's going down the leg side. Nervous moment for Raza. I think that's something as well that, okay, you might have a plan, but you need to mix it up now and then, otherwise become too predictable. We see Ali Raza wasn't really expecting that ball to be so straight. He's kind of setting up for something that's going to be near that wide line. And just gets himself in a bit of a tangle there.
And I'm sure they would have thought about how to better play Rishton. He took 3 for 3. An excellent spell against Belgium earlier on in the day.
Oh, very well. This one gets straight through him, doesn't miss by much. So you love the topsy-turvy nature of the contest. And remember, Belgium, they set a score in the 90s earlier on for England and went all the way to the last ball. They set them a target of 95. So England 11 just had the wobbles a little bit with that one. So they'll know anything. Ton plus is competitive. I think they'll want a few more than that. At the moment, they're going at the par of 12 and over. Oh, once again, this Yorker gets through.
Really good from Rishton. Or Mr. Rishton, as he's known at Felton Fleet School, Cobham in Surrey, where he teaches maths and PE. I'm told that a lot of the kids have stayed behind after school, and pretty much all of the staff to watch the game.
It's good reason to do it. Hello to all of you there. Hope you're enjoying watching Mr. Rishton at work. He's such a baby face. He looks too young to be a mister, doesn't he? I know he does a lot of great work there. Last ball of his over. Oh, it's another good Yorker. So he comes back well. There's still 11 off the over. 4 overs down. Ball to fours. 44 for 2 Belgium.
I think right now, after that counter-attack that's in progress, pretty even.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, 11 and over. I just keep looking at that run rate. I mean, I think 12 is par, 11.5 to 12. Let's have a look at what's happened today on the finals Friday of the championship week. This is the 20th and final day of this first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. First game of the day, we saw Spain knocked out by the Netherlands 11. And then that England 11 Belgium game in qualifier 1, what a game it was. Went to the very last ball. We actually had 2 last balls because the first one was a no ball. And then Belgium knocking out the Netherlands 11 in that previous match, qualifier number 2. So they see the value of the double chance. Although Belgium and the Netherlands 11 both lost a match today, Belgium did have the ability to come back and still make this final. And looks like we're going to see Sam Pearce bowling the 5th over. Another spin option for English 11 captain Dan Lincoln.
21 wickets already in the tournament for Pearce.
He goes after this. This is in the air, and it might never come down. When it does, it'll be over the fence. Maximo! 6 to start the 5th over, and Belgium hit 50.
Well, I think that might have snow on it.
I think so. I mean, certainly, I think it's got a bit of cumulus on it, because that was right up in the clouds. And you thought for a second, it's so high. Does it have the journey? But it does. And the wind is actually kind of favouring that side of the ground. It's blowing across the ground, left to right on your screen. Goes again, and he's going to roll the dice, and he comes up double sixes. Maximo! 6 and 6 to start the 5th, and Sherry Butt is looking destructive.
Yeah, Sherry Butt finally giving Raza a bit of support. He hasn't had much strike, in fairness. He's now on to 19 of 6 Butt, who was brought in 4 finals week, and what a man to bring in. Averages 44 in T20 international cricket at a strike rate of 162, and you are seeing why.
Yeah, they're just not scared, are they? They're just not scared, these Belgians. Will he go for 3 in a row? I'm guessing yes. Well, he reaches for this, and it will be 3 in a row. Well, this is really classy. This is pure hand-eye coordination and pure talent from Sherry Butt, who goes 666, the Devils' number, and it's getting hot in the kitchen for the England 11 as Belgium pass 60.
Well, he's halfway to the perfect over. We've seen a few people get very close this week. Harrison Ward hit 5 sixes off Murid Ekrami. That was closest anybody got. We've seen a few overs that have had 5 sixes in. Tom Bevan did it too for the England 11.
That was all wrist. That ball's on middle stump, but he backs himself to hit it on length. And when you hit it in the middle of the bat, you get value for runs at the Cardamom Cricket Oval. Pearce, what's his comeback? Short, and this will be called a wide, just turns outside the blue line. And, well, Sherry Butt has watched Ali Raza saying, okay, you've had your turn. See, certainly a plan, but you know, if you get any of that blue line as it goes past the crease, it will be called a wide. Goes again, and you can put this one with the rest. Sack'em, Rackham, is that another catch to Samir? Well, that's 3 catches that he's taken today, and just like that, 4 sixes in a row, plus the wide, that's 25 off the over, still 2 to come. This over's gone magical for Belgium.
He couldn't, could he? He's 2/3 of the way there.
Don't mention it. It's always a jinx. Here it comes. He won't get 6 here, but he will get 4. What's the next best thing? This is a really expensive over now for Pearce. It's gone for 29. It's already magical. I think we're heading for 30 plus. That'll be a supersonic over. And Belgium, they are running away with it here. What a 5th over this is.
Well, he won't get 6. I think he'll take 4, though. This is sensational.
Oh, it won't be supersonic, but I think they'll settle for 29 as the last one slides past the bat of Sherry Butt, who's 35 off 10. And Belgium at the halfway mark are 73 for 2.
Well, I did mention that they love to feast on spin, the Belgians, and the 2 overs of spin have gone for 46 between them. Russell concedes 17, Pearce concedes 29, and as we get to the Norkane strategic timeout, suddenly that one big over means it all looks so different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And you know, this is reminds me of a comment I just saw in our live chat, Eastern European Cricket Network, which is attack is the best form of defence for Belgium. You probably heard that saying, but that is how they play. They back themselves. They know, like, even at this stage, they have so many hitters to come. They're going to wait for a ball in their zone, and their zone is so big for them to hit 6s. You see, it's only really the real perfect Yorkers that they jam down on, and both these batsmen doing it at the moment. Remember, we still haven't seen batsmen like Zakil, who's still to come, and players of that calibre. So at the moment, you'd have to say at the halfway point, after that over, it's advantage Belgium.
You'd probably just about rather be Belgium, but it only takes one bad over to drag things back. I wonder now, do the England 11 think, look, we're just going to bowl 5 overs of pace? Because they've got enough players to do that. They've got 2 to come from Godsall.
Yeah,
I imagine
Godsall.
he'll bowl the 8th and the 10th. And then you've obviously got Akhtar and Rishton as well.
I think they will. Honestly, you have to think on your feet as a skipper because you don't have too much time in this form of the game. But also, I think that Norkane strategic timeout coming at a good time for the England 11 gives them a chance just to sit back, take a few rests, have a quick chat to the troops and say, look, guys, just hang in there and the momentum will come back to us. And I think we are going to see Godsall now. And he's bowled very well in this tournament. He's got an excellent change of pace. And batsmen just don't seem to be picking. And at the moment, who can stop the Belgian runaway train? Will it be Arthur Godsall? He comes in to bowl the 6th over. Short, and this one's going to be called a wide, probably on line and height. But that's what makes his quick one so effective. He's probably not the quickest bowler, Godsall, but the fact that he bowls so many slower balls, he often surprises batsmen with that quicker one.
Now, I know he started with a wide, but I think this is a good move. Godsall has been very difficult to get away. Took 1 for 2 from his only over against Belgium yesterday and 3 for 11 against them earlier today.
It's a big over after the timeout. Ali Raza hits this pretty well, but hits it straight at the man at deep square leg. It'll just be 1. And the reason this is big is because we've seen things go a bit pear-shaped after the strategic timeout before, haven't we? And it reminds me a bit of the first time these two teams met today. And Belgium were 62 for 3 at the strategic timeout, and the next 2 overs went for 8 and 1. And one of those ovals, the one that went for 1, was off Arthur Godsall. Sherry Butt gets this right off the toe, so it'll be a dot ball. It's important that Belgium just keep pushing. So, I mean, what an exciting atmosphere this is with the crowd, and so many people have come in to get involved today. And they're loving the atmosphere. It's certainly one of the most unique and special experiences I've ever had in cricket to be here. Bring it to everyone all around the world. Akhtar, the third man, comes up into the circle now. They're going to push long off back. That's often a sign that the ball will be pitched up. Let's find out. Well, this one is short up and it's going, it's gone. Maximo! But is going great guns now. He overtakes Ali Raza. He's moved to 41 and Belgium move up into the 80s.
Well, this partnership is ticking, and Sherry Butt has had a really good spell here where he's managed to keep the strike Now he's on a roll as well, and all of a sudden 150 comes back into the picture.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, still hard to believe in Belgium the way they've played, and what a story it will be if they can pull this off. A lot of cricket to go though. Pitches up, and this one has gone a long way. Wow, that could be another catch for the crowd down there. They're being very busy at the moment. They're doing more fielding than the fielders. Maximal, 6 more to Belgium as Mutt moves to 47.
Well, this is an extraordinary assault. It is just raining boundaries. Pearce's over went for 29. Now Godsall's conceded 14 off 4 balls. And look at what it means to Abhijit Khan and his troops.
Goes short, misses out this time. Flat shot, please.
It's a great response from Godsall.
And have a look at this one on the replay. No real foot movement. So much of the batting from the Belgian batsmen is to do with their hand-eye coordination. They often don't move their feet, but they just are so good at cracking it. A lot of them have that tape ball background. It's quite extraordinary what they can get away with. Full, pitched up, another 6. It's another half a dozen, and that brings up Sherry Butt's 50, and it comes up in only 15 balls. What a performance it's been from Sherry Butt. And would you believe it, that 50 includes how many? 8 sixes. 8 sixes, 48 runs in 6s out of his 53, down to 4. So only 1 single in that 53. Amazing batting.
It is the first time in this tournament we've seen someone get to a half century with 8 6s in it, and that just sums up this Belgian batting. Boom or bust. Pretty much near enough every ball that hasn't been a 6 has been a dot, apart from that 1-4 and the single. So dot ball percentage just isn't an issue with Belgium, because if it's not a dot, it's probably gone a long, long way.
93 for 6, and you mentioned C might be the answer. Well, that one went for 20, and I talked about the importance of that over after the Norkane strategic timeout, but they're sticking with pace, and it's Zam Akhtar to bowl over number 7. Full toss, but he hasn't quite got this. Does he have enough? You betcha! And this one's out of here, and they're asking for it. Maximal, 6 runs. I don't know about the height of this one. I think they haven't looked at it. And I tell you what, the crowd, they are loving what they're seeing at the moment. And well, that's the crew from Spring Productions. Let's have a look at this one. I mean, how high is it? Oh, tell you what, borderline to say the least. It wasn't called, but still went the journey. 6 runs. Oh, he's bowled. He's been bowled by a Yorker. And there's a bit of bad luck for Raza, who chops down. It comes off his body, just rolls back. And 1 bail is removed, and so is Ali Raza. Slightly overshadowed, but don't forget, he started it all off in this innings. But he goes for 43. Belgium lose another wicket. A third goes down. It's 99 for 3.
This is potentially a match turning moment, I beg your pardon, because this partnership was just running amok. They added 89 between them for this 3rd wicket, and they added 89 together from just 30 balls. They were going at almost exactly 3 a ball. He gets a warm ovation as he comes off, Ali Raza. That is another magnificent innings from Belgium's top run scorer in the tournament so far. He's been really consistent for them right through finals week, and he's given them every chance in the match that matters most.
Such a selfless team as well. Remember, he got dropped a bit earlier, and he certainly went on, so he made the most of that life. And this is a great time for Sabir Zakil to come to the crease, I think, with just over 3 overs remaining. It's, yeah, I mean, that's a bit of bad luck. But he, like I said, he had a slice of fortune earlier in the innings when he did get dropped. So, cashed in to an extent, and Sherry Butt there. He's looking set, and Zakil, the new batsman, he's a man England want to see the back of pretty early. Oh, that's such a good shot. First ball, he won't get a run. But this guy, what an eye he's got. And this is Zaman Akhtar, who's bowling in the low 130s, probably 130 to 135. So kind of the kind of 80 to 85 miles an hour spectrum. And he's just cracked that off the middle of the bat, first ball. He goes upstairs, and this one, he doesn't catch up with Michael.
Well, this is really good from Akhtar. We know he's got a good sharp bouncer, and you might know what he's going to do, but there's not necessarily a lot you can do about it. Sabah Zakil's hit the 4th most sixes in T20 internationals this year, but when it's an 80 mile an hour bouncer, easier said than done to get hold of it.
Yeah, but he's spent his over the shoulder there, so he won't be able to bowl another one. Still 3 to come. Actor's bowled well here, 2 for 12 in his spell. 2 balls remaining. That's a little bit short, and this is 6. Maximo! What a shot! I mean, what a shot to get off the mark. He's got these wrists. I don't know what they're made of, these wrists. I think they're made of silk or something because they are so smooth, and he cracks them through the ball. 6 to Zakil.
Well, he's arguably Belgium's very best hitter, Sabah Zakil, and you can make a case that it's surprising he's not come in until this point in the innings, but you can see the quality of those who are above him as well.
100's up. Still over 3 overs remaining. Last ball, the 7th coming up. He gets funky, but he might have found trouble here. It's Edwards who holds on to the catch. So, just like that, Zakil, I think it's a shot that he'll regret when he looks back at it, because they had a pretty fine man on the offside in place behind the wicket. They also had the fine leg in the circle, and it was Edwards that takes the catch. So the 100's up, but also the big wicket of Zakil. And Akhtar takes a 3rd. He finishes with 3 for 18 to score 105 for 4.
A smart field placing, because they know that either for that sort of top-edged pull or the outside edge, they're going to want their 3rd and their fine leg both really quite fine. And this is what it means. Edwards can easily get there, takes the catch and throws it up.
Yeah.
Proud Welshman said it is a bit strange playing for the England 11, but he's got his head around it.
You see there,
have an ECC winners medal.
It's quite possible, but I mean, he saw that hit quite high up the bat towards the top, kind of the splice of the bat. So I guess sometimes on reflection that seems like a crazy shot, but that's the way they play. I think he'll be frustrated to get out playing a shot like that when he hits the ball so well in front of the wicket. And so the 7 overs down, they are going to bring back Rich Edwards to bowl the 8th over. England 11 with the bat. I mean, which England will we see with the bat? We've seen them score some really big runs, but you know, they will feel the pressure. This is what's coming up on Monday. We'll be in Croatia with the FanCode European Cricket Series, and you can follow that one on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, starting at 7 AM GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 PM in India. So same time. Just if you are watching on one of our international broadcast partners, you can subscribe to our channel and follow more T10 cricket from Europe. Here's Edwards. Swing and a miss outside the off. What do you think about bringing back Edwards at this stage? Would you been tempted maybe to bowl him at the death? I suppose we've still got Godsill to bowl at the end, probably Rishton to bowl the last 2 overs. Is that what you're thinking?
I probably would have stuck with Edwards in 1 and 3 slot, but he's more than capable of coming back here and doing a good job, so perfectly sensible decision.
Good Yorker. Dug out though by Sherry Butt. And I'll be pretty happy to stay at the other end. And here's a man, Omid Rahimi. Yeah, it must be sunny because he's wearing a cap today. Often comes out with the bare head look. And he is another one. He will swing from the get-go.
Now, we've got to mention this from a health and safety point of view. It's quite ironic Rich Edwards is bowling at him because his job is actually a health and safety officer, but I'm sure when he's not bowling to Omid Rahimi, he'll probably step down and just tell him, mate, wear a helmet. But we cannot make these players do so.
Beats him for pace this time. Dot ball. Yeah, it's a good point you
Strongly
make.
advise it, don't we?
Yeah, for sure. We always do. It's a matter of personal choice when it comes down to it. And I think you see younger players as well, new generation, they're very used to batting in helmets. It's been the way they've grown up. And so you see England 11 fielders saying, come on, let's take 2, let's take 2. Rahimi's just got to score here at least. Well, that's one way to do it. This is going. It's a long way up and it's a long way down. That one's gone over the DJ. Well, start the music, Maximo, and that's how you get off the mark, Michael.
Well, there was that song, Hang the DJ. This has nearly killed poor old DJ Anthony. It was right into his DJ booth. Thankfully, he does seem up and okay, playing the tunes as he has throughout the 4 weeks here at the Khartoum Oval.
How's that for a shot? I mean, you're thinking, oh, maybe he's a bit too quick for him. And that one was on the roof, was it? Well, at least the roof is providing some protection, not only from the sun, and the sun is out today on the Costa del Sol. What a place it is to play cricket. Fantastic climate for it as well. So Edwards goes the journey. He's got 2 balls remaining. And He goes offside this time, and this is going to be 6 more. Well, Omid Rahimi has come out and he's gone bang, bang. And, you know, traditional cricket theory say, well, get the single, get the established man on strike. Well, the Belgians don't think that way. Every ball is precious, and he comes out and whacks double sixes.
If you're watching this for the first time, maybe because it's the final wherever you are across the world, whatever you think about traditional cricketing ways of doing it, think what that is, think what the polar opposite of that is, and that is probably what Belgium will do. The barnstorming Belgians, they've been a joy to watch. If they were a football team, they'd be a team who'd probably play with sort of one defender and say, look, if you score 6, we'll score 7.
Probably don't need a goalkeeper either. Waste of a man. Here's the next one. Munbury kind of yorks himself, and I think this is smart because they refused the single. Though Rahimi's hit him well, it is the last ball of the over. So it takes us into the 8th, and Sherry Butt will be on strike to start the 9th. Belgium are 118 for 4.
Right now, I think I'd maybe just rather be Belgium, but it's pretty narrow. The England batting side haven't chased a score of more than 115 in this tournament, but it is worth mentioning the main reason for that, as often is the case, is because they've not really had the opportunity to do so, because normally their bowlers have been so good. And they've obviously got a flying batting lineup, strengthened by having Luke Webb in the team this time, so I hope will mitigate somewhat against the mini collapse they had in that game earlier on against Belgium.
Another big over for me. I think Godsall, he's been the best bowler for England in this kind of situation. I mean, be him or Rishton, but I think consistently Godsall has fooled the batsman with his change of pace. Here he is in the 9th. Well, this one's worked off his hip, and it probably is going to be out. It is out, and a nice catch. And, well, the two death bowling partners will combine. Rishton takes the catch on the boundary rope. It's the end of a very good innings from Sherry Butt, but he's got to go for 54. The 9th starts with a wicket. It all happens in the 9th, 118 for 5.
Well, he's coming especially for finals week, Sherry Butt, and he saved his very best until last, his first half-century of this Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And it's carried Belgium to a total that's looking like it's going to be at least at, if not above par. But he has to depart for 54 of 18, a strike rate of exactly 300 runs per 100 balls, or if you throw it a bit more simply, 3 per ball, 8 sixes and 1 4. Superbly played.
Yeah, only 2 singles in that innings, including the last one he scored, but he decided to keep the strike, pretty much turning down a single that I think was there off the end of the last over, but you can see what it means to the Belgians. I think I'd certainly rather be Belgium. And don't get me wrong, England 11 do have the potential to chase this down. Truly, they've got the chance to chase anything down, to be honest. We saw a big chase against Italy in the Group C final, but I mean, you need things to go right for you, and I'm sure the batsman, although very, very talented, will be feeling the pressure in this second innings. Wicket for Godsall, his first. Next one, fools the batsman. We're going to have a run out here, and yeah, well, I suppose this is smart in the end. Well, what's happened here? Well,
because what happened is Rahimi was trying to make his ground, saying that he should be sacrificed. So there was a bit of a disagreement over who should be trying to...
Yeah, well, I thought they got this right in the end because Rahimi's there. Yeah, so I know no one wants to see run-outs, but you see that they had a bit of a conversation. They couldn't work it out. I think that Omid Rahimi would be the one that's out.
Yeah, I agree, because Sheikh Shiraz doesn't appear to leave his ground much. Rahimi tries to overtake Sheikh Shiraz and say, look, you've just got out here. I should be in.
Shiraz goes then. So Shiraz is going. Then he says, no. And then he says, oh, you're the captain. So I think at the end, it's Omid Rahimi that's out. You see?
They had so much time. They had time to have a good chat about it. They end up rushing into each other. Watch Rahimi here. Rahimi says, look, I'm going to make my ground. And then, as Godsall takes the bails off, it's definitely Omid Rahimi who has to go here.
Yeah, so let's try and get the exact moment the bails are off. See, what happens here is, I think now Rahimi's going, look, we know it's going to be a wicket, but you got to let me go. So he says, okay, I'll go. But then he says, come on. He says, well, you're the captain. And at this moment here, when the bails come off,
Rahimi.
Yeah, it's Rahimi for sure that's going to have to go. And, well, that's a bit of a disaster. And that's just what you need if you're England 11 at this stage. Bit of luck. And, yeah, Omid Rahimi is going to have to go.
It's very, very frustrated. And can you blame him? Hit 2 sixes already. Classic Belgian batting. 2 sixes and 2 dots. And Omid Rahimi troops off. So Sheikh Shiraz is joined by Khalid Ahmedzai. Ahmedzai, who has contributed superbly with the ball, but hasn't made any real score of note with the bat. He's come out a couple of times and swung a 6 or 2 though at the end of the innings, and sometimes that really is all you need.
So Rahimi goes for 12. We'll continue with the next ball from Godsall. Slower ball, and this one gets past the infield, takes a friendly bounce. It's going to be 4. So it's a bit of pressure on the captain, Sheikh Shiraz, who is the man that survives the run out. But it's clever bowling, actually. Waits for it to get to him. He probably knows Godsall's going to bowl a bunch of slower balls at him. And once you get it over that infield, it shows you that more often than not going to go all the way for 4. Hello to all the crowd there in the fan zone. And if you're having fun in the fan zone, you can give us a wave up here in the commentary box. We're enjoying that you are here with us today. 3 to come in the 9th. Bouncer, this is probably going to be a wide. Yeah, it's pretty high for me.
Yeah, it looked like it was well over that head height mark, as you see the crowd, which is dominated by English expats, but it's been great to see supporters from all across the European cricketing community here. I know a few members of the Portugal side have driven for 6 hours to come and watch. Rafael Fonse's parents, the Netherlands 11 wicketkeeper, they're here.
Full dugout, and they can run hard here. I think they'll only get 1. Yeah, for me now, I mean, if you can get that 140, it's very imposing as a score. I'd say 120 to 130 is about par with these two teams, because I think that they are both quite batting heavy teams. I know the par for the tournament's probably around 115. 130s is stretching. 140s is really stretching. To see a chase that big, biggest chase we've seen in the series, 150 by Sweden earlier in the tournament. This one's going to go for 6. It's a bit of a top edge, but that's going to carry all the way into the fan zone. Maximo! Khalid Ahmadzai gets off the mark. And once again, Michael, we see a player come out from Belgium and hit their very first ball for 6.
Well, the whole of the Belgian team have been told that they'll get a meal out on the coach, Abhijit Khan, if every single one of them can make sure that at some point they've hit their first ball for 6. And that is another one ticked off. Khalid Ahmadzai's done it. They're almost there, in truth.
Yeah, I mean, that's a handy one, isn't it? It was a bit of a top edge, but carried all the way. Last ball of the 9th, and it all happens in the 9th. And this one's hit hard as well, and it was a slow ball. It was picked. It was sent out of the ground. Ahmadzai 12 off 2. Maximo time, back-to-back. Belgium finished the 9th at 136 for 6.
Well, that is just ridiculous. I mean, Arthur Godsall, who's been superb throughout finals week, has consistently picked up wickets and kept things very, very tight, has in the final, I wouldn't say necessarily through much of a fault of his own, just some brilliant barnstorming ball striking from the Belgians, conceded 38 from his 2, and look, that Belgian camp, they're just buoyant.
We've got a game on.
Over 150.
We got a game on here, Michael. Don't worry about that. You know, what I did say actually to the Belgian captain, Sheikh Shiraz, I said to him, it's probably not a bad toss to lose. I think Belgium wanted to chase, so did England, but runs on the board in a final, and no one can take them away from you. And they have batted very well. So England, under some self-imposed pressure now to chase this down, looks for certain that it'll be 140 plus, maybe 150 plus, as Andy Rishton will bowl the last over. I'm sure all of his students will be glued to their televisions. 6 balls to go in this Belgian innings. This is hit down the ground. This is 1. I don't mind this, because Khalid Ahmadzai, or the Belgian Fabio, as he's known in some circles, is going to come back on strike. He's only faced 2 deliveries. Now, what are the tactics here from Rishton? Do you think he'll stick with that wide Yorker kind of tactic, or will he try and bowl some more of those cutters? What are you thinking, Michael?
I would think he'll stick with the wide Yorker. It will be a wide Yorker or a wide Yorker that is also a cutter. Simple as that. He's not going to want to strike anywhere near the pads.
He doesn't get it quite right, and this one's going to be 4. This is into the gap. Pearce, who was hunting it in the infield, but it was past him, and Mellor in the outfield couldn't get it either. And Ahmadzai just keeps on swinging. 16 off 3 as Belgium move past 140.
It's worth reminding you about how they've accelerated here. They were 44 for 2 after 4, and since then they've scored almost 100 runs in the 6 overs that have followed.
Good Yorker again. This is sliced away. Well, how's this gone for 4? Well, this has got some confusion raised. Well, that could be Jeffrey the Tortoise that's hit. And Zamanak, I cannot believe this. This is spun one way and then the other. And I don't know. But Belgium are now bending the laws of physics, and it ends up going for 4, and the bowler, Rishton, cannot believe it. To be honest, neither can I.
It just looked like maybe changed direction. He seemed in position and behind it, Akhtar.
It's hit well down the ground. I think they've got to look for 2 here. I think he's going to want to come back, and now they're going to turn it down. It would have been a close one, but pretty happy to see Ahmadzai at the other end. Yeah, no, we probably didn't have time for a replay because it's such fast-paced action, but the first, if I was the fielder there, down deep backward point, the first one went right to left, and then the next bounce went left to right. That's why it's completely wrong-footed, and ended up going for 4. So now for me, Shiraz has got to at least get Ahmadzai back on strike. Even better if he can hit one to the boundary or over. 2 to come. Hits it well. This will just be the one, I'm sure. So 147. All right. Tell me, Michael, what do Belgium need to do to defend this total? Because, you know, England have some pretty heavy hitters, and Belgium, their bowling is a bit light on sometimes.
Well, if they bowl like they did earlier, they'll probably win the game. It really is as simple as that. The batting wasn't the problem earlier. Sorry, the bowling wasn't the problem for Belgium earlier. The batting was.
It's hard. Probably will settle for 1. Absolutely no chance of it 2. The 148 will be the final score, and Michael certainly set up a very interesting run chase.
Well, you might remember that earlier on today, Belgium was 62 for 3 and collapsed to 94 all out against the England 11, and England 11 won on the last ball. Not this time. No, no, no. They were 44 for 2 after 4. The platform was set, and then Raja and Butt got going, and they've added 104 from the last 6 overs of the innings. The last 6 overs of the innings have gone at a run rate of just above 17 and over. And that is what means it's going to take the second highest successful run chase of this entire tournament for the England 11 to take home the trophy. Game well and truly on.
I mean, what an innings that is from Khalid Ahmadzai as well. And look, I thought things were just starting to go off the rails when Rahimi got run out. Remember, he was in that mix-up with his captain, Sheikh Shiraz. But after that, there were 30 runs off the 10 balls that followed. So it really didn't slow them down at all. And Michael, it was the final. It's the one we've all been waiting for. The 96th and final game of the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And Belgium, you knew they were going to come out swinging, but Muneeb Mohammed couldn't get anything going. He went for a duck, but there was plenty of firepower left in the tank as Ali Raza came out, and he really got the ball rolling for the men in black.
Yeah, to have both openers go for it, ducks, when they've carried Belgium so far through this tournament was obviously a long, long way from being ideal. This was a crucial moment. Luke Webb hands Ali Raza alive, and Raza took it. Firstly, took to the spin of Russell. We mentioned just how much the Belgians seem to like spin. The 2 overs of spin went for 46. Sam Pearce getting hit for 4 big sixes in a row. Couldn't quite turn into 5 from 5 or 6 from 6, but they wouldn't have been too bothered about that. And it was through this middle period, this partnership from Ali Raza and Sherry Butt that ended here. Zaman Akhtar getting the breakthrough. And then after that, they managed to chip away, but as we know with Belgium, taking wickets only means so much.
Yeah, that's right, because they're all so good at coming out and getting runs from the get-go. I mean, this innings saw 17 Maximos. That's 102 runs in 6s alone, and only 8 4s. So you saw that's how they like to deal. And then Rishton, well, took that one, and you just felt the wheels might be coming off a little bit here. This is, like I said, 8.2. They were 118 at this stage, and you're thinking, well, from here, they've got 2 new batsmen at the crease. Maybe they're going to stagger to something like 125, 130. But Khalid Ahmadzai, he had something to say about it. And he came out and hit a very brisk 22 off only 6 balls. He hit his first 2 balls out of the park. And at the end of the day, that score of 148, that is going to take some catching. But I tell you what, if there's one batting lineup in this competition you think might be able to pull this off, it is the England 11.
Yeah, particularly with Harrison Ward. He's played for Sussex in all 3 formats last summer. The big hitting left-hander to open up with the right-handed England skipper Dan Lincoln, who of course has played for Middlesex and then Kent in recent seasons. The batting card tells a story. Ali Raza and Sherry Butt carried them through the majority of the innings, putting on that partnership of 89 at almost exactly 3 a ball. And then Khalid Ahmadzai with a really good finisher's knock, 22 not out from just 6, meaning the England 11 will need 149 to win. And as for the England bowling figures, well, if you're watching on BT Sport in UK or Ireland, or you're an England fan wherever you are across the world, for once in this tournament, and not necessarily brilliant to be looking at if that is your persuasion, because they got a fair bit of tap, didn't they?
Yeah, they certainly did. But, I mean, I like the bowling of Akhtar, 3 for 18 of his 2 overs. Didn't go for too many, but everyone else in double digits, and some of them quite nasty indeed. You see the 2 overs of spin went for 46 combined from Alex Russell and Sam Pearce, but also wickets for Rich Edwards, 1 for 23. Gotzel picked up a wicket, but it was a bit more expensive than we're used to seeing from him, 1 for 38 of his 2 overs. Well, Michael, thank you very, very much, and I know that Rico will be back with me for the second half, but we'll hear from you at the end of the day. Michael, I know that so many people, whether they're watching on our YouTube channel or BT Sport in England and Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, everywhere, I know that people are enjoying your commentary, and we look forward to seeing plenty more of you in the future, starting with the end of the day. But Michael, I'll let you sit and enjoy the second innings. Certainly a very, very close game on the cards.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's going to be brilliant, and thanks for the kind words. But as you and I both know, it's very much about the players, the coaches, the volunteers, and everyone who makes an event like this possible at the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And this is what we've all been waiting for. And these players will have another big moment in their storied careers coming up. Will they be getting the gold medals from Local Lifestyle, designed by Sanjay Sharma, or the silver ones? We will know very, very shortly. 149 to win.
Yeah, so stick with us. In just a few minutes, we'll see the exciting conclusion of this first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Rico will be back with me to take you through the chase. It'll be the England 11 requiring 149 runs off their 10 overs to lift the trophy. It's Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Michael McCann. We'll see you shortly for the final innings of the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship.
A very warm welcome to you wherever you are watching around the world, and welcome back for the final time to the beautiful Cartama Oval, just outside Malaga in the Costa del Sol, Spain. And thanks to our officials, of course, Charles Croucher and Stefan Gooch, you saw on your screen there, followed by the Belgian fielders who are going out to defend their total, and a very healthy one at that, in the final of this first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. And England 11, their openers, a lot of pressure on them. 149 the target. It would be the second highest target achieved in this European Cricket Championship over the 4 weeks, right here in game 96. It'll be eclipsed only by the chase we called the impossible chase, when Sweden knocked off, guess who? Belgium in that impossible chase. Oh, there's Tony Redden, who's looking pretty good. And he said he's got his finals day shirt on, and I tell you what, everyone is loving the action. Fan zone is chock-a-block today, as you'd expect. Day 20, it's a very special time of the year. It'll be the biggest innings, I think, of the year in what will be over 1,000 games of European cricket that we bring to you on the European Cricket Network. And by my side is somebody that has seen plenty of it with me. It's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, as we rejoin Rico Full in the box. Hey Rico, and what did you think of the first innings?
Wow. Good afternoon, everybody. Muy buenas tardes. Bienvenido en este campo en Málaga, in Cartama, Cartamania, taking the world by storm. I tell you what, while I was enjoying that first innings, watching the explosion of shots being played. I think 17 sixes, is that right? Something like that?
17 sixes, only 8 fours.
Yeah, 17 sixes, 8 fours. I mean, the fan zone is rampant with people. They're all enjoying it. And they're all saying the same thing. They're all saying they don't get this team. You get one man out, the next one goes out, and that's the same thing. They've never seen anything like it.
Doesn't compute. I mean, like I was saying, they have some sort of super brains that doesn't get affected by nervousness or anything. I mean, even the way they bounce back from that heartbreaking loss in qualifier number 1 to the England 11 on the last ball, when they, I think, literally threw the game away. We thought maybe they'd be a bit flat against the Netherlands 11. Well, they had another thing coming. This is going to be Murid Akrami who's going to open the bowling. So it's 149 for the trophy. England 11, they're going to have to fight every inch of the way. And it's Ward on strike. And he starts with 6, and the crowd goes wild, and the catching has been very good out there, as the first one is caught but not on the field, Rico. Maximo, England are on the board.
Vale, seis carreras. And, well, there's Harrison Ward, and hits the big 6 of the first ball of Akrami.
Left-hander. And, well, you can put this one with the rest, because that's double 6s, and that is a pure straight hit from Ward. He's off to the races with a dozen.
I tell you what, you better check his passport. It is British, or is it Belgium? Because he's hitting them like the Belgians. That is big, that is huge. Shakalagia!
I think it's no mistake that Ward starts on strike to the left-hand spinner, Akrami, because it's a good matchup. Again, you know, this is the thing chasing, though. In the back of your mind, you've got to be thinking, if it gets wrong, if I get it wrong once, it's going to be the end of my tournament. So Akrami, worst possible start for him. He's going to go around the wicket. And there's 3, and you know it, and can you believe it? Have you ever seen the first 3 balls of the match hit for 6? Well, you have now. Maximo, 3 in a row.
I tell you what, look, I've got to say this. I think this was similar to what we saw yesterday, and I think it was the bowler Akrami then, and he was, well, in danger of going for 6 sixes. There was 5 of them. He did get a wicket off the 5th ball, but this one has gone absolutely huge. That's the biggest one I think we've seen in the month here. That's gone all the way over the trees. That ball is still travelling. It's on its way to Marbella, I think, Vinny.
Well, might be able to pick that one up in Croatia on Monday morning. This has landed closer to there than here. Now, what does Akrami do here? I think he wants to get outside the off stump, but say Ward is jumping across, and he's going to go back over the wicket, so he's changing a few things. And like I said, no mistake that Ward started on strike. So full toss. This one's just tapped down the ground.
Now, this disappointment from the fan zone there. Disappointment. I mean, they're booing him. They wanted this to go for 6. Oh, leave the lad alone. Come on. That's not a bad start, is it? 19?
Yeah, they wanted the 6 sixes, you see. Not going to get it. They might get 5. Dan Lincoln, the English captain, comes onto strike. And what about his century in a fairly similar sized chase earlier in this tournament? It was against Italy in the Group C final. And Krami just trying to get a bit more grip in the fingers. You can kind of excuse him having a few sweaty palms there. 2 to come. This is going to be 6 more, and once again, what a cricket shot it is. The 4th of the over, the first for Lincoln, as England 11 take 25 with still a ball to go in the first. The first has gone magical for the men in red.
Well, we saw the power of Ward, and now it's the timing and placement of Lincoln. Look at this, he doesn't try to overhit it, just gets himself into position and plays the shot beautifully. Lovely shot, and all the pressure on Belgium straight away, and especially the bowler, Akrami.
Phil G in the chat says, if I was Akrami, I'd fake a coma right now. Well, I don't think he'll be going for that option, but I like the way you think. And he's going to have to deal with one more ball, but I mean, things can change very quickly with a wicket. This one's drilled straight at Rahimi, who fields it. So a red dot ball, the first of the innings. And after 1 over, England are off to a flyer. It's 25 for no loss.
Oh, what a start that is. And you know, and Belgium will know this as well. And I think all the people around the ground, especially those that are supporting Belgium, are saying the same. You got to take these 2 wickets early. You get Ward out and you get through Lincoln, then you have a chance. If you don't get them, then, well, we know they can take this game away from them. That is a big score on the board. But have to say, we've seen a lot of chases here. We've seen a lot of runs scored. And on a beautiful afternoon like this, and with this ball coming onto the bat, well, these 2, if you don't get them out early, they're going to punish you.
No doubt about it. And now, I'm sure they'll go to Butty to bowl the second. He just wobbles the ball around. I think Sheikh Shiraz just saying this ball. You see this ball? It's been on a few journeys so far. Saying, I don't like this one.
Well, that ball, the ones that have been on the journey are still going. Damn, we come back. Well, this is another ball, and I think the discussion could be, look, it should be a new ball by now. This is not a new ball, and I think that's the discussion. Look, while they're having that discussion, I've got to say, and this is from Charlie. Charlie wants to give a big shout out to Mark Roberts in Scarborough. He's out there watching the cricket on BT Sports. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Mark Roberts, and I suppose that's a perfect start for you. And Charlie just wants to give you a big shout out. And, well, I think he's got a few shirts for you as well. Some Cricketer Spaniel shirts.
Yeah, that's a good point, and I'd be making it as well if I was Sheikh Shiraz about the ball, saying it's only 1 overall. It has taken a pounding, to be fair, but Bati's a swing bowler. Yeah, but hello to everyone that Rico mentioned, everyone else out there. I know we're getting so many messages from people that perhaps have been new to the world of European cricket, watching it for the first time on one of our international broadcast partners, and you can stick with us throughout the next few weeks as we continue the European Cricket Series around Europe. That's on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. So now they've sorted this out, and Fahim Bhatti will be the bowler. Harrison Ward on strike. So yeah, look, they need something to happen and quick. I've played a lot of finals cricket, and sometimes there's just a moment where things change, and the game still can change. Still 124 required from here. Here's Bhatti.
Just opting to push this away, and the throw comes in. I think that's hit Ward, and nice to see that the batsman, no, they're totally entitled to do so, decide not to take the second. So just pushes this out, says I'll take a single here. And I think it's all about the start they've made. They don't have to go crazy.
This is a huge over now. I mean, it's huge because you have another magical over like that, you're really deflated. But Belgium, they need to basically start again. And Bhatti normally has been pretty tight. He doesn't whistle it through at a frightening pace, but he does just move it around a little bit. And that's what you have to do to good batsmen. He gets it wrong here. Ali Raza, good bit of keeping from him. Yeah, so he normally swings the ball into the right-hander. So I don't know whether this particular ball, it's just not going to go. And that might have been what that discussion was about. But yeah, second over ball, if it was in the same condition as the ones that left, would have been pretty large. Well, this one almost taken. Oh, and that's a very, very costly drop, you'd have to say. And it wasn't an easy catch. He's looking straight into the sun out there. It went to his left. And in the end, it goes down, dips on him, and even worse, it goes to the boundary.
Goes to the boundary, and well, it's a man whose day hasn't started very well this afternoon. It's Ekrami there, and the worst thing is for him, like you said, it also goes to the boundary, 4 runs.
Next one off the bottom of the bat. Well, it might, I was going to say, might have been a chance, but he decides not to throw, and that's Zakil. I think he's struggling with his shoulder, so decides he's not going to have a full throw at that one. He may be available to bowl if it gets desperate. I know they don't want to bowl Sabah Zakil. Of course, his batting tournament is over now. So, yeah, I mean, they just need a steadier, don't they, Belgium? They really need to remove one, or ideally both, of these batsmen, because we saw, remember what Lincoln did in that Group C final. This one, unfortunately, goes straight to the fielder. And Lincoln has to hustle, but he gets home. Just a single.
Yeah, good throw from Ahmed Zai. And what an introduction he's made for Belgium.
Yeah.
He's been a great bowler, and I see that he scored some valuable runs as well with the bat. So he's really been a good addition for Belgium in Championship Week.
After that disastrous run out, after 8.2 overs, where both batsmen were at one end, I thought maybe they'd lose a bit of momentum, but they scored 30 off the last 10 balls. It goes for this. Now this one is a chance. The fielder's going, it's Ahmed Zai. Oh, and he almost takes an outstanding catch. He had that for a while. And, well, the England supporters, well, they're happy with the outcome. This one was curving all the way. It wasn't an easy catch at all. It's at the last moment. Just popped out of the fingers of Ahmed Zai, and the result is 4 runs to Lincoln.
Oh, this is cruel. He's done so well. This was never going to be easy. He's made the ground, and in the end, he's done the hard work. Look, and it's in his hands just for a while, and then it, well, comes out, pops out, I think, catches him on the knee, and, well, it wasn't quite 6, but it was a boundary.
Such a hard catch. I mean, if that one sticks, that's the kind of moment that changes the momentum of the game, isn't it? This is a very, very destructive start from the England 11.
2 chances in the over, both put down.
And it's going to finish with a wallop. Bang, crash, wallop, Maximo to finish the second. The England 11, they get 18 off Butty's over, and they are 43 for no loss.
Well, Charles Croucher took a long time to give that 6. I think he was thinking, well, if I could, I'd give this 12. It went so far. What a hit that was. A big one. Boom! Shaka-lagia. 6 more, and they are rocking and rolling here. 43 off the first 2. But it has to be said, the bowler there, Fahim Bhatti, he's going to feel he's unlucky. 2 chances in that over.
Yes, exactly right. Well, we will be in Croatia from Monday morning. You can join us as we will have 5 new teams that you'll be able to see in that European Cricket Series. It will be shown on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or you can watch it on FanCode if you're watching in the subcontinent. Wakas Raja is going to come in and bowl the 3rd over. He was the man that was trusted with the last over. Some crucial times. You see there the crowd. A few of them from Molly Malone's. I had a great time there in Cohen on Tuesday night. What I remember of it anyway. And Wakas Raja is going to have to bowl the last over of the power play.
Wakas Raja, we know about his last over in that crunch match against England. Well, they did get into the final in the end, but they could have done it without having to play a second match. It all went down to the wire when there was 11 needed. And he got 2 wickets in the over, but then when just needed 4 of the last, he bowls a no ball. They also run 1, and then it all went wrong. England won the game at the last ball.
And the wicket to Ward. That's a dangerous tactic. He goes over mid-off. And not just over mid-off, he goes over the fence. Maximo! Best possible start for Ward. Worst possible for Raja. And the fans are loving it. It's 6 more to England.
Good shot, big shot. And it's, well, it's Shaka time. And basically, maybe they're out to break that record of 17 sixes. And the way these two are hitting the ball at the moment, that's the mission.
Yeah, man. Hasn't mistimed one, has he, Harrison Ward? He's been in great form today. 27 off 7. And he goes straight, and he goes long, and he goes strong. Maximal 6 more as England pass 50 in record time. Only 14 balls, and they've passed the half century.
Gea Shaka Lungia. This is an amazing shot, Minnie. I mean, the shot is incredible. He goes right the way back into his crease. You see he's got that. He stands sort of pretty behind anyway. He's on the line, goes all the way back and thumps it straight over for 6. What a shot this is. The power of the man is incredible.
This is just so powerful. But still, I mean, it's a lot of runs still to get. This could go pear-shaped, but Belgium have to stop the bleeding here. It's Wakas Raja. He doesn't let this one go. I mean, what can they do here? Who can they turn to? Can you think of any ideas? I mean, who'd be a captain? How do you stop How do you stop this kind of assault, Rico?
Well, good question. How do you? I mean, they've tried Akrami, the spin. That hasn't worked. For me, there's one man to try. There's one man who hasn't done too much wrong, and that's got to be Khalid Amazazia. I mean, they tend to use him much later on, maybe coming 5 or 6. I think he's got to come on straight after this one. He gets this wrong again. Well, that gives us an opportunity to just give it. I know that people around the world have loved the production, so let's give them a shout for Spring Productions, the people that have been doing all the camera work. Thank you very much to, well, Martins. There's 2 Martins, so both the Martins, Elvira, Germans, Tom, Christians, and Karina. They've been quality, great work from them, appreciated around the world for sure. Well done, guys, you've done a fantastic job.
Thank you so much, guys. Pleasure to work with. Third time lucky for Raja. Does let this one go. Could be trouble. Hits him full, but I think going just down the leg side, according to the umpire. I mean, with the angle that he's bowling, this may hit him in line, Rico, but I suppose the umpire, Stefan Gooch, is thinking it's probably just going past the line of that leg stump.
Yeah, well, we'll get a chance to see it again here. So have a look. He shuffles back and across. And, well, yeah, I think it's the angle. You're absolutely right, Vinny. And you don't probably appreciate that on the replay, but the umpire will see that. And that ball is going to go into probably missed leg stick.
Yeah, I think that's a very good decision. So, I mean, at the moment, Belgium, they'll have to hustle as well. They don't want to give up any penalty runs for a slow over 8. It hasn't exactly been rocketing along here. But the umpires, let's give a shout out to them. The officials out there, Stefan Gooch and Charles Croucher, as well as Nilkesh Patel, Anand Shub, match referee, Sir Rob Kemming. I think the standard's been very high, especially when you consider the intensity of this tournament, the duration of this tournament,
yeah,
and everyone else that helped along the way. Halfway through the 3rd over. This one stroked away and it gets through the field. It's going to be 4. And this one really should have been stopped. The captain, yeah, won't be happy with that. It gets through and the result is another boundary to England.
Well, there's a mistake there from the fielder and he's going to be disappointed about that. And that's the captain as well, Shiraz. Well, somebody needs to tell him, Shiraz, I know that we have a beer partner here. It's Cervezas Victoria. Well, they also do sin alcohol. Goes through for 4 runs. A bit of a blunder. It's a gift.
It really was. You can't be giving gifts at this stage, can you? I mean, what can they do, the Belgians? Deer in the headlights. I see another one, and this is going to be more runs. And it's going to be 4 more runs. And we're still in the power play. And the English captain is bringing the power now. He moves to 29. And England 64 without loss with the ball to go. What a power play this is.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crushing start from England. Just pinging the ball to all parts of the ground. And I know, Maximo, you'll know this. What's the highest runs we've had scored in a power play?
Yeah, well, 77 is our all-time record. Don't think they'll get that many. Hold the phone. Well, they might. If this is no ball and it's called, this is the only way they will. And no ball, +6. It's a disaster. The wheels are off Belgium. And that one takes them to 71. And maybe they could equal that best power play. And I will stop talking because I've jinxed the Belgians good there. And, well, how can you stop this assault? I've got no idea.
Well, the only thing in their favour, I suppose, is after this delivery, be it if it's a legal one, they can then at least spread the field. But they're hitting the ball so well.
Free hit coming up. And that's how you hit a free hit. It's gone a long way. Not quite enough, actually. So, well, went a long way up, went a long way down. It was on the far side of the ground from us. In the end, it'll just be a long single. So the power play finishes. Still a lot of runs in there. 72 for no loss after 3 overs.
Yeah, massive power play. 1 or 2 of the Belgian players sort of screamed yes when that was called, and then, of course, realised, oops, it's a free hit. It won't be out. What a start. Now, this is, if they're going to get back into this match, Vinny, this is where it has to happen. I mean, look at that power play there. I mean, that's sensational. And you're not going to see too many like that. But this is when they have to get back into the match, so they could get the field set right. They've got to bowl well. I'm surprised they're not going with Khalid. I mean, I thought that Ahmed Zia, he has to come on here. He's, for me, being the pick of the bowlers. He bowls well, bowls a good length, and he bowls it full. I think this match is running away from them. There's no point holding him back. They like to do so. He normally bowls around the 6th and the 8th, or the 8th and the 10th. I don't think they can afford to do that. They need a wicket now.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean,
Have to roll the dice and try anything. They've gone back to Bhatti. They probably think with Bhatti, he has to bowl early when the ball is new. But the problem is, this ball's taken such a pounding in the first 3 overs. Yeah, every ball that they've brought back into play has. Here we go, 4th overtime. Gets a good wide Yorker, but guess what? Still 4. Oh, this is hard to describe what we're seeing at the moment. I mean, this one I think Bhatti gets just right, but still I think he gets plenty of bat on it, beats the infield. The result is 4 more runs.
Yeah, it's all about the positioning, how quickly he gets into position about this. He knows that this is not going to be a big hit down the ground. He gets down on one knee, reaches, gets it past the field up, 4 more runs.
Shades of VOC Rotterdam in the ECL final at the moment, but they were setting a target. This one should be cut off. Nice bit of fielding that time. Just be a single. Look, in that match, which was essentially the Champions League final of European cricket back in 2019, VOC Rotterdam batted first and put 222 on the board without losing a wicket. Their openers, Scott Edwards and Max O'Dowd, doing the damage on that occasion. But we're seeing something similar at the moment from the England 11. The question is, can they sustain this early assault all the way to the target?
Oh, what a partnership this is. And these two just bat so well together. They really do.
Got the rate down below 11 and over. It's quite incredible. And this one goes up, and it'll be 6 more. Maximal! Ward moves to 39 off only 10 balls. Now this has been next level stuff from the England 11.
Well, it's just hitting on a different level. I mean, we've seen 1 or 2 master blasters, haven't we, in this championship? Well, they haven't been any better than these two. And how quickly they've adapted to the format as well.
Can't give these guys length. That one, a rare miss for Harrison Ward. But I'm sure a lot of people will be watching the form of players like Harrison Ward, the way that he's played. Even though you called him Harrison Ford earlier in the series, haven't forgotten about that. But, you know, I'm sure the scouts are looking very closely at this and the way he's sucked up this pressure in this chase. Doesn't quite get this one, but it still beats the fielder. 4 more. And even when that one, I don't think it's the middle of the bat. He gets so much on it, it still races away for 4. And now he overtakes his captain. England 11 move up to 87 without loss.
Well, you're right. I did call him Harrison Ford. And because I was thinking about the Indiana Jones, well, he's after the treasure, isn't he? He's after that trophy. And he's also hitting this ball like the Temple of Doom. And here's another one. Hits it hard. Is he going to get through? He does. It's 4 more runs. There's no stopping him at the moment. He races along. 47 he moves on to. Of that, his 13th delivery. That is the end of another punishing over. And look at the score. We're in the 90s already. 91 without loss after 4 overs.
Oh, well, it's been crazy stuff. Let's tell you about other cricket you can see tonight on the ECN. Hey, good news. It looks like Cyprus, due to popular demand, will be running it a little bit longer. So it looks like we may have some more cricket. So although we've listed their night 21 of 22, stay tuned, because there could be even more cricket from Cyprus coming up because of the popularity of the extra 2 games a day. But I can tell you can tune in tonight to Cyprus. I know that Nishay will be there and all the crew. I know Joe Wegasani is there as well. And first game underway already, the 2 games tonight, but you don't want to go anywhere just yet. Now, this is a man they've gone to normally at the end of the innings, Aziz Mohammed, who's not off his full run. We know that he's only on 1 leg, but he has been pretty effective and was effective in the last match between these 2 teams. You know, it's strange. England were chasing a score in the 90s and made real hard work of it just a few hours ago. And here, when they're chasing 150, he managed to get there in 4 overs. Aziz gets this one just leaned on. Sabir Zakil doesn't really want to throw it. Yeah, you can tell that shoulder's bothering him. He's trying to hide down there. But the England players, they're alert to it, and they came back for a second run.
Yeah, I mean, they'll be looking at that, and they'll be targeting him here. And I think anything, this is what's also clever, you see, anything that's not in the zone, anything that's not a big shot, you take the single, because they know, they back themselves. I mean, look how quickly they've changed this rate. It's under 10.
Well, I mean, it's actually incredible what we've seen. Probably get 2 here.
Oh, this isn't good. I mean, not sure why the fielder here isn't using his hands. Gets the big boot on it. And of course, as soon as these 2 batting see that, they know there's another run there. So 2 taken. 2's taken when really we should be looking at 2 singles. Belgium needs something to happen here. They need something to happen quick. Si puede, chicos. Vamos, vamos.
I mean, they're the deer in the headlights at the moment. Okay, it's low full toss.
Just gets one, and how do you get back into this game? That's the question. I mean, it involves getting rid of both of these batsmen and hoping that England 11 somehow collapse. But you think about some of the batting they've got to come, in particular the hitting of Bevan, the hitting of Rishton, for example, as well, and many others like Mellor, not even to mention him, Pearce. So it's a long way back. Still a little bit gobsmacked about what I've seen so far in the first 4.5 overs. Here's Aziz. Full toss, hit down the ground. This will just be one. Not quite high enough to be called that time. I mean, these two have had some very interesting tussles, haven't they, during the week as well. Remember when Belgium knocked off England on Tuesday night. That one just below the waist. Not much in it, though. And then yeah, England putting their foot down the next time they played, whacking 179. It's going to be a wide. And Aziz doesn't like it, but it wasn't really a premeditated change in stance. I think as the batsman goes across a little bit, but still, I think that's a wide.
Yeah, that's always a wide. I mean, that's not really a big early movement that you would expect the umpire to say, right, I'm moving the ball point. And this is going to be another one. So he's trying to get the ball in that area where he's taking that big shot away. But yeah, this is even wider than the one before. This one's better, slower, fuller. It's a single. So at least for the time being, it hasn't been the big hitting of Aziz Mohammed. He's gone for 9 off his 5 deliveries. So ball to come in the over. And now he's got to negotiate Ward. And I tell you one thing, if he bowls that slower full toss to Ward, Ward will put it away. And the 100 partnership comes up with the ball to go in the 4th.
Yeah, next one, it's worked away for a single. I mean, imagine that. I mean, imagine a batsman scoring 100 off 29 balls. Okay, and that's what we've seen from the England 11. I suppose 30 if you count the no ball. But that one does take us to the end of the 5th over and the Norway strategic timeout. Well, let's see what the Belgians come up with as it's 101 for no loss after 5. And, you know, Rico, you see the sun is slowly setting on us here, but it's been such a great experience. I want to say a big thank you to you as well for your enthusiasm and even some of your wardrobe choices. And I'm actually, probably most of the reflection you see is actually coming off Rico's shirt.
There you go.
But I know, look, as someone who has lived in Spain for 22 years and done so much for cricket in this country, you know, a very good example of the kind of person we see in European cricket that's very enthusiastic and very passionate about spreading the game. So this must have been a very exciting time for you.
Oh, very exciting indeed. I mean, it all started, of course, with that European Cricket Series in Sporting Alfas near Albia. That's where we started, Alfas DP, the very first one. And then from there, of course, we've been on the road. It's grown and grown. And it's just been magical for me just to see European cricketers come together, building this great community. And, you know, we see a lot of players that are on the chat with us all the time as we travel around. They come together. I love the passion that they're putting into it. I love the commitment and I love the support given to them by the federations as well. So European cricket is on the up. And if you ever doubted that, well, what you've seen over the last 4 weeks will underline that. It's been brilliant. And well done to the European Cricket Network. Well done to people who have had the vision like Daniel Weston, the founder, and also to Roger Finer for the sport and everybody else that's involved. And a shout out to all our partners. We love you.
Of course. And hear more about everyone in the championship trophy ceremony, which will follow the final. And yeah, I mean, people don't realise, most of these cricketers based in Europe, the kind of obstacles they have to overcome to play the game that they love. And, you know, there's financial obstacles, there's sacrifices due to the distance they have to go to play games, the amount of work they have to put in. You know, the way they sometimes affects their jobs and their family time. And I think that's something that people probably don't realise about the game not being kind of a professional pursuit as yet in continental Europe. All right, here is Ahmed Zai. He starts with a full toss. He's hit down to long on and slight fumble, but gets hold of it quick enough to just keep to a single. But this will bring up the 50 for Harrison Ward. What a good innings from him in a pressure situation, opening the batting in the final. He wins the race to 50 and he brings it up off 16 balls with 6 sixes and 2 fours. Great innings.
Yeah, I mean, he's racing along, isn't he? I mean, that, according to my scribbles, it means he's on 584 runs in this championship. Amazing. But there's a man who's ahead of him at the moment, and that's his batting partner.
This one goes across, and no dice with the LBW appeal. But I was going to say, goes ahead of him. I thought Lincoln might go ahead of him then because he's 47 chasing 50 as well. This one just hits him outside the line. Another good decision. Jeez, I've got to say the umpiring's been good. You know, umpires, you often only notice them when there's one you don't agree with or they might make a slight error. But I think these umpires, again, they're not full-time professional umpires. They've done a very, very good job, especially when you consider the scale of the operation, the amount of eyeballs on these matches. And now Ahmedzai will continue to Ward, who's reached his 50. Hits this one to the leg side. Keep it to 1. Now look, here's the thing, and it seems crazy, but still, we've seen teams lose from this position. They need 45 off 27 balls. I suppose the thing we're looking at the moment is these two batsmen are so set. Seems like there's absolutely no way they won't get there, but if you can get a couple of quick wickets, maybe get a new batsman out there that's been sitting on the bench for 5 overs, just might create a bit of drama. What do you think, Rico?
Yeah, that's what we were saying. I was talking to Michael about this when we saw these two play earlier, and when again these two openers were in there and they were making life look easy for the England 11. But I said, get those two men out, then we could see a wobble, and that's exactly what we did see. But this one has been hit beautifully through extra cover. Well, they're not intending to wobble. They're not intending to get themselves out because, well, that's a 15 out to Dan Lincoln. Both of these batsmen, not only have they put a 100 partnership together, they both reach individual 50s. Both badaiyan दोनों batsmen nu अपने Harrison Ward ने भी अपनी 50 बना ली, Dan Lincoln ने भी 50 बना ली. Badaiyan दोनों. Congratulations to both the English batsmen.
You talk about the wobbling. The only thing wobbling there was the fence. Ahmedzai pitches up, gets a Yorker on Lincoln. This will just be 1. So in Belgium, they're probably wondering what has just happened in the space of 5 and a bit overs. This trophy has been ripped from their grasp, and I know there's a lot of English support around here, a lot of expats the Costa del Sol who are here for this one. I think their mood has changed significantly over the past 6 overs now. Ward steps across, another good York from Ahmedzai. Hey, look, you know, it was a pretty good over from him under the circumstances, but still he goes for 9, and after 6 overs, it is 110 for no loss.
Yeah, well, you can see why I was calling for him to be bowling earlier. I would have had him coming on to bowl that 4th over because I think that's what he does. He reminds you of the likes of Zadran as well, the likes of Rishton, the likes of Atif Mahmood for the Spanish team. Just gets a really good Yorker in there. Adil Raja as well for Spain. Those Yorkers, they're difficult to play. Anything that's short of a length, these two batsmen are putting it away. So you need something different, and that's exactly what Aziz is trying to do here now. Aziz Mohammed, all he will try and do is get those Yorker length deliveries in. He's trying to take the pace off the ball, but he's not giving any half trackers. Anything short, anything on the legs will be put away.
So they're going to go back to Aziz Mohammed. 39 required of the last 24. Again, single digits overs are what's required for the Belgian team, but it's hard to see them coming. You've got 2 batsmen, about as set as it gets, to be honest. Just look, they're very similar, aren't they? 52 off 18, 53 off 19. Frightening scoring rate. Aziz was a low full toss. This one gets hit with some power down the ground, but finds the long off, and it's just a single.
It's going to get difficult now as well, Vinny, with this sun coming down, especially anything that's hit on, well, if you're a right-hander, say like now, Clayton, anything that goes on the offside in the air is going to be very difficult to see because of that sun.
Yeah, well, look, 53 off 19, 53 off 19, and the score, 1-1-1. Well, I know that sometimes things happen on the Nelson. The Belgians will certainly be hoping they can remove one of these batsmen. This one's just chopped away. They'll move up to 112 with that one.
Yeah, look, according to again, it's my scribble, so apologies if I'm wrong, but I think that run there takes Dan Lincoln to 600 in the championship. That's a massive feat. 600 runs, congratulations. And he is, at the moment, the leading run scorer in the championship behind Ward.
This is called a wide, and Aziz can't believe it. It's, yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, there's a feeling, and even though statistically Belgium still have a fighting chance, I mean, that certainly was a wide. You know, you just feel like they're mentally gone now, the Belgians. This is hit down the ground, and it should just be 1. Nice bit of fielding down there by Manib Mohammed.
Yeah, they're not giving it up though, are they? They're still really positive. Their heads haven't gone down. They're still fighting. You see there, anything goes out to the boundary, they get into it quickly, get into throw-in. They will know that this is all about, this is masterclass batting. They can't take anything away from the batsman. It's all about trying to get this breakthrough, and a little bit of playmanship there again between the bowler and the batter.
Yeah, it's been something quite amazing. Now he goes, this could be a chance, and it's put down. And what's worse, they will come back for 2. Again, they have had a couple of opportunities, not easy ones. This one's hit hard, it's hit flat. And was that Ekrami out there? Well, he's had a bit of innings to forget, and he's taken some very good catches in this tournament, but in this final, this isn't an easy one. I know it looks easy on TV, but it's clobbered. Just look at that one fly off the bat. But I think more often than not, he'd hold that one, burst through his hands. And that pretty much sums it up for Belgium at the moment.
Yeah, just didn't have the balance right, did he? You can see when the ball's making contact with him, his legs are all over the place. It's not got a soft landing, if you like, and the ball escapes him. It's another one he puts down.
Just leans on this, and it's pretty well struck. Should just be the one. But, well, they're going to get back for 2, and that's excellent running. To be honest, Rico, Belgium, they're starting to look like a team that's had to play 3 games on the spin because they lost that qualifier 1. Although they did rebound in qualifier number 2, this third match, and this final is the day. They're looking pretty flat at the moment.
Yeah, they need something to happen here. They need a minor miracle, don't they? Stranger things have happened in sport. So, even though you can hear people saying, come on, Belgium, it's still 9, just under to 10 and over. That's what they need, don't they? They need a few more dot balls like that. But the question is where they're going to come from. I'm sure that they'll go with Ahmed Zia one more time to see if he can get the breakthrough here.
One was fine, just inside the wide guideline. So it's the end of the 7th over. The score is 118 for no loss, with 31 required off the last 3 overs. Just a reminder that we have more cricket coming your way, and starting on Monday we have a 6-day series in Croatia. First time we have been there. We'll see Zagreb Sokol versus Belgrade in the first half of the day. Then split India, Broda Split versus Olivia Split in the second half of the day. And I'm telling you that Pavel Florin, he's been recruited by one of the teams to find out. And you can find out by joining us on Monday morning. And yes, I'll give some more time zones because all the Australians are asking what's the time zone. 7 a.m. GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 p.m. in India, 3 p.m. Western Australia, and 5 p.m. Eastern Australia.
Ouch. You don't want to try and stop a ball like that. This is going to hurt. And, well, the magic spray may not be good enough here. That's been absolutely clobbered. I think has he tried to stop this, or has he tried to get out of the way? I don't know, but that spray is going to have to come out there pretty quickly. And, well, that's hit him quite hard. And that's why one thing we say, you don't want to try and stop the ball with your feet, because if you get it wrong, I mean, we saw one earlier from Azim Mohammed, of all people, and we know he's already got an injury, but he was lucky. He just managed to trap it underneath the shoe. But this one, you'll see here, I think this has clobbered him right on the ankle. Here's the shot. Yeah. He tries to stop it with his foot, and you just don't. You can't be doing that. It's. I mean, it's reflexes really.
I mean, your instinct is to get something behind it. I think it gets him on the bony bit of the ankle, just above his shoe, where there's no protection there. And yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if he can recover from this. But things are just going from bad to worse for the Belgians at the moment. But well, Rico, at the moment, it's just one of those games, isn't it? And Belgium, they had all the running, didn't they? They came out full of confidence. But just think about the start that we had from England, the way that Ward really got after Ekrami in the first over. In fact, there were 4 sixes in the first over, including 6-6-6 to start the innings. And, well, it just seems like from then, Belgium have never really had a chance to settle.
Yeah, I mean, it's when we saw that score on the ball, 148, I know a lot of people in the fan zone were saying, well, that's a huge score. And they thought, well, maybe we're going to see an upset here. And one of the things that I was reminding them of is, don't forget the power of this England opening attack. If the likes of Ward and the likes of Lincoln get going, then we know there's going to be fireworks. We know that they're going to score runs really quickly. They had to break that partnership. They haven't been able to do it. The magical spray has come out. So Ahmed Zia does seem to be walking okay. I didn't recognise him at first. He's got his hair tied up. I mean, normally He's running in and he's looking a bit like the Lion, a bit like Shoaib Azam. Hello, Shoaib. I know you're watching wherever you are. Hope you're enjoying the cricket. And also a big shout out to everybody, our global cricket family, wherever you're watching from. A good afternoon from us, or a good morning and good evening, depending where you are. Hope you've enjoyed the cricket, not just today, not just Championship Week, but all the 4 weeks. And we've absolutely loved having you here. And a big shout out to everybody there watching in the fan zone. Hello, everybody in Kardama.
Ahmadzai will continue. And he will continue by getting a hit out of the ground. Maximo! And what I was going to say, Rico, before that, there hadn't been a boundary in 9 balls. But I'll tell you what, Lincoln, he was having no mercy. It was Ward that knocked the bowler Ahmadzai down, and then Lincoln knocked him out of the park.
Well, what hurts him more, the one that hit him on the ankle or the one that just went over for 6 runs? Well, this has been hard work for Belgium. Will something go their way?
No ball called.
No, it won't.
This is bad to worse. And, well, I mentioned the no ball from the end of the qualifier, number 1. So Ahmadzai, you think of his foot swollen up, he should have more foot to go behind the line. Let's see this one. I mean, it's one of those ones, isn't it? The umpire gets one look at it. It's been one of those days, hasn't it, for Belgium? That's a line ball call at real time. That's Ahmadzai. He's going to have to deal with a free hit now. Ward on strike. It goes bang, but doesn't quite get it. Just be a single down the ground.
Good recovery. You can see he's still struggling. Oh no, he's gone down. He's gone down. He's in more pain here. This time he seems to be holding. This is more the leg rather than the foot. Oh dear. And I think it could. This time it may just be cramp, because he's saying it's
that's
the muscle. I think that's more cramp. And that comes back to what you were saying earlier. I mean, Belgium have had to play. This is the 3rd match that they've had to play today at the end of what's been a very long and grueling Championship Week. And I think the medics will come back on again just to make sure he's okay. But as soon as he's bowled this, he's turned around and he's felt the pain and he goes down again. And let's hope that he's okay this time. Well, he's certainly been in the wars, hasn't he? You see here, he's bowled here. He's at the moment, he's fine. But as he goes back, you can see he's holding in. Well, he's holding actually the top part. It's the hammy part, right?
I don't think it's anything more serious than that. And look, gives a chance to say hello to everyone who's in the chat. A lot of people have contributed in the chat. And sorry I haven't given you more attention because things have been happening so quickly in the middle. But also a lot of the players are in the chat, players that took part in the series. I see Kushan Mandan from the Czech Republic in at the moment. So I want to give a big thank you to all of the players that took part from all 15 nations that took part in this first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. You know, we'll have more cricket coming your way, hopefully with all of our international broadcast partners in February with the European Cricket League, which is the Champions League. So think of this as the Euros, but the ECL, it's the same fast-paced T10 format. And we're planning to have 30 clubs involved in that starting on February 7. So maybe put a little note in your phone right now to turn on for that tournament. When that starts, it'll go over quite a few weeks. Yeah. And now...
Look, while they're out there...
Yeah.
While they're out there, why don't we start? I mean, we know it's all been about Cardamania. Yeah. What about starting the Cardamar Wave? Should we start a Cardamar Wave?
You want to start a wave?
Come on, fan zone. The Cardamar Wave starting. You go first. Here we go.
Start it, and then it should go all the way to the
it goes all the way around. Cardamar Wave.
Ready?
Let's go. Let's go.
5,
4, 3, 2, 1, go. Come on, let's see the wave.
There we go.
Hey! Cardamar Wave, that's it.
Well, I need a bit more practice. There is a bit of distance between us.
A bit more practice. It was the first attempt.
I should have counted back in Spanish as well and shown that my skills off. Anyway.
Back to the cricket.
Ahmadzai has recovered. And he won't recover from this, so this is gone. You can forget about it. This is Maximo time as Lincoln moves into the swinging 70s, and he is swinging hard, the England captain. As they're saying in the chat, it's coming home as they move into the 130s.
This is a crashing blow. Well, every time he gets injured and he gets up, well, they hit him for 6. They're taking no pity on him at all. Well, Ahmadzai.
What's that song? I get knocked down, but I get up again. The ball disappears. He gets a full toss. The umpire says that's fine. And Ahmadzai still has 2 balls to go in this over. And at the moment, you'd have to say England would have to fall over to lose. But that's exactly what I said when I was in the fan zone on qualifier number 1. So
he's still hobbling around, you know. He ain't right. And, you know, why risk a further injury? If you're not right, just have a chat with your skip and say, look, Skip, sorry, mate. I may have to let you down, but I can't continue.
Not a bad Yorker. Let's drill down the ground. There's no way this is getting chased down either. So Ward says to his captain, whatever you can do, I can do as well. He finds the boundary, takes it under a runner ball. England 11, what a chase this has been. Have not lost a wicket after 8 overs. They are 139 for no loss.
Yeah, I mean, this is super batting. And if my memory serves me right, I think these two, they hold the record for the highest partnership done. Did they put on 178 in one of the matches?
Yeah, I mean, 178 for no loss off a whole 10 overs.
Yeah.
You know, and at the moment, I mean, they're not quite going at that pace, but they're going certainly better than the pace required.
Look at that view. I mean, we're going to miss that view.
I really am.
Absolute corker of a view as we have a look at the two worms here. And you can see here, there's a big space between the two, and it's all thanks to the big hitting, the power hitting. Well, there you go, that's that view. And I love the castle at the top. And at the top there, I tell you what, there's no princesses there at the castle at the top you see there. It's the Italian team, and mixed in with some of the Netherlands teams, the boys having fun. Hello, boys. Hope you're enjoying the game. And once again, as you said, Vinny, well done to all the players and the coaching staff that have been here during these 4 weeks.
Ekrami, who started things off, and he's going to disappear. Maximo! Half a dozen to Lincoln, takes him up to 78, and that brings them within 4 of the target. Well, they can bring this up now, Rico, with one swing of the bat.
Oh, it's just awesome hitting, and this was pretty wide for Mekrami and too short. It was a Gandhi ball, and if you bowl a Gandhi ball, it's going to be put away. 6 carreras más. 4 needed in 11, and they're going to try and do this in style, I'm sure.
Big appeal. Umpire says no. And, well, now even Dan Lincoln's doing his own fielding. And I think the enthusiasm's dropped out there. The Belgians, what a tournament they've played, though. I mean, they've captured the imagination of all the neutral supporters. They know that about the way they've gone about this. But 4 to win now. Make that 3. But, you know, they'll be so disappointed. But when you think about it, out of these 15 nations, I don't think anyone had Belgium in the final when this tournament got underway. But they did win their group in Group A.
Slower delivery.
But I've got to say thanks also to the Netherlands 11 and Spain, but then also thanks to Austria and Italy in the championship week and all the nations. I mean, we've seen some such outstanding cricket, haven't we? And I want to thank everyone for being a part of it. Stick with us, because after the match is finished, we will be having the trophy ceremony. You don't want to miss that, because that trophy is something else, and there's something quite special planned for after this. So stay with us. 2 to win. And he goes bang, but this one should tie the scores. It'll just be the one. And, well, somewhat fittingly, I think that will bring Dan Lincoln on strike. He's a man that has been asked to lead his country, this England 11. And a lot of them haven't played cricket with each other before, but I think he's done very well. He's been excellent with the gloves. He's had plenty of time for the other teams, plenty of time for us as well. His sporting journey has taken him to this moment where, with a single run, he can bring the trophy to England. And that'll do it. That will do it. England 11, they have done it. They pulled off a monumental chase in the final. And the first ever Dream 11 European Cricket Championship goes to the England 11. What a performance from those men. And they have been absolutely outstanding, and they certainly were tested during the tournament. But after 96 matches and 4... T10 Universe, good news here. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. We have some blue skies, can you believe it, right in time for the final as well. So since we last left you, which was kind of part-way through semi-final number two between the Mechelen Eagles and Beveren. We were just in the 4th over or so, and 5th over in fact, and Mechelen Eagles were batting well. Unfortunately, we had a long period of rain. We couldn't get back on the field. Ultimately, that game was awarded to Mechelen Eagles because they finished higher on the table. They finished first with a 7-1 record. Beveren finished second with a 5-3 record, and that's how the Mechelen Eagles got to the final. Ghent, of course, they won a rain-reduced match this morning against the Ostend Exiles. So now I can tell you the news from the toss is the Mechelen Eagles, they've won the toss. They're going to bat first. We have a final, Charlie, and well, 2 teams that will be playing for the trophy.
Yep, it all comes down to this. 2 weeks of cricketing action here. Well, this is the bat versus ball. This is what the supercomputer's saying. Supercomputer's got Ghent winning by just two runs, Vinny. That's all it is. But look at that form for both of the teams there. Both coming into this with excellent form. And again, it's just, I think this is going to be one of the tightest games of cricket I think we'll see for a very, very long time. And there you go. There are some blue skies. Don't look on the left side. Ignore that. Look at the right. Nice blue skies here in Mechelen for the first time here this Saturday afternoon. Saturday all day, in fact. But yeah, so interesting here as, of course, we're going to see the Eagles. They'll be batting first. And this is going to be interesting to see. But what a final we're set up for here, Vinny.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. And it's something we're waiting for all day, of course. And this is why people have stuck around all day. It's been trying conditions. A lot of people, players, umpires, officials, obviously the Blue crew and the crew from Spring Productions as well. And a lot of our viewers as well have been enjoying their views from the ECC that we've been showing, and we'll be there, of course, from Monday. But right now, we're going to get into the thick of it, and this is going to be Mohamed Sajid Ahmadzai, who's going to open up for Ghent. So, yeah, Ghent, this morning, they really smashed it in what turned out to be a 5-over game. It was 110. The score was ultimately found out to be after some adjustment. Anyway, here we go, match 48, the final. Let's roll. And starts with the dot ball. Mohamed Sajid Ahmadzai really getting that one to take off.
Finally getting his full run up in display. And he gets this one through and pushes it for pace, doesn't he?
I suppose the thing is, can keep Mechelen Eagles quiet. I mean, both these teams have been very good with the bat today. I think the Eagles win a good toss. But that's the one thing about this field. Though it's taken a lot of rain over the last couple of hours, it didn't have any moisture to start with, really, before this week. So it's taken it well. Edge, and this will be 4. You can see the keeper just wrong-footed slightly, and they've sent Subhanullah up to the top of the order. He batted so well yesterday, and, well, a little bit of an edgy stroke, but maybe kind of half intentional, but he does get the first 4 runs of the game.
Yeah, I like this move. He's a man who can really pounce on opportunities given to him by the fielding side, and, yeah, I have to say, I like this move a lot because luckily Yard just was having a bit of a struggle with the bat in hand over the last couple of days, or this morning and yesterday, of course, quarterfinals Friday yesterday. So I like this move. Tribuna's in form, of course, so he needs to cash in on a bit of form here in the final. Very exciting final. What a matchup it is. The Eagles taking on Ghent.
Proper Belgian ball final, I think, is what we're going to get. This one's angled in. This is really timed well, and that has rocketed to the boundary. Subhanullah is hitting them all over the park this weekend, and this is no exception.
Yeah, lovely shot into the leg side. Just watches it, glances off the pad. This is a textbook shot. I mean, look at it. Look at his little press. Watch this. His press back, but then that front foot weight over the ball. And well, the fielder Mohamed Ashad, who had a pretty decent time with the bat earlier this morning, just has to watch that fly past him 4 more.
Yeah, very good ball striking indeed. Now, an outswinger. This shot hit the bottom of the bat, but I tell you what, they had the right guy in that position. Wally Dazar somehow plucks it, and that'll be a single. What a piece of cricket that was.
That's incredible. Watch, this is so far down for him as well, by the way. But he just plucks it one-handed and just says, yep, that's fine. Move on, just a single. Yeah, brings Tajinder Saran on strike. You have to face the delivery, of course. Yeah, Subhanullah, though. He's here for a good time, not a long time. Just take a look once more here at that bat versus ball wall.
You can see the no result there to Mechelen Eagles, so that's the reason they got through to the final. They were kind of on top in that game against Beveren. But yeah, not too much between the sides. But interesting for me, again, 2-run favourites over the Mechelen Eagles. But don't forget, they were in different positions at the end of the group stage. Ghent finished 3rd in the group stage. Mechelen Eagles finished 1st in their group. They were different groups, but really, when it comes down to this, both teams have hit form at the right end of the week, right?
It's good to see a team from A and B in the final, Groups A and Group B. It's nice to see a combination of the 2 groups. And he's still struggling. You could just see there. I think he's in his mind a little bit is the fact that it is still a little bit wet. You can see he gets a little shuffle there and loses his footing completely. He does the right thing there in pulling out.
Yeah, so yeah, got to be careful, of course. You've got to adjust to the conditions as well. You don't want to be crazy. You don't want to put yourself at risk. Anyway, he's bowling with some good zip, isn't he?
He's certainly put a couple of yards on since this morning. Probably due to the full run-up.
Again, it's a good bit of outswing, late swing actually. They push, they run. Saran is a guy that, again, is very dynamic at the top of the order. We've seen it all the way through. The Mechelen Eagles, I know they've got a big rivalry with Beveren that they played in the semi-final. They never got to complete that game. It's a bit of a shame, I suppose, but they're rewarded for their good performance in the group stage, only dropping one game along the way. And Beveren will be ruining the fact they dropped a couple of games in there, which saw them slide to second. Here's the last ball of Sajjad Ahmadzai's over. Probably will be a wide, will be. So that'll be one to the total.
Yeah, good to see that we've got cricket finally underway. This was a good call by the umpire there. Just gets a lot of movement off that seam there, away from the batsman.
Should have mentioned also, it's the last game of the day, being the final and all. So any random questions, stick them in here. I know we haven't had too much time to be on the air today. Two kind of half games so far, pretty much. Oh, such good delivery. Angles in and jags away into the first over. Pretty well bowled by Sajjad Ahmadzai, but nothing to show for it. It's 11 for 1 after 1. Just 2 days to go until the European Cricket Championships. The second time we've held that. The trophy is held by England 11 right now. We'll see them in Championship week, but we will have the fixtures pretty shortly for you as well of what's going to happen on Monday, something that we're all looking forward to. Big moment in the ECN world when the ECC comes around, Charlie.
Yep, certainly is, of course. Getting a little glimpse of probably some moments to come earlier today with the matches being played on stream on the coverage. Again, I'm certainly looking forward to getting that first game underway, Spain versus Austria, of course. So that's a big game in Group 8, because I feel like those two could really, if one of them gets going, it could go anyway. And going to be Saif Rahman is going to take the second over here. Of course, hoping to get both sets of 10 overs in. Weather dependent, of course.
Yeah, of course. Here we go with the second over. Short and cut. Might have been a wide. Doesn't matter now, because that one is going to rocket down by the Sun Loungers. We haven't seen a lot of sun today. And that is certainly a boundary, and probably isn't the best ball first up from Saif Rahman.
Proper loosen up, isn't it? But it is a little bit chilly out here. Of course, it's not quite the sort of temperatures we were reaching about a week ago. But yeah, no, there's a bit of a loosener from Rahman, and Sarani's quick to pounce on that one. Gets enough bat on it, races away, 4 more to the total.
Yeah, nice hit. Saran, a power play specialist, isn't he? If he bats longer than that, you could see Mechelen Eagles building a big score. Rahman's got to straighten up a bit. Sticks to the offside, gets pounded through cover. This is 4, and this is a better shot for me. This is really well hit. Has timed the absolute cover off that one. 4 more.
Yeah, really nice shot this time. Again, goes offside. It's a big overcorrection, but look how far out of the crease he is. So that probably would have been a difficult delivery to play the sort of straight bat to that shot. But because he's so far out of the crease, it becomes a fuller delivery. So really good awareness from Saran.
Back-to-back boundaries to start this over then. Let's see there. This play's not quite set. But I want to say a quick hello to Kitty Hundley, who's joined us. Well, good time of the day for you to join us, I'm sure, Kitty, who's just been feeding the stray cats before the action really ramped up. Well, Kitty feeding the cats. How about that?
There you go.
Fitting.
Hi, Kitty. Hope you're well. Well, the action's really ramped up. We had a bit of action. But this is the main one now.
Another one pitched up, driven. Now they're going to go on the fumble. Have to hustle, but they get there.
Well, always say never run on a misfield, but they take the gamble. Works off because Faisal Khalid's throw at the stumps was a little bit wayward.
Yeah, I don't think there's too much science between they're not running on a misfield. I think you tend to notice it when occasionally it goes wrong, but most of the time you'll be all right there. But Ghent, what a turnaround for them. Remember, they lost their first 2 matches to Liège on Monday morning. A lot of people kind of written them off a bit early, and here they are in the final playing really good cricket. Correct looking drive that time, but it is fielded. Shubhanullah, what really struck me with his batting yesterday in the quarterfinals is how well he hit the ball over the covers in a fairly no risk fashion, but he was striking the ball so well. Already you've seen he can clip it off his legs nicely. Seems quite a complete player, quite technically able to handle the new ball and being at the top of the order. This time, he just flicks it away on the leg side, and it's a delightful shot for 4 more. He moves into double figures, and the score continues to climb, up to 24 now.
Yeah, really nice flick of the wrist, get through the line of the ball. Not even Sir Cal can cut that off. Rahman, this over's it's been an interesting one, as it's had everything. We've had some lovely shots, some not so great bowling, but this one wasn't really much wrong with it. If anything, the only critique you could have was the fact that it was in the slot, but it still gets punished. It's another 4.
Couple to come for Rahman. Again, steps across. This time he elevates even more, and that one's lost in the trees. Maximo! Again, you look at the poise here from Subhanullah. Just waits. It's angled in. And a bit of a risk, I suppose, to go across the stumps that far, but it doesn't look like the way he's batting at the moment. And right now, Eagles, their score is climbing and climbing. It's going to be the end of the over as well. 30 for no loss after 2. Have a look at what happened today, and there was a slight adjustment, wasn't there, to the fixtures?
Yeah, no, there certainly was. So we saw Ghent and taking a victory due to Duckworth Lewis in that first game. But then Mechelen Eagles, of course, taking a victory there due to that no result in the second semi-final. But that bronze final was abandoned, and it was actually a pretty good move, because we were able to go ahead and get, well, an opportunity for the first semi-final to go ahead and take place. Of course, the second semi-final wasn't able to quite come to a result. But
ultimately, the top-ranked teams did progress from the semi-finals. I mean, Ghent did get a win, albeit in a reduced game. Mechelen Eagles, technically a no result, because we only saw 4 overs in that game. But at least, Bevan had a bit of an opportunity to get out there. Look, the way things were going in that game wasn't looking too good for them either. But that's just one of those things. I mean, Bevan, we'll see them again in the ECL next year. We'll see a lot of them, I'm sure, for the Belgian side in a couple of weeks in the ECC as well. Sajid Ahmadzai comes back and beats them out first up against Saran.
Yeah, good big swipe from Saran. But what a move it's been to put Shazad Subhanullah at the top of the order, by the way. It's really paying off, and that's moves that take guts to go ahead and sort of put on paper. But it takes a lot more guts for it to come off, and it's always nice to see when you make a big decision it can pay off.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's got them off to a great start regardless here. Again, hashtag Belgian ball, as we coined it. Lily Panda deserves all the credit for that one, actually.
100%. I'm surprised she hasn't copyrighted it.
Goes short. Don't mind this is a tactic. Not handled, though, behind the stumps by Mahinda Deepak Bali. He's normally pretty good. This one's called a bye.
Pushes him through for pace, though. Serious bit of pace on that shorter delivery. Look at the carry.
Still climbing. And you see he actually takes it, but can't hold the ball till it goes to ground. It's pretty alert stuff. It's actually not that high. But by the time it gets to Mahinda Deepak Bali, we're still climbing.
It's a serious carry, though.
Yeah, he really gets him through. I like the look of him, to be honest.
Good
it's
rhythm.
not just the pace, but the movement that he gets as well, and quite late movement. And he can go both ways. So right now, we'll see if he can get the wicket they need. Wow, again, good seed, isn't it? Subhanullah struggles with that one.
It's an absolute peach of a delivery, that is. Getting him on the drive, and Subhanullah just, I think he knows there was a bit of a loose delivery. That's what he was trying to do. But yeah, just really good delivery. And again, his rhythm through the crease, and he really pulls that front shoulder down, that front elbow, which enables him to drive through, which gives him that extra bit of pace.
Yeah, I almost consider being a bit more conservative. Not the bat as well. Swings at this one, but it will be a wide. Once again, Charlie, it'll be your last game for a little while.
It is indeed.
So depending on how things go, might be the last we see you in this entire season. So if that is the case, we hope you enjoy your last game. And thanks so much for your contributions during the year. You've been an excellent pickup to the team.
Thank you very much for having me. It's been an absolute pleasure. It's been an honour. Certainly looking forward to seeing off this game, though, because I think this is going to be a seriously close battle.
It's going to be entertaining. Already has been. Pitches up. And the batter drives and gets one here. Such an Ahmadzai. Yeah, he certainly brings another kind of element to their attack, doesn't he, when he does play for Ghent?
Yeah, he's an out-and-out fast bowler, but he's also gets a lot of swing. So it's very, very promising for Ghent for sure. Of course, Ghent didn't have the best of starts to the tournament, did they? They lost their first 2 games. So being able to come back and make it all the way to the final, well, they'll be asking if they can go ahead and make that last step.
They're going to go on the hit, and they force a fumble with the pressure. So, look, they're still being positive to Sajid Ahmadzai, despite the fact he's bowled a pretty good spell. But we'll see if he has any reward for his 2 overs here. Sajid Ahmadzai.
Last thing you want to do is let a bowler get on top, because it really, really will show later on in the innings where you lose a couple of overs of some big scores. So being able to ensure that you don't let him get on top and stay on top of him really pays off.
Short, edged away, and I like this fielding position. I like this fielder, actually. Kamali Dazar, who bent down 2.1 metres to field the last one. That one similar. And anyway, it will take us to the end of the third over. It's 35 without loss after 3. And look, after that power play, what do you think?
It's interesting, isn't it? I think it's around par, I'd say. It's what we've come to expect, going at about 100, 116, 117 pace at the moment. So it's about par, but I think really the crucial aspect for the Eagles is the idea that they haven't lost any wickets yet. So we've always seen you lose early wickets, then you may end up getting into a bit of trouble towards the end of the innings. But I think here I don't think it should be an issue. But no, I think really for Sajjad Ahmedzai, you have to have that very deep third man, because he has that extra pace. So, you know, most of the edges are going to fly. So having someone on that 30-yard circle isn't really going to do much unless it's right at the fielder. But it's going to be a change hit. So no Saif Rahman after going for 19 off his first over. It's going to be Mahbubullah Ahmedzai, who's been ever present here in this Ghent side.
Yeah, he's been good, hasn't he? Been pretty reliable. They need someone to stand up here. I know they're in a rush, which is good. Umpire hasn't quite finished signalling the end of the power play. Here we go. In over number 4. Starts the ball slightly short, and he launches this one out of the ground. Maximo Subhanullah gets a bit of a half tracker from Ahmedzai, and he sends it out of the ground. This good start continuing for the Eagles.
Yeah, really nice shot. He pounces on the back of a length delivery pretty quickly. And Diana, get out of the way, because you're in the firing line. And it's going to be another 6, and it's that man again, Shabarilla.
What's the comeback there? Do you pitch it up a bit more now? Does. It's a better result. Doesn't escape the infield this time, just a single. And there's Arshad. Well, he was pretty good himself, wasn't he, with the bat earlier today?
Yeah, he certainly was. Interesting one here. Shaukat saying, why third man and not a slip? Because I think for me, realistically, you're not going to get that many slip catches, even at first, second, or third. So having someone who's, if they're going to flash hard, it's going to fly a long way, especially with that extra bit of pace that Ahmedzai brings. So I think having that protection, realistically, especially in a shorter T10 format, is rather vital.
Yeah, I think still it's got to be a run saving as your first priority when you're setting a field. And the other thing is that third man can become a fielding position, can become a catching position as well, right? Something that we do see sometimes. And so, yeah, I think sometimes you see, even if a slip, you won't see a traditional slip, you'll see almost back on the circle in that line. It's something we've seen captains playing around with this year. And pitches up, gets hit back straight through his legs. Ahmed Malik Kel will do the fielding. We'll keep it to 1.
Yep, almost forgot to take the ball with him. He was so quick to move on to that one. So again, middled though. That was excellent timing once again. And he's this move to put Shabanullah at the top of the order. It's paying off so far.
Couple to come here. This will be a wide. It'll be re-bowled. So it's a bit of a weird day for everybody. You know, neither of these teams got to play kind of the full 10-over match, so they're probably still feeling like their finals campaign's just getting started. But here we are in the final. Yeah,
they certainly will be, because this morning was really disrupted by Mother Nature playing her games.
This one's pitched up, hit pretty hard. It's going to be hit through the fielder. It's going to be 4. And you can see the man there just couldn't quite get down to it at the last moment. Maybe he flicks the fingers, but this is just all about brute power. He blasts through the fence for 4.
Yep, just gets through the man. Bit of a lapse in concentration. Probably takes his eye off the ball, if anything. But again, if you're hitting it that hard, you're sort of saying, well, I've hit a pretty decent shot there. Where's my reward? And this time around, we'll get rewarded. It's 4 more. And again, pressure now moves back onto Ghent as this game is slowly this innings, I should say, is slowly going more towards the Eagles here in this 4th over.
So Ahmedzai's gone for 14 here. We had a bit of a lower scoring final series so far, but Looks like we're back to Belgium ball at the moment, the way things are looking. Just checking that ball, putting that one away, using another one. Again, probably go through a few more cricket balls than you'd expect in a 10-over game here in the European Cricket Series.
We've been through a few this tournament so far, due to the surroundings. Of course, there's quite a lot of trees and bushes, so yeah, no, we might have to get the old invoice out at some point.
I think so.
There's a few batsmen I can think that we need to ask for a few balls back.
Been worth the entertainment value though. Here's the last ball of the over. Big swing and a miss, and at the end of the over, it's 49 without loss. Well, very, very good afternoon, good morning, good evening, or whatever time it is of day. It's great to have your company, Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Charlie Hunt. And, well, Charlie, it's your last game in a while. I see you've broken out a nice shirt. That's what we've been hiding all day under the jacket. You must be nice just to get the short sleeves on after what has been a pretty miserable day weather-wise.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. I might be regretting it a little bit soon because it's still a little bit cold, but hopefully the bit of nice cricket will warm me up a little bit.
Yeah, so we just mentioned it'll be your last game in a little while, of course, and we'd love to have you back on the European Cricket Network again. You're going to get back to study broadcasting, amongst other things at the moment. And yeah, just want to say thanks on behalf of myself and everyone at the ECN team. It's been a pleasure having you as part of our team, and we hope we can work with you again. You enjoyed it?
Yeah, it's been really good. It's been an incredible, the summer of Charlie.
The summer of Charlie, and it finishes with a storm.
Certainly does.
On finals day. Anyway, time for some spin as Fires comes in and he gets launched miles. Well, that's gone a long way. Maximo Subhanullah swings himself into the 30s, and this is the thing. Occasionally, the top order batters have had the better of Raihan Fires. That one was a very confident-looking start from the batter.
Again, look at that little trip down the ground. Nice shot, 6 more. Again, the captain will be so happy to see this move coming off with Mohamed Ismail to push Subhanullah up to the top of the inning, top of the order.
Yeah. I'm not sure what's going on at the non-strikers end here. They might just be trying to find a replacement ball if they can't find that one. That one looked to go so far, it may have actually gone into that area where kids actually learn to ride their bikes, and there's like a fake road including crossings and railway crossings and traffic lights and all that. So that might have gone that far.
Reminds me of Legoland.
Yeah,
Does it
it's a strange one. We walk across there on the way back to the car park at the end of the day.
Get your Legoland license. That's what I used to have, my Legoland driving license.
I hope they're wearing helmets, not so much for falling off the bikes, but more so for the kookaburras which are flying in that direction. And that was a big one, wasn't it? Does he go again at him? He does, and now he's going to get stumped by a mile. So Subhanullah is going to go, and look, credit to Fires, because I think he bowled that a bit slower. And Subhanullah takes the bait, couldn't resist. He totally committed to his plan here. And it's a simple stumping, isn't it, for Mahinda Deepak Bali. Add another one to the list, but Subhanullah has got to go. Key man. He makes 35, but he'll go no further. It's 55 for 1. We finally have a wicket in the final.
Yeah, we do, and it's a big wicket of Subhanullah. But I have to say, though, he's done his job as an opener because, you know, it's an unbreak. Well, it's eventually broken, but an unbroken start to 55 before it was taken apart by Faiz. But yeah, no, just one too many, really. And then it was actually a really good bit of work, though, from Faiz to adjust himself.
Yeah, people often think, I've got to bowl quicker because I've been smashed. But to be honest, the batters normally anticipate that. So I think if you can play in the ego a little bit and toss another one up, they'll think that they can repeat the shot. And he didn't quite get to the pitch of that one. Nice bit of keeping as well by Mahinda Deepak Bali, who did everything right. He didn't reach in front of the stumps. He didn't grab at it. He just let it come to him. He knew if he took it cleanly, he had plenty of time to remove the batter. Now, interesting, they have sent out Ikramullah Nasir, which you would expect, but I think it's a slightly more awkward matchup for the left-hander who has to deal with the off-spinner.
I still think it's the right move, though, Vinny, because he's in such fine form after this morning. I mean, he was really decent, wasn't he? But yeah, I think it's the right move.
He's been brilliant. I know he's in the conversation for MVP for his batting and his bowling. He's concentrating on what the team needs right now. Hacks across the first one, and he'll get off the mark with a single.
Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, I do. I know what you're saying with that right hand off spin against the left-handed batsman, but again, Nasir he's a spinner himself, so he'll know. He'll try and think of, well, what's Faiz thinking here, and where's he going to go with it.
I think you send him out there anyway because of the situation of the game and the situation of the innings. I just think you'd probably rather have Saran on strike to Faiz because he wants to bang over the leg side. Tries to bang over the leg side, And a bit of a half appeal here.
This is interesting.
It's dropped onto the stumps by Mahinda Deepak Bali. I don't know if the foot ever moves. They're inquiring.
Nope.
Nah, it's always.
It's got 2 feet in.
Yeah. To be sure, to be sure.
Oh. I don't know about that one.
Is that?
Nope.
Oh,
Not sure about that one.
We think that's funny, Australia? Is that
It's, yeah.
regional humour?
No, it would be funny if it was a better accent.
Oh, it's only half doing it.
Yeah, all right.
All right, here we go. Again, Fire's tossing it up. And, well, they're very late. Could be gone here, you know. He's very slow to get going. Nasir's given out on the ground. So, Saran just got way back. He wanted to go. Nasir was a bit slow to respond. And so now we've got a run out. So again, fighting back after a tough start. Again, it was good side spin there. You can see the throw came right into the gloves of Mahinda Deepak Bali. And Nasir is gone. Well, it wasn't the spinner you had to worry about. It was probably Saran who just took off. And that's the second wicket to go. It's 56 for 2.
Yeah, big wicket as well of an in-batsman, Nasir. He can really hit a very, very long ball. So he has to go for an unfortunate run out. But again, really good bowling, proper flight, allows the ball to spin, gets a lot of revs on it. And then it was actually really neatly done by the fielder and by the keeper to take the wicket. Really good bit of work. Well, it's now the man who's opened the last couple of times, but we've also seen him in this middle order, and when he's in that middle order, he has gone very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's true. So it's Belgian ball, so you know that they can send out anyone anytime, and they're going to swing for the fences. A lot of the time they'll be successful. But this over, just changing the narrative a little bit in this final. Now, here is the last ball of the 5th. Goes straight. It's pretty close, you know, and he's gone. First ball. And the only thing was if it was doing too much, but it seemed like a pretty good shout. The batter decided that he wanted to go across the line, tried the sweep. It's a risky shot early in your innings. So another wicket. Again, we'll check this one out. I've got to say, I don't think that's missing.
Yeah, that's adjacent.
Yeah, the only thing is because he does spin the ball so much, I was a bit worried that maybe with getting a stride in, maybe it would be missing something, but I think the only thing that was missing was off and leg and probably crashing in the middle, maybe middle and leg.
Doesn't seem as if it's going to be spinning a lot there, just from the early idea of what the response was. So another wicket goes, 56 for 3. What an over for Ghent, getting themselves right back into the frame of things. And it's that man again, Ryan Fires, who goes for 2 off 7 off of just 1 over.
Look, this game can change in a blink of an eye, and that's what we've seen time and time again on the European Cricket Network. What a good over that was by Fires. And he came back. Remember how far that first ball went? I don't even know if it's landed yet. But he came back, and in the end, we get 3 wickets in that over, including the run out. Now the captain comes to steady the ship. It's Mohamed Ismail out there.
It's interesting because there's a couple other batsmen that I'd be thinking about possibly bringing them in a bit more. But anyway, he's in now.
Waleed comes into the attack. This one doesn't really bounce. I don't know if you get the keeper can be LBW, but Mahinda Deepak Bali would be a candidate there. So, yeah, I mean, Michael Yar coming and going first ball. He's a big loss, isn't he, early? Again, I can understand that you want to smack straight away, but it just probably wasn't the shot to the ball he got delivered.
We spoke about it yesterday very briefly, and I think I believe in it more than you do, that the fact of the constant cricket over a week is a little bit more detrimental to the players from Group A.
Goes back and doesn't quite beat the
Well,
bowler.
he does. He has to get the turn in circle there. He gets there eventually, but he has to get the brakes on. It takes a while to get those legs to stop. So, but no, but going back to that, yeah, the constant, the continuation of cricket and the rhythm that the team's in for over a week is a lot more than for Group A after finishing and waiting for a week.
Pros and cons, I think. Goes back, slightly more defensive this over to Azhar. Yeah, I mean, I think I've seen quite a lot of these tournaments that are Group A, Group B in this structure. I think over time it seems to have evened out a little bit. I think the fact Group A get a bit of a rest can actually help them a little bit. But for sure, let's see what happens here. Is there some sort of incident? And, no problem there. Just coming together. This is going to be one bouncer out to Sam Mellick. Yeah, so I mean, just look, the Eagles, the way they came out and batted, they were 64 in 4 overs pretty much against Beverin. They didn't look like a team that was struggling too much with the stick then. But I suppose this is ECS, and particularly in Belgium. Any team, any time, can do anything. Just a bit more of a yabba-dabba-doo here from Ismail. He's just going to get 1.5, make that 2. 2.5. Any advances? No, just 2. The fielder's having a few troubles getting the handle on that one.
I still think, though, that going back to that wicket of Ikram Miller at Nasir, it's a big wicket. He got 41 off of just 16 this morning. So for him to go for not really contributing.
Okay, look at this is one of the all-time great missed fields because he gets everything behind it and leaves a cricket ball-sized mouse hole under his arm. And he's having a bit of laugh about that one, Fires. Next ball will be a dot and it'll finish the over. 61 for 3 after 6. Right now, considering we've seen a slightly lower scoring final series yesterday, maybe not today, we haven't seen much cricket today. I think they're pretty even at the moment. Maybe again have just nudged ahead in this game. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think it's still all to play for, of course, only with 4 overs left, going at just over 10 and over, so looking around that 100, 110. But I tell you what I am more impressed with, though. Look at the blue skies.
Yeah, I'm loving
Look
this.
At them. Where have they been?
We've waited.
Oh, dear.
Waited a long time to see them today. Trust me. But again, hopefully we continue having good weather. I mean, right now, my forecast tells me we're in a thunderstorm, but doesn't seem that way here at Rybroke. Gone, and it's another wicket. And this time he's chopped on, and it's Saran who's going to have to go after holding things together. He watched 3 of his partners depart. Now he's the 4th to go. Again, doesn't move his feet here at all. He reaches, and then little bottom edge onto the stumps. Fires does it again. The score 61 for 4.
Gets it all wrong, doesn't it? Trying to play a shot that he's just not in the position to do so whatsoever. And it's another wicket for that man, Ryan Faze. It's his 3rd now. And, well, he's in the realms of a possibility of another 5 for.
Not just that. Guess what? He's on a hat trick as well because he took a wicket last ball, last over. Could he be the first guy to go 2 names in a row?
Can I also say that it would also be probably the first time I've seen someone take 2 consecutive hat tricks, but also do it with an over in between the 3 deliveries?
broken up hat trick. Yeah. Achinta Denuwan at the top of that second page, he took 4 in 4 in a remarkable last over in Rome for Kent Lanka, where he went, they needed 7 to win. And it went wicket, 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 1-6 off the last ball, the last over of the game. That was against Roma CC. Right now, it's a hat-trick delivery. Rehan Fires wants 2 hat-tricks in the series. He won't get it, though, as it's driven down to long off for 1. Shakarula, another guy that can swing the willow. He's out there now, number 6.
Yeah, no, he certainly can. I was almost wondering whether you would put him in at number 5, but they didn't go for it. But I just want to say, whilst I get an opportunity, huge thanks to all of our viewers for being very patient today, because it's not been easy, even though on the ground it's not been easy, but also as viewers, you don't obviously get a scope of what's going on, but you've been very patient. We appreciate your patience.
Goes for this, doesn't quite get it. A chance for Omid Malik Kal, and he takes the catch. So now, surely, they're well on top, and Fires the spin, doing it again. Safe hands from Omid. And so Ismail, the captain, has to go 62 for 5.
Yeah, well, spin it to win it, Vinny. That's exactly what he's doing here. Gets a bit of turn, and that means that he completely missed times. It's just skies it up into the air, into that blue sky. You're not going to lose it in any of the clouds up there at the moment. It's going to be another wicket. Good catch again for Omid Malik Kal. And it's another wicket. And again, just changing the game here is Faiz.
Yeah, sure is. So his overs have been quite incredible. And not just that, he seems to start to get on a run of taking wickets, even though he might not have the start he wants to his spell. So this time he got hit for that 1-6. It was a massive one. All right, but then there were 3 wickets in that first over, including a run out. And so far this over's gone wicket, 1 wicket. On the verge of another 5 for quite fantastic stuff. Anyway. Goes again. This time he will get enough to get it over the fielder. Maximo! Well, they come, they see, they hit. That's what they do here in Belgium. And this is Hediatullah Shahzad, who smacks this over long off's head and just shows you it's a different way of thinking, Charlie.
Belgium ball, baby. There's no other way of coming in and getting off the mark. For Shahzad, it's 6, and what a shot it was.
Tries it again, but isn't quite there, and it might be 6 and out here. Omid doesn't drop many. He's not going to drop this. And 5 wickets to Fies. He's done it again. 2 fifers in the series. Incredible spin bowling. And you see Shehzad just couldn't resist going for it again. It's not his fault. Very difficult to drive. He tries anyway. He pays the price. And now the Eagles collapsing 68 for 6.
Another incredible bit of bowling from Faiz. And I tell you what, it's an interesting story. Started the tournament as the captain for Ghent. I think what happened was he possibly would have stepped down as skipper, let Faisal Klik to take over to concentrate on his own game. He's batted really well, and he's coming off now, and he's going to come off with 2 fifers in the tournament. Credit where credit's due. That has got to be a very outstanding performance from that man.
And yeah, it's definitely the first time that anyone's taken 2 fifers this year on ECN. So what a fantastic performance that is.
Yeah, it really is. And well, the new man comes out to the crease, and he's got an awful job to do. Has Maman Idris, and
yeah, I mean, he's gonna have a shot at 6 here. I haven't seen one for a while. He won't. Pay some respect to this one, but what a spell that is. He will finish with 5 for 14. The score after 7 overs is 68 for 6. And look, coming Monday. Cannot wait until the ECC begins, and it'll be on your screens. A little bit later start than you're probably used to on ECN. That's because the matches will be going into the night, and the lights have been tested. Apparently, they're ready to go in Khartoum. So starting 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 a.m. Central Europe. It's 3 p.m. in India, 3 p.m. in India, 3:30 p.m. in Bangladesh, and
anymore?
Kind of in the early evening in Australia. I'll say that one anyway. We're going to start with Spain, Austria. Going to be an absolute cracker. That will be the first of 5 matches. And then Ireland, of course, they will be involved for the first time in an ECC. So join us from Monday for more ECN action. The Dream 11 European Cricket Championship. Right here, it's Walid Azhar, who could cause another wicket here, hanging in the air. It's another catching opportunity, and they've somehow messed it up, and it's gone for 6. Well, too many cooks that time, and Mohammad Sajjad Ahmadzai and Omid Malikel come together, and I think last minute, Omid just couldn't leave it alone, ends up bouncing off their hands for 6.
Yeah, just complete lack of communication there. Poor cricket, really, from a side who's on top at the moment. Both men with eyes on the ball, and well, eventually it's Malik Kaur who gets this one all wrong, and he parries it over. 6 more. That'll certainly help proceedings here for the Eagles.
I just think they were both so focused on the ball that they had no idea each other was there. I know it's hard to believe, but they were so focused on it. Anyway, so Shakarullah catches the break. And the other thing about that was never going for 6. If there was no fielder there, it would have probably plugged and not even gone for 4.
100% it would have plugged. 100% that was going to plug, because due to the rain that we've had today, over the last couple of days as well. Don't go wrong. Don't forget, it's not just today we've had rain. We've had rain every night for the last 4 days.
True. Well, have another one. This is going up in the air, but this one is going to be a real teaser. Oh, well done. Well, we'll have a look here, because he throws it back. I'm not sure whether he's over the line first. Again, not really on the same page there, were they? Because Omid Malikel had to get back to the reception. But I'm not sure if Sajjad stays in the field to play in the first place. We'll try and slow this down. It's all about his feet here. It's all about his feet. Does he step back? He's fine now. Does he let it go before he hits the ground?
He's fine.
Yeah.
I think he's done well,
I think he's fine. Again, you see,
this step here.
This step, for me, that's inconclusive, because you can't really see the line.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, I think he's done very well.
I think he's fine. He's actually done a lot better than I thought. I thought that he had taken a big step over and then released it. So I think realistically, it won't be given. It's a 6. And again, applause go around. So he slightly makes up for that bit of a mistake earlier on.
Yeah. Oh, you knock one for 6 and take one back. Sounds fair. That's probably wide for width. So we've seen some things, haven't we, here in Belgium?
There was appeals all around, just trying to maybe get the umpire to forget that it was a long way over his head. It wasn't actually that far away. I think it was more due to the offside. So again, has to bowl this one again. Does Azhar trying to make the most of his extra bit of bounce, or a lot of bounce?
This one's a bit straighter, and Idris just clips it away for 1. But what they have done with these wickets, they've just kept the line moving. No one's really gotten set. They're living dangerously. That's what they're going to do. But have a look at that run rate at the moment. It's around about 10 and over. I think, again, the way that they've been batting, will be fairly comfortable chasing something like that.
Yeah, no, they certainly will do, especially after this morning, due to that man, Mohamed Ashad.
This is blasted leg side, and Shakarula goes large. Maximo! Well, he's rode his luck, and he rides this one out of the ground. Not an easy guy to go after this way, but he does, and he hits it really sweetly.
Yeah, boundaries haven't been hard to come by here in the final for Mechelen Eagle. It's been the wickets that's the issue. That's the 12th boundary in this innings now. So, again, that hasn't been the issue. It's just been wickets, and they've lost 3 wickets consecutively in single overs.
Last ball of Azar's spell. And this is just miles in the air. It's going to be in the cover region, and the fielder barely gets a hand on it in the end. So Shakarula trying straight up as an option. Don't know if it's what I'd be doing, but it's working for him. He'll move to 15, and after 8 overs, the score is 84 for 6. That one almost brought the rain back, Charlie.
It certainly did. Well, I hope he realises we don't want that, because that's not what we want whatsoever.
Tell you what, Rayhan Fires will be happy about is he is now a repeat offender, isn't he? Because this is our 5-wicket hauls for the year, and he is the first player to take 2. And not just that, he's taken, I suppose, consecutive ones on the list. 5 for 12 earlier in the week. That was in match 35 against Royal Brussels, and today he takes 5 for 14 in the final. Congratulations to him. Anyway, can't bowl anymore, so they're going to go for Ramadzai. And this is a straight drive that's hit so hard it beats the fielder. Shakarula just loves to do this, doesn't he? Coming in and swinging hard. And right now it's hitting the ball hard.
Yeah, really nice shot. Good comeback again. And I just want to keep this. I'm just going to add a little bit of salt or spice to the drama. Unless there's a wicket or 2 more, I'm being told they're in the area of penalty runs for time.
Ooh, okay.
So they need to get a move on. Need to keep an eye on that. Does Faisal Khalid, the skipper?
Yeah, definitely something to watch for. This is fine, I think. Just stays inside the line. I think the umpires, they've been put to the test as well, time and time again. A lot of these type calls. For me, I think that passes wholly inside the tram line. See, just kind of plays the shot no matter what, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Umpire Saeed Ali Abbas and Abdul Rahman have been very good here in this final so far.
Another swing and a miss. Yeah, and of course all the other umpires that have been involved along the way. It seems a long time ago. We had Sri Kola towards the start, who is involved in Luxembourg cricket. He was here for the first 3 days or so. If you're watching Sri, hope you're well.
It also feels a long time ago when we didn't have a boundary.
Yeah, that's true. Banged. Oh, that's hit so hard. Maximo! Shakarula with the shake and bake. He just loves smacking it. And you see here, it's a similar kind of shot. Doesn't really care where you bowl it. He's going to do it. He's going to swing hard. And that one has gone flatter, but still for 6.
Yeah, well, he's decided he's not going to keep on going for the upwards route. He's going to go flat and hard, and it comes off. It's another boundary, 6 more to the total. So yeah, they move on to 94. So a good final 8 deliveries, and they can get up to a decent total here.
What's the comeback here? There's Fuller. Try something different. Same result to the boundary. This one doesn't really work out well. I mean, what he does do pretty well in this one is he watches the ball and he knows he doesn't have to swing as hard this time because it's a full toss. That one disappears into the woods. 4 more.
Yeah, really nice shot here. And I think I just want to take a look at this one. Look at his reaction here, right? I think there might be a few words out there in this final. It's getting heated. Look at this one. Points and says, "That was for you."
Yeah.
I like that. I like this from Shakir, and I think he's either that or he's possibly thanking the man who dropped him.
I'd be saying, well, I'll keep hitting him straight up. You could have caught me about 3 times. So it does the same again. Have another one. This one isn't going, or is it? It's right back to the line, and it's caught. So finally the madness is over. Sia Malik Kell takes the catch at long on. And, well, a few more words, I think, here. A little bit of a, let's just say, a bit of a situation. But I think in the end, you might as well turn and walk because you've done your job. Shakarula goes for 29 off 12, 98 for 7. And it'll be the end of the 9th over as well. Yeah, you just see there. Just wanted to have the last word anyway, didn't he? And a few smiles for the bowler. Why not? Because Ramadzai does get his man. He finishes with 1 for 28. The score at the end of 9, 98 for 7.
Yeah, again, another wicket which possibly might help. Might help Ghent here because they were running the risk of of time penalties. So I think that wicket's just helped their case.
Yeah.
I've just having that confirmation in my ear, that wicket did save them.
Yeah, literally saved them. So it would have cost them 5 runs, because I can see that now. They needed the extra minute. Saif comes back and he shuffles in, and this one disappears. Maximo! Oh, not a bad shot at all. Idris was waiting for that one, and that one brings up the 100 now as well for the Mechelen Eagles.
Yeah, really nice shot from the batsman there. Gets a lot on this one, and he's able to get underneath. It's a slot delivery though, isn't it? That's what you can't bowl here in the last over. It's death bowling. Simple death bowling 101. Get it nice and full. Block hole bowling is what it needs to be.
104. How many can they gather here? It's proper Belgian ball innings, isn't it? They've just lost wickets but haven't cared. They've been pretty attacking all the way through. Goes again. This time steps across. This one is going to be out of the ground. Just enough. Maximo back to back. And the Eagles, they're fired up. They go to 110 now with 4 balls remaining.
Yep, that'll certainly help proceedings. And again, it's a slot ball. Look at this. Look at the length here. It's just a slot delivery. It's, Rahman he's not doing this on purpose, of course, but yeah, it's not full enough, and it allows batsmen to get underneath it, and that's exactly what he does, and he gets power as well.
They're loving it, aren't they, over there? He's going to go back over the wicket bear for me. It's not so much the angle, it's the length. Like you say, it's got to get up in the block hole. Oh, a little bit better. Still gets hit pretty hard down the ground. See Malik Kell is going to probably get a run out here, and it's a direct hit, so he'll be gone. But that's all about getting Idris on strike, who's got the hot hand. So Marshall is collateral damage. He's run out for a diamond duck. Doesn't face the ball. It's 111 for 8.
Yeah, of course, getting that one run for the run that was completed. And again, really good work though from Sir Malik Kell, who has been really excellent for Ghent in the field over the course of this tournament this week. And they turn and go. It's selfless cricket, isn't it?
There you go, the direct hit. Yeah, it is selfless. I think you got to do it at this stage. I think this is where players, especially the lower order players, know their role here. And well, now we're going to get Abdulrahimzai Idris there. Steps across, and he's been given LBW. And yeah, it was a bit of a... Everyone was getting outside the line there. We'll have a look at this on the replay. I mean, to be honest, I thought it was a pretty good shout. I only saw it for a split second. See it stump to stump. Yeah, he's gone. He's gone. And, he says, I'm so casual about this. I'm going to take a couple of steps, and then I'm going to say, you're out. And I think it's a good call, Charlie.
Yeah, no, certainly is. Clattering into all 3 of those stumps, if anything. So they get the dangerous man. He has to go for 14 off of 5. And, yeah, so now 111 for 9 here. And it's going to be... That's going to be...
Yeah, Zakel. That's Ainadin Zakel. Number 11. And, well, we'll fancy his chances. I think he might have had to show him which end of the bat to hold. Anyway, he's got 2 to play here. And they're thinking about running. They can finish the innings with a wicket. I think they'll be happy to take the dot here. This sneaks inside.
Abdulrahimzai Idris has run on his own there.
The thing here is if you have a run out, it's the end. So that's why you don't... if he'd run through, then I think for sure Zakel would have been run out at the other end.
Very clever from the number 11.
Yeah.
Very clever cricket. Last ball.
Well, he's going to be swinging at this. They'll take 1. Can't see them getting 2, but they'll probably try. And that's why you take it. That's why you take it. They do snake through for a second. It wasn't a good throw back to MDB. And it bounces off him. They'll get a second. And so 113, more or less a pass score, I think, based on what we've seen this week and even towards the end of the week. And in the end, Zakel will get a couple of runs. Idris doesn't get the opportunity to face the ball. But Ghent, they'll need 114 runs for the trophy. Game in the balance here. Halfway through the final, Charlie.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, we're halfway through a final that realistically I don't think we thought we were going to get, but it certainly proved to be an entertaining first half. We take a look at the highlights for this game, or the first half of the final. And, well, it was really good start at the top of the innings from Sajid Ahmadzai, just able to push that extra bit of pace. But the man who was able to cash in on that was Shahzad Shabanullah, who had some really nice shots into the leg side, but also offside, a few nice clip off the legs.
Yeah, and look, and this is the way they're going to play. And I think they have a bit of a plan, the Eagles. They're pretty unselfish the way they go about it. They're not batting time, are they? But I do like that move of Subhanullah up to the top of the order. Just got them cracking straight away. No Chima in the lineup, so they're trying to find the best partner up there for Saran. I think they found it here in the final, and that was just brute strength, wasn't it? But as normally happens when Raihan Fires comes into the game, things happen. And although he got banged for a big 6, he had the big wicket of Subhanullah next ball. And look, after that, really his 2 overs were very defining. And I think ultimately they may have saved his team 20 or 30 runs down the stretch.
Yeah, no, 100%. But again, really good calm and collectedness there of Rahimzai and Deepak Bali, because they were able to take their wicket. And then this one, it was the big wicket of the number 4 batsman, Mir Kayar. He went for a golden quacker, and well, this one was a bit of a poorer delivery, but he still got the wicket though, because it was Tajinder Sarant who was just going to try and swing from the hip. He went for 17, and well, that was sort of the beginning of the end for the middle order, of course, as it was the opposite skipper Ismail. He went for just 3. Good catch though from Malik Kal, but it brought Shakarilla to the crease, and well, he had some fun, didn't he? He blasted a couple of boundaries, but he also gave a few opportunities. However, this was that was a good catch by Amir Malik Kal to remove Shazad, Atiyatullah Shazad that was. Well, this was a couple of the opportunities, and this one went very, very high.
It all kicked off. This one probably wasn't even going for 4 in the end. There was no communication. It was volleyballed over the line, and then he said, well, if you can't do it once, I'm going to do it again. Well, this was a pretty good effort, as he was able to just keep the ball inside the boundary. I think he stepped just inside the line. Again, Amir Malik Kal, I think if he'd known that was going to happen, he probably would have stood just inside the boundary to receive the catch. But as it was, Shakarilla was rolling the dice and coming up 6s more times than not. And this is another one that went miles in the air. I don't think the fielder even really gets a hand on this, as he couldn't do too much about it. But yeah, it was this blast which just got them to a good position to get over the 100 in the end. They were 16 off the 8th, they were 14 off the 9th. But yeah, for me, what was interesting in the first 8 overs, there were no wickets in any of the overs except 3 in the 5 and 3 in the 7th that were bowled by 5. So apart from that, they didn't really have problems with losing wickets. That was the end of the Shakarilla show, wasn't it? CM Malik Kal took a very good catch. But they weren't quite finished yet. You can see that one disappeared. They still swung their way to a decent score of 113.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was mostly due to that man, though, Mamani Idris, having some really nice flourish of boundaries down towards the end of the innings, but this one ended up in a run out because it was really good work by CM Malik Kal. Gets the direct hit and hits the base more than anything, but still the bails end up being dislodged, and then this one was pretty adjacent, wasn't he?
Yeah, and so there you go, umpire, just in case the bowler's going to miss it, taking a couple of steps towards him to inform him personally, but in the end, 113 for 9. Middle of the road kind of a score, I think. And Subhanullah ends up top scoring at the top of the order, 35 off 16. Saran never quite himself in that innings, but chopped on for 17. Apart from that, Shakarilla really became important, didn't he, when he came in, and he scored 29 off 12. A bit of help from Idris at the end with a couple of maximos. They used all 11 batters on the way to 113 for 9, just 4 wides in the innings and 2 byes. So look, not too bad. They were a bit lucky to escape their time penalty because they took a wicket off the very last ball of the night that bought them an extra minute. Well, not often you see this, but 5 wickets for one bowler, and Rehan Faiz has done it twice in this series, 5 for 14. He certainly was the best of the bowlers, and that came after getting hit for 6 first ball, don't forget. Apart from that, there were wickets for Saif Rahman and Mahbub-ullah Ramadzai, but they were both pretty expensive. I actually think that Mohammad Sajjad Ahmadzai deserves a lot of credit early on, because I thought he was making the ball talk, although he couldn't pick up a wicket in his 2 overs. We'll have a quick break, and then we'll come back. The good news is the weather's as good as it's been all day right now, so hopefully we get the final 10 overs in. When we do, it will be Ghent. They'll need 114 off their 10 overs to win the trophy. Or will it be the Eagles, the table toppers from Group A, that will go all the way? Join us very shortly to find out. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. We're back very shortly on ECN for the final 10 overs of this FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back for the final time in quite a while to the FanCode European Cricket Series. That's because we're taking a 5-week break from the ECS from Monday to allow us the window to complete the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship, which is an international T10 event which will be competed, in which 21 teams will compete for the title of the ECC champion in 2022. We'll also have more T10 cricket domestically, though, on the weekends in the FanCode European Cricket T10 Spain. So a lot happening, but right here, I've got some great news. The weather has held. We've got the best weather all day by some distance out there, and we are going to get this final in. It looks like that's with just 10 overs to go, we should be okay. Now, look, Mechelen Eagles, they top the table in Group A. They're taking on Ghent, who were third in Group B, but they won their way through to this final on the back of some good finals performances. Mechelen Eagles, they won the toss, they batted, and they scored 113 off their 10 overs. And now, Ghent are going to start their reply. And I think this will be a really exciting 10 overs of cricket. It's probably just a few shy, or maybe a couple shy of what a pass score is, but pretty much around the mark, especially in a final. Runs on the board, they often stand up. Anything's possible on ECN, and this is a real 50-50 matchup. I've got to say, again, the more they've played in this series, the better they've gotten. I've liked the work of Omid Malik-Kel, who's out there at the non-strikers end at the moment. And this guy was dynamic earlier, Mohammad Ashad. He'll be facing up. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo. And joining me for his final innings, perhaps of the year, we'll have to see, is Charlie Hunt. Or Charlie, anybody's game this one, just the kind of final we like.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Yep, looking forward to this one. And it certainly is. It all hangs in the balance. And we're ready to get underway here. And what a game this is going to be. Here we go, final time.
Shake, rattle and roll. And it's Zakel to open up. It's a false shot from Arshad. And it was interesting when teams just knew they were only batting 6 or 5 overs earlier. They just seem to hit the ball better. I don't know what it's about, but they seem to, I don't know, just have less inhibition. I know it's hard to believe in Belgium, but Arshad was one of those guys. He absolutely slammed the ball earlier and got Ghent off to an incredible start that ultimately saw them score 110 off their 5 overs. Arshad faces up again, and he gets a big wide down the leg side. That's actually pretty good keeping down there by Saran, who gets a glove on that. That could have quite easily snuck down the leg side for 5 wides.
Yeah, it does well that to keep that down to a minimum. Yeah, no, what a bit of hitting that was this morning in some very difficult conditions from Ashad. 52 off of just 15, 5 fours and 5 maximums. Strike rate 346.6. It's
quite a lot.
Pretty decent.
It's fast striking. Anyway, hasn't done too much yet. Early days. Gets a bit of bat on this. Doesn't run. Happy to keep the strike. Want to say a quick hello to Kitty in the chat as well as Shrug. We've had an abbreviated day, haven't we, so far? But it's a good time to get your random questions in and anything you'd like to say, especially to Charlie. It's your last chance to get to hear Charlie's voice probably in a while. Probably see you typing, I'm thinking.
Possibly.
You'll be in the chat, won't you, during the ECC?
Yeah, no, hopefully at some point. I'll be doing a little bit of work behind the scenes, though.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah, I know you're going to assist with our social media a little bit.
That's the plan.
Anyway, Ashad. Not often you see him dot up two in a row. He wants to go and go now. He won't get the chance. Saran, another good take down the leg side.
Being busy early on here, Saran. Yeah, after an interesting time of it with the bat, of course, for Saran. He ended up with 17 off 15, so he'll feel as if he knows that he's better than that with the bat, of course.
Just didn't quite click, did he?
He didn't quite come off. But I tell you what, although he's struggled a little bit with his lines, Akel, so far, I like his style of bowling. Nice rhythm.
There's a big swing from Arshad. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you ain't. And that's batting for you. And Arshad couldn't not hit the middle of the bat before. And in the semi-final, so far he's come out. And he's just struggling with the left armers of Ainuddin Zakel so far.
Yeah, just struggled a little bit, hasn't he? Just, again, on a pretty decent angle as well, isn't it? Coming across the right-hander, so unable to cash in yet.
Pitches up this time, hanging in the air. It's a catching opportunity, not an easy one. Nasir goes round and takes it, and he makes it look easy. So Arshad goes for a duck, and a big moment in the final early on, as he's not able to replicate the pyrotechnics of earlier. He has to go, and he's the first wicket. Goes for a duck, it's 2 for 1.
Yeah, really good catch there. And he's been excellent, has it, Camilla Nasir, throughout this tournament, really, especially in Group A, in that first week of action. He was ever present down at mid-off, so... and long off as well. So he was always looking to be the victor there in that little battle there between him and the ball.
It's good reward for the bowler as well, because I think he was brilliant in the way that he swung the ball, missed down leg side a couple of times, but I think he wasn't afraid to pitch the ball up and say, look, come forward and go after me. And when he tried, he wasn't able to get the middle of the bat on it. So a big moment in the final early on.
That certainly is. Random question from Shrug to me. What's your favourite memory from your summer with the European Cricket Network?
Summer of Charlie.
Summer of Charlie, baby. That's a good one. I'd have to think about that one. I might have to take a ball on that one just to...
Well, I've only spent a couple of weeks with you. Had a little bit of time earlier in the year in Bulgaria when you were kind of interning with us a little bit.
A little bit.
I'll try and pick my favourite moment with you.
Uh-oh.
As well. A few, though. Got a few to choose from. Well bowled and well played. And so a bit of respect there. Faisal Khalik coming out at number 3.
Yeah, the only thing that Arshad does bring, not only to the squad, that this sounds really horrible, but you know he can go really big at the top of the order, but he also extends that top order as well. It means that Faisal Khalik comes in at 3, Ryan Faye's coming in at 4.
Yeah,
he's such destructive batsman coming in after losing a couple wickets, so it really extends that batting lineup.
Yeah, that's not to mention some others. We're wide, I think. Not held this time by Saran. Knocks it down, though, for just 1 extra. Yeah, it's not even to mention Majid Ali's had a very good final series as well.
Very true.
And Sia Malik-Kel has got a bit of a reputation as a finisher now as well.
They can all hit a very, very long ball, is what we've learnt here in Belgium, because of Belgian ball, of course. So, Belgian ball will I'm sure, be on display later on in a couple of weeks' time in the ECC, of course.
Yeah, Belgian ball will be available in Group C. I think a few other teams might be copying the playbook, though, of the Belgians. Last ball of the over. Short. And, yes, the difference in length. This one might have gone all the way, you know. We'll have a look on the replay. I got a feeling this carries the line. It's the first one he's really dropped short in a while. This one flies, and I think that's 6.
Early shout for me is 6, really. Just need to take one more look, though. But I tell you what, though, really elegant shot into the offside. What does it do here?
Yeah,
6.
easily 6. Yeah, maximum time. So just what the doctor ordered, forget, off the last ball of the over. And it is 10 for 1. Well, unless we get one here, looks like we'll just have the one golden ball in Belgium. But, geez, that's an exciting one. But this is a kind of a total in a final, which you could see a golden ball potential. We've never had a golden ball final before.
Just going to ask that question.
Never.
You've answered it.
We've had it in almost every other game.
Okay.
In the game preceding a final.
First ever game of a tournament?
I don't know if we had in the first game.
So it's not every ball, every.
But you know, that's a group match, isn't it?
Yeah, but still, first game of the tournament is pretty cool.
Like match 17 then.
No, that doesn't.
But I mean, one day it's going to happen. We'll see the trophy decided by golden ball. Will it be today? We'll stick around to find out.
Never know. You never know. But yeah, no, this is now going to be Idris. He's a very, very kind man. He's got an opportunity to win the ball now.
Short, and there's a little edge on that, and he tucks his bat under his arm, and he goes. So you say that Idris tries out the short ball straight away, and Khalik's going to have to go for a duck. And that's just the way it goes sometimes. And the hook doesn't work out for him. That's the second wicket to fall now. 10 for 2. Another key man removed.
Yeah, he struggled with the short ball quite a lot, actually, this this tournament. The short ball seems to be the conundrum for him. And again, he has to go for a duck. So he knew instantly, didn't he? That bat went straight under his arm. And it's the second wicket to fall. Gent 10 for 2. Now, Shrug has actually called my favourite moment, and that's exactly what I was going to say.
That was mine.
Is it?
And I've got one about us a bit more.
Yeah. I already know what you're going to say.
Off the mic. Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, off the mic.
Yeah. But anyway, okay. Tell me, you can say what it is because we haven't actually said it yet.
Which one? Which
No. Oh, wait. Start again. Shrug, just mention your one, which is also one I was thinking of, about his favourite moment of the summer of Charlie. It is, of course, the
golden ball streak being broken in Portugal. That was incredible. Was it 405?
Yeah, 405 matches without
a golden ball.
Also,
I didn't know what to do with myself.
Also, Graham Hicks' highest first-class score. Useless trivia. Well, this one could be out as well, and it should be. He's got plenty of time to think about it, and he's going to catch it well. Third attempt. Oh, well, he would have had plenty of people to answer to because they were gathering around him, weren't they? Mazhar Marshall. We already went for a diamond duck. He was selfless then. This time he takes responsibility. This one tries to get away, but he snatches it before it could. And so that's another wicket now. Idris is on a hat-trick, 10 for 3.
It's a poor shot, really, for our Majid Ali coming in at number 4. And again, wickets are the game changer. So they're now going to be 10 for 3. And of course now, we've got another opportunity at hat-trick. Could we get, by the way, two hat-tricks in a day?
Oh, yeah, imagine that.
In a game.
Well, 2 hat-tricks in a game, yeah. I mean, I don't think I've seen that before. I've seen one player get 2 hat-tricks in a series before. Of course, we had Rayan Fires take another 5 for earlier today.
I got confused.
So we didn't have a hat-trick yet today. Don't think I'd missed one because there hasn't been that much cricket on today. But still, well, let's see, because it's going to be, I think it looks like Sia Malik-Kel who's coming out, and he's going to have to come out and do his work a bit earlier than he probably wanted to.
Yeah, certainly wasn't expecting to have to be out right now, but he's out there, and again, he's got an opportunity to be a hero here for Gent, really. No signs of Ryan Faiz yet. He was down to come in at number 3, but of course, we saw the skipper, Faisal Khalik, and he had to go for just a duck. So again, he'll be coming in at, at least 6. So Idris, the man who's been at every single game at this tournament, he's got an opportunity of a hat-trick now. He's 2 in 2. Could have the possibility of a hat-trick now.
Wow, Idris, what a dream start for him. 2 balls, 2 wickets, and now Sia Malik-Kel joins Omid Malik-Kel out there. And Gent find themselves in a bit of a hole. Idris, hat-trick delivery. Oh, he goes so close. That swings and misses, and a bit of a nervy start there for Sia Malik-Kel.
Yeah, does really well. Really good delivery for a hat-trick ball, asking all the questions, bit of movement. It's a wild swing and a wild drive. The sun comes out, though, and it's on that man who's had a really good first over so far. 2 wickets.
There's a bit of Melbourne about this, because we call Melbourne 4 seasons in one day.
It's very
Pretty
English.
Much, we've had them all. Short, goes upstairs. This might be a no ball, because wasn't the first one above the shoulder? Yeah, it'll be a no ball, because the one that took the wicket was also a bouncer. You see here, if it's too high, which I think it is, then, yeah, it's a good call by the umpires right on top of it. Sometimes you get distracted by the fact it took a wicket and there's a new batter out there. Idris is trying to say that he ducked a bit, and even if he did, I think there's no doubt that was above the shoulder, for me anyway.
Still definitely above the shoulder, but really good umpiring, though, as well, to remember that one. You also remember that one. You've been saying you want to possibly get into a bit of umpiring. I'd love to see it.
I just say there's lots of jobs I'd love to do. I think I'll leave it to the experts, though.
Very, very true. Probably a good idea.
It's always nice to just have 3 or 4 slow-mo replays to make your decision. This is hit down the pitch, and, well, they're going to take him on. They go the long way and ends up hitting Malik-Kel. Well, this won't be out. I think they're trying to say, did he run into the line? And Omid Malik-Kel's no. He's like, I ran away from the line, which is what I saw anyway. Look at him, number 7. He's not allowed to change his line to go in front of the stumps. Well, he does a little bit.
No.
But
can I also just say something?
Yeah.
You know how I say that Idris is one of the nicest men I've ever met in cricket?
Yeah.
He tells his teammates to be quiet and stop appealing for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
nice.
just goes to show.
The other thing
sportsmanship.
is that throw was never hitting the stumps.
No,
You could tell
no way
before it
near.
hit him. So, a bit of common sense there. But you got to be careful with that these days. This time he's in the air. It's going to get away from the fielder, or is it? Well, he does a very good job. He wipes himself out. Probably has to dig himself out. Spinning on the spot. Bit of everything in that piece of cricket. Omid Kell will get 2, an entertaining 2.
Very entertaining too, because that. Did you see the spin on the ball when it was in that wet grass?
Yeah.
That was like, it's like a turntable.
Count the
Watch
revolution.
this.
Yeah, count the revolution. It's breakdancing. Look at this. And it's just horizontally rotating like the Earth. Anyway, look at that run rate required. It's crept out about a point and a bit. But highly entertaining. Yeah, Belgian ball. I was scared it was going to come to a damp end and we wouldn't even get a final in. But here we are.
Well, it is still damp out there. It is still damp, but drying up slowly, especially with the sun that's on it at the moment.
Get the sunscreen out. Last ball of the over. There's the slow ball, and he almost chops on. It's well gathered there behind the stumps by Saran. This will be the end of the second over. The score is 14 for 3. And Charlie, well, we were talking about favourite moments of the summer of Charlie. Well, mine was when you introduced me to the nacho pizza. That was one away from the microphone. And that was it's our 1 week anniversary of when you introduced me to the nacho pizza.
How many of those have you had in that 1 week?
More than that one. But I also just thought that's a nice way to combine the summer of Charlie with food chat for the last game of the day.
Oh, so clever. What a segue.
That's made me hungry now.
What a segue.
I must admit, I regret putting that on the screen now. Anyway, look who's back. It's Untitled Chapter, who's going to bowl over number 3. How's the batter feeling? They're really struggling with this angle at the moment.
Yeah, just can't get this angle when it's across them. But again, Ryan Fahey's yet to come to the middle with bat in hand. So for him, he's going to be getting a bit of pad rash, I'd imagine, because I can only think that he'd be coming in next. But yeah, interesting. Losing him out there. Of course, don't forget that Wali Dazar can seriously hit a long ball with those levers.
Yes, plenty of options. Pitched up, takes it on, goes with a hit, fumbles. And so this is another thing I think if I'm batting out there, if I'm hitting the ball hard, I'm not expecting clean pick up, throw, hitting the stumps. I just think there's a lot of elements in these conditions that you'd have to put together. So I think they're the ones that probably are worth taking on. They get away with it that time.
Yeah, certainly is. Needs to... But I like this, though, because this is an element that in the game that often gets ignored, is the two opening bowlers are together here because you've got the bowler and then the other opener is at mid-on.
This is a full toss, and it's hit pretty well. It's out of the ground. Maximal! Wow, you see Ahmed Malik Cow. He gets a ball. It isn't a particularly good ball. He's a very good batter, probably the more technically correct of the two. But that one was not a good delivery, and it disappeared. But yeah, you're right. Look at that communication. Talk about batting in partnerships and bowling in partnerships as well. These two have combined to get their team off to a pretty good start.
Yeah, no. Again, need to response here to Zakel.
Hits it straight, hits it well. It's a long chase for the field. He's not going to get there. Well placed, straight down the ground. Cuatro carreras más. And right now, this is fighting back after they lost the 3 wickets, but they're still swinging. And this power play continuing.
Slapped and slapped hard from Malik Kelp. Really nice shot. Gets 4 more. Can I just put an early shout in there?
Go on.
Tingle.
Yeah, tingling early. Well, I did mention we never had a golden ball final. Could the summer of Charlie have a little bit of a coda here? Goes after this, offside. This is flying away behind point. And, well, I think it's probably 4. And Malik Cow, again, hits this late. And by luck or design, ends up going away from the fielder who's out there. You can see he's more at cover. And that one, yep, 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Yep.
And just 2 more balls left in this power play. They're really attacking this third over.
Yeah, really up. And I told you that they need to go ahead and make the most of the power play restrictions, of course. This is a full 10-over game, which I can't believe we're saying today.
Yeah, only one today.
So it is obviously the usual 3-over power play. So last delivery of the power play now.
It's full toss. It'll be 4 more. Yeah, so Untitled Zakel just did not locate the balls where he wanted that over. I think he just lost his line and his length. And so he goes for another boundary, and that over is pretty fruitful, isn't it, for Gent, who start digging themselves out of the hole. It almost goes magical. It goes for 19, and at the end of the power play, 33 for 3. Not too far away from where the Eagles were. They scored 35 in the power play, but the difference is that Ghent have lost 3 wickets. Mechelen hadn't lost any at this stage. You'll see it here.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? And that's just why I'm getting a tingle, because they're going at a decent rate. They're right up with the rate, in fact. But yeah, just a couple of wickets. Now, food chat's well underway, Vinny. I don't know if you're keeping up. But Chris, I like this. So Chris has got barbecue spare ribs plus duck in plum sauce with mixed seasonal veg and egg fried rice. Oh, and prawn crackers for breakfast tomorrow. But that was pre-ordered at 10 o'clock this morning.
He knows what he's doing.
That's so clever.
Tell us the weekend in the Smith household.
That's so clever. I love it. I'm here for that.
Good on you, Chris.
That's brilliant.
Whatever you need to enjoy this ECS final more, we're glad you're going to get it. Which makes me realise I wish I'd pre-ordered a nacho pizza to come at around the 5 over mark.
I'm so hungry.
We're going to go back to the opener here. Abdul Himzai Adriz. And he gets tucked around the corner for 4. So again, he just loses his line a little bit as well. His first over, he took 2 for 4. It was a very good one. But this one, yeah, just a little bit too straight. And unfortunately for him, it rolls all the way to the boundary.
Nice shot. Gets a bit of bat on it. That's all he needs to do for Malik Kal, because he was chewing a few deliveries up before that point. However, that certainly helps him move on to 6 exactly off 6. So going at a runnable at the moment. But yeah, that's just the difference. Look at where they were at this stage. 41 for none. So there was a big boundary there as well. So again, slightly ahead at the moment are the Eagles. However, a big over can change the game.
Still in the balance. This partnership growing. And this is going to be 4 more. Well, it would have been a wide, but he hits it and he hits it well. So back-to-back boundaries. Adriz just losing his line again. I mean, that one was probably 2 stumps outside leg. Ends up in the bushes and 4 more.
I don't mind it, though, because he's really trying to push for that Yorker length. It's just not coming off for him. He's just missing out ever so slightly, and it's just that is the margin of error. It's so minimal, but especially when you're in Belgium and Belgian ball's kicking about, you can really run the risk of being destroyed.
Belgian ball final. I mean, even if they lose 2, 3 more wickets, don't count them out yet. They're going to keep going for it. But the Mechelen Eagles, they'd love some silverware here. Yeah, they made the final last time in the ECS, but lost to Beveren. That was 2 years ago. Now goes and that again. A free shot at the stumps if he'd picked it up, I think, from Mirakel Yar, but he can't pick up the ball cleanly, just a single.
Yeah, good running. Puts a lot of pressure on Yar because I think he knows that this is a big wicket, but also Malik Kal is just fiddling with it with his hamstring there. I think he might be just a little bit tight in the old hamstrings, but no, good running, gets a single.
It's a better length, pulls it back. The line's better as well, so a dot ball. Stopping the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, again, the line is more so the issue. The length this time, back of a length. So that's where you've got to be. You've either got to be really full or just exactly where Aegis was there, because you can't, it's not easy to rock back and get a full bit of bat on that one, but you can't really go forward because otherwise it's just going to go sky high.
It's a tough one for Omid because he is really strong on that offside if you give him too much width. They've got a backward point on the boundary as well as the cover now. There's the slower ball, picks it, and he hits it, really well. And this one is coming towards us. Maximo! 6 runs, and I suppose that one was cube bound. And Charlie, the summer of Charlie's come to a painful end. Has that one got you in the leg?
It certainly did. There you go. Look, I learnt though. I've learnt. You see this? I was protecting, and then I realised it was going underneath, and I turned and I got one on the leg.
Yeah, look at that. There's no mistaking that reaction. Well, ended up you kicked it over to me, so it was some good team fielding actually, if you ask me. Anyway, that was a good slow ball. It's probably too slow though because it was picked. And then the next one, he's just a bit careful, and so they won't get a run here. End of the 4th over. The score is 48 for 3 after 4. They're back ahead of the rate now despite losing the 3 wickets. His partnership is growing, and I've enjoyed our partnership as well. Charlie, I've got to say, it's been great having you over the last 2 weeks. You've done over 100 games now on the European Cricket Network, and that's how fast the action moves here on ECN. And we've really enjoyed having you as part of the coverage since May. The summer of Charlie has been wonderful. Hopefully it finishes with a very, very tight finish here as well. But obviously it's been a great experience for you.
Yeah, no, it has. It's been really incredible. incredible. It's been one of the best summers of my short life so far. But yeah, no, it's been really good. And hopefully we finish with a tight finish here. And I think we might get that just
well,
right
we might. Look, wishing you all the best as well in your studies. Keep hard at it, because I know that you're studying broadcasting. It's an area you want to get into. You already have. We've already got a leg up, I'm sure. And really enjoyed having you as part of the European Cricket Network team.
Just want to take a quick opportunity to thank everyone, all the viewers, for being so welcoming, of course, back in May, and everyone was really kind for me in the chat and always been really supportive, and I appreciate everyone's kind words as well over the last couple of hours. They've been really nice, and all the messages have been really, really heart-touching as well.
Yeah, really, really well said. So, I mean, I'm just so glad all our viewers have stuck with us to the end here, because it was looking like we weren't going to get too much playing at all this afternoon, but we're getting treated to a great final right now. Hikmatul Nasir is the new bowler. This one slides on a bit. I think it was probably doing a bit too much here with the angle, you see. Hits him high as well. So just a half a shout there. So yeah, changing the type of bowler, I think that's smart. This one is a quicker one. It's going to go for 4 as well. So right now, here's the Malik-Kells doing the damage. This partnership is flourishing through the middle overs. Remember that they came together at 10 for 3. And right now, they're looking good, aren't they? In fact, that takes the partnership up to 42 in quick time.
Yeah, really nice shot once more. And again, this is what Ghent needed, though. And how many times have they relied on the two Malik-Kells, though, by the way?
Yeah.
They've really become quite reliant on them when things go wrong. And luckily for Ghent, they've been there 9 times out of 10 to get them out of a hole.
What a story it would be for Ghent. I mean, if you just looked at where the tournament was after match 26, which wasn't that long ago, at that stage, Mechelen Eagles had topped Group A with a 7-1 record, and Ghent had just lost their first 2 games. If you said that Ghent might knock them over in the final, I would have said you're crazy. But right now, they're looking good, although 1 or 2 wickets could just change things.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. Looking like it's going to end up with a pretty tight finish here. Because look at this, almost neck and neck in terms of scores at the moment at this stage.
See, it goes pace on again. This should be out. Keeper's under it. He's got plenty of time to settle, and he'll catch it. Saran takes the catch. And you can see Malik-Kell just went for his favourite leg side there, didn't he? And he had to go fetch it from outside off. Fake step away, steps across, and just in the end doesn't get it right at all. He's laid on it and he sliced it straight up into the gloves of Saran. The partnership is broken at 42 and the score 52 for 4.
Yeah, just gets in that wrong position, and it's a premeditated shot that doesn't come off, doesn't it? Because, you know, that one step to the offside and then really coming across just gets it all wrong, doesn't he?
So,
but a dangerous man goes, and an even more dangerous man comes in. Ryan Faiz is going to be the new batsman, and well, they need him to come off now, because he comes in. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Him alongside Omid Malik-Kell, they've opened the batting a handful of times in this tournament, but they need to build a partnership here.
Yeah, it's going to be another big one. Look at this. This is a fake step away. He's always stepping away to come back and do that. So he's already premeditating, but sometimes you're only fooling yourself there. I mean, he's hoping the bowler then spears it in towards the legs. But, I mean, if he was going to do that, he might have been better just to stay balanced in front of the stumps. But I suppose you've got to try things as well, don't you? But, yeah, big moment as Rehan Faiz comes to the crease.
Yeah, no, it certainly is. Certainly is. And, again, needs to get things going here. Of course, comes in, takes his mark due to being a more technical batsman. He likes to take his mark, which makes a lot of sense. And yeah, boundaries haven't really been an issue. We did have to wait until that 3rd over to get our first boundary in the innings. However, they've really come at a flourish now, because they really have hit some really decent shots. And from Nasir.
Wow, big swing and a miss there. They'll go through for a bite. It's a run. Couldn't quite get down to that one.
Yeah, no, good first delivery up to the new batsman there from Nasir. Again, we're seeing spin be pretty crucial, because this has been a tidy over. Only that one boundary so far, but also getting the big wicket to break the Malik-Kell partnership.
I know this is random question time, but Kitty's got a real random statement.
It's a great story,
that I want to scratch the surface of. Thanks, Kitty. Anyway, come to that in a second. Pitched up. Sensible shot. Don't see many of those, but it will be a single from Omid Malik-Kell, who he has played a few of all types of shots, really. And he moves to 33, halfway through the chase. It is 54 for 4. So they're just a shade behind, but not too many behind. Kitty saying that the article said, I haven't read this article yet.
Neither
The
have I.
article said there was a gospel unearthed, and it describes Jesus playing a bat and ball game, and he walks on water to get a catch. I couldn't believe it.
Well, I tell you what.
Is that a riddle?
I don't know, but he would have had to have done that here today because it was like walking on water in some places.
Yeah, that's not a fable. That's not a myth. It's a documentary. If you'd been here today, you would have seen that, Kitty. It was very, very, very wet
dear.
earlier. Anyway, love you all the input. We appreciate it. Have some fun. It's the last game of ECS for a while, of course. The chat will be open on Monday, and we probably can't engage with it as much as we do in ECS cricket, but we will be trying.
I'll be there.
I'll be typing in there as well. Don't worry about that. You know, we're expecting up to 130, 140 million people
Is that it?
to watch ECC. It's crazy. Anyway, let's roll. And here is Marshall, who's going to start the 6th with a dot. This is where over 6 and 7 you can't let this required rate get out of hand because it's going to be super hard to catch it up in the last 3.
No, it certainly is, and this is really where the game can either be won or lost for both teams here. Marshall, he's the man who's been entrusted with this pressure, and well, we're only going to find out if he's up to the task. And this is a wild waft from Malik Kal. He's pretty furious with himself there, getting this one all wrong. And again, this is pretty tidy from Marshall, getting it again, that angle of across the batsman, just proving to be pretty difficult for the batsman to negotiate here. And again, Marshall pretty decent here, and again slaps this pretty well. It's actually really good fielding in the end from the man on that offside boundary. Keeps it to yet again just another single.
How important a boundary stop's going to be. I mean, we saw some really exciting games, didn't we, yesterday on quarterfinals Friday, where you just looked at a couple of boundary stops that didn't work out for fielders when they leaked 3 runs, and it came back to bite them. Or more than 3. This is in the air and should be a simple catch, and it is. So Fires goes for a duck, and he can't move the needle here. So just the wicket's an issue, and now that rate is starting to climb as well. The angle working for Marshall. He gets a wicket now, and the score 55 for 5.
Yeah, crucially, it's a dot ball as well, but it's also the big wicket of Ryan Fires. He has to go for a duck. It's a rare duck. He's been pretty consistent with the bat this tournament, and he will not be happy after a pretty loose shot, really, in that instance. And well, Amin Maliko, he's just asking for some company, really, because he's lost a bit of partnerships, really, because he's just gone through a few, hasn't he?
Yeah, it has. But, a few of our fans saying that maybe that MDB, Mahinda Deepak Bali, could be their last great hope for Kent if they're gonna get there. Not quite halfway there yet at the moment.
Did you just call Andreas a fan?
Huh? Yeah, some of our fans.
I
Okay, I
like
meant
it.
our director.
I like it. I'm sorry, I completely just blew your cover.
It's all right.
I'm only here.
Well,
Listen,
Andres is one of our biggest fans.
he is indeed. But I've only got what could potentially be 4 and a bit overs left on air, so I'm going to try and cause some havoc.
Or less.
Or less.
The mute button is available, Andres, if it comes to that. Anyway, here we go. Can we get another twist in this game? It's going to be a dot, and even they heard it at the moment.
Yeah, dot balls a gold dust, as one Rico Fool would say. Of course, Rico will return to your screens in, what's that now? Less than 48 hours.
Less than 48 hours. Well, now we're going to start doing by hours now.
Yeah, getting
I
down
can tell
to
you,
it.
we're about 42.5 hours away from the first ball. How about that? Big wild swing, isn't it, from MDB? Can't catch up with it. Yeah, so Rico will be joining us. Don't worry about that. It's the end of the 6th over. The score is 55 for 5, so they're leaving themselves a bit of a task here. And I think if you look back at this innings, there has been a bit of a collapse, of course, with those 3 wickets that fell quickly. And that is kind of what happened in the first innings, but I suppose they already had a decent start thanks to Subhanulla in the first innings. And that's not really a platform that Ghent have had in response, although they've tried hard, no doubt about that. I think Amin Malik Kel's batted really well, 34 off 14. But even then, he's faced 14 out of the 36 balls. That means that 22 balls have been faced by other people. And I just don't think he's had enough of the strike. We've had 3 ducks and 4 ducks, in fact, now with that last one. Nice catch, by the way, by Anudin Zakel. After he's bowled his overs, takes a good catch in the short third man spot. They're going to go back to spin here. Ikramul and Nasir. And I think you've got to take him on now. Rate climbing towards 15. That's exactly what Malik Kell tries to do. And misses out. And you can see that's Nasir. He's pretty transparent with his plan. He's trying to bowl here, and he's got the field set for it. He's got 3 boundary riders on the offside. Got a deep point, deep cover, deep long off. So saying, okay, what are you going to do with it, basically? Same plan, goes for it. One of those boundary riders is there, and he's waiting for it. That's a really good example of kind of making a plan and sticking to it.
Yeah, really good at bowling to his field, isn't he, Nasir? Because he's able to do that. He can just hide it outside the off stump and really ask questions. That's exactly what he's doing here. But Deepak Bali, well, he's got to go, isn't he? He needs to just tee off. That's all they can ask, and Malik Kell's also got to do the same. They are both capable of hitting some nice shots, and they need it to happen now, don't they?
Hit hard. Well, good luck with this one. He does well to block it in the end. I'm glad I wasn't behind that. Mashal actually bounces so far it goes back to the bowler. To give you an idea of how hard this was hit. So, well, I just knew straight away that was going to take some catching. Deepak Bali smacks it. And on a day like today, that was good effort. Gave himself an opportunity, but just bounced straight out the hands. Now, that's a dot ball. So things just getting away. I talked about over 6 and 7. Important to keep moving forwards at the moment. They're not really, are they? It's been a really good over from Nasir.
Yeah, it certainly has. He's really, what could be a very vital over hit for the Eagles.
Oh, another good ball. He thinks this will turn, but it doesn't. Sneaks inside the line. Very, very clever bowling by Nasir.
Yeah, it really is really good bit of bowling. So much so that it's going to cause a conversation between the two batsmen here.
So look at that. Just pretty much skids straight on. Nasir's bowled so well to Malik Kell in this over. Checking out that article from Kitty. Got to say, I've got some more questions than answers after that. Last ball of the over. He goes after him straight, and he gets straight once, and he gets banged. Maximo! Nasir, still not the worst ever. He goes for 13 of his 2 overs. But Malik Kell maybe giving it a little bit of a glimmer of hope after that shot. 63 for 5 after 7. They'll need 51 off the last 3.
Yeah, they certainly will. But this game isn't over because we've seen bigger power plays, of course, at the start. But of course, not far away now. How many hours was it until the first game?
I had 40. Oh, I've forgotten already. I think 42 and a half hours. That's what I've got. Hey, Spain versus Austria. What a great game that will be to start off. Of course, it was Spain-Belgium that started last time. That was the first ever T10 International back on the 13th of September 2021. But we'll be back on the 12th of September this year, 2022. And then the other thing, Ireland, they'll take on Austria in match 3 in their first ever T10 International. So that's going to be exciting as well. Here we go with Mashal, and it's now or never forget. And I think MDB saying, okay, over to you. You're the guy on 41. I know it's tough, but I think you're the guy to get us there. They'll need 50 off 17.
This needs to be magical. This needs to be a magical over because they need to get a big a lot of runs out of this target here. It's got to be this over.
Goes after this, and it's going to be off the pad. It's a terrible LB shout. In the end, Malik Kell not interested in the run.
It is definitely a terrible LB shot, to be honest, because every single bit that you ask of an LBW, you ask the questions as an umpire with a little bit of a checklist. That was no, 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 and no.
My checklist would have been, how long before they stop appealing? Anyway. Goes after this one, leg side, fielder's there and takes it, and the Eagles looking really good now. That's the set man that goes. Malik Kell, he wanted to strike, but he couldn't do too much with it. He's batted so well in this series, so well in this game, but he just goes off the boil at the wrong moment, and that will be the 6th wicket to fall. Well held down there by Abdulrahim Idris, and that is the 6th wicket now, 64 for 6.
Yeah, excellent catch from Idris. It was really good from that man at long on to take that. He's having a really good game, in fact, because he took 2 wickets, of course, in his 2 overs. Now he manages to hold on to the catch, which will remove the dangerous from Malik Kell. And, well, for me, that's the nail in the coffin, I think.
It was already unlikely, and I don't know what to call it after that. Highly improbable, but once again, runs on the board. I think that teams batting first, if they've put pass scores on the board or better, haven't been chased down too many times in this series.
No, it hasn't. But again, you just never know, Vinny. You just never know. And I really think that sometimes even the craziest of things happen on the European Cricket Network.
Gone, and is it going to be a third wicket for Marshall? And well, just goes giving a little pat on the back. I mean, the batter had to go for it, didn't he? It's Saif Rahman who comes out. Another hat-trick opportunity. We haven't had one so far on finals day. Well, you'll have a very good chance to get one now. As Marshall just gets a good look at the stumps, doesn't he? As Saif backs away, and that's a 7th wicket now, 64 for 7.
Yeah, it's a really good bit of bowling. Well, here we go. So we've had loads of opportunities. Do you know, I'd love to know how many 2-in-2s we've had this tournament.
A fair few. But look, 2 hat-tricks so far. Manpreet Sandhu in match 14 and Rehan Faiz in match 35. And now that man, Azhar Marshall, potentially could get the 3rd hat-trick. But I think if I'm coming out now, look at the game situation.
What's
probably blocking it?
What's the true? What's do you know? I'll ask you a question after this ball.
I cannot wait because it seems like you're very interested in the question, so I want to hear it. Here we go. A big swing, but won't make any contact. Waleed Azhar, the new batter.
He's got the longest arm, so if there was ever anyone that was going to get anything on, that would have been him. How many? What's the highest amount of hat tricks in one series?
Good question. I don't know.
Stumped him.
I could tell you this year. Anyway. In the air. Oh, this could be another wicket here because it's a bit of a miss hit. Not an easy one. Oh, he wipes himself out going for it there, Idris. So Azhar will get off the mark. It's the end of the 8th over. And the score is 65 for 7. And now it's really going from the improbable to the impossible pretty quickly for Ghent.
Yeah, certainly is. And yeah, wow, it was a tough chance, wasn't it, for Idris? But he put out a lot of momentum, but he does get wiped out in the end. So it's just a run to the total.
Good effort, though. All right. Well, we had the ECL Group E that week, had 3. Apart from that, I don't think we've had more than 2 in a week. But we did have 2 in consecutive matches in 16 and 17 in Austria. And they were both from Vienna Cricket Club. You can see also we had 2 in the Super Series. We had 2 in Dresden, 2 in Krefeld, 2 here. So a bit of a pattern. Let's have a look at the worm. Well, you don't want to look at the worm really if you get, because it's going nowhere. It's horizontalizing. So 12 balls to go in this series. The summer of Charlie, of course, coming to an end.
Don't, because I will get emotional.
Don't you? It's okay. Brought some extra towels here in case you're feeling a bit emotional. And well, thanks for all the comments in there as well. And I agree. I'd just like to echo the thoughts of everyone in the chat that say they've enjoyed your insights and your commentary over the past few months. And this will be a wicket. And now they're taking wickets when they're lying down. And that's how it's going for the Mechelen Eagles. You can see this is Shakarullah, who's had a very good final. And he comes in and just rocks in. Have a look at this. Bowls it. Falls over. When he turns around, he sees the stumps are gone. It's a chop on from Azhar. He's the 8th man to fall now at 65 for 8.
Yeah, really good bit of work there from the bowler. And Azhar, he was always going to have to try and swing hard, and well, this time wasn't able to quite put it off. So another wicket goes, and realistically, that realistically actually is probably going to be the game. It's still not mathematically out of the question, but realistically, with 8 wickets down, I think that might be it.
Yeah, I think so. But take nothing away from the action. You see, it's he's got long levers, like you say, just trying what he can. Maybe a miracle. Hit a bunch of 6s in a row. But Shakarullah, he's pretty happy. And the shake and bake comes up with a wicket.
Yeah.
And now it's just kind of a matter of time, I feel, until this one will draw to a conclusion. But aren't we happy, though, that we did get a full match in the final? I mean, yes, it's a shame. Really, for all the top 4 teams, it was always going to be affected in some way. Austin Exiles got blown away in a short game and had pretty much an impossible chase. You had Bevan not really able to do too much with only 4 overs of their semi-final getting played. But ultimately, these 2 teams deserve to be here. And I think we're seeing the best team win in the fixture here based on how they're playing right now. Anyway, Sajjad Ahmadzai, the new batter, and he hits it pretty well. But it'll go down to point. And a little bit of an issue with the side spin for Hediatul Shazan, but he will keep to a single. So, Sajjad Ahmadzai gets off the mark. to Shakarula. Big swing and a miss. Taken on the
wide.
coccyx by the keeper as
Pulled
he
wide
turns
as well.
on this.
Just want to take a very quick opportunity as well, just to thank a few, just to Chris, to Shrug, to Keanu as well for your very kind words. Again, they don't go unnoticed. To Kitty as well, they really don't go unnoticed. Trust me, I can tell you that for a fact. Been very, very enjoyable hit. Well, look at the bat face. Where's he going here?
I like it. With the axe grinder about this. It's going inside out for one. Yeah, Kitty. Well, she would have noticed you in particular in the night series because that suits her time zone a little bit. So, Kitty, are you excited that you can watch ECC, which will go a little bit later into the night? I know it doesn't suit everybody, but I think it's pretty simple. Just change your body clock, like I'll do.
You'll enjoy the lion.
Yeah, I will enjoy the extra 3 hours sleep in the morning. Hit hard. Down to long off. Well handled down there by Nasir. He's been one of my players of the tournament. I think he's been really good. You saw even the expertise with which he was locating his left arm spin a couple of overs ago. He really bowled well to Omid Malik-Kell, set the field well to it. Intelligent cricketer.
Yeah,
So much talent in Belgium, hey?
It's just incredible. Just has been incredible. What a series it's been.
Big swing and a miss this time.
Yeah,
Shakarula will have one more ball.
Yeah, Shakarula again. He's had a really good tournament, has he? This time around, of course. This is only the second ECS we've had in Belgium. There was one 2 years ago, of course, which was won by Beveren, and yes, so needs to finish off the over strongly here to Shakarula. And this time it's driven down the ground, and it will just be a single. So Deepak Bali will keep the strike. And well, we're coming down to the end of the tournament, but also the end of the Summer of Charlie with a single over remaining. And again at the end of the ninth are 70 for 8.
So we go into the last over of this one. Now stick around because after the finish of play, we'll have a chat with one of the winning Eagles. We'll have to see who we get, who wants to have a chat with Charlie, and then we'll go to the trophy ceremony where we'll be informing you who the MVP of the series is as well. So stay tuned because the trophy ceremony will follow the end of play here in the final of the FanCode ECS Belgium. Now, I see that Chris has said his next day's off for the 23rd of September, which is Group B final. And then he said there's no matches on 24, 25. I've got good news for you, Chris. This one will be a wide and will be rebowled. We still have cricket every day of the week in the next 5 weeks. So tomorrow is our last day off for a while. Our next day off, in fact, will be the 15th of October. So that gives you an idea. So you'll have cricket every day between Monday and the 14th of October. Steps across. Pretty clever batting, actually. And he just turns on this one. Again, hasn't been able to do too much here, MDB, but innovates. So this is where I just bowl that straight at the stumps as York. It's going to be a tough one to keep out. But anyway, he does get 4. Yeah, so the 24th and 25th, there will be cricket, Chris. It will be FanCode EC T10 cricket. And that weekend, I'm not sure exactly what teams we'll see. Maybe we'll see Catalonia CC that week, including Muhammad Amran Khan, one of the first superstars we saw on ECN back in 2019. Anyway, this is short, and MDB's after him, and he's going to get him. Maximo! Consolation hit for Ghent, who swing themselves into the 80s. And, well, it'll be so close yet so far, but Ghent, they certainly have given a good account of themselves this week.
No, they have done for sure. Deepak Bali just... Well, he'll be a little bit frustrated that it's coming now. Right, it's a little bit too late, really. But no, he'll be happy that with the way he's gone about with the gloves, especially.
This is going straight through everybody.
Great take, by the way. Little one-handed sneaky grab.
It was great because it hit his glove. If it missed his glove, it would have been lazy.
Very true.
But Saran, I think he's kept pretty well.
Very
back,
very
sometimes
true.
back, sometimes up. I just can't believe the weather right now. We've had such blue skies in this final. It's fantastic to see. This time a slower ball, which is blocked as well. And so just a couple of balls remaining now. Summer of Charlie drawing to a close. And Shrug saying, hope ECN returns to Belgium next season. Yeah, well, we're hopeful. I mean, obviously we get into a situation where so many places want series. It's hard to fit everyone in. This will give us a bit more time. And Saran, well, maybe there's a bit of nostalgia in this because there's one more Kookaburra in the bushes and there's plenty in there. It'll be 5 to the total.
I like Saran because I think he knows that the Summer of Charlie's slowly coming to an end. He's gone, no, have one more.
Yeah.
Have one more.
There's another Kookaburra we didn't think would see action. Will. Kitty's asking, will it be on YouTube in the ECC? And I have had a few questions about this. I've got to say, I don't know at this stage. I'll get more information. It's still coming together. But if it's not on YouTube, then you can always send me a message at Mr. Maximo or on my Facebook at Mr. Maximo, and I will try and point you in the right direction. Okay, to all of our wonderful viewers here, we don't want you to miss out.
What's your Twitter?
I'm also at Mr. Maximo, but I'm not really on the Twitter.
No, I was just liking the fact that it was continuously timed.
It's a time. Yeah, that's right. It's time burglar. The Twitter.
Ah, right.
All right, couple to come then. There you go. Steps across and gets another one. Was that one going to be lost in the bushes as well?
The pond.
So they'll get up to couldn't quite make it to the pond, that one. Takes them up to 90. And so one ball remaining. Yeah, that's true. I do try to keep it similar.
It was just the way you said it.
I actually have a TikTok. Do you know what that is?
No,
Mr. Maximo. But I
don't
haven't
wanna-
really done anything.
I don't want to know what your TikTok is.
Anyway, we've had 2 weeks in Belgium. Thanks for your company. It's been a great adventure. Next stop, Kartama. But right now, here's the last ball of this ECS. It's in the air and it's going to sail out of the ground. So Deepak Bali finishes with a bang. But it's the Mechelen Eagles that are your champions in this FanCode European Cricket Series. And you can see they are absolutely thrilled with that. And they certainly deserve the win. A team that went 7-1 through the group stage. And look, didn't have it all their own way on quarterfinals Friday, but they got through. That's the main thing. And then because they're a superior ranking, they got through to the final after that no result against Beveren, their rivals. And then look, they provided stiff opposition in the final. We saw a few twos and fro's in the game, but the runs on the board standing up. And the Eagles, they are the champions of Belgium.
Yep, deservedly so. They were the better team here in this final. And again, they will go ahead and take victory by a total of 22 runs, of course. So, again, credit where credit's due. They were the better team, and they're going to get celebrations underway as they are your winners of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. It is the Mechelen Eagles.
Yeah, congratulations as well. They're also the host club here, and they've obviously provided tremendous hospitality to us with making sure that we're fed, making sure that we're transported back and forth. And look, the fact that they had a few days off, it didn't throw them in the end. And we talked about Group A teams. You thought maybe it's a bit tougher, but I think they were very, very focused. They really wanted to get this trophy, and in the end they do. So, look, congratulations to the Eagles, led by Mohamed Ismail. And you see a lot of good performers in there. I think Shirzad Sumanullah was excellent in there for them. And Mirko Yar, Mazhar Mashal, you saw him come out with a few wickets at the end. I talked about Nasir and how important he was. But Shakarullah, even Ainadin Zakel, who chipped in with the ball early on, Hidyatullah Shahzad, and Tajinder Saran with this behind the stumps. Mahmoud Idris as well did some important things. And in the end, I think the Eagles, they'll be very, very happy to take away this ECS trophy.
Yeah, they certainly will do. The Eagles will soar high here in Mechelen. They will be your winners of the FanCode ECS here in Belgium. But again, always good to see that there are handshakes all around. And, well, credit to Ghent. They played really well. And what a comeback story it is after losing their first 2 games of group stage action. And they get all the way to the final, but they just fall at that final hurdle.
Yeah, and okay, they didn't have the best of it in that 10-over game, but I could quite easily see the result being reversed. Maybe if Ghent won the toss and they batted with anything like the panache they showed this morning when they hit 110 in 5 overs. And they had to chase a similar total off the 10, but it just wasn't to be. And I really enjoyed them, of course. We saw Amin Malik Kell making some runs there. I thought he had a good week, as well as Faisal Khalik and Harain Faiz. I talked a lot about him as well. See, Malik Kell had a lot of an impact towards the end of the innings, and Majid Ali as well was an important player. Sajjad Ahmadzai bowled very well. Could talk about plenty of people, even Ashad, who batted fantastically this morning. Trophy ceremony coming up just after these highlights in a few minutes. Before that, let's have a look at exactly what happened here, because chasing 114, again, couldn't quite get there despite some early fireworks. It wasn't gonna roll their way, and really it was these early wickets just kind of scuttled this innings from the get-go.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it was really, really good to see as it was just a bit of a domination in the end from the Mechelen Eagles. As of course, again, they were just wickets were really the issue for Ghent, as they were just taken but at the right times really by the Mechelen Eagles. And of course, looking at the top of the order for Ghent, of course, Mohamed Assad not coming off, going for a full ball duck, which doesn't help things. And then, well, Amin Malik, he was realistically the only Lord Saviour for for Ghent, because he ended up 41 off of 21, but he just wasn't able to really kick on and get that strike rate up. But again, also failures for two big batsmen as well, Faisal Khalik and Majid Ali, both going for ducks. It was a golden for Majid Ali, but the 2-ball duck for Faisal Khalik is also extremely detrimental, because he has been a serious source of runs, even though it's only been about an average of around 30, 25, 30, and he will be he'll be ruining this day, because of course he'll be playing back the memories of the shot that he got out. We took one bit of foot fielding, so I almost took a bit of an injury. But again, it was a bit of a partnership and a reconciliation period from the two Malikel, Sayer Malikel alongside Omin Malikel, putting on a really nice partnership of around 40. However, it was actually a really good catch to remove Sayer Malikel by Dachinder Saran and also Omin Malikel. But again, after that, they just sort of self-imploded, really. Deepak Bali going a little bit too late, really, at the end of the innings. But that one, well, it hit him so hard that it just went back to the bowler. And he said, well, go again. But again, Sayer Malikel hitting some lovely shots. However, it just wasn't meant to be for Ghent. But again, they will be your runners-up here in this tournament. But they've been outstanding over the last 2 weeks or so, because they've been really crucial. But that man was really crucial in this defence for the Mechlin Eagles. It was Idris. He fielded exceptionally down at long on, but he also was exceptional with the ball opening the bowling. 2 for 19 off his 2 overs. But again, it was Mazhar Masal with exceptional figures of 3 for 3 off of his 2 overs. And that is going to be a crucial reason as to why Mechlin Eagles have taken a victory here in the final. There were some big hits towards the end from the wicketkeeper Deepak Bali. However, it just was a little bit too late, wasn't he? He finished 18 off 12 with 2 4s and a 6 to his name. And of course, he will just have to look back and have a look at where things went wrong for him. And I'm looking at the Ghent team, and they're of course a little bit upset. But those are your champions. The Mechlin Eagles have taken victory here in the end in this final by 17 runs in the final of the FanCode European Cricket Series here in Belgium. And we can go ahead and take a look at the scorecard here, and you will see that there were just a couple of failures, really, with only 2 batsmen facing more than 10 deliveries. That's really the crucial element of a batting lineup, because that's when you know that you've lost wickets pretty cheaply, and it just wasn't meant to be for Ghent at all, as they will finish on 96 for 8 off of their 10 overs. But yeah, looking at that scorecard, failures for Ashard, for Majid Ali, and for Faisal Khalik alongside Taif Rahman, who all go for ducks. And again, only 2 batsmen, or 3 batsmen really, to get going were Omin Malikel, Sayer Malikel and Deepak Bali. But of course, just was a little bit too late, really. And again, we can only apologise for the lack of scorecards on your screen, but I can run you through the figures for the bowlers as well. Zakel at the top of the innings, finishing with 1 for 29 off his 2 overs. Idris going 2 off 19, a crucial bit of bowling from him over that period. And then also Mazhar Masal at the end of his 2 overs, finishing for 3 for 3 off of his 2 overs. Exceptional spell from that man. And again, also right at the end of the inning, Shakarilla going for 1 for 5 off of his single over. But then Shazad, well, he went for a bit of a distance. The over went magical, but luckily he had a handful of runs to play with. He went for 26 off of his single over. So it will bring an end to a very, very exciting tournament here in Mechlin. And well, it's a good opportunity, because we've got a special guest here, and I'm going to pass over to Vinny. He's going to talk us through this at the moment.
Yeah, so I've got Miracle Yar here, and first I want to say big congratulations to you on the win. And I was really excited. I know it's a bit of a funny feeling, because it was a strange day. We didn't think that we'd even get a final in. We thought, because of the weather, it was raining a lot of the time, but I'm sure you're really proud. And I think that, Charlie, maybe you would like to have a chat with Miracle Yar while we get ready for the trophy ceremony. So I'm going to give you these, and look, I'm sure you're really happy. And while we do that, you guys can have a bit of a chat, and we'll find out a bit of behind the scenes of the Eagles, because I want to see what Miyako has to say. Because you thought after they didn't play for a few days, it might be tough for them to come back into it, but they certainly showed us, and they went all the way and won the trophy.
Yeah, no, they certainly did. And of course, congratulations to the Mechlin Eagles. And we will get to have a conversation with Miko Yar, and he's just getting ready here, and he's sorting him out. He's get the microphone close to him. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Oh, yes.
Lovely, lovely. Well, first of all, congratulations.
Thanks.
Well played. Congratulations on your victory. And he's going to make his way out of the commentary box. And, well, first of all, what are your first initial thoughts after a really, really promising tournament?
We had a good tournament from start until the end. We lost one game against Antwerpen CC, and it was good tournament because 2 years ago we already a runner team run up, and unfortunately we lost. But this year, very proud to Michelin Eagle in our team, in our player, our staff, and our chairman too. And in the end, we are the winner.
Yeah, exactly. No, you certainly are. And of course, you had a pretty decent tournament, but there were a couple of moments where things weren't quite going your way. And what was your thought process when there were issues in the lineup and sort of batting didn't quite go the way, but you were able to bring yourselves back? And what was the thought process behind that?
We have a good guy in the team, and we have a good bunch of the player. We have good all-rounder too, and hard hitter. And if we bat fast or second, it doesn't matter. If we bat fast, we're going to put some total on the board and we're going to defend him. And we have a good bowler too, and you can see in the final, and you're going to enjoy it too. No,
for sure. And I think really there was the key for me is you guys were really, really vital in the idea of taking the pace off the ball. How crucial was Ikramullah Nasir with his left arm spin? How crucial was he in your?
There's no doubt. He's a legend because you can see in the this season of first division, they are high wicket taker and runs also, and best all-rounder from last couple of years, and they are a crucial player and a winner player and game changer too.
Yeah, for sure. So what's next for you guys? Have you got any more domestic cricket left to be played? Or?
Well, yeah, we have a one match left from first division from A team, and we have I think 5-6 left for the B team too in second division, and we have a league match tomorrow also again. Green CC as well too.
Okay, cool. And then so in the final, what do you think was the bit that got you over the line? Where did you outperform Ghent in this final?
Unfortunately, we couple of wicket gone early in the session, and after that, Sulaim, I forgot the name.
Don't worry, it's okay. Don't worry, it's so good.
But they handled until the end. They make 30-40 something run, and they make two different. And in the end, Shakirullah they game and they make quick 30-35, and we can put 110 on the board, 112, and it's difficult. Like whether this condition is too different today, like other before, and like last week or this week too. But it's too difficult for the chase 112, 13 like this.
Yeah,
with this kind of bowling.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, credit where credit's due. You guys were really incredible out there. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch. One last question for you. What was your key highlight for yourself in this tournament? What was your most memorable moment?
That's you're gonna see, we win the final. That's a memorable time for us too, for me and for my team and for my all player, for staff, for chairman, especially for the captain, and we're gonna hold the trophy too.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Well, I know we're almost ready to get things underway, so we'll take a little break. But first of all, congratulations, Mikoya. You've been incredible. Thank you very much for joining us here. We will be back in a couple of minutes for the trophy ceremony, and don't go anywhere. We will return very shortly. It's been Charlie Honey. I want to take a very quick moment, say a very quick thank you to everyone. It's been an absolute pleasure over the course of this summer. We will be back in a couple of minutes for the trophy ceremony, where Mikoya will also be taking the trophy. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in very, very short time.
Thank you.
Hello there, wherever you're watching around the world, and welcome to the trophy ceremony for this FanCode European Cricket Series, Belgium. My name is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo of the European Cricket Network. It's been my pleasure to be here over the last couple of weeks now. I know we had just played one series before of ECS cricket in Belgium. That was 2 years ago, and I saw a little bit of that and I said, well, that's one place I would love to visit. I would love to see it close up, and I have really enjoyed the cricket over the last 2 weeks, as well as the hospitality, of course. We've had a really great time. Thank you so much to all of you guys. But now we are kind of going to get on with the trophy ceremony. It's been a bit of a funny day. I know that it's just been the nature of it with the weather, that it's been a little bit difficult to control what's going on. But we did our best to try and get as many matches in. And well, the gods were smiling, weren't they, in the end, because we did get a full final in. And look, congratulations to those teams, but to all the teams that took part today and all the teams that took part in the series. But before we get started on the trophy ceremony, on behalf of the European Cricket Network, I just want to thank some of our partners. Obviously, without our partnerships, we couldn't do what we do. So obviously to FanCode for putting us on the platform in the subcontinent. Also to Bizaway Travel for getting us all around the continent at the moment. It's not an easy time to do that over the last couple of years. I'm sure you can appreciate that. Also to Kookaburra for supplying the balls, and to Local Lifestyle for supplying the medals and trophies that you will see today. You know, big thank you to all of our partners. Also, Frederic Constant has come in on time for our ECC adventure, which starts on Monday. I also want to thank the BCF, Belgian Cricket Federation. Thank you so much for being our hosts and for the partnership to create this very exciting series. So to Umer Butt and to Mohammed Nia and Mohammed Shahzad as well. Thank you so much. I know you'll be assisting as well with the trophy presentation, so we do appreciate it. And also I do want to thank all of our viewers out there who have certainly really enjoyed the series. We coined it Belgium Ball because it's all exciting all the time, and I know that from watching the Belgian national team at the ECC last year, one of the reasons I think they did so well is they get to play competitive matches all the time and high standard matches all the time. And one thing that's clear to me in Belgium is that the talent is spread out against a lot of clubs, and I think you should keep it that way. I've got to say, if you want to compete on the international stage, you have to do it that way, because you know you will be used to the pressure. And you guys really soaked it up. You loved it, and look, I thought it was a really, really exciting series. Just want to mention a few more people as well before we get going here. And firstly, I want to thank the Blue crew again, all our ECN crew. They're still working, and these guys, they're long days. To Mita, to everyone else as part of the crew. Got Andy, we've got our scorers there as well, Mike and Samir, and to Diana as well. I want to say a big thank you to them. Also, I want to thank somebody that I got the pleasure of working with for the first time. He's a real up-and-comer. He's got a lot of talent, and I know that I think he's going to go a long way in this field. To Charlie Hunt for his expert commentary over the last couple of weeks as well. And Charlie has now done 100 games for us, but this is the first time he's been able to do it with somebody else. So I think it's a very big effort. Good luck, Charlie, and good luck on your return to your homeland. And the summer of Charlie, it's all alive in your heart, I'm sure. Look, I also want to say a big thank you to Spring Productions, because they're our TV partners and they are geniuses at what they do. They take the magic you do out there and they put it into a format that, you know, millions of people around the world are consuming. So to Karina and to Andres and Andres, big thank you to you guys. Another bunch of people I want to mention is a group of people which I think you'll realize if you've ever done it, is a lot of pressure to it. And when you add the cameras, you add kind of all the attention and the slow-mo replays and everything. I think I really appreciated what a great job they did, and that's the umpires. So I want to say big thank you to the umpires. Not only the ones here, but also the umpires which helped us out along the way. And also I want to give a special thanks to the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch, for his role this week. Thank you, Stefan. I know it's not easy, and of course we've all had a cricket background. We know what it's like to be competitive and be in the moment. And I think there's a lot of intelligent people here as well, but when you step back and you realize that it's not an easy job to try and juggle all those things. And I think one thing I know about our ECN crew is they are very, very fair. and they are impartial. I hope you recognise that. And we just want to try and get the cricket on and to try and get good, fair matches between competitive teams. And I think that they did a great job. So once again, big thank you for everyone as part of the crew and the Spring Productions crew as well. And of course, the umpires. Okay, I want to talk quickly about the teams that didn't quite make it to the final today. Of course, we had 10 teams start, 8 made it to yesterday, 4 made it to today. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be for a couple of teams. Ostend Exiles went out in a game that was shortened to rain. You guys really battered them out of the contest, but the Exiles, we know they're a team that our fans love to watch because they were in the ECL earlier this year, and of course, I want to say thank you to them, but also I want to say thank you to Beveren, who came in 3rd place. I know you've already got your medals, but Beveren, of course, you would see what is ahead for you guys as well in the European Cricket League as the champions of the T20 this year. So I'm looking forward to seeing you guys in the ECL. So congratulations, your 3rd place team, Beveren Cricket Club. Okay, moving on now, and it is time to go to the team that finished 2nd. And, well, these guys certainly had a bit of a tough start because you were the 10th team to arrive. I think that's always a bit difficult, and you didn't have the best morning on Monday morning. I think I know what that feels like, to have a Monday morning that you want to forget. But Liege did beat you twice, but then you went on a bit of a winning streak, and I think you really kind of found your combination. I think for me, I had no doubt the potential was there. I know you guys have been working your way up the ranks kind of outside of this competition, and you're very ambitious as a team. It was really clear to me that you're a good unit, you supported each other, and the way you played this morning, I think that 5-over score of 110, that is a record that might stand for a long time. So congratulations to you guys. I'm not going to mention too many people by name because you had a lot of contributors, but I do want to mention Rayhan Fayez for his hat trick and his 2 fifers in the series. So big congratulations there. But I really enjoyed watching you guys bat. I think the Mullet Curls were always exciting to watch. Arshad this morning was something else. But like I say, probably too many people to mention, and that's a sign, I think, that you were a very good team unit. I want to invite you to come up and collect your silver medals. Please give a big round of applause. The runners-up of this ECS, it is the team right here. It's Ghent Cricket Club. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much, guys. And yeah, I think it really shows you that these tournaments, a bit like the matches, they go up and down, don't they? And it just, sometimes it matters who's up at the end. And also, you're going to need a bit of luck as well. And look, congratulations to Ghent. I think you thoroughly deserve your silver medals, and I'm wishing you all the best for the season coming up in season 2023. And that really goes for all the teams here. Of course, the Champion Club of Belgium will compete in the European Cricket League, which is held in Spain annually, and it is the biggest club competition in Europe, and only one team from every country gets to go. I know Beveren, you guys are super excited to get involved in that, but really that should be an ambition for all of you guys, because you are all very, very capable of being that club. Okay, we just have a couple more presentations before we get to the winners. And firstly, I do want to mention the MVP of the tournament. A little bit unusual, this one, because we weren't sure about whether we would actually be able to get to this point because of the weather. But I will say that it was presented earlier, and it was Abdul Karim who won it from Beveren CC. So I want to just give Abdul a big round of applause. I think he had a very, very good season with 4 half centuries, which just shows a level of consistency, I think, that was second to none. We do have a couple of special presentations as well here. and this is on behalf of the European Cricket Network. Just a couple of people we thought went over and above on behalf of the host club to look after us. And look, the first one is a guy, he was there 7 o'clock every morning picking us up. He was so helpful around the ground. So I want to say a big thank you for your hospitality and your friendship to Miraways. Thank you so much. If you'd like to come. There you go, and that's yours to keep.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, here we go.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And another presentation on behalf of the European Cricket Network, another guy who was tireless around the ground. Oh, look, I know these guys weren't the only two, but they were the ones here day in, day out. I want to thank everyone for their help with the covers today. I know it's annoying. I know it's really irritating. A lot of work goes in. But the other one was to Abdul Rahimzai Adriz for his work. Thank you very much, Adriz. Thank you very much. And this is for you, okay? There you go. We really appreciate it. Okay, and now the time has come to get to the winners' medals. And what these guys, I remember that they were runners-up 2 years ago. A pretty tight contest, but it was only 2 days back in those days. Really shows you how far we've come, that now we've got 2 weeks here. And I want to congratulate you guys for your group stage, where you only dropped the 1 game. And really, you had more teams, you had more wins in the group stage than anybody else. And that showed me that you were kind of taking every game seriously, and that you were trying to be as consistent as possible. Again, I liked your team vibe. You're obviously all on the same page. It can't have been easy for you to organise things like your batting order when you have so many big hitters and so many people wanting opportunities. I like the way you fielded. I like the pressure you brought. And I've got to say, in the final, when you put more or less a pass score on the board of, I think it was 113, I think your bowling pressure was very, very good. You were intelligent the way you bowled to your fields. Again, I'm not going to mention individuals here because I think you guys had so many contributors, but I do want to congratulate you. Your winners here of this FanCode ECS Belgium are the Mechelen Eagles. If you guys would like to come up and collect your gold medals. And thanks again for the BCF for those presentations. Come on, don't be shy, guys. Up you come. Congratulations. Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. Don't go too far. Yes. Everyone. Look, before we get to the trophies, one thing I want to say before we have our final presentation is that we still have 3 months to go. Believe it or not, tomorrow there's 3 months to go in the European cricket season here on the European Cricket Network. So we'd love for you to join us. We'd love for you to get involved in the chat as well on our YouTube. We'd love for you to follow our journey over the next 5 weeks in particular, because the ECC is back, international cricket, from Monday, where we'll have 21 nations competing for the European Cricket Championship. I know a lot of players in this series will get that opportunity, and I'm sure that those that have missed out on national selection, they'll be wanting to take their game to the next level, because that is such a big prize as well. So hopefully you can join us for that over the next 5 weeks. And of course, that starts on Monday. It will be under lights as well, but starting at 9:30 a.m. GMT, which is 11:30 in Central Europe, and it's 3 p.m. in India. 5 matches every day, 7 days a week. It's the biggest thing we've ever done. We're really excited about it. Hope you are too. But for now, we'd like to present the trophy to the winning captain, to Mohamed Ismail of the Mechelen Eagles. Congratulations, you're winners of this FanCode European Cricket Series, the Mechelen Eagles. There you go. So why don't you take the trophy back to your team and you're going to lift the trophy, your champions, Mechelen Eagles Cricket Club in 2022. Congratulations, guys. Look, like I said here, the celebrations are just beginning, but as this winds down, it's going to be a big couple of days. I'm heading to Spain tomorrow because the ECC is on the way. Join us for that. It's going to be 5 big weeks of cricket. It's been Belgium ball, baby, and it's not going to stop. The big hits will be coming your way starting on Monday, starting with Spain versus Austria. A huge clash on behalf of the European Cricket Network. This is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, on behalf of Charlie Hunt and everyone here at the European Cricket family. Have a safe Sunday. Enjoy your day off. It's the last one in a while, and we'll see you Monday for more FanCode action right here. It'll be the Dream 11 European Cricket Championship on ECN. See you then.